Hi my beloved readers. This is a Harry Potter FIC that my sister wrote that she had me correct and improve. She didn't have any account herein and is lazy to make one, sigh, so she asked me to post it here on my account for you to enjoy. Unlike me, she has plenty of free time since she's still in high school, so expect her to get the updates as fast as I can edit/improve them. Please review so we'll know how you liked it. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter or other published works that this FIC might have some similarities with. Give credit to where credit is due. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 01, Discovery of Magic. Life has never been normal for one Harry James Potter, the unknown boy living at number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whining, Surrey. For starters, the Dursleys didn't consider him to be part of the family, treating him as a burden for taking advantage of their hard-earned money and kindness. With this in mind, the Dursleys made sure that he pay for the kindness they unwillingly bestowed upon him, so he was put to work doing chores when he was old enough to do so. Cooking, cleaning, washing the dishes, laundry, all chores were under Harry's domain, and the Dursleys considered it beneath them to help out. Of course, one would expect Harry to be rebellious to being treated as a slave, but Harry was not a normal boy, so it didn't apply to him. Harry was also intelligent, very intelligent, which fortunately for the lad, eluded the Dursleys' attention. The boy learned to read at the age of 2 thanks to the many books that Dudley found useless or boring. After the story books, the boy upgraded his reading to the many books around the house that the Dursleys seldom touch, learning everything he could, absorbing the information within like a sponge. When the boy started school at the age of 5, Harry found heaven in the school library, spending his snack breaks, lunch breaks, or even a few minutes after school hours to peruse many of the books within. His mind continued to crave for information, any information that was considered either useless or mundane. While his peers were starting on Story the Alphabet and story books, Harry James Potter was already reading books on science, mathematics, English literature, and the likes. With the increase in Harry's intelligence, comprehension dawned on him about his life. Even at an early age, he noticed that he could easily recall anything he read. He eventually discovered that he had a photographic memory and used it to his advantage by inadvertently discovering speed reading and rereading them later in his mind. Using this newly discovered skill, Harry James Potter used his vaunted memory to analyze his life, a mature thinking even for a almost 7-year-old boy. He discovered at an early age that the Dursleys weren't family, though he was related to his aunt by blood, and by extension, Dudley. His uncle Vernon, fortunately, was not a blood relation. Harry didn't consider the Dursleys as family because he wasn't treated like one, so why should he treat them as such? Besides, a normal family wouldn't even consider a cupboard under the stairs a bedroom, a family wouldn't put you in a compromising position just for kicks, a family would never turn you into a slave to cater to their whims. No, Harry didn't consider them family. In Harry's mind, they were acquaintances and nothing else. Since he wasn't family, he didn't bother to rebel against the house's rule, never question the Dursleys, always be polite, disappear when you're not needed, and most importantly, do all of the chores without question. Harry considered it his obligation to serve the Dursleys despite the fact that they barely fed him or provided him clothes that fit. After all, despite their treatment of him, they gave him a roof to sleep under, since Harry knew how kids with no home are treated out in the streets or at orphanages. Logically, running away was a solution to his problem. However, seeing that Harry was gifted with intelligence and common sense, he didn't have any place to go if he did succumb to the temptation. And technically, the Dursleys were a lot better than surviving out in the streets, finding shelter if the weather got worse or diving into dumpsters to look for something to eat. No, Harry wasn't stupid to do that. There were also other reasons why Harry didn't belong in the same category as normal. Being an intelligent boy, Harry noticed that weird things kept happening around him when he was upset or in pain. For starters, his hair always returned to its normal unruliness despite how his aunt, Petunia Dursley, tried to cut it. He was even shaved bald once, but the hair just grew back to normal overnight. That was the last time he was given a haircut. Bruises that usually take weeks to heal disappeared after a night's sleep. No matter how many bruises he got from Vernon and Dudley, they would always disappear in the morning, much to the Dursleys' confusion and consternation. Another weird thing that happened to Harry was when one of the clothes gifted to him by his aunt started to shrink the more she tried to put it on. It kept shrinking and shrinking until to the point that it could only fit a small doll. When his Aunt Petunia realized what happened, she shrieked and whacked him on top of the head as if it was his fault and sent to his cupboard bedroom without any food for the day. Of course, considering how the Dursleys acted towards the unnaturalness that was Harry James Potter, they just ignored it or punished him if it does. It was during his 8th year that Harry finally gave a name to the weirdness that kept happening to him. Magic. Harry Potter was running for his life. He was being chased by Dudley and his gang for their daily Harry hunting game. Harry learned early that being caught by Dudley and his gang of muscle-brained idiots was never a good experience. That first time it happened, he was clobbered silly, resulting to a body covered in bruises and a broken lip. Even if they healed overnight, it had hurt a lot and don't want to experience it again. Of course, his aunt and uncle praised their son for being so athletic, the little tyke. After the 3rd beating, he started running, thus the game Harry Hunting was invented. Harry's first foray into magic was lackluster if based under normal standards, but for him, it was a godsend. He was running from his cousin's gang during lunch hour when he discovered his first unintentional use of magic. Since he was far ahead from his pursuers, thanks to his small body, Harry decided to hide in one of the dumpsters that littered the school grounds. Seeing an open dumpster that would be perfect to hide in, he jumped inside while praying with all his heart that Dudley and his gang wouldn't find him in his impromptu hiding place. Due to the intense emotion that he was currently subjected to, the fear of being caught and getting clobbered like a boxer's punching bag, plus the adrenaline pumping in his veins, his magic was triggered, allowing the boy to enter the shadow inside the dumpster and came out of the shadow under the water tank on the rooftop of his school. His first reaction was of panic since he clearly remembered jumping into the dumpster and there was no explanation for being on the rooftop. It just wasn't logical. "How in the world did I get here?" exclaimed a panicked Harry as he surveyed the scene he was in. It was clearly the rooftop since he remembered the place when he hid there one time when he was chased by Dudley and his gang. He knew where he was, but the question was how he got there. "Okay Harry, let's be logical about this. The dumpster is down on the ground floor while I'm currently on the roof, which is 3 floors up. There's no way you could just disappear and reappear from there to here." Harry thought out loud, trying to remember how it happened. "Let me see. Dudley and his gang were chasing me, I didn't want to get caught so I jumped into a dumpster hoping they wouldn't find me, then something happened that made me end up here." Then he remembered one detail that he clearly forgot. "I came out of the shadow. It's like I entered the shadow inside the dumpster and exited the shadow under me, weird." He looked down and saw the shadow he was standing on. He stamped his foot on it and discovered it was solid. "Hey, I'm standing on it so it has to be solid." Harry berated himself while rolling his eyes. "I wonder." He crouched down and poked at the shadow as if expecting it to react. His finger didn't even phase through the shadow or the floor it was currently on. "Okay, that didn't work. There must be something else I'm missing." He sat down and closed his eyes. He visualized the incident exactly how it happened. He remembered how scared he was that Dudley and his gang was chasing him, again. An extra incentive to his fear was due to Dudley being very angry since the school cafeteria was out of chocolate cake and Dudley loved chocolate cake. Of course, Harry was his outlet and was extra vindictive with this session of Harry hunting. Continuing on, with Dudley's extra anger being directed at him, Harry was quite afraid of being caught, knowing that he'll end up with broken bones this time. He remembered his decision of jumping into a dumpster and hoping, praying, that he wouldn't be found. It was when it happened. His eyes popped open and grinned. He was afraid of being caught and it pushed him to do another form of weirdness. It was like magic, like those in the fantasy books he read in the library. "That's it!" exclaimed Harry in excitement. "It has to be magic. My hair, the shrinking shirt, bruises and wounds healing overnight, and now this teleportation thing. There's no possible explanation. It has to be magic." Of course, for an 8-year-old, you don't question why it happened, only that it did. "Now all I need to do is to somehow get this magic thing under control. If I remember right, I was quite afraid of being found before this happened. So maybe it had something to do with emotions. Fear, Harry stood up from where he was standing and looked down at the shadow again. He poked it with a finger but nothing happened. This time around, he imagined the fear of getting beat up again and willing himself to go somewhere safe. This time it worked. It rippled a bit before his finger slowly sunk into the shadow. Shocked at what he was seeing, Harry immediately withdrew his finger and inspected it. It was still attached to the rest of his hand, safe and sound. He grinned. That was so cool. He shouted in excitement. He was able to control his excitement and proceeded to try again, determined to achieve a modicum of control. He placed his finger on the shadow again but frowned when he felt nothing but the coldness of the floor. He brought up the emotions he felt during the chase and was surprised when his finger sunk into the shadow again. Grinning, he pushed his whole hand into the shadow and pulled it out. Feeling a bit daring, he looked around for a more appropriate setting to try another experiment. He saw a patch of shadow just beside the door that led to the lower floors of the building. Thankfully, the position of the large tank made it possible to have a human-sized shadow on the wall. Harry walked over to the shadow and took a deep breath. He concentrated and pushed his hand into the shadow, melting right into it. Satisfied that it worked, he pulled his hand out, took a deep breath and closed his eyes before plunging his head into it. Thankfully, he was still in control so he didn't bang his head on the wall. He opened one of his eyes and saw that he was somewhere behind the school. He looked around and saw that his head was currently sticking out of a shadow on the tree trunk. He grinned and proceeded to walk out. He felt his body tingle and encountered a resistance as if he waded through water. The sensation ended when he completely exited the shadow. Fortunately, the place was deserted so his experiments was kept secret. I wonder if I can control where I end up. Harry wondered out loud. Deciding to test his theory, he imagined shadowing into the library, specifically in an alcove where he usually hid and read books to get away from Dudley and his gang. Visualizing where he wanted to go, he walked to the shadow on the tree. He hit the tree with a loud thunk. Ow! Bloody hell! That didn't work, said Harry as he rubbed his aching nose while glaring at the innocent shadow on the tree. Deciding to try again, this time a bit cautiously, he placed a hand on the shadow and pushed while envisioning his favorite spot in the library. It took quite a while until he was frustrated enough that he willed himself to pass through the shadow. Fortunately, it worked, but it took him completely by surprise. With a yelp, he fell into the shadow at being caught off guard and exited where he wanted to be. However, the force of his entry equaled his exit. He lost his balance and fell to the floor with a loud thud. Thankfully, his hidey hole was far away from the librarian's cubicle, so his sudden appearance went unnoticed. That hurts. Mental note: walk slowly into the shadow. Don't push yourself into it like a bloody git. Yug! Groaned Harry as he pushed himself off the floor and dusted his oversized clothing. He looked around and grinned. He was where he wanted to be. Since there was still half an hour before lunch break ends, Harry practiced his newly discovered ability until such a time that he could shadow walk from the library to the playground, to the rooftop, and vice versa. When the lunch bell rang, Harry left the library, through the door this time, with a grin, oblivious to a confused librarian who swore that she didn't see the kid enter her territory during lunchtime. After discovering his magic, Harry spent a lot of his free time or during chores trying to coax his magic to do what he wanted. It was fruitless at first and took quite a while to get the desired results. He mastered his shadow walking after the first month of discovery, but other feats of magic were sporadic at best. He didn't quite, however, but was more determined to master it by any way possible. This was one of the reasons why he started reading a book on meditation. While practicing his shadow walking ability, he noticed that he needed to focus on his destination, as well as trying to bring out the right emotion to trigger the ability. The discovery of his magic forced read and reread all the fantasy books in the library, and all of them said the same thing. Focus of mind and will. You think on what you want the magic to do and will the magic to do it. Of course, this was easier said than done. Thankfully, he was able to find a book on meditation after encountering the term in one of the fantasy books he read. It took 2 months of constant nightly meditation before going to bed that he was able to somewhat discover the source of his magic. During one of his meditation exercises, he accidentally delved deeper into his mind and was surprised when he found himself in front of a ball of light, twice the size of a basketball. He was confused at first but eventually realized that this was the source of his magic. When he touched the ball for the first time, a warm feeling rushed through his body. He felt stronger, weightlessness, and powerful that made him feel that he could do anything he wanted. While keeping his hands firmly on the ball and reveling on the feeling, he studied his magic ball closely. It was white with flecks of red, blue, green, and gold. He also noticed wisps of black smoke floating inside the ball, pulsing and stretching as if it wanted to be free from the confines of the ball. Another thing he noticed was a thread of sickly green thread coming from the ball towards the unknown. He didn't bother with this for now since he was too excited his discovery of the source of his magic. Thanks to this discovery, he was able to visit his magic ball every night after that. It took hours at first, but he diligently practiced until he could go there in a minute. He found out that touching the ball while conscious was hard, like focusing on 2 things at the same time. This didn't deter him, however, and kept on practicing until he was able to get the sensation on his hands as he visualized in his mind's eye that he was touching the ball of light inside him. Considering that he was in his dark cupboard at that time, he willed a ball of light to appear on his hand while he was still connection to his magic ball. He almost cheered out loud when a small ball of light appeared on the tip of his index finger but disappeared when he lost his focus. If anyone saw Harry at that time, they could have seen his emerald eyes alight with determination. With a goal mind, Harry kept a nightly practice in bringing out a ball of light every night until such time that he could do so at will. He didn't bother to try anything else since he wanted to perfect this part of his self-imposed training and determined to master it before moving on to something else. After 6 months of meditation and practicing his make light exercise, Harry noticed that he was able to control his emotions at will, bringing out certain memories to trigger a specific emotion. This made it possible for him to keep a bored facade as if he wasn't feeling anything at all. Finding this odd, he shadow walked to the library one night and looked for a more detailed book on meditation to determine what happened. Of course, these trips didn't yield any result at all, and Harry concluded that there weren't that many books on the subject in his school. A trip to the public library might be in order, but it would be next to impossible to ask the Dursleys to take him there unless he wanted to get a beating of a lifetime. He decided to drop this for now and kept with his current project. Thanks to his constant practice, he was now able to create the ball of light anytime he wished. He made variations of the exercise by making it float above his palm and around his body. Harry found it quite fun letting the ball float around him like a toy. He was a kid after all, and it was fun doing it. Eventually, he found a detailed book on meditation in a section reserved for teachers. He found a sign stating that all the books in this section were used to supplement their teaching habits. Harry assumed that the book was used as a means for teachers to cope with unruly kids. Considering that they are teaching kids between 4 to 10 years old, they need all the help they could get even if it was from a book. After reading the advanced meditation text, Harry discovered that meditation can help a person sort their minds. A side effect to this is the total control of subconscious and conscious thoughts, allowing the person to remember and recall information faster, or the skill to review past events through their memories similar to watching a movie. This complete mental control made it possible for him to control his emotions, which results in better control of his magic. Giddy with the discovery, he kept the book with him and read it from cover to cover while meditating with gusto. He discovered that he had an actual place in his mind, not just the magic ball and darkness, but an honest-to-goodness representation of his mind. Deciding to redecorate a bit, he visualized a place where he felt most comfortable in a library. He decided to turn his memories into books and organized them accordingly. He noticed that his magic ball was getting bigger and brighter the more he kept organizing his memories. Harry assumed that his control over his mind allowed his magic ball to continue to expand and improve. To Harry's young mind, he determined that he was getting stronger as he became better with his meditation. He was confused, however, when he discovered that the sickly green thread was connected to a memory that he usually attributed to his nightmare: a sickly green light, a scream from a woman, and a man laughing like a maniac before being consumed by darkness. Deciding that he didn't want the memory out in the open, he created a vault that he saw in one of Dudley's cartoons and locked the book inside it. The book was quite heavy to move and kept resisting his attempts, but he eventually succeeded in locking up the damn thing. He noticed that his mind felt better and his magic brighter after he locked the book away. He saw that the thread was slowly fading until it was no longer connected to his core. He didn't know why at that time, but the disappearance of the thread made him happy. Harry opened his eyes and noticed that his magic was a lot easier to control after he locked the nightmare book inside his mind vault. He could now touch and call on his magic easily and made it do what he wanted it to. He discovered this after willing his trusty light ball to existence and was shocked that it appeared immediately without having to really focus on it. With a grin, he shadow walked to the kitchen since it was still the middle of the night and the snores coming from the second floor was an indication that the Dursleys were fast asleep. He also noticed that his shadow walking was a lot smoother as well, no longer feeling as if he was wading through water just to get to his destination. This time around, it felt like walking through a warm breeze. His conjured light was happily floating around him as if reflecting his mood. He was surprised that it was still around. Usually, the light disappears during shadow walks, considering his focus was limited to one magical task at a time. Grinning some more, he pushed the ball of light outwards and willing it to brighten. He looked around and decided to have a midnight snack since he was quite hungry after sorting through his memories, not to mention the mental romp he had with the nightmare book, which took a lot of energy just to drag it into the vault. Deciding to test his control over his magic, he willed the refrigerator door to open and floated a loaf of bread, cheese, ham, and some lettuce to the table. Grinning at the ease of how his magic reacted to his intent, he mentally controlled each of the ingredients until he was able to make a scrumptious-looking sandwich. He plopped down on a chair and floated the sandwich towards him, plucking it out of the air after it was in range, bit into it and moaned. Delicious. He finished the sandwich and floated a bottle of milk from the fridge and a glass from the cabinet over to him. Concentrating a bit, he tipped the milk bottle and poured a decent amount of milk into the glass without spilling any on the floor. Happy, he returned the milk and the rest of the ingredients to the fridge and drank the cold milk with gusto. He happily washed the glass and cleaned the table to erase all evidence of his crime spree before shadow walking back to his cupboard and slept the whole night away with a smile on his face, and for the first time, free from the nightmares that plagued him before almost every night. Harry James Potter was currently in one of his nightly excursions to the library looking for fantasy books that he could use to further expand his use of magic. After mastering his shadow walk and light ball, he moved on to other abilities that he instinctively knew he could do. First, he started with floating objects since he was able to do it with his light ball. It was easy since he already practiced it enough, but he wanted to make sure that he could call on it at will if there's need. After mastering telekinesis, he got the name of his ability from the telly. He experimented with his magic to try to come up with other abilities that he could apply in the real world. Since he lacked the materials, since the modern world considers such things as myths, he resorted to reading fantasy books and mimicked the abilities displayed by characters within. Sure, the absurdity of using fantasy books as a base for his abilities crossed his mind, but he countered it by thinking that magic shouldn't exist in the first place, but it did, so there. After a month of reading and experimenting, he discovered that magical feats are deeply rooted with his knowledge. If he wanted something to be done, he needed to know how it is done in order to replicate the effect. He got this piece of knowledge from reading the Belgariad and Mallorean books that became two of his many favorites. In it, the sorcerers termed their brand of magic the will and the word. Thanks to Belgarotha's explanation on how their unique brand of magic worked, Harry was able to replicate the effects after some practice. However, the only drawback is the lack of knowledge in how things should work, which stopped him from going any further. This forced Harry to check out different books in the library, namely science books, since he needed to know how the natural world works. He experimented with some stuff until his repertoire of spells increased. After some practice, Harry could now make things disappear, though he just made the object of his focus relocate to another location, making it disappear right before his eyes. He had fun with this ability, especially when he was ordered by his aunt to clean the house from top to bottom. He just banished the dust and grime to another place, or in this case, the playground across the street that he was quite familiar with, though he didn't know at that time that he dumped the entirety of the Dursley home's dust on top of a bullying Dudley, and spent the rest of the time honing his mind to prepare ahead while pretending to clean. Another skill that he was quite proud of was his own version of telepathy after reading through the exploits of Polgara the sorceress. If Belgarath and the rest of his brothers were the brawns, then Polgara and Poldra were the brains. In most cases, the two sorceresses delved into the magic of the mind compared to their male counterparts, which were the muscles in the story. Thanks to his newly improved focus and control, he could literally reach out with his mind and hear what other people were thinking. Of course, he practiced this with the Dursleys along with the kids and teachers at school until he perfected the technique that he could do it to the point of no longer focusing too much in connecting with his target's minds. He did notice that he was restricted to one person at a time. He was thankful for that, since hearing one thought was already took too much concentration, and hearing the entire school might prove too much for him to handle. A side effect to this was the ability to plant suggestions on the target's mind. This happened by accident. He was busy reading Dudley's mind as he ran until he got exasperated enough that he mentally yelled at Dudley to stop. Amazingly, the huge tub of lard really did stop, which gave the budding sorcerer ample time to shadow walk to the rooftop and ponder on his latest discovery. He immediately put this into practice, but this took quite a while to perfect. Harry discovered that this ability acted like a voice inside a person's head, like their conscience, so to speak, telling them something as if it was their mind directly speaking to them, hence the term talking to yourself. Once he got a margin of control over this ability, Harry immediately made good use of this ability by subtly telling his aunt and uncle that making him stay in the cupboard might cause problems in the future, like what if social services were to discover this and end up in jail with a huge fine. The result wasn't immediate, but Harry noticed the way his aunt and uncle kept looking at the cupboard that was his bedroom with worried faces. It took a week of constant suggestion until he was forcefully removed from his cupboard by his Uncle Vernon and instructed to clean the attic, since it was now his room. Harry sported a smug look as he carried his meager belongings to his new home. Harry happily observed his new home with growing excitement. Despite the dusts and heaps of boxes and trunks littering the place, he chose the attic because of the privacy the place offered. The Dursleys rarely comes to the attic unless they wanted their old things to be kept away from their new stuff. Of course, the chore in moving the junk to the attic was Harry's, so he could safely say that this was the perfect place for him, so he could secretly practice his magic without his loving relatives discovering his secret. He was toying with the idea of erasing memories but decided against it, since removing already existent memories was more complicated than planting suggestions. He didn't even know where to start, and the books he read didn't say anything as to how it was done, so he was working with nothing regarding this potential ability. Dumping his meager belongings, consisting of a small pillow, a patched quilt which served as his blanket, some crayons, and a small notebook, and some of Dudley's discarded action figures, he focused on the task at hand before releasing his magic. The dusts and cobwebs that covered the place disappeared immediately, while boxes and trunks floated and arranged themselves in one corner of the room to be sorted later. After the initial cleanup was done, he concentrated a bit and transported his small bed from the cupboard to the corner beside the only window in the attic. He knew that the view at night would be something to enjoy when boredom sets in. Nodding to himself, he dumped his belongings on the bed while he moved to the boxes and trunks. He needed to see if there were things inside he could use to decorate the place. After all, the place was his home now, so he needs to liven it up a bit. Harry found a lot of the Dursley junk to be in relatively good condition. He found a bedside table that he levitated by his bed that would be the perfect place for holding his book before going to sleep or be in reaching distance when the book bug bit him, a Persian rug, some old dishes, Dudley's old toys, and a dozen of Dudley's school books. Harry rolled his eyes when he saw the latter. Only Dudley would place the books that are still in use at school into storage without worries. After sorting the junk in boxes and seeing that none of them were any more use to him, well, not at the present anyway, he moved to checking out the trunks. Obviously, most of the stuff inside the trunks were old clothes that belonged to his aunt and uncle. None of Dudley's clothes were there since he was using them. He also found some documents pertaining to Vernon's work at Grunnings, old newspaper clipping of important events, as well as some letters to the family from Marge. Harry shuddered at being reminded of Vernon's sister. How he hated her and her blasted dog, Ripper. She'll come to a rude awakening when she comes to visit next time and sick her dog on him. He almost grinned at the thought. He never really tried using his mind abilities on animals, but Ripper was the perfect specimen, animal to experiment on. After closing and floating the explored trunks to the corner, he saw that the last trunk was beautiful. It was made from dark brown wood and gilded in silver. Seeing the dust, he immediately made it disappear that brought out its natural sheen. He studied the trunk for a few minutes, running his hands on the wood and admiring the various designs inlaid on the metal that served as its fastening. He froze when he saw the name on the side of the trunk. Lily Evans Potter. This was his mother's trunk. He froze at the revelation that his mother's trunk was in the attic the whole time and none of the Dursleys told him about it. Anger bubbled out, but he immediately clamped it down using his skill in meditation. Lashing out at the Dursleys wouldn't do much good. If worst comes to worst, they'll take the trunk away never to be seen again. He needed to avoid that at all cost. He levitated the trunk and let it float beside him as he moved to his bed. He placed the trunk on the floor and reverently unlocked the clasp that kept it closed. With a resounding click, he lifted the cover and was quite amazed at what he saw. Inside were things belonging to his mother, something that he would treasure his whole life. He was confused, however, when he saw parchments and quills, as well as full ink bottles. It was as if his mom lived in the Dark Ages. He was about to remove the items when he saw 2 sealed letters on top of the books. There on the front of the letters was his name, Harry James Potter, in a cursive script that easily told him that this was from his mother addressed to him. With a shaky hand, he took the letter and broke the wax seal before starting to read. My beloved Harry. If you read this letter, then what I fear the most had come to pass. Your father and I are now dead and you are under the care of your godfather, Sirius Black. By now, he would have explained everything you need to know about your heritage. If you're not with Sirius, then you should be with Minerva McGonagall, with her doing the same. There are others stated in our will that will take care of you if both of them are unable to. But if you're not with them, then you will surely be with my sister, Petunia. If you're under her care, then you should read on, my son, and learn the truth of our family and our world. That's right, Harry. You're part of a heritage that started since civilization began. There is a world out there that is different from the norm. This is the world of magic. That's right, my beloved Harry, magic exists and our family is magical. There is a world out there separate and hidden from those without magic. I'm a witch, a female with magic, while your father is a wizard. And you're one too, Harry, our little wizard, considering how much magic you've been doing since you came out. Your father and I prepared this trunk for the worst case scenario that we are no longer in this world, to make sure that you are well prepared when you enter our world. Inside are tools that you will surely need in order to acquaint yourself with the wizarding world and not act foolish and ignorant upon your entry. It is a different world, my son, and hopefully these tools will help you learn and adapt to the change. Before your father and I go into the items inside the trunk, you need to know what happened and why we died. Minerva or Sirius would have told you everything that happened before and after we died, but if you are not with them, then I'll do my best to explain it to you, since I'm sure that your aunt lied to you regarding our deaths, and I expected her to do so since she hated magic her whole life when she found out that I was a witch and she wasn't. Jealousy reared its ugly head, and since then, Petunia and I parted ways with little to no communication from each other. Our death wasn't caused by an accident. We were murdered by the Dark Lord Voldemort, an evil wizard who terrorized the magical community during our time. Of course, we helped fight him and his minions, the Death Eaters, to free us from his actions. There was a prophecy given by a seer that will be the cause of our deaths. This is the reason why he targeted us and one other family in hopes that his inevitable defeat is thwarted. The prophecy goes. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Your father and I never believe in prophecies, since it is one of the most inexact studies of magic and the future is what you make of it. However, Voldemort was able to get his hands on the prophecy and believed in it. There was nothing we could do, since it was his decision that made the prophecy valid and allowed destiny to take control of our lives, mainly yours. The appearance of this trunk in your aunt's home means that Voldemort attacked our family, which led to our death, and that you, Harry, is the instrument of this prophecy. We are not sure what came to pass, but we're sure that Voldemort is defeated. Destiny will make sure of that. However, we're not sure if he is truly dead, but it is quite possible that he is still alive. Don't be afraid, my son, for you are not alone in this. Your father and I are always watching you, even if we're no longer a part of this world. This is where the trunk will be useful to you. Your father and I attended Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and you will be attending it too when you reach 11. A letter will be sent to you via owl informing you of your attendance to this school. It is a wonderful experience, my son, and I hope you will learn all you can while having fun at the same time. Inside this trunk are the items that your father and I gathered to make sure that you are well prepared when you enter Hogwarts. Inside is my diary, as well as your father's. These two chronicle our life starting from Hogwarts and beyond. The last entry there should be me telling the diary that I am planning to write you a letter while James is preparing the trunk. Aside from the diaries, we also included books that will aid you in your quest to learn about magic. Books from our first 2 years of Hogwarts should be enough to tide you over until you enter the wizarding world when you reach the right age. You can always buy more when you go shop for your school supplies. Since you're my son, I know deep in my heart that you will be following in my footsteps, as well as your father's. These books are the basics when it comes to magic, so read them well, my son, and learn from it. Included are parchments and inks so you can practice before entering school. Trust me, you need it. I had problems using quills during my first entry into the magical world and I don't want my son to suffer the same fate as me. Homework will be easier if you mastered writing with a quill. You might be thinking now, why don't we use the standard pens and papers like normal people? Let's just say that the wizarding world is living in the Dark Ages thanks to their love of tradition. Your father also included some books from the Potter library that you will need to prepare yourself further. I'm not sure why he included those books, but I'm sure that he explained everything in the letter he placed inside the trunk. Read it as well, since it might contain things that I might have missed. Also, the trunk is enchanted to hold more despite its size. There should be a lot of books underneath the parchment and ink. I added around a dozen of them, but I'm sure James will be adding more, so prepare for a lot of reading. Finally, my wand should be in the trunk. After we heard of the prophecy and planning for this trunk, James and I decided to enchant our wands to make sure that it is placed inside upon our deaths. Wands will be explained in the book A Muggleborn's Guide to Witchcraft and Wizardry, so make sure that you read it first before starting with the rest. It is a great preparatory reading material for those who are new to the wizarding world and magic. This had been a long letter to write, but it is not long enough for me since I know that this will be the last. Just keep in mind, Harry, that we love you with all our hearts and will always be there to watch over you. I apologize for dumping this on you, my beloved son, but it is a necessity if you are to survive in the world of magic. Yours in love forever, Lily Evans Potter. P.S. I enchanted this trunk myself. Make sure that you activate its security feature. Place 3 drops of your blood on the lock to attune it to you. This will make sure that only you can open this trunk and no one else. Others can touch it or carry it, but they can never open it. I made sure of that so that your secrets will remain just that, secrets. Harry cried after reading the letter. He was loved. Even if his parents were no longer in this world, he was loved and he loved them for it. He reread his mother's letter one more time, this time with a smile, before picking up another letter, which he was sure was from his dad. Dear Prongslet. I'm not really that fond of writing long letters, but I'll do my best since I know that this will be my last. Before I start with the trunk, let me first tell you that I love you. When you came out of your mother's womb, I loved you the moment I laid my eyes on you. Even if I'm no longer in this world, just remember that your dad is always watching and cheering for you. My son, my beloved Harry. Your mother and I prepared this trunk in case that we are killed by the followers of Voldemort or by the Dark Lord himself. We don't know why at first, but he always targeted our family. If you are reading this, then what we expected have come to pass and the prophecy is now in motion. After careful planning with your mom, we decided to prepare you with enough knowledge to make sure that you are not caught unawares upon entering our world. This letter will contain 2 important instructions you need to follow as soon as you can. First, you need to make your way to Gringotts upon entering Diagon Alley. Instructions to reach the alley are in the book packed by your mother. It is a guide for Muggleborns, first-generation magical children born to Muggles, non-magical folks. Make sure that you read it before you go to Diagon. When in Gringotts, you need to look for Griphook. He is our family's account manager. I left him instructions on what to do upon your arrival. Just show him this letter, he will know what to do. Second, there are 2 books here that you need to study from cover to cover. First is the book Occlumency, a guide to protecting the unprotected mind, and Pure Blood Custom and Etiquette. I'm sure that you have a lot of questions regarding these books, and I stress that you read the 2 of them first. I'll try to give you an idea why it is necessary to learn them by heart. The first book is all about protecting one's mind. In the wizarding world, there are people well versed in the magical art called legilimency. It is the art of reading one's mind. Voldemort is a master of this art, so it is necessary to learn this as soon as possible to protect yourself from mind attacks. The second book is necessary due to your status in the wizarding world. The Potter name is one of the oldest families dating back to the time of Merlin and has played a major role in the wizarding world's conception. We are considered royalty, similar to other houses that are mentioned inside the book. It is necessary that you are familiar with your status as the heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter to avoid people using you towards their own gains. The book should prepare you in terms of wizarding politics, protocols, and etiquette to avoid some blunder that is quite common with uneducated heirs. Before I end this letter, I impart to you the words that generations of Potters consider as their creed. Trust no one but yourself. Let no words from others sway your beliefs. Amass knowledge and prepare for truth comes to an aware mind. Face the world with a courageous and honorable heart. It shall not lead you astray. Potters forwards to life and beyond. I love you, my son, and I pray and hope that your mother and I will not be seeing you up here for a very long time. Lord James Charles Potter. Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Gryffindor. P.S. The rest of the books, aside from the 2 I mentioned in this letter, are for general reading. Most of them are a bit complicated without the backing of theories taught at Hogwarts, but others are quite useful as you grow as a wizard. Just read them at your leisure, since I'm sure that some of them will catch your fancy. Wink wink. Tears were again shed as Harry read his father's letter. Seeing his parents preparing him even if they are no longer with him brought a steely determination to his resolve. He will make his parents proud and Voldemort will rue the day he crossed the Potters. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter or other published works that this story might have similarities with. Give credit to where credit is due. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 02, Into the Trunk. Harry James Potter was filled with unwavering resolve after he read his parents' farewell letters. Thanks to them, he can now trace his magic, his heritage. Carefully folding the letters and placed them carefully on the bedside table, Harry knelt on the floor facing the trunk and started checking out what's inside. He first pulled out the parchments and ink bottles before putting them on the floor. He pulled out books after books and placed them on the floor as well. It took quite a while and he was amazed when his parents informed him that the trunk was bigger on the inside than out. It was amazing how 52 books were piled inside a 3-foot trunk. There is definitely more to magic than Harry realized and drooled at the prospect of beginning his magical education with the help of the books his mother and father packed for him. After clearing out the books, he found 2 thin, long boxes with the name Ollivander etched on the lid. Curious, he picked up one of the boxes and opened it. Inside was a wand. He pulled out the other box of similar design to discover that it also contained another wand. These were his parents' wands and were not his to use. With tears in his eyes, he noticed that letters etched on the wand's handle. The shorter wand was his mom's while the other was his dad's. Grinning, he pulled out his mom's wand first and he felt the rush of magic in his body. He felt the power rushing out of him towards the wand and back. Multicolored sparks shot out of the tip while bathing him with a golden glow. With his free hand, he picked up his dad's wand and immediately felt the same thing. This time, both wands were humming now while filling him with power, stronger than before. He didn't know what happened but he knew that whatever did happen was something that should happen. Releasing a breath that he just realized he was holding, he placed the wands reverently on his pillow. Even if he was no longer holding the wands, he could still feel his connection to them as if telling him that wherever he may be, they were his and his alone. He checked the trunk and saw that there were 2 wrapped packages and a small bag of something metallic since it clinked when he picked it up. He opened one of the packages first and saw an unknown item inside along with a letter. Prongslet. I included 2 wand holsters since I know that you will be getting mine and your mom's wands in their original boxes in the trunk. I'm not sure if they'll work for you but I'm sure they would. However, you should visit Ollivander when you get your Hogwarts letter to be fitted with a wand of your own. Using someone else's wand is frowned upon and results aren't always good. The wand chooses the wizard after all. Remember that, son. The wand holsters are enchanted by your mom. She is a charms mistress and hailed in our world as a prodigy in this field of magical study. These 2 items are her best work, 2 of a kind and you can't find anything better in the market. The holsters are charmed to only work for you. Your mom told me that you should bond them the same way as you did with the trunk. I'm sure you know what she's talking about. Just strap them to your wrists and slide the wand inside. It should turn invisible to everyone except for you when the wand is safely deposited inside the holster as a safety precaution. If they can't see it then they'll never be taken from you. While inside the holsters, the wands are totally safe. Even if you sleep with the holsters on, it will be protected. The charms on the wand include anti-summoning charms, waterproof charms, some defense runes to make sure that they aren't stolen, and of course, an invisibility charm that is activated once you are bonded with it. Only you can see the holsters while they're invisible. Also, only you can take them off once bonded. Love you, son. Dad. P.S. To bring out the wand from its holster, just snap your index finger and thumb. To put it back, just focus on the wand and think return. As I said, your mom is a genius. Harry grinned and immediately tore the paper of the other package revealing the other holster before placing 3 drops of blood on each. Both started to glow for a bit before dying down signifying that the bonding process was successful. He strapped the wand holster on each wrist and placed the wand inside, his mom's wand on the left and his dad's on the right. He experimented in calling out and returning the wand back to the holster for a bit until he was satisfied with the speed he could take them out. Once that was done, he started with the books he placed on the floor. He started sorting through the books his parents packed for him since he didn't know the different classifications of magic. He started looking for the 3 books his parents noted in their letters. He saw the book his mom recommended and placed it on the bed. After perusing the titles for a few more minutes, he found the 2 his dad recommended. The rest of the books he just piled them carefully on the floor. He was itching to read all of them but he decided to follow his parents' advice before going through the rest. He also found his parents' diaries and placed them along with the 3 books on the bed to be read later. Besides, he still had 2 more years before his letter from Hogwarts arrives so there's plenty of time to study and practice to prepare him for the future. There was no hurry though his urge to read all of them was becoming unbearable. Being a bookworm at heart was sometimes a pain. He opened the small bag, curious on what's inside. He gasped when he saw a handful of gold, silver, and bronze coins, awed at the potential wealth he was carrying. His mind started to think of ways to get some money so he could buy some things that he desperately needs, like a new pair of glasses, clothes, and food. Putting the small bag, books, and writing supplies back in the trunk, Harry plopped down on the bed, picked up his mom's book while placing his father's selection on the bedside table before starting to read. He was so engrossed in his new book that he didn't hear his aunt calling him down for dinner. Hunger forgotten and replaced by curiosity. It took Harry 3 days to finish reading the book his mom recommended for him. 2 weeks to read and understand the books on wizarding customs and etiquette. He finished reading the book on occlumency in a week, but he decided to use it as a guide since he discovered that his feat in meditation was actually a precursor to the actual practice of mind magics. The books and diaries were a treasure trove of information on magic. Harry reveled in the knowledge he is gaining from them. A Muggleborn's Guide to Witchcraft and Wizardry taught him the basics of the wizarding world in the eyes of a Muggleborn. The book explained the world of magic and the different subjects offered by Hogwarts to its students and practiced by every witch and wizard in the world. The core subjects that made up the entirety of wizarding education include Transfiguration, the art of transforming one object to another, including living to non-living, vice versa, as well as turning one living being to another. Harry daydreamed of turning his cousin Dudley into a sperm whale just for the heck of it, though he dismissed the idea since that will only get him into trouble that he would be hard-pressed to explain. Though he did look at the junk in the attic and his mind started to come up with ideas on how to transfigure the objects into something that would be useful to him. His personal bathroom would be a very welcome addition. Conjuration, the art of creating objects out of nothing. According to the book, conjuration is an advanced form of transfiguration that requires a lot of power and focus to achieve. Unlike transfiguration, conjuration is temporary, where its existence solely depends on the power of the caster and how much magic is pushed into the spell. Harry mused that transfiguring objects for the attic would be better since it would last until he decided to cancel the spell. He didn't want to conjure a bed for it to suddenly disappear while sleeping on it. Charms, the art of utilizing one's magic to induce a variety of effects. Under this banner includes jinxes, curses, and hexes. Harry drooled at the possibility of getting back at the Dursleys using charms, but he decided against it, but he kept an open mind when the situation presents itself. He, however, vowed that Harry hunting wouldn't be fun anymore for Dudley and his gang. Potions, the art of creating elixirs and tonics using magical and non-magical plants and animal parts. Harry's mind immediately pictured this similar to cooking but requires more unique ingredients and implements to be successful at. Divination, the art of predicting the future. Harry wondered if the wizarding world uses tarot cards. Arithmancy, the study of magical numbers. This is necessary in creating spells and also used in other magical practices, like warding, curse breaking, spell study and improvement. Harry cringed when he read the definition of the subject. This was similar to math and he hated math despite his intelligence. Ancient runes, the magic of symbols. As an alternative to wand magic, runes are necessary to imbue objects with certain magical properties, as well as aids in some casting, like wards. Harry drooled at the possibility this branch of magic posed on his future endeavors. Care of magical creatures, the study of magical animals. Harry have always loved animals and poured a lot of time reading about different animal species. This was similar, only he will be learning about magical animals instead of mundane ones. Defense against the dark arts, the study to modern-day battle magic, mainly focusing on combating the dark arts and its effects. Harry's mind immediately envisioned him fighting evil wizards, wands waving and spells flashing. No matter how mature he was in mind, he was still a kid at heart. His mother's book also taught Harry that there were other branches of magic practiced in the wizarding world, though these were more on specializations than actual subjects in school, since these fields require a master to take you on as an apprentice. These subjects include warding, curse breaking, alchemy, spell creation, and enchanting. Harry did note that the book mentioned that these specialized subjects require a thorough grounding on all core subjects to be apprenticed by a master of the art. The book also taught Harry that the precious metals inside the small bag was a form of currency used in the wizarding world: galleons, sickles, and nuts respectively for gold, silver, and bronze coins. When Harry emptied the bag, Harry's jaw dropped at the amount of coins the small bag was holding. It almost covered the entire bed, even if it wasn't big enough to begin with. Harry mused that it must have the same magic as the trunk, since a small pouch could hold so many coins and to remain so light. Harry wasn't greedy, but the number of gold coins, galleons, he was seeing on the bed made his eyes glint with mischief. There was going to be a shopping trip planned in the near future if he had anything to say about it. The book also tackled other subjects, like the mode of transportation commonly used by the witches and wizards, like apparition, portkeys, flu, and the night bus. Harry was curious as to why his mode of travel wasn't mentioned in the book until he shrugged it off as something that a simple introductory book might not have mentioned. He swore to acquire more books when he visits Diagon Alley for the first time. However, if his shadow travel was a unique form of magic, then he needed to keep it a secret just in case he needed a quick getaway. Lastly, his mom's book taught Harry the importance of wands and in their use in the practice of magic. According to the book, every wand contains a core from a magical creature, like the hair from a unicorn or a feather from a phoenix, to properly channel a person's magic. The wood acts like a stabilizer and an amplifier, making sure that each spell doesn't empty the caster's magical core unless he or she overpowers said spell. Harry now had a name for his magic ball. He amended it in his mind, instead of calling it Magic Ball he will now address it by its proper name, Magical Core. Finally, he learned that all wands sold in the wizarding world incorporate a trace that is used by the Ministry of Magic to detect the use of underage magic. The book stated that the wands of witches and wizards attending Hogwarts are tracked by a branch in the government specifically for underage children. It seems that the ministry follows what they call a statute of secrecy that prohibits the use of magic in front of muggles. The tracer on the wands are automatically removed or dispelled when the owner reaches majority. Harry snickered at this since both his parents' wands don't have their tracers on, which gives him the ability to use magic without having to worry about the ministry finding out about it. The thought made him giddy. His father's book on occlumency was an eye-opener and considered as his reference book as he continuously improved his mind's defenses. He realized that his meditation exercise was actually the first and second step to defending one's mind, clearing one's thoughts and achieving a state of peace, and sorting through memories to improve memory retention and recall. The final step involves the creation of a defense against legilimency, a mental barrier that stops a legilimencer from reading one's thoughts and memories. The book suggested using defenses that the practitioner was familiar, though common mind barriers are composed of two main parts: offense and defense. Of course, the defense should be the secondary protection just in the case the attack fails to stop the attacker. Both can be interchanged depending on the practitioner. Harry decided to utilize an offense-defense occlumency. Considering his background, he decided to fill the outer portion of his shields with Muggle war machines, ranging from foot soldiers carrying missile launchers to tanks. He also added some stealth bombers to the mix for more offensive capabilities. The defense involves a dome made of pure metal, titanium, lined with sharp stakes and blades protecting his inner sanctum, his library. Harry grinned at the potential and pities anyone who dares enter his mind without his permission. Harry also noticed that the more he practiced occlumency, the easier it was to control his magic. According to the book, occlumency was widely practiced during the olden times as a means to properly use magic, even before wands were invented. The invention of wands made it possible for those with relatively low power to use magic with ease, acting as both a focus and an amplifier, to put them on par with the average witch and wizard at that time. The young Potter thought how either witches and wizards improved in terms of magical power or devolved, since all magicals these days are using wands. The book on wizarding politics, customs, and etiquettes was also an eye-opener for Harry, giving him detailed information on how the wizarding world works behind the scenes. According to the book, the Potters, along with other families, belonged to the highest pure blood rank, considered as royalty, and were the first of many to jumpstart the wizarding community of Britain today. He learned that he held a hereditary seat in the Wizengamot, the judicial court of the wizarding world, and would be inducted into it when he reached his majority at 17. Being emancipated doesn't mean that Harry will get the seat automatically. In fact, it was part of the wizarding charter to ensure proper mindset before being inducted into the governing body. Despite this drawback, Harry was still inclined to get emancipated so he could gain full control over his life. Being under the Dursley's thumb most of his childhood made the idea of freedom very appealing. After reading the book, Harry realized that there were some inconsistencies regarding his parents' wishes. For starters, why wasn't he placed under the care of his godfather or the other names mentioned in the will? Where was Sirius Black? Harry found out in his father's diary that Sirius Black was his surrogate brother, a close friend and confidant. When he was born, Sirius was given the task to be his godfather and protector. So where was he? Second, why didn't the Magical Child Service of the Ministry of Magic check up on him? Considering his status in the wizarding world, the ministry should be monitoring his life, especially with him living in a Muggle household. Third, if he was stuck in a Muggle household, who was his magical guardian? Every magical child has a guardian to make sure that the child is well cared for, so where was his? There were other things that left him confused, but he decided to tackle them later. His first order of business was to come up with a schedule for his studies. He was determined to practice wand magic due to its prevalent practice in the wizarding world, though he made up his mind to continue with wandless magic as well, since it was a great skill to fall back on. Also, he didn't want to be too dependent on a wand since he started out in magic without them. According to what he read, wandless magic was a special skill that only a rare few was capable of. He didn't want to lose the advantage whatsoever. After reading the 3 books recommended by his parents along with the diaries, Harry immediately started learning magic in earnest. He started with his mother's first year books, along with her and his father's diary, to be better acquainted with the theories involved in the use of magic. He could have immediately jumped directly into the spells, but it was deeply rooted in Harry's mind that his magic always reacted better if he knew how the magic is supposed to work. Harry created a schedule to make sure that he tackled all the subjects equally. He started out with transfiguration and charms since the others didn't require much use from a wand, much less magic, unless in actual practice. At first, he had problems with the wand movements and the intonation of the spells. He knew that learning from books would be easier if he had a teacher, but he just had to make do until he can perfect his skills during his stint at Hogwarts. Harry found out that he was quite talented with transfiguration and charms thanks to his first foray into magic. At first, he followed the instruction the books offered in terms of wand movements and incantations for a specific spell. Once mastered, he moved to practice the spell without having to say incantation out loud. This took quite a while, but thanks to his occlumency, he was able to think of the spell and force the magic to work. The results were sluggish at first, but his practice eventually allowed him to do so with ease. This was his pattern for the next few months. He would read the book, practice the spell using his parents' wands verbally. Once mastered, he would move to nonverbal practice, then move on to using wandless magic to replicate the spells. Speaking of wandless magic, Harry noticed that wand magic allowed him to conserve power while wandless magic takes more energy to use. For him, a wand is perfect for complicated spells that are too draining for the caster, while wandless magic is preferable for weak and mundane spell casting. With this growing skill in transfiguration and charms, Harry decided to renovate his attic to make it more livable. Thanks to the judicious use of his parents' wand and a lot of the Dursley's junks, he turned a dreary attic into a modern bachelor's pad. This took a few weeks to accomplish, since he repeatedly drained his magical core to the point of unconsciousness by doing transfigurations all day. It was then that Harry discovered that the bigger the transfiguration, the more magic it required to be successful. He almost knocked himself out when he turned his small bed into a 4-poster king-sized monstrosity. He finally discovered why his mother and father started by turning a mage into a needle. Since the change was small, it didn't need that much magic to accomplish. He knew that with his age, his use of magic was limited. However, he later discovered from one of his books that a witch or wizard's magical core was like muscle, the more you drain it the more it flexes to accommodate the use of more magic. With his stint in interior decorating, Harry was slowly enlarging his magical core day by day. The drain in his magic also made Harry realize that if a simple transfiguration could drain him dry, then a more complex spell might kill him. He decided right there and then to take it slow before going into more complex branches of magic to avoid any accidents. Aside from wand magic, Harry also decided to check out other core subjects learned at Hogwarts. He particularly enjoyed care of magical creatures, since the magical species there were considered to be myths by the Muggles. Of course, the moving pictures captured his attention. He was a kid after all. Harry found potions to be an interesting subject, but the lack of supplies made it impossible for him to try out the theories he read from the book. He vowed to buy the necessary supplies so he can start brewing the simple potions before going to Hogwarts. He just has to be happy with learning theories before putting it into practice later. Another subject he found to his liking was ancient runes. He found out from his mother's diary that ancient runes was a third-year elective at Hogwarts. This didn't stop him from learning the subject though, and was fascinated by the many symbols of power used in conjunction with a person's magic to create magical effects. He discovered that before actual magic was used, old practitioners of the art utilized these symbols to channel their power, which was the reason why the Egyptians and Celts were considered to be the most knowledgeable in this field of magic. He vowed to find more books on runes since he only had the introductory text at his disposal. Also, his father's diary revealed that Harry's interest in runes was hereditary. The Potters were well known for their defensive and offensive wards, so it was necessary for them to learn the in and outs of symbols commonly used in this specialized branch of magic. Arithmancy was a pain for Harry. He noticed that witches and wizards needed to break down magic into numbers before they can actually create a spell. In his case, however, he didn't need to know arithmancy for his early feats of magic, though he did chalk it up to a possibility that he might be a unique case among the unique. Harry decided to forget arithmancy for now and focus on it when he reaches third year at Hogwarts. There was no hurry after all, so he can slack off for a bit. A 10-year-old Harry Potter entered his beloved attic after a tiring day at school. He finished the assigned chores for the day while his aunt and uncle decided to take Dudley out for a little celebration that was their routine at the beginning of every summer. It took him a total of 10 minutes to do the laundry, clean the house, wash the dishes, mow the lawn, and trim the roses. Magic was just awesome that way. Looking around, Harry couldn't help but puff his chest out in pride. Gone was the threadbare attic that he started out with, to be replaced by a room that can be compared to a luxurious bachelor's pad. Thanks to the 9 months of learning magic along with the help of the books and diaries his parents left him, he was able to turn the sparse attic into a homey abode inside a Muggle home. The boxes and trunks were all shrunk and placed in a cabinet he transfigured from one of Dudley's toys. In the middle of the room was a comfortable modern sofa made from black leather, also transfigured from the one of the junks that littered the attic before he moved in. His old bed was transfigured into a 4-poster king-size bed complete with the softest of pillows and duvet, all transfigured after consulting a magazine that his aunt collected despite having no use for it, considering the decors of the Dursley home were based on her somewhat unique taste. One of the walls was covered by shelves proudly displaying his parents' books, sorted according to subjects, their diaries, and the small pouch containing wizarding monies. Speaking of monies, Harry used a simple glamour charm to disguise himself into a middle-aged man by the name of Harold Evans. He went into Muggle London to sell the gold coins in a pawn shop. The owner of the shop simply considered the gold from a treasure or some sort, considering that the coins features Goblin's face, though Harry never saw one as of yet. According to the pawn shop owner, the gold was pure and each one netted him 2,000 British pounds. Harry nearly gawked at the price, but he was able to control his features to one of mild interest. He explained to the man that it was an inheritance from a grandfather who died a month ago. After a few condolences, Harry exchanged 2 gold coins for 4,000 British pounds. He transfigured 2 rocks into wallets to hold the entire amount and hide them from view. Despite his abilities, he didn't want to get mugged by an enterprising thief. His first stop was to buy clothes since he was getting tired of wearing Dudley's cast-offs. He ducked into an alley and removed his disguise. He walked into Harold's before tearfully told one of the sales ladies that his house burned down a couple of days ago and he needed a new wardrobe. He used his puppy dog eyes to make his story more believable. After a few from those who heard his story, the tearful sales lady dragged him all over the store. After he told her the budget for the shopping trip, which was 2,000 British pounds, Harry spent 2 hours being forced to try out jeans, shirts, polos, shoes, and other apparels that he didn't know the name of. He exited the store 2 hours later with a healthy respect for women who can shop for half a day without getting tired. Ducking into the same alley as earlier, he shrunk the bags containing his clothes, placed them in his pocket, before putting on his Harold Evans persona. He went into a store selling eyewear and had his eyes checked. It had been years since his prescription was properly determined and he was overdue to get one. An hour later, he left the store with a pair of square wire-framed glasses and lenses that allowed him to see clearly. No more squinting while reading for him. It costs quite a lot but it was well worth it. What's left of the money was used to purchase food though he only used around 1,000 British pounds for the whole thing. Sure, he still joined the Dursleys during their meals where he was fed in measly portions but he ate his fill when he went back to the attic for the food he prepared when the Dursleys were asleep and placed under a stasis charm to keep them fresh and ready to eat anytime he wished. He also took to physical exercise ever since he read from a book that a powerful body equals powerful magic. He woke up early every morning and shadow walked to a park on the other side of Little Whining. There he joined early joggers in their morning run to keep in shape. Some in the group who liked how Harry was into healthy living taught him some bodybuilding exercises that he could practice at home, like push UPS, sit UPS, and the likes. After a few months of good food and exercise, Harry's malnourishment under the tender loving care of the Dursleys was reversed. To further improve his body, Harry refrained from using magic in more physical chores, like gardening, cleaning the yard, or some repair jobs that the Dursleys foisted on him. At the end of it all, Harry was more muscle and less fat. He wasn't bulky, but he had a body that athletes would be dying to have. Of course, his so-called family didn't notice the change in his clothes and physique because he subtly manipulated their perception of him using telepathic suggestion. For them, he was forever a scrawny boy not worthy of their attention. Magic was just awesome that way. Harry opted to relax for the day since he planned to visit Diagon Alley tomorrow. Since he didn't know where Diagon Alley was, he decided to take the night bus for his first time. He would have to find a safe place at the alley that he could use to shadow walk for future visits. Harry James Potter was having a difficult time keeping his breakfast in as he clung onto a railing inside the night bus as if his life depended on it. At first, he was awed when the magical transport appeared out of nowhere with a loud bang after he held his dad's wand aloft. He was greeted by a very bored conductor by the name of Stan, paid for the fare, then told the man his destination. Thanks to his Harold Evans persona, he avoided questions why a 10-year-old wizard was going to a magical place without his parents watching out for him. Before he even got to his seat, which weirdly enough, was in the shape of a bed, the magical bus zipped out of Surrey in a burst of speed almost throwing him to the back of the bus. He struggled to reach a bed and breathed a sigh of relief when he grasped the railing beside it to keep him in place. Upon reaching his destination, the Leaky Cauldron, Harry got out of the bus so fast that people who saw it would say that he operat on the spot. Harry vowed to find a place to travel to and from Diagon Alley to avoid the wretched bus in the future. After gathering his wits about him, Harry observed the seedy-looking bar that served as the entrance to the largest magical alley in this side of the world. He entered the bar and saw that there weren't many people about. He was awed, however, when he saw the hodgepodge of patrons, from common witches and wizards to hags and men with overgrown beards dressed in overly bright-colored robes. His awe, however, slowly turned to amusement when he realized how stupid they looked from a muggle's point of view. Stopping himself from laughing at the sight, he moved to the counter where Tom the barman was busy cleaning the counter with a towel. He knew the name of the man thanks to his mother's diary. Having a photographic memory was definitely boon in remember names. He wondered how old the man was but shrugged it off when he read in a book that witches and wizards were born with a longer lifespan thanks to the presence of magic inside their bodies which slows down physical aging. "Good morning, my good man. Could you direct me to the entrance of Diagon Alley?" asked Harry in his Harold Evans persona. "How you doing, good sir? Entrance you say? First time?" Tom asked politely. He never seen this man before but he liked the polite and friendly aura the man exuded. Harry nodded. The name's Harold Evans. This is my first time in London and a friend of mine wanted me to pick up a few things for her back at home. She told me where the entrance was but she didn't tell me how to get into the alley." Harry released a fake sigh at this that made Tom chuckle. "I heard you have to hit a few bricks to open up the darn thing." He laughed, followed closely by Tom. Harry offered his hand for a shake which Tom took with a smile. "I can do that. Hitting it might not be necessary though. A few taps of your wand should do it," said a chuckling Tom as he beckoned for Harry to follow him to the back of the pub. "So Harold is it? Where are you from?" "America. I was told I was born here in merry old England, but my parents moved to the colonies when Grindelwald was around to escape the war." Harry lied again to keep his story plausible. He was well educated in wizarding history thanks to the books his father packed for him, though he shied away from the Hogwarts history books since they mostly talked about goblin rebellions, which didn't interest him much due to the biased way it was written. Hogwarts, history was a fun read though, and couldn't wait to attend school when he turns 11. Tom nodded with a wince. "Good for you, lad. Grindelwald was a nasty piece of work, but you know who was the worst. It was thanks to the Potter lad that we're at peace right now, or else magical England wouldn't be standing." "Here we are," said Tom as they arrived in a courtyard containing a few barrels and a garbage can. Tom walked over to the brick wall. "No hitting necessary. All you need to do is tap the right bricks and the entrance will open in a jiff." Tom pulled out his wand and taps a few bricks, which caused them to move aside until the entrance to the alley was revealed. Harry memorized the sequence so he didn't have to ask the kind barman every time comes to visit. "Thanks a lot, Tom. Hope we can have a pint when I come back soon for another visit. I'll be staying here in England for a while, so I might look you up so I can catch up on current events," said Harry with a smile as he shook the barman's hand again in thanks. "No worries, lad. Now off with ya, since I have to go back to the bar to make sure that the folks aren't wrecking the place." "You're welcome anytime for a pick-me-up and a story if you want," replied Tom before leaving Harry alone. Harry watched Tom's retreating back before turning his gaze to look at the magical alley for the first time. It was very impressive to say the least. The alley was littered with stores that sold magical goods from wands to magical pets. He definitely liked what he saw and couldn't wait to shop around after his business at the bank. Squaring his shoulders, Harry entered the alley to immediately notice the entrance to the leaky cauldron slowly closing up, leaving nothing but a brick wall. He slowly made his way to the large white marble building at the end of the alley, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, run by goblins, but he took his time since he wanted to check out the stores and made a mental note to visit some of them later. He also spotted a shadowed nook near the entrance of the leaky cauldron that he can use to shadow travel. As walked towards the bank, he tried to keep the look of awe out of his face since it wouldn't be conducive to his disguise to act like a 10-year-old seeing the alley for the first time, which he was. He entered the bank and paused a bit by the door to observe the goblins running around tending to their business. He read about goblins since one of the books his father left him had a brief introduction on their race. But reading about them didn't prepare him for actually seeing them for the first time. Smiling a bit, Harry walked towards a teller who was busy weighing expensive rubies in a rustic scale. "Good morning, kind sir. I'm looking for a goblin by the name of Griphook to settle some family business," said Harry kindly to the grumpy-looking teller. One thing he learned from the book, goblins yearned to be respected, but the bigoted views of the pure-blood wizards made it impossible for them to achieve this goal. Which was one of the reasons why they act grumpy and cruel to the witches and wizards even if they were their patrons. The goblin leveled him with a stare. "Gringotts doesn't like tending to people under disguises, sir. You might want to get rid of it before things get ugly." The last came out as a threat. Goblins disliked disguises since they were synonymous to thefts, especially within the bank. Harry was shocked that the goblin recognized the glamour he had on, but he masked it easily. "I would, but I need to keep my anonymity for a while since I'm a bit famous around here." He slid his hand across his face, partial deactivating his disguise, showing the goblin his real face that showcased the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. The goblin saw the scar immediately and the threatening glare was immediately replaced by recognition. Harry saw that, so he replaced the disguise back to his Harold Evans persona. The goblin nodded and realized necessity of the deception. "I see. You're correct, sir," the goblin said politely this time. "Your sudden appearance after 10 years of being absent will definitely cause quite a stir. Please follow me and I'll take you to your family's account manager." Harry followed the goblin towards a large hallway. "May I ask your name, good sir?" asked Harry politely as they walked. This shocked the goblin a bit before schooling his features. "The name's Riptung, Mr. Potter," introduced the now-named goblin teller. "Thank you, Riptung. When we are in public and I'm in this disguise, feel free to call me Harold Evans." Harry offered, getting a nod from the goblin before continuing. "Why do you seem surprised when I asked for your name?" he asked curiously. He vowed to look up goblin cultures at the bookshop later, possibly even a primer on their language. Riptung gave a barking laugh before leveling the Potter heir an amused look. "Mr. Potter, we goblins are used to the treatment of wizards who don't bother to learn of our names or even give a semblance of respect to our kind. They just come in, demand our time, then leave, nothing more, nothing less. You, however, have been polite in your short dealings with us. Is this your first time to meet a goblin, Mr. Potter?" Harry nodded. "Yes. I read about your kind from the books my parents left me, but some of the information in it I find disconcerting since it don't describe the goblin race in a kind light. I find those books one-sided and I rather talk to goblins face-to-face to get the facts straight than read books that don't tell me the truth. Besides, I learned at a very young age that respect given is respect earned. Of course, it's only common sense to respect the race that holds your wealth or suffer accidents that might leave you impoverished. Harry grinned at this, followed closely Riptung. Also, please call me Harry. I'm not too much into propriety. Riptung laughed and actually grinned at Harry, showing off his pointed teeth. You are an interesting wizard, Harry. I hope to get to know you more if time permits. You are unique among wizards and I find that refreshing. We're here, said Riptung as they reached a large oaken door. A gold plate with a nameplate saying Griphook adorning its face. Riptung knocked on the door and opened it after getting a growl from the other side. Griphook, a Mr. Potter is here to see you, said Riptung with a bow, followed closely by Harry to the surprise of the goblin sitting behind his desk. Wizard don't bow to goblins, ever. Indeed. But if I remember correctly, Mr. Potter is a 10-year-old boy and not a middle-aged man, challenged Griphook with a raised eyebrow. Harry grinned and waved his hand to dispel his glamour, reverting to his real age and looks. The casual use of wandless magic shocked the two goblins into silence. Not only was the child polite to goblins, he was quite powerful as well, considering his ease in using a glamour without a wand. I apologize for the subterfuge, Master Griphook. As I explained to Riptung, I need to hide my real identity behind a glamour to ensure that I arrive here in Gringotts in one piece, explained Harry with a grin. Griphook nodded and beckoned for him to enter. Please be seated, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Riptung, for bringing him to me. Thank you as well, Riptung. May your gold continue to flow and your enemies fall by your blade, said Harry to the goblin teller, who was again surprised at the formal address. Riptung grinned. Harry. May your wealth grow and your enemies be bloodied as you pass, replied the goblin teller before exiting the room, closing the door behind him with a click. Griphook was giving Harry a curious stare. You are an interesting wizard, Mr. Potter. Not many treat the goblin race with respect as you did a few moments ago, said Griphook as he beckoned for Harry to take a seat. As I told Riptung earlier, respect given is respect earned, and it's terribly stupid to cross the person in charge of your wealth, explained Harry with a grin mirrored by Griphook. Correct, but it seems that common sense has never been a wizard's strong point, I'm afraid. Now on to business. I expected you here earlier, but it matters not. If I remember correctly, you have something for me, Mr. Potter, asked Griphook. Harry nodded before pulling out his father's letter from his pocket and handing it to the goblin, who took it and read its content. He placed the letter on the table and put a diamond on top of it, causing said jewel to glow. The letter is genuine, said Griphook before removing the jewel and handing the letter back to Harry, who immediately pocketed it. Please, Master Griphook, call me Harry. I have never put much stock into formalities unless it is needed. According to my father, there are things I need to do when I visit, asked Harry, immediately getting down to business. Griphook nodded. Correct. Before your father passed away, he updated his will and gave me specific instructions to follow when you visit us for the first time. There are 3 things you will need to do upon your entry. First, you need to take a heritage test to determine your identity, as well as your lineage. Second, you are asked to take an abilities test to determine the extent of your magical capabilities. I have further instructions after that depending on the results. Lastly, your parents' will shall be read. Any questions, Harry? And please, I extend the same courtesy, so call me Griphook. Harry nodded at the offer. What do I need to do for these tests, Griphook? Asked Harry, curiosity piqued at the mention of the 2 tests. Griphook took out a silver dagger and 2 pieces of parchment. The process of both tests is quite simple. All you need to do is to prick your finger deep enough to draw a steady flow of blood and place 5 drops each on these parchments. These are spelled parchment that will react to your blood to reveal the information we need, explained Griphook as he pushed the 3 items towards Harry. Harry grimaced at the mention of blood but complied. He steeled himself and took the dagger before deftly sliced the skin on his index finger deep enough to draw blood. He carefully placed 5 drops of blood on each parchment. They glowed for a bit before letters began appearing. Griphook took the parchment and began to read the content. Shock, awe, and a grin marred the goblin's face as he perused the results. Harry, on the other hand, was busy sucking his finger waiting for it to heal, which didn't take that long since he channeled a bit of magic into the wound to expedite the healing process. He saw Griphook's rapid change of emotions and raised an eyebrow. I take it the result is different? Asked a very curious Harry. Oh no, I find the results enlightening and explain so much. Read them and see for yourself, said Griphook as he slid the 2 parchments towards Harry, who took it and began to read. Heritage test. Name, Harry James Potter. Father, Lord James Potter Gryffindor, deceased. Mother, Lady Lily Ravenclaw Potter, deceased. Houses. Heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter. Heir to the most ancient and noble house of Gryffindor. Heir to the most ancient and noble house of Ravenclaw. Heir apparent to the most ancient and noble house of Black. Monetary assets. Potter Vault, 12,360,421 galleons, 1,226,412 sickles, 620,000 nuts. Trust Vault, 50,000 galleons, 10,000 sickles, 5,000 nuts. Gryffindor Vault, 525,600,316 galleons. Ravenclaw Vault, 361,300,424 galleons. Black Vault, unauthorized, requires head of house to access. Trust Vault, 20,000 galleons. Harry raised an eyebrow at the result of the heritage test and was about to ask a question when Griphook raised a hand to stop him. Please read through the rest of the results, Harry, then I'll happily answer all the questions you may have. The Potter heir nodded and read the second test. Lineage test. Name, Harry James Potter. Magical rank, Sorcerer, Mage first rank. Elemental affinity, Shadow, Major, Fire, Minor. Active abilities. Wandless magic, 100%. Parcel mouth, 50%, status, source currently blocked, soul fragment. Animagi, untrained. Mind arts master, 100%. Telekinetic, 100%. Telepathic, 80%. Passive abilities. Mage sense, ocular untrained, mental partial mastery. Harry was shocked at what the abilities test was showing him. He looked at Griphook, who was grinning at him, as if itching to explain everything. I trust that you understood what you read? Asked Griphook. If not, I can go over everything to make it clear. I understand that this is your first foray into the magical world and there are some things that I'm sure that you'll find confusing despite the number of books your parents left you. Harry shook his head and placed the parchments on the table. Let's pretend that I have no knowledge of the wizarding world and you explain it to me in detail to make sure that I don't miss anything by pretending to actually know about it. Asked Harry, which got a proud nod from Griphook. A wise choice, Harry. I think it's best if we start first with your heritage test. Griphook asked the Potter heir. Harry nodded and made himself comfortable on the chair waiting for the account manager to start. As the heritage test told you, you are the heir of the Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw houses. Potter and Gryffindor can be explained easily since the Potter is known to be Gryffindor heirs since the wizarding world was in its infancy. The Ravenclaw house, however, comes at a surprise. From the results, we can safely say that your mother, Lily Evans Potter, was more than what she knew herself to be. From what I gathered, your mother is a direct descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw, making you, Harry, a pure-blood if the standards of the wizarding hierarchy is to be followed. Explained Griphook in excitement. The size of the Potter and Gryffindor accounts brought him a lot of status in the Goblin hierarchy. The addition of the Ravenclaw account ensures that he would be elevated yet again. It's quite shocking that my mother is not a Muggleborn as she believed herself to be. Any idea why she didn't know? Asked Harry and couldn't believe that her mother was the lost Ravenclaw heir. Griphook shrugged. I have no idea. The only way for her to determine her actual heritage is to take the heritage test here in Gringotts, since only goblin magic is capable of tracing bloodlines down to its roots except for one potion that takes a year to brew. Lady Potter didn't know about this method and we had no idea about her past to suggest that she takes the test. Harry nodded for Griphook to continue. Now, for the House of Black. Sirius Black holds the title of Lord Black, but he is currently incarcerated in Azkaban for betraying the Potters. The goblin was interrupted by an indignant shout from Harry. What? How can my godfather be sent to Azkaban? He never betrayed my family! Exclaimed Harry in indignation, power rolling off him in waves as his emotions escaped his control. This awed the goblin since the amount of power Harry was releasing was more than that of an average wizard. You didn't know? Harry shook his head at this. Sirius Black was found guilty of betraying the Potters by revealing the location of their home under Fidelius's charm. Are you by chance familiar with how the charm works? Harry nodded. Yes, I'm familiar with the Fidelius's charm since the information is in one of the books my dad gave me, though I didn't bother to learn it enough to cast one since it was too complicated without knowing the basics. However, your information is wrong, Griphook. Sirius Black was never the secret keeper. The title belonged to Peter Pettigrew. Explained Harry to the shock of his account manager. What? But he was convicted by the Wizengamot since it was widely known that he was the secret keeper. Shouted Griphook. If the Potter heir was correct, then the wizarding world was in deep shit, since incarcerating an innocent to Azkaban was a huge crime, more so if the victim is a lord of an ancient and noble house. Harry just shook his head to deny the revelation. I have my parents' diary. My parents explained that they switched secret keepers after the charm was cast by Albus Dumbledore, so the identity was well kept. However, they noted in their diary that why they switched. Sirius will act as a decoy while Peter remains in the background to keep him and the secret safe. Explained Harry, furiously racking his brain for a way to get his godfather out of prison. Griphook nodded. There may be a way, but we'll talk about that later, Harry. Let's continue with the rest of the test since there are a few things that need to be explained properly. Before that, can I interest you in something to drink? Tea would be perfect, thank you. I need something to calm my nerves, confessed Harry, who was quite shocked at the plight of his godfather. No wonder he wasn't around to look after him. Griphook chuckled and waved a clawed hand, conjuring a tea set complete with steaming hot tea with some cakes on the side. Help yourself, Harry, while I finish the explanation of your heritage test. Harry nodded and poured himself a cup of tea and added a dollop of milk to add to the taste. Seeing this, Griphook took out a wine glass and a whiskey that released a bit of flame, much to the boy's shock. Griphook saw this and grinned. Fire whiskey is a common beverage in wizarding society. The fire is more aesthetic than real, so no worries. The goblin explained before taking a sip of his drink. You're a distant relative of the Black family. I believe that your grandmother was Doria Black, making you one of the main heirs. The other heir to contest your claim is the current heir of House Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy née Black. However, with the current lord being your godfather, your claim is much stronger than that of the Malfoys. Let me get this straight. I have a stronger claim to the Black family and can acquire the lordship if it is not contested, am I correct? Griphook nodded. But if Draco Malfoy contest my claims, then what is the due process? The only way to make your claim valid and incontestable is for the current lord to name you his heir. If such is the case that the lord cannot or did not state an heir, then a test is necessary, mostly by wearing the Black family ring, and let the family magics decide the outcome. Explained Griphook with certainty while giving Harry a look of interest. Should I be worried about this right now? Asked Harry, not really wanting to add another to his already long list of titles. This was getting ridiculous, even for him. Not right now, since Lord Black is still alive, though currently, detained so to speak. Said Griphook, getting a growl from the Potter heir. Now for your abilities test. But before we go into that, I need to explain how the test works. The abilities test is a piece of goblin magic that determines the potential of a person in terms of both magical power and abilities. Using your blood as a medium, the enchantment on the parchment determines the peak of your growth by correlating it with your age. To put it simply, your blood holds the information of your current magical growth. The parchment takes that information and analyzes it to give you an exact scale of your magical prowess and abilities. Griphook took another sip of his fire whiskey before continuing with the explanation. In terms of your magical rank, there are 4 tiers in terms of power. The lowest 2 tiers in the magical ranking are your average witch and wizard, followed by the warlock. If you base it on the Merlin scale, an average witch and wizard will have a power level ranging from 100 to 300. Warlocks are above that, from 301 to 500. The only difference between the two is the strength of their magical core, which is power-based. Are you with me so far? Harry nodded but decided to ask a question. What or who belongs to those below 100? Asked Harry, curious about the number since it wasn't included in the goblin's explanation. Those below 100 are muggles and squibs. If you base it on theory, all beings have magic in their system, though muggles constitute this as something called bioenergy. Muggles are normally from 1 to 50 while squibs range above that. Such is the case, one of the reasons they are given their specific rank is because of amount of magic in their blood, enough to make use of magical objects and enchantments, though to a minor degree, but not enough to manipulate magic or to use a wand. Griphook looked at Harry to see if the young Potter heir had a question. Getting a shake from the boy, he continued. The upper 2 tiers belong to sorcerers and mages. They are also ranked according to power, but only at a slight margin. The only difference is the unique abilities that these 2 ranks possess. Sorcerers are adepts at mind and body magic. A majority of your passive and active abilities clearly states that you are a sorcerer. This includes mastery of telekinesis and telepathy, as well as wandless magic. It is also safe to note that sorcerers are the most powerful occlumencers and legilimencers. There are only 2 other known sorcerers at this time, Albus Dumbledore and Voldemort. There are 2 others, but we are not sure as to their exact rank since they were untested. Their power clearly places them under this banner, but their mind magics is limited to the use of a wand and requires eye contact, though they can do minor feats without one. So I take it they of them have similar abilities to my own. What is the Merlin scale of sorcerers and mages? And can you explain to me the mage rank, as well as being my mage first rank? Asked Harry as he was curious as to what his abilities test showed him. Certainly, the Merlin scale of a sorcerer ranges from 501 to 800 while a mage starts from 801 to 1000 being the highest. I'm not sure as to what your Merlin scale is since the parchment lacks that information, but there is a spell we can use to determine that if you wish. Yes please, can you do the spell now? Asked an excited Harry. His childlike curiosity demanded that he find out how powerful he was. Griphook nodded and pulled out a parchment from the drawer of his table. He placed it on the table and murmured a goblin spell while waving his fingers over it as if tracing an invisible pattern. The parchment glowed white before dying down. Please place 10 drops of blood on this parchment so we can determine your Merlin scale. The wizards have another version of this, but I am not familiar with the spell, so we'll just have to make do with what's available. Harry nodded before picking up the athame again and sliced his finger. He pinched it a bit, ignoring the sting and letting 10 drops of blood to fall on the parchment. As the last drop of blood fell on the paper, it glowed white before letters appeared on its surface. Merlin Scale. Name, Harry James Potter. Rank, Sorcerer, Mage 1st rank. Merlin Scale, BMM 725. Merlin Scale, MEST 960. Whoa! Exclaimed Harry, unable to believe what the paper was telling him. What does BMM and M mean? Indeed. BMM means before magical maturation, while M means after magical maturation. It is widely known that a witch or wizard matures in terms of magic when the body reaches the peak of their growth, in this case between the age of 17 and 25. The result simply states that with your current speed of growth, you will reach 960 when your body matures. However, this number is purely hypothetical at best, since it will increase or decrease depending on the effort you put in mastering your magic and abilities. Whispered Griphook, a bit awed at the revelation that the boy in front of him was a powerful magic user, more powerful than any he had heard of except to those who have trained with the art for decades. I suggest that you keep this a secret, Harry. If the Ministry finds out about your current power, they will have a field day, putting you in a spotlight considering you are already in one. Harry nodded. He definitely didn't want more attention to be piled up on him. Good idea. Why don't you explain to me that difference in terms of my abilities as a sorcerer and theirs? You mentioned a difference before in regards to the development of my abilities. Quite. Your growth as a sorcerer is somewhat unique. As each wizards and witches differ in their magic, more so in terms of a sorcerer, since your own belief shapes your magical abilities. Your occlumency is similar to Dumbledore and Voldemort, powerful in its own right considering the vaunted control you have over your mental capabilities. However, would it be safe to say that your brand of legilimency doesn't involve eye contact or a wand? Harry shook his head in negative. The way you geared your powers borders on the lost art of telepathy, the art of the subtle mind. This includes the ability to read and transmit thoughts without the need of eye contact or a spell. Telepathy also includes total domination of the mind, allowing the telepath to invade and sway the weak-minded to his or her thinking. Unlike the Imperious Curse, telepathy allows the telepath to plant suggestion that is well-nigh undetectable. Also, they don't have your telekinetic abilities unless they utilize their wand to do so. Harry nodded and gestured for Griphook to continue, since he clearly understood the difference of abilities between him and Voldemort. Mages are known as elemental witches and wizards. Unlike sorcerers, mages utilize their energies to exert control over the forces of nature. Mages have their internal ranks as well, starting from lowest to highest. The second-rank mages are limited to the minor control over a single element. The first-rank mages control the elements, though they specialize in one or two. Your control over shadow and the minor ability in fire manipulation places you under this tier. Finally, a master mage or a mage adept controls all elements. Only one person has ever reached this rank, and that person is Merlin Ambrosius. Now let's discuss your specific abilities. Some are self-explanatory, like your control over your wandless magic. Some witches and wizards can do wandless magic to a degree, but not with the same efficiency as yours. Dumbledore and Voldemort are considered as wand sorcerers who rely too much on their wands and didn't bother to train their wandless abilities, since all sorcerers are adept in this art. Considering their age, training to master this is almost impossible, since wandless magic training should start at a young age before they even held a wand to allow them to switch between the two flawlessly. You are very lucky in this regard, Harry. Next is your mastery over the mind arts. Mind arts mastery indicates your control over your mind. This doesn't involve its application, like telekinesis and telepathy. Suffice to say, your mind is your own and you are quite immune to the suggestions of telepathy and the control of the Imperious Curse. Your telepathic ability is only at 80%, since there are still a few parts of it that you haven't tried yet. What are you capable of in terms of telepathy? Harry thought for a bit before answering the question. Let me see. I can read minds and even plant suggestion to a degree. However, this is mostly on muggles and never with a magical being due to the lack of target practice. Harry said this with a cheeky grin. I haven't tried sending out thoughts as of yet, since I never knew I was capable of it, but I'll give it a try soon. Not to worry, Harry. But if you are open to an advice. At this, Harry nodded. Sending thoughts is similar to planting suggestions, it just requires more power and a more active approach. We goblins have a minor talent in this form of telepathy. Really? That's interesting. I never thought to use it that way. Mused Harry while eyeing the goblin, who raised an eyebrow. Wanting to give it a try, Harry reached out towards the goblin and sent out his thoughts with an extra kick in power. Griphook. Can you hear me? The sudden voice of Harry James Potter in Griphook's mind shocked him a bit. Harry. The goblin tentatively thought, hoping that Harry could receive it. Interesting, it seems that I need to keep a constant contact with the mind I'm mentally speaking to in order to converse properly. This requires more study. Thought Harry to Griphook, who nodded. His next statement was voiced out loud. Sorry for doing that, Griphook. I got too curious for my own good. I apologize if I overstepped my bounds. Griphook shook his boy in front of him never ceased to impress. None at all, Harry. You didn't read my mind or bypassed my shields. You only projected your thoughts to me and I was able to receive it outside my shields, so no harm done. I suggest that you cultivate this ability. Sorcerers are known to converse with others anywhere in the world. Distance is irrelevant when it comes to the mind. Thank you, Griphook. Again I apologize. Please continue, said Harry with a slight bow of respect which was returned by an odd goblin. You're welcome. Anyway, next is your parcel mouth ability. I am quite disturbed why you have this skill since it's a Slytherin family trait. I would surmise that when you defeated Voldemort, a copy of his abilities were transferred to you. However, the presence of a soul fragment concerns me greatly, said Griphook with a growl. The memory of the nightmare book popped up in Harry's mind upon hearing Griphook's explanation. He immediately addressed his account manager. Griphook, can you please explain to me what a soul fragment is? I might have an idea about it but I need the information first. Griphook nodded before launching into the explanation of soul fragments. A soul fragment is a piece of a person's soul usually attached to an object that will tie the mortal body to this realm, making it so that the person is unable to enter the afterlife. His body can be destroyed but his soul will live on as a spirit. The soul can be revived to a new body if they knew the correct ritual. Wizardkind coins this as a Horcrux. Splitting one's soul requires the ultimate act of evil, murdering an innocent soul along with a ritual to split the caster's own soul and attach it to an object to anchor him or her to this life. Goblins abhor this method as it is a perverse way to attempt immortality, explained Griphook with a growl of anger. Harry was silent as he pondered his next question. Hypothetically, is it possible for a Horcrux to be placed inside a living being and does it have a representation in one's mindscape? Gearing his questions to cement the theory he had regarding his nightmare book. Griphook thought about the question and gave his most educated guesses. It has never been proven that a living being can serve as a receptacle of a soul fragment. But it is quite possible since it is a vessel all the same, though a living one with its own soul. However, the two souls will be fighting for dominance until such time one is conquered. As to your other question, yes, everything in one's body has a place in your mindscape. Does this mean that the soul fragment of Voldemort has a mental representation in your mindscape? Harry nodded with a grim look on his face. Yes. I can't explain it in detail but I can transmit to you my memory of the event as I was busy organizing my memories. If you would allow me to create a link to your mind, I will send you the memory. Harry asked in a whisper. With a nod from Griphook, Harry immediately reached out and touched Griphook's mind and focused on the memory. Griphook felt the touch of Harry's mind on his own and immediately accepted it inside his shields. The memory that passed through was crystal clear, showing Harry wrestling with a book tied to his magical core via a sickly green thread. When the memory ended, the goblin felt Harry leave his mind as silent as his entry. The control in which the Potter heir had over his powers was awe-inspiring. Dumbledore and Voldemort have nothing on Harry James Potter when it comes to the mastery of the mind arts. Thank you for sharing the memory, Harry. I can safely say that the nightmare book as you called it is a soul fragment of Voldemort. It is currently leeching on the energy you absorbed the night the Dark Lord was defeated. But since you locked it up in your mind vault, it ceased to pull at your magical core, thus liberating a portion of your core to your own use. However, what you did was a temporary measure and requires a goblin ritual for it to be properly removed. Griphook informed the Potter heir. You mean there's only one way to remove a soul fragment possession? Asked Harry in dread. Griphook shook his head. No, there are two known ways to remove a soul fragment, whether in an object or in a living being. The first, most common method, is to destroy the vessel. If you choose this method then you will have to die for the Horcrux in your head to perish. I think this method is not a desirable one, correct? Harry shook his head vigorously telling the goblin that he had no plans of leaving this life early because of Voldemort. If that is the case then the next and final option for you is the goblin ritual I mentioned, said the goblin with a grin. What does this ritual entail and are there any known side effects when a human takes it? Asked an excited Harry Potter. Getting rid of Voldemort from his mind was a welcome experience no matter how much this would cost him or how painful the ritual would be. None whatsoever. This ritual is an old goblin ceremony that can be considered a cleansing and exorcism ceremony by wizard kind. The runic circle you are required to stand on will utilize and empower your magical core to push the spirit out of your body. The spirit will be trapped by the same circle and slowly drained of its energies until it is no more. In most cases, the soul fragment's energy will be added to your own as well as any powers that come with it. Our curse breakers are often subjected to this ritual due to their work in the Egyptian tombs which is considered to be the most heavily cursed among other tombs in the world, explained the goblin. Though they rarely get a power boost since most of the involved spirits have long been drained of their magical abilities to power a specific curse or protection. Harry nodded with a determined look on his face. I'm willing to pay whatever it takes to get Voldemort out of my head, Griphook. When can I take this ritual? Declared Harry, getting a nod from Griphook. Done. In regards to payment, our employees are offered this service for free since they work for us. But in your case, since you are our biggest account holder to date, I would suspect the Goblin Council will be offering this for free. I will get back to you on this one since the preparation takes time. How long would it take? Harry asked desperately, but his stoic mask was in place. A year, or even more. We usually have a ritual circle prepared, but it was currently used when one of our curse breaker team who were heavily possessed by an Egyptian priest. Rest assured, I will send you a letter immediately when I receive word from the Goblin Council and once the ritual circle is renewed. Harry gave Griphook a smile. Thanks, Griphook. This means a lot to me. Now that's out of the way, can we continue with the discussion regarding the rest of my abilities? The Goblin chuckled. Quite right. Obviously, you need to train your animagi abilities since you are capable of it. There are plenty of books you can find, or you can raid the Potter Vault since it hosts the largest collection of ancient magics since the conception of the wizarding world. But we can get to that later. Griphook grinned when Harry's smile turned to a pout. Patience, young one. You will have your books later. Harry gave him a sheepish grin. Last, but certainly not the least, is your passive ability. Mage Sense in your case is both ocular and mental. It would be safe to say that you can sense the presence of magic through a mental probe. Inquired Griphook, since he didn't know the extent of his young charge's magical training. Yes. I can usually sense magic when I scan the surrounding area with my mind. When magic is present, I get a form of static, like a ringing in my head. Mused Harry. He got the same feeling when he practiced his mental sensing abilities in his room. It seems that Privet Drive was surrounded by a powerful magic that is unknown to him since he wasn't the source of it. He could feel that it wasn't hostile, so he didn't bother with it. Good. You just need to practice this skill to master it. Ocular Mage Sense involves the actual seeing of spells and enchantments as vivid colors depending on its intensity. Again, you can find a book on this ability inside the Potter Vault. Speaking of which, let's now discuss your father's will. Isn't it supposed to be a joint will? Asked Harry. No. Only the head of the family can create a will in regards to the house. Your mother is the Lady Potter, but the family is patriarchal, so the responsibility falls to the late Lord James. Explained Griphook. I see. I think we can forego the actual reading of the will. However, I would like to know the highlights that pertain to me or directly to the family account. Harry asked his account manager. He already took up a lot of time with the goblin and wanted to explore Diagon Alley as soon as possible. Of course. Griphook took out a rolled parchment from one of his many drawers and unrolled it. Let me see. Normally, the will is sealed by the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, namely Albus Dumbledore, and cannot be read without his permission. Harry was about to protest, but Griphook beat him to it. I said normally, young one. This doesn't apply to you. Since the instruction of the head of a family is more important than the ministry, the will can be read to you and only you as its sole recipient, not including those who are bequeathed by the family. At Harry nod, he continued. Now let me see here. It says that money is given to Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew, 1 million galleons each. Is this all right with you, Harry? Yes to Remus Lupin and a big fat no to Peter Pettigrew. He betrayed my family, so he doesn't deserve a single nut from the Potters. Declared Harry with clear venom in his voice. Agreed. Mr. Lupin will also be getting a summer cottage in Wales for his furry little problem and is not negotiable for return. Everything else is left to you with clear instruction that you take up the mantle of the head of House Potter and Gryffindor and granted emancipation immediately upon reading of this will. Do you want this? Asked the goblin, giving Harry a look that clearly promised untold pain if the boy said no. Harry gulped at the look directed at him. Why, yes. I want to follow my father's decree of emancipation and will gladly accept the role as head of the Potter and Gryffindor house. Good, very good. Griphook nearly purred, which practically scared Harry out of his wits. Fortunately for you, I have all the documents at the ready. All you need is to sign on the dotted line and a drop of your blood to verify your identity and to make sure that you're not under any compulsion spells and potions. He handed said document and quill to the boy, who had his eyebrows raised at the quick creation of the document. Griphook ignored the unasked question but opted to instruct the boy on what to do. Just use the tip of the quill to prick your finger and let a drop of blood fall on the parchment. Harry did as instructed. The document glowed blue before it split into 2 copies. One of the copies disappeared while Griphook took the other that was left on the table. Seeing Harry's questioning look, he explained. After verifying the signature and blood, the parchment automatically creates a copy and sent directly to the ministry for filing. This is the original copy and will be kept under my care until needed. Is there anything else I need to do? Asked Harry, impatient to be off. Just one more thing, Lord Potter. The sudden formality made Harry look at the goblin. Get used to the title, since people will be calling you Lord Potter when they discover your position as the head of house. He snapped his finger and 3 small boxes appeared on the table in front of the young Potter Lord. These are the head of house rings that you need to wear on the fingers of your right hand. Harry looked at them curiously, checking out the different crests inlaid on each lid. Why 3? Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw, said Griphook while pointing to each box. Harry nodded and opened the boxes and placed the rings on the fingers of his right hand. Harry glowed in different colors as he placed each ring on their respective fingers. He glowed blue for the Potter ring, gold for Gryffindor, and bronze for Ravenclaw. What did the glowing mean? Asked Harry as he admired the beauty of the rings. It meant that the rings found you worthy of wearing them, explained Griphook as he pulled out another box out and placed it on the table. Harry eyed it warily. Not to worry. This is just your complimentary card and bank drafts to make it easier for you to shop at the alley. Unless of course. Harry hurriedly took the box out of Griphook's hands. No. I am grateful that you provided them for me. This caused the goblin to grin. Harry opened the box and saw a gold card, a pouch with a large golden G embossed on it, and a wallet filled with Gringotts bank drafts. Can you explain their uses to me? Asked Harry as he took the card and eyed it carefully. Certainly, young lord. The card you are holding is the Gringotts card that is reserved for use only to our top clients, namely you, of course. It is already attuned to your magical signature. You can use it at a total amount of 10,000 galleons per store. If you are going to spend more than that amount, then you need to use the Gringotts draft, which has an unlimited spending limit on it. Just press the family ring on the indention as to what account you want to use for the purchase and state the amount. The pouch is a direct access to your vault. If you need small amounts of money for everyday use, then all you need to do is think of the amount and reach inside. That also works for Muggle money, and conversion rates are waived due to your status. Easy to use. Harry nodded, pocketed the card, pouch, and the wallet containing the drafts before standing up. He was about to leave when Griphook stopped him. I prepared a list to help you in your shopping in Diagon Alley. There are some shops in Nocturne Alley that you need to visit as well to make your life a whole lot easier to deal with. With a snap of a finger, a paper appeared on the table which the goblin handed to the Potter Lord. Once you purchased an owl, make sure you send it to me so I can send you some documents regarding your accounts and properties, as well as investments that needs to be double-checked. Is this to your liking? It is, Griphook. Now if you'll excuse me, Diagon Alley awaits. Deciding to shock Griphook this time, he gave the goblin a cheeky grin and walked towards a shadowy corner of the room. With a wave of farewell, Harry walked through the shadow to the shock of an odd goblin. Winged Seer Wolf, thanks. The original plot didn't involve the details as Harry learned magic on his own, and I explained to my sister that plot holes are usually a turn-off to some readers. I also told her that a god like Harry was an overused plot, though working his way to become powerful was more satisfying to read. In regards to Dumbledore, my sister already have the entire scene mapped out. She is currently making chapter 5 while I'm editing chapter 4. Shakes head, at this rate, she'll finish her story earlier than I do. HMMMPH, Q laughing from evil sister. Sirius 009, my sister said, if you don't like it, don't read it. Alpha Emrys, my sister said, thank you and enjoy. Karthik 9, my sister said, don't worry. I'll crank out as many chapter as I can. Damn, I feel like my sister's secretary telling her of the reviews and typing her replies. Sigh. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 03, Shopping Time. Harry James Potter, newly minted lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw, walked out of the shadow in one of the smaller nooks in Diagon Alley that he noted earlier as a great place to shadow travel in and out due to the lack of people around. He snickered at the potential shock value he gave the cheeky goblin, but shuddered at the potential reprisal that the aged account manager might do to him. He walked out of the nook and saw that he was in between Ollivanders and a shop selling magical knickknacks. He paused for a bit and read the note Griphook made for him to help with his shopping. Lord Potter, I took the liberty in providing you with ample direction to your shopping expedition to make sure that you have everything you need following your ascension as a lord of 3 noble houses of magical Britain. Please refer to the list and advice below. Diagon Alley. Ollivander Wand Shop. The purchase of a ministry-approved wand, though I doubt you will be using one since you are already a sorcerer. However, the old coot Ollivander might help you in the creation of a staff since it is a necessary focus for a wizard of your station. Iolopes Owl Emporium. You need a post owl, so I suggest you buy one. Magical Menagerie. Get a familiar. Sorcerers are known to have their own unique familiars. Tell the man behind the counter that Griphook sent you. He should direct or accompany you to their more unique selections. Good luck. Magical Travels. Buy a multi-compartment trunk. The number of compartment is up to you. I suggest a 5-compartment trunk, expanded storage, expanded library, expanded potions compartment, expanded wardrobe, and an expanded wizard space to store things that you don't want other to touch or find out. Flourish and blots. Now that you have your trunk, I suggest you buy the books you want or need. Keep in mind that the books here are those approved by the Ministry of Magic. I will direct you to a more appropriate shop in Nocturne Alley for you to peruse rarer selections. Madam Malkins, from the outfit you are wearing right now, I suggest that you stock up on wizarding apparels. Please tell Madam Malkin that you are there regarding an order from Griphook, she'll know what to do. Twilfit and Tatting, same with Madam Malkins, just mention my name, they'll know what to do. Slug and Jigger's apothecary, potion ingredients and supplies. Enough said. Scribulous writing equipments, ink, parchment, and other writing supplies. Nocturne Alley. Borgin and Burke's, a store that sells a lot of dark arts paraphernalia. I suggest you visit this store to look for books concerning your shadow powers. Yet Old Dark and Dangerous, another store that specializes in books. Very rare and expensive books here, but you can afford it. Just make sure you haggle, since you don't want to get swindled and looked down upon by the occupants of the alley. Elf shop, get a house elf. I'm sure you know all about them. You need one. Don't argue. Hope this helps. Send your owl to me when you get one. I'll send you the documents and books you need to review before we discuss further items regarding your account. Sincerely yours. Griphook. Accounts Manager. Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw. Harry chuckled after reading the shopping schedule Griphook arranged for him. He was thankful that the aged goblin had the foresight to point him to the right direction, or he'll be walking around the alley not knowing what to buy, considering his new station in the wizarding world. Since Ollivander's was nearer, he decided to visit the wand shop first. With a few steps, he arrived at the entrance of the shop and opened the door. The tinkling of the bell announced his presence, but no one was around. Interesting. Very interesting. A voice echoed in Harry's mind. Alerted by the intrusion, he opened his mind and scanned the place. He found the source of the voice and immediately latched onto the presence. What's interesting? He mentally asked the presence. There was a surge of shock and awe from the other end. He didn't get any answer from the voice, but an old man appeared behind the counter as if he was standing there all this time. A sorcerer, and a powerful one at that. Welcome, Mr. Potter. It seems that you are a year early to start your shopping for a wand before going to Hogwarts. Exclaimed the old man, who was eyeing Harry with interest. How did you know who I am? And who are you? Asked Harry with a little bit of hostility in his voice, since he didn't like the way the man invaded his mind, even if the man wasn't able to breach his defenses. How rude of me. My name is Ollivander, Mr. Potter. I own and manage this shop since my great-grandfathers did before me. Now as to my question. Asked Ollivander, looking at Harry expectantly. My account manager, Griphook, directed me to your shop to purchase a staff or help in the creation of one. Stated Harry, wanting to get down to business since the old man was quite creepy. He wanted to get the staff done and get out. A staff, you say? How interesting. Indeed, for one with your power and rank, a staff is necessary for more powerful magics. I dare say that a wand is quite useless to you at this point, since you don't need one, being adept at your abilities already. However, the creation of a staff can be complicated and requires certain items to power it before bonding it to you. Shall we get started then? Asked Ollivander with a slight giddiness to his tone. It seems the old man gets high in the creation of wands. Weird. Harry nodded and approached Ollivander, but stopped when the old man leveled him an intense stare. It seems that you already have 2 magical items with you that can be used as part of your staff. I sense your parents' wands. Care to bring them out, young lord? Unnerved at how his secrets were being ferreted out by the mysterious wand maker, Harry complied and snapped the fingers on his right, followed by the left. His father and mother's wand appeared in his hands before placing them on the table between himself and the wand maker. Your father's wand. 11 inches, made from mahogany with dragon heartstring core, specifically a Hungarian horntail. Clearly one of my more powerful wands, suited for transfiguration and battle magic. Said Ollivander as he eyed the dark brown wand. He shifted his attention to the other. Your mother's wand, on the other hand, is one of the trickiest wands I have ever created. Quite powerful too. 10¼ inches, made from an old willow tree with the heartstring of a particularly large mother dragon as its core. If I remember correctly, the core of this wand came from a particularly nasty Hungarian horntail as well. Ollivander then leveled Harry an intense gaze as if scrutinizing his soul. To create a staff, it is required to have 2 magically powerful objects, usually a core material, to be used with a wand you chose. A spell is recited to combine the objects and fashion it into a staff of power that is suited to your needs. The final touch is the inclusion of a gemstone, specifically one that is attuned to you and charged under the light of the full moon. Since we already have the cores of your staff, all you need to do is to find a wand that suits your magic and a gemstone that I will show you later. Open yourself to the energies of the wands in my shop using your mind and call out to the wand to come to you. Harry followed the old man's instruction. He closed his eyes and expanded his mage sense. He immediately felt the different energies emitted by the magical cores and wood of the wands in the shop. One in particular hummed in resonance with his magical core. He held out his hand and called the wand over to him along with a release of his power. A wand from the back of Ollivander's shop shot out of its confinement and slapped onto Harry's hand. Upon contact, both wand and sorcerer began to give off a golden glow followed by red and gold sparks shooting out from the tip of the wand. A phoenix song echoed around the shop until it disappeared when the glowing subsided. Ollivander looked particularly giddy when he saw the reaction of one of his most powerful wands in the hands of a rather powerful young sorcerer. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Exactly 11 inches, holly, with phoenix feather as its core. A very powerful wand in the right hands considering its brother who exhibited the same power. A wand that is perfect for any use in magic, though a bit more powerful if used in defensive and healing spells. Harry heard the Ollivander murmur about his new wand. He couldn't believe the power of the bonding, it left him breathless. Brother? My wand has a brother. Indeed, Mr. Potter. The phoenix that gave the feather that resides in your wand gave off another feather. 13 inches, phoenix feather core. A very powerful wand. Its owner did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Explained the wand maker in an eerie, monotone voice. Who owned the wand? Harry asked despite the fact that he knew that he wouldn't like the answer. The one who gave you that scar. Ollivander answered while pointing to a particular spot on Harry's forehead where his scar was hidden under glamour. Voldemort. Whispered Harry, holding his wand as if he was holding a poisonous snake, a very poisonous snake. Ollivander saw this and immediately addressed the powerful young sorcerer in front of him with slight rebuke in his voice. Indeed, Mr. Potter. Voldemort owns the brother to your wand. Keep in mind, however, that wands are just tools. It is the intent of its master that turns them to evil use. Don't blame the wand that chose you since it's up to you whether it is used for evil or for good. Harry realized the wrongness of his thinking and immediately sent an apologetic hum of his magic to the wand. He was surprised when the wand he was holding hummed in response as if telling him that he was forgiven and everything was all right. Smiling a bit, Harry turned his gaze to Ollivander who was giving him a soft smile. Now that I have my wand, I guess the next step is to find a gemstone. Inquired Harry, a bit of excitement in his voice. Yes, Mr. Potter. He pulled out a large suitcase from underneath the counter and opened the lid towards his customer. Please use your wonderful senses to find the perfect gemstone to be used on your staff. You'll know when you find the right one. Harry nodded and reached out with his magic towards the stones. All of them glittered in response, but a perfectly cut emerald the size of a golf ball glowed a bright green. He adjusted his magic and directed it at the glowing gemstone and was rewarded when it glowed brighter. Perfectly done, Mr. Potter. An emerald, mined in the dwarven caves and blessed by the goddess of the moon during the winter solstice. One of the most powerful gems I have in my collection. Please take the gem and bring the 2 wands and your own wand to the back so we can begin constructing your staff. Harry nodded and did as Ollivander instructed. He followed the wand maker to the back of the shop after the old man flipped the sign on his door to make sure that no one enters without him knowing. The back of the store revealed a workshop filled with wood and jars containing components from magical animals to be used in wand making. Please place the 3 wands on the table. Make sure that your holly wand is in the middle, your father's to its right and your mother's on the left. Place the emerald directly above your wand. Instructed Ollivander as the old man drew his wand from its holster. Harry did as instructed and arranged it the way Ollivander wanted him to. He sensed the energies surrounding the wands and gemstone hum in harmony. Interesting. The components are attuned to each other. Your staff will be quite powerful. Commented Ollivander while eyeing the 4 items on the table. Please stand back, Mr. Potter, I will begin the incantation to merge the items together. Your part will come after the staff is made. Harry stood back a few feet from the wand maker who was now murmuring an incantation in a language unknown to him while waving his wand in intricate patterns. The wands on the table glowed for a few moments before merging together to form a single wand with wood as dark as ebony. Ollivander increased the volume of his incantation while continuing the patterns he was making in the air. This time, the emerald and the new ebony wand glowed brighter and brighter until it was too painful to look at. Ollivander finished the incantation with a downward slash of his wand, its tip pointed at where the wand and emerald should be. A beam of bright light flew out from the tip of the wand maker's wand and hit the light. The magic emanating from it was tremendous and the shop rumbled at the amount of magic in the air. A few seconds later, the glow started to dim until it disappeared, revealing a cane. Ollivander, not that I'm an expert in the subject but that's not a staff, that's a cane. Said Harry in an almost incredulous voice. Ollivander shook his head. Kids these days think they know everything. I think it would be best if I show you, Mr. Potter. He gestured towards the cane on the table while conjuring a simple athame floating in the air in front of Harry. Please take the athame and slash your palm and let the blood pool. Once you have enough before it overflows, drop the blood on the shaft and on the gem itself. Shaking his head in exasperation but heeding the old man's instruction. He took the athame from the air and took a deep breath. He slashed the palm of his right hand causing a large wound. Blood began to pool on his cupped hand until it was almost overflowing. With a nod from Ollivander, Harry first poured the blood on the shaft making sure that it covered everything from tail to tip. The rest of the blood was dribbled onto the emerald. With a flash of light, the cane glowed a bright green, red then blue. While glowing, it lengthened until it resembled a staff, at least 6 feet in height, easily dwarfing Harry's 4'10" frame. "Now that, young Potter, is a staff," said a smug Ollivander, giving Harry an "I told you so" look. "The cane you saw earlier was the dormant form of your staff, not bound to anyone, with its powers blocked until the right wizard, or in this case, sorcerer, bonds with it. The length of the staff is proportional to the power of the materials and its bond with the owner." He held out his hand, and a dark brown staff easily 5 feet in length was held in his hand. "As you can see, my staff is easily dwarfed by yours, greatly giving evidence to the power you and your staff will wield," he explained before letting the staff disappear to who knows where. "Now pick up your staff and complete the bond." Harry dazedly nodded and picked up the staff. The moment his hand touched the shaft, a hum of power emanated from him that sent out a shockwave that trashed Ollivander's workshop. Thankfully, the wards and protective enchantments Ollivander placed around the room prevented the magic from escaping the confines of the workshop. Harry looked around the destruction he caused before giving the grumpy Ollivander a sheepish grin. Deciding to test the staff, he extended his magic to connect to it, causing another hum of power, this time tightly controlled. He waved the staff over his head and willing the workshop to be repaired to its original shape. The emerald glowed a bit before a wave of magic was released. Broken wand blanks repaired itself before floating to its resting place, and the jars of wand cores flying over to their respective shelves. Ollivander just gawked at the casual display of powerful magic that the young Potter Lord was displaying. "Amazing! I have never seen anyone form a powerful bond with their staff so quickly." "A powerful staff indeed," said Ollivander before eyeing Harry, who was giving his happily humming staff a look of adoration. "Thank you for repairing the damage, Mr. Potter." Harry gave the old wand maker a sheepish look. "No need to thank me, Mr. Ollivander. I was the reason why your workshop was wrecked in the first place, so it's only right that I fix it up for you. I'm just awed at how easy my magic is controlled with my staff." Then a thought occurred to him. I don't know if this is an appropriate question, but I don't think it is a good idea to walk around Diagon Alley carrying a 6-foot glowing staff around." As if to answer his inquiry, the staff glowed again and shrunk back to its dormant state. Harry could feel that the power he could use with it was greatly reduced. "Oh, okay. I think that question is moot at this point. So, how much do I owe you? Why don't we discuss that back at the store?" Ollivander suggested. With a nod from Harry, the two of them exited the workshop and walked towards the front of the shop. "Let me see. You already provided 2 of the ingredients, so all that's left is the gemstone and the actual creation of the staff. I think 200 galleons should cover it," said Ollivander to the young Potter. Harry nodded and handed his Gringotts card over to Ollivander, who took it and placed it on top of a box. It glowed for a bit then stopped, signifying that the transaction was completed. Ollivander took the card and gave it back to Harry, who looked at the box with curiosity. Seeing the look, Ollivander opened the box and waved at Harry to come and take a look. Inside the box was a lot of galleons. "This box is given to all shop owners that has an account with Gringotts, which is to say, all the shops that uses galleons, sickles and nuts as currency. The box will automatically withdraw the correct amount from your vault to this box," explained Ollivander to a particularly odd Harry Potter. "Now that you have your staff, I'll give you a few pointers to its use, since you'll hardly find a book out there detailing its use, since staves are only reserved for sorcerers and mages. There aren't that many a market for them due to the lack of demand, so you won't find a lot of books on them. As I was saying, your staff has 2 forms. The cane form is its semi-dormant state, and the power you can use with it is literally reduced to half. If you want to go full power, then you need to will your staff to revert to its original size." Harry's staff glowed and lengthened into its 6-foot glory. "Good, it is now bonded to your thoughts and will sense your need and act accordingly. Unlike wands, a staff is somewhat sentient. It knows what you know and feels what you feel." "Amazing!" Harry breathed as he gazed at the happily humming staff he was holding. "Indeed. Now, the staff, being sentient, can use its connection to your magic to be independent to a point. Now, raise your staff off the ground and let go. You'll be surprised at what it will do." Harry did as instructed, expecting the staff to fall to the ground, but was surprised when it just floated a few feet off the ground, the emerald glowing a bit as if it found something amusing. "Is it just me, or is my staff laughing at me?" said Harry as he gave the glowing staff a mock glare. In response, the emerald pulsed as if it was laughing. "Yes, it is definitely laughing at me," grouched Harry, turning to see an amused Ollivander. "As you can see, the staff has a mind of its own thanks to its bonding with you. That is the reason why your manipulation of magic through it was so easy, since it shares your mind. It will know what to do as long as you know how to do it. Now to continue on with the lesson, due to the power of your staff, it is necessary for you to practice the output to avoid hurting someone. I suggest a warded room or a training chamber warded by goblin magic. Any questions?" "Any advice on staff care?" asked Harry, wanting to make sure that he could properly take care of his staff. This got him a respectful nod from Ollivander. No need, Mr. Potter. The staff is self-sufficient as long as you have enough magical power to sustain it. It is indestructible and immune to breaking even when it is hit by the killing curse, well, as long as your power is stronger than the person casting the curse anyway, but I suggest you shy away from doing so. If a killing curse is aimed at you, I suggest you run or conjure something to intercept its path. Explained Ollivander, adding the last part as an afterthought considering who he was talking to. Oh, before I forget. Since the bond between you and the staff is still in its infancy, it is advisable that you keep it with you at all times. Just make sure that it's never more than a few feet away from you. Once the bond settles, you can leave the staff anywhere. It will come to your call wherever you may be. That is all you need to know about the staff. If you have any questions, feel free to send me an owl and I'll address them as best as I can. Considering it as a dismissal, Harry bowed to Ollivander and grabbed his floating staff, willing it to its dormant form, before exiting the shop, happy with his purchase. Harry, with cane in hand, decided to go to Madame Malkin's first to get some wizarding clothes to avoid getting stared at while shopping in the alley. He received a few odd looks since he was wearing muggle clothing. He entered the shop and saw an old lady manning the counter. "Good day, madam, may I speak to the owner of the shop?" Harry asked politely. "That would be me, young man, Madame Malkin's at your service. What can I do for you?" said the now named proprietress of the shop. "I was directed to your shop by my accounts manager at Gringotts named Griphook. He told me to inform you that he sent for me and you already know what to do." Madame Malkin gave the young man a surprised look before nodding that she understood the somewhat cryptic instruction. She pulled out her wand and waved it at the front of the shop. The door closed with the sign flipping over and the shop window dimmed until the inside of the shop was hidden from the rest of the occupants of the alley. Harry raised an eyebrow, however, when the lighting in the shop didn't change. "Lord Potter. Welcome to my humble shop." Malkin greeted Harry in a formal voice with a deep bow. Harry inwardly groaned. He will never get used to the genuflecting of the people towards his new station. His cane staff hummed as if it was amused at its owner's plight. The young Potter Lord just ignored his new foe-size amusement. "Please, madam, call me Harry," he said with a smile which Malkin returned. "I think Griphook already told you what I would need from your store." "Yes," Malkin said with a nod. "He sent me a letter earlier telling me that a Mr. Potter will be coming over to my shop requesting for a private audience. According to the letter, he wanted me to fit you with some muggle clothes, as well as a complete wizarding wardrobe for everyday use. Is this to your liking?" Harry nodded to confirm the order. "Indeed. This is my first foray into the magical world and wanted to fill my wardrobe with wizarding wear to fit in. Can you handle it?" asked Harry, since he wasn't sure that the old seamstress was capable of taking large orders. Malkin released a warm laugh before leveling him an amused look. "Not to worry, my lord, I already have the items prepared in advance, I just need to get your measurements and make the necessary changes. Would you please drop the glamour so I can start to work?" Harry gave Malkin a cheeky grin before waving his cane staff in front of his body, willing the glamour to drop. Of course, Madame Malkin was quite surprised with casual display of wandless magic, but she withheld her comment. "Good, now stand there on the stool so I can start measuring you up," ordered the matron, shooing a startled Harry towards a stool in the middle of the room. Harry obediently stepped up to the platform and let go of his cane staff, which floated beside him much to the surprise of Madame Malkin. "Is that?" She left the last part hanging. "Yes, that's my staff in its cane form. I don't think parading a 6-foot staff in Diagon Alley would be a good idea," said Harry with a cheeky grin. Malkin smiled. "You're correct. You will be the center of attention, since the use of staves had been absent since some of the old sorcerers and mages disappeared from this world. Now let's start with the measuring, shall we?" She waved her wand and all of Harry's clothes, sans his boxers, disappeared, leaving Harry blushing to the roots of his hair. A measuring tape floated up and started flying around him, taking his measurements. "Madam," whined Harry with a blush as he was caught off guard by the sudden disappearance of his clothes. It's not as if Harry was ashamed of his body, quite the opposite actually, but being almost naked in front of a woman, any woman for that matter, was a first time for him. Madame Malkin just gave Harry a condescending stare. "Tut tut, Lord Potter. I'm a married woman and your body, while quite desirable, doesn't affect me at all. Now shut up and stand still while I get your measurements," said the matron while waving her wand in specific areas of Harry's body to get the right sizes for the charms on the pre-prepared clothes to take effect. She ignored the glare that the blushing young lord was shooting at her. 10 minutes of embarrassment later, Madame Malkin returned all of Harry's clothes on his person, leaving the Potter Lord grumbling about cheeky old ladies. Getting his embarrassment under control, he turned to Madame Malkin, who was clearly amused by his antics. "Madam, is it possible to get a set of wizarding clothes for me to wear right now while I shop around the alley?" asked Harry while toning down the blush that was slowly appearing on his face. "I keep getting stared at by the patrons of the alley thanks to my muggle clothes. Of course, young man, though I dare say that it would be better if you shop without your clothes. I'm sure you'll get a lot of discounts from the ladies manning the shops," said Malkin while giving the blushing lord a smirk. "Madam! Please!" Clearly blushing, Harry shouted. He might be learned about the human reproductive system, but the constant innuendos coming from the woman was definitely getting to him. Madame Malkin gave off a loud tinkling laugh before pulling out the clothes she intended for Harry to wear for the day. Harry grabbed it before shooting off into one of the changing booths with his cane staff following him, glowing in amusement. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX compliments the kindly, yet amused matron was showering him, mainly how dashing he looked for the ladies of Diagon Alley. After a hurried instruction in picking up the rest of the clothes later, Harry left the shop as if the hounds of hell were after him. The matron's amused laugh followed him until he closed the door, thankfully cutting it off from the source. "Evil woman!" grumbled Harry. He got an amused hum from his cane staff. "Some help you are. Laughing at me all the time doesn't make me feel all right, you know." He got an apologetic hum from the staff this time, but there was still a slight undertone of amusement. "HMMPH, see that I care." Deciding to get the trunk before anything else, he immediately went over to the travel shop and chose the 5-compartment trunk that Griphook suggested. He asked if the trunk comes with a security feature, which the owner listened down for him with a note that each of the additional feature costs an additional charge. After perusing the list, he requested for specific charms to be added to the trunk, like a featherlight charm, an auto-shrinking feature, a blood lock, and of course, a shock charm for those with itchy. Were others available, but Harry decided against them since they weren't practical and a waste of good money. 150 galleons later, he exited the shop with a shrunken trunk in one of the expanded pockets of his robes. His next stop was the magical menagerie, since he was excited at the idea of getting a familiar of his own. He entered the shop to the noise of different animals in their respective cages. He approached the elderly man behind the counter. Deciding to be direct, he got down to business. "Hi, are you the owner of the shop?" Harry asked politely. "I am. Edward Moonfang at your service. How can I help you, young man?" "Griphook sent me here to peruse your more rarer selections to look for a familiar," was Harry's reply to the confusion of some of the customers in the shop. Edward gave him a speculative look and beckoned one of the ladies manning the store to watch the counter. He signaled for Harry to follow him to the back of the shop where a lone door stood. Gesturing for Harry to stand back, Edward pulled out his wand and mumbled an incantation before tapping the handle on the door. It glowed for a second before a loud click was heard, signifying the door was unlocked and whatever security feature it may have was temporarily dispelled. Edward opened the door and ushered Harry in before doing the same. "Please drop your glamour, Mr. Potter. Your identity is safe here," instructed Edward, with Harry doing so. "Why do I need to drop my glamour? I mean, I can still keep it on while looking for a familiar, right?" asked a confused Harry. He was tired of always applying the charm, though he realized that he was just being lazy since he could do so with a single thought. That is usually the case when you select an animal. However, a familiar for a sorcerer. Edward directed a gaze towards Harry's cane, requires your actual appearance so the magical animal can judge you properly. This explanation got a nod from Harry. "Now, I'll stay right here and I want you to walk around and check out the different animals we have. You will surely feel the one destined for you. Call me if you find the right one." Harry nodded and walked around, admiring the animals on display. There were magical animals in all shapes and sizes, quite different to the ones at the more visible sections of the shop. He read the tags attached on the cages that described their species: magical snakes, shadow wolves, snow tigers, even a sleeping nundle, which scared him a bit since he read about the dangerous creatures and shuddered at the thought of getting one as a familiar. Thankfully, he didn't feel any attraction to the animal, so he on to the next. He reached the avian section and immediately felt a tug on his magical core. He followed the pull, which led him to a smoky white egg easily twice the size of a basketball. He felt the pull from the egg and his magic was urging him to touch it. Deciding to identify the unmarked egg first before doing anything, he called Edward to him. "Edward, what's this egg?" asked Harry as he observed how his magic and cane staff hummed with magic clearly being released from the creature inside its shell. Edward leaned down to examine the egg on its own pedestal. He recognized it immediately. "I'm not sure what it contains, but I recognize it immediately. This egg was brought to this store by my great-grandfather, Thomas Moonfang, after finding it abandoned during one of his excursions in the Himalayas," explained the shop owner while giving the egg a speculative look. "I moved it here 2 years back when it wasn't sold. A lot of wizards and witches were interested with the egg, but no matter how hard they try, they couldn't make it hatch. Heck, one of them even fired a reductor curse on it. It didn't even leave a scratch, but the wizard who cast the spell was blasted back to the wall." Edward grinned when remembered the unconscious man who had the audacity to hurt those under his care. "Interesting. My magic is telling me to touch it, but I'm not sure if I should." Harry trailed off while looking at the seemingly innocent egg with suspicion. Edward smiled and clapped Harry on the shoulder. If your magic is telling you to do so, then you might as well follow it, lad. If your magic is resonating with the creature inside, then you can be sure that it is the right familiar for you. If not, then you can be sure that you have a loyal pet to keep you company. Let me just move away a bit just in case. Harry gave Edward a look of horror as Edward moved away from him at a distance where he can observe everything. He glared at him and was rewarded with a grin. He huffed and faced the innocent-looking egg that was urging him to touch it. Well, here goes nothing, said Harry with a sigh before reaching out with a hand to touch the egg. It was a bit warm to the touch and very smooth. He was unprepared when he felt a strong tug on his core as his magic rushed down to the egg, which grew very hot in his hands. He didn't notice his staff reverting to its normal form and started humming with power. The transfer of magic lasted for a few more seconds before it stopped. A crack appeared on the surface of the egg, slowly breaking it apart. He sensed the creature inside trying its best to get out of its shell, wanting to be free to meet its master. Harry decided to help the creature by sending waves of magic towards it, hoping that his magic would strengthen the creature to finally break out of its shell. He was unprepared when the egg was covered with white flames that scorched the altar it was on. With a final burst of magic and flames, the egg exploded, revealing a large, beautiful bird covered in white feathers, except for the tip of its wings and tail, which was red. The bird crooned a bit before trilling into a beautiful song that filled his heart with joy and power. His magic hummed in response to the song and reaching out to the bird. He unconsciously reached out with his hand and touched the bird's feathery head, resulting in the both of them to be engulfed in white flames. Harry could feel that it was very hot but was surprised that he wasn't burned. Instead, the flames seemed to be comforting him, like a mother's embrace, and reaching out to his core as if searching for something. He felt a click inside him when the flames latched onto its core, making it grow a bit in size. The power he felt was amazing. Finally, my master, you're here, trilled the bird, but he could clearly hear the words in his mind. Whoa! What happened? Asked a definitely confused Harry, his hand still on the bird's head. We just bonded, master. We now share magic and I will always be there for you till the end of time, said the bird in his mind while releasing a beautiful song of warmth and love. Harry was about to ask another question when Edward spoke first. Amazing! You just bonded with a phoenix, a white one at that. Rare they are, rarer than the fire phoenix that is a familiar to Albus Dumbledore, Edward said in awe. This was his first time to see a white phoenix in real life. Many books described them to be myths, but to see the real deal in front of him was something he could never forget. The white phoenix trilled another song and launched itself into the air and flew around Harry before settling down on his shoulder and started rubbing its head to his cheeks. Harry smiled and reached out to scratch the phoenix's chest, earning him a gentle croon of delight. Hello. Thank you for choosing me as your master, said Harry to the phoenix. May I ask your name? I don't have any name yet, master. You must name me and it will be mine forever, stated the phoenix as it enjoyed Harry's ministrations. It crooned in delight when it discovered his master to have incredible hands. He knew the right places to scratch and it loved the sensation. Are you a male or a female? Harry asked while running through some names in his head. The phoenix trilled a warm note before answering. Female. Hedwig. I'll name you Hedwig. Is that all right with you? Inquired the Potter Lord. He remembered the name from one of his history texts. He knew the name would fit his new familiar. The phoenix nodded and trilled a happy note for finally being given a name. Harry gave the phoenix one last scratch before turning to Edward, who was staring at him in awe. So, how much for Hedwig? And can you give me the supplies needed to care for a phoenix? Money is not a problem. I want the best for my new friend, said Harry while giving Hedwig a smile. Hedwig, in response, just puffed up her chest much to his amusement. Edward nodded and beckoned for Harry to follow him outside, too awed to say anything as of yet. Harry just followed him with an amused look which was also plastered on Hedwig's face. The staff was also glowing as well, as if sharing the same sentiment with his master and his familiar. Harry noticed its released state and willed it back into a cane to avoid revealing itself to the public. Everyone in the shop was staring at Harry and Hedwig in awe, since having a phoenix on your shoulder tend to have that effect on people. Harry mentally sighed. Great. More admirers. Sheesh. He grumbled under his breath. Hedwig heard this, trilled a few notes of affection that calmed Harry down, who gave her a grateful smile. She didn't say anything but rubbed her cheeks to his. Harry reached the counter where Edward placed a beautiful perch and a box. Here are the supplies you need for Hedwig here, Edward said, gesturing to the phoenix. I have a perch here made from oak. You need not worry about her setting it on fire, since she only burns those she wants to. The tray at the bottom of the perch has a self-cleaning charm, so you don't need to clean up after her. Here's an expanded box containing fresh fruits and stasis, as well as some phoenix treats. These are like candies, so only give some to her a few at a time. Phoenixes are known to have this slight addiction to sugar or anything that's sweet, hence the fruits. Harry looked at Hedwig, who was eyeing the box with hunger in her eyes. Harry laughed and opened the box, took out a cherry and gave it to Hedwig, who immediately picked it up with her beak and swallowed it whole. She swiveled her head and looked at Harry in the eyes, clearly asking for more. Harry grinned, got one more fruit, this time a grape, from the box and tossed it over his shoulder, which the phoenix deftly caught with a happy trill. That's enough for now, Hed. I'll give you more when we get home, all right? He got an affirmative note from a clearly happy phoenix. Edward just gave the phoenix an amused look. If you want a refill of the fruits, just tap your wand at the box when it's empty and it will refill from my stock. The cost will be automatically billed directly from your Gringotts account. The total is 10,500 galleons. The 10,000 is for the phoenix and 500 for a year's supply of fruits. The perch is free of charge with my compliments. Everyone stared at Harry with mouths open. The amount of money was staggering. Harry just shrugged and pulled out the wallet containing his Gringotts bank draft. He took one out and pressed his Potter ring on the indentation and stated the amount. After a brief glow, the amount on the draft was filled along with his signature. He handed the draft to Edward, who tapped it with his wand. It glowed blue for a bit, telling him that it was genuine. He smiled at Harry, who was clearly enjoying his new life partner. Thank you for the purchase. Come again if you need anything, said Edward with a smile as Harry placed Hedwig's supplies into his new trunk. Harry nodded at Edward before shrinking the trunk again and replacing it back into his pocket. He left the shop and out into the alley while being subjected to odd looks courtesy of the beautiful white phoenix on his shoulder. Since it was lunchtime, Harry decided to eat something over at Florence Fontescue ice cream parlor. He was amused when Hedwig also wanted one. Smiling at his familiar, Harry ordered a large double Dutch sundae while Hedwig settled for the Tropical Delights vanilla ice cream in a large bowl covered with slices of different fruits. Shaking his head at his familiar's choice, Harry tucked into his meal when the order was placed in front of him. He was amused as he ate his ice cream when the passers-by in the alley looked startled at seeing a white phoenix clearly enjoying an ice cream treat for the first time. Hedwig was standing on the table picking up the fruits with her beak before swallowing, trilling softly after each bite to Harry's amusement. After paying the meal with his card, he got up and left the shop while checking the rest of Griffook's letter. At the apothecary, Harry decided to buy all of the ingredients since he would be spending the entire year studying potions, being a total beginner on the subject. He might not be brewing immediately, but he definitely wanted to study the ingredients first, or the various theories surrounding the art. He did encounter a little bit of problem at the apothecary since the owner wanted to buy some tears and feathers from Hedwig. He stopped annoying Harry when Hedwig pecked the shop owner on the head until he bellowed a surrender. After that small altercation, Harry spent an hour levitating the ingredients into the potions section of his trunk to be sorted later when he gets home. After the apothecary, he replenished his stock of parchments at the supplies store before heading over to Twilfit and Tattings. He was treated with a bit more dignity, none of the embarrassing moments that Madame Malkins gave him. Harry assumed was maybe due to the high-class customers the store was frequently subjected to. She did gawk, however, when Harry revealed his true form to the amusement of Hedwig. After half an hour of measuring, he left the shop with a promise to come back later in the afternoon to pick up his orders. He was shocked at the amount he had to spend at the shop, roughly 950 galleons for 2 cloaks, 2 robes and 3 dress robes for functions, but he could never deny the fact that the clothes he ordered were definitely fit for royalty. With all of his business in Diagon Alley finished, he decided to go down Nocturne Alley to get the rest of his shopping done. Harry immediately noticed the dark aura permeating the place upon entering the seedy corner of Magical Britain. Hedwig was glaring at everyone, even looking at them, much to Harry's amusement. He ignored the stares, though he decided to take action when 2 drunken wizards tried to mug him. With a wave of his cane staff, he levitated the 2 drunks before throwing them to a wall with a little push of his magic. The indentations they left were very obvious, and everyone in the alley who saw his little display of wandless magic ensured that he wouldn't be bothered by anyone while shopping in the alley. Harry noticed the aura of darkness was stronger when he entered Borgens, especially when Harry picked up a dozen curses from various artifacts around the room with his mage sense. "What do you want?" Borgen demanded from behind the counter, not caring if he was a customer or not. Clearly, the difference between Diagon and Nocturne Alley was like night and day. "I was led here by a reliable source that you sell certain books that I want to add to my collection. Price is not a problem, but quality is," declared Harry, smirking when he saw the gleam of greed in Borgen's eyes. "What books are you looking for?" The shop owner gave Harry a suspicious look. "You're a light wizard, judging from the phoenix on your shoulder. How astute of you. I'm here to purchase books, not to debate on the light and dark side of magic. Now are you willing to do business or not? Don't waste my time so I can take my money elsewhere," Harry demanded, releasing a bit of his magic to make sure that he meant business. The sudden burst of magic in the room definitely scared the greedy shop owner. "Fine. What books are you looking for?" asked a cowed shop owner. "I need books on animagus, shadow magic, specifically shadow mages or sorcerers, and some books on spell creation if you have them." Harry listed off the books he needed from the dark arts seller. The first 2 books were part of Harry's project over the summer, but the third request on spell creation was more of a hobby, since he wanted to find out why he was able to create his own set of skills or abilities without having to go through arithmancy to determine the effect of the spell. It wasn't a loss if the book doesn't provide him with the answer he seeks, since he can always add it to his growing collection or have some use of it in the future. Borgin was surprised at the list. Those aren't dark arts books. How observant of you, Mr. Borgin. As I told you, I am searching for books on specific topics. I don't care if they are light, dark, or borderline grey arts. I require information. That's it. Well? Do you have these books? Demanded Harry with a frown on his face that caused Borgin to break out in sweat. Borgin immediately nodded before disappearing to the back of the shop. Harry checked the clearly dangerous wares the man was selling while he waited. Hedwig clearly wasn't happy with what she was seeing, since she released a disapproving trill when Harry laid his eyes on an item that she didn't like or care. It took 10 minutes for Borgin to exit his hidden store behind the shop and place the books on the counter. Harry perused the titles before deciding whether to buy them or not. Animagus, the magical art of shifting to your animal form. Shadow Mages, an introduction. Spellcraft, a basic guide to spell creation. These are pretty good books, commented Harry as he read some of the pages in the books. I wonder why these aren't sold in Flourish and Blots. He didn't know that it wasn't sold in Diagon, but he assumed that its existence in Borgin's shop must have a reason. Blame it on the Ministry. These books aren't dark at all, well, except for the book on Shadow Mages, since it is borderline grey considering the information it contained. The other 2 is safe to read by anyone, but it seems that Ministry wanted to control the British magicals by banning certain subjects that will cause them to lose control. Explained Borgin as he tallied up Harry's purchase. Indeed. Information is information. It is the person who will decide whether the information is to be used for good or for evil, said Harry with a sniff. Ever since reading about the wizarding government, he wasn't impressed by it, especially on what they did to his godfather. That sums it up. Same with the dark arts. Knowing the spells doesn't make you evil, it's up to the person who used them, declared Borgin as he passed Harry the receipt, who took it and checked the price. Harry raised an eyebrow when he saw that the books were reasonably priced considering their rarity. You left the part that the dark arts are addicting, since most of the spells require negative emotions to power. I'm sure that any light wizard would fall to its corruptions if they aren't aware of the truth, said Harry before handing the card to Borgin, who did the same thing with Ollivander before handing it back to Harry. I'm sure, Borgin, that you overcharged me for the books, but I'll overlook it for now. Send word by owl to Harold Evans when you have acquired more books under these subjects or other rare tomes that you think might catch my fancy. I'll pay handsomely for them. With that, he left the shop with an awestruck Borgin following his exit. Harry exited Borgin's shop with relief. He knew that in order to have a proper business relation with the man, he needed to make sure that he acted like a typical pureblood, pompous, rich, and snarky. Thankfully, his experience with the Dursleys taught him how to act as if it was the real thing. Hedwig trilled a comforting tune before rubbing her head on Harry's cheek. I know, girl. That place gave me the creeps, he said with a shudder. The amount of cursed items in the shop was starting to give him a headache. If it wasn't for the fact that Borgin deals in rare books, I wouldn't step in there even if saves my life. Don't worry, master, I'll always be here to protect you, said Hedwig in his mind. The loving overtones in her voice spoke volumes of her affections to him. I know, Hed. I'm thankful that I found you, said Harry with a smile as he scratched Hedwig's chest. Shall we go shop for a house elf? I think that will be our last stop here in Nocturne Alley for a while. We can visit the bookshop here later when we have the time. We'll pick up the clothes and buy some books in Flourish and Blots before heading home. All right. Hedwig trilled in agreement and settled down on Harry's shoulder as the young Potter Lord moved to the next stop of their shopping expedition. It didn't take long for Harry to acquire a house elf. Of course, he had to haggle with the owner of the shop who sold these hard-working creatures to make the right impression. Eventually they settled on a price of 2,000 galleons for a healthy house elf named Flippy, who immediately bonded with Harry without prompting. He told the elf to wait for him in the attic at Privet Drive after sending a mental image to the excited elf before popping away. It was around 2 in the afternoon when Harry and Hedwig exited Nocturne Alley, much to their relief. Considering that he already had his trunk, he stopped by Madame Malkin's to pick up his order. He didn't stay long enough to be showered with innuendos by the portly matron. He immediately left, much to the amusement of Malkins, who expected him to return during Hogwarts shopping for his robes. Harry didn't see her rub her hands in glee as she vowed to come up with more conversational pieces to make the young lord would be blushing red like a tomato. Harry suddenly shivered as if expecting something awful to happen to him in the future. He also stopped by at Twilfit and Tattings to pick up his expensive order. Thankfully, there weren't that many, so it only took an hour for the owner to finish his order, enough time for Harry to pick it up without having to wait. Considering that he already got Hedwig, and after a brief conversation with the beautiful Phoenix, Harry decided to forego getting an owl since his familiar can carry letters anywhere instantly by flame travel. Heck, she could even bring people along if need be. His last stop was to Flourish and Blots, where he spent the rest of the afternoon checking out different books he could add to his collection. He decided to avoid the Hogwarts books for now, since there was a possibility of being assigned new books when his letter comes when reaches the right age. True, this wouldn't have stopped him, but he decided that the first 2 years of Hogwarts books was enough for now. He decided to advance at a normal speed this time, though he was free to do independent studies if needed. He did, after all, decided to focus on his abilities first before moving on. He decided to update his mini library inside his trunk with the latest on core subjects, like herbology, potions, transfiguration, charms, astronomy, and runes. He was lucky that he found a book on animagus, but was dismayed when the information within only contained the experience of those who already found and merged with their animal forms. It was written pretty badly, but he bought it anyway. He also bought books on rudimentary curse breaking and warding, since there might be modern techniques there not available in the old books he had down in the vaults. He made a mental note to ask Griphook to schedule a visit to the vaults to check the wonderful tomes stored therein. As an afterthought, Harry subscribed to the wizarding paper, the Daily Prophet, to keep himself updated on the latest news. He also subscribed to the Quibbler, but the clerk told him that it was a waste of time. Harry decided to ignore the warning, since there might be something good to read among its pages. Finished with his shopping, Harry walked over to the secluded nook before shadow walking home. He shadow walked back to his attic, quickly followed by a flaming Hedwig, since his familiar adamantly refused to try to enter the land of shadows, as she called it. He was happy that Flippy already prepared him a meal when he arrived, so the only thing he did was take a bath in his large transfigured bathtub behind a partition in one corner of the attic. He wore one of the wizarding robes he bought for home use and found it very comfortable and much to his liking. He vowed to buy more of it, even to the point of daring to enter Madame Malkin's shop just to do so. He shivered in fear at the thought of being subjected to the woman's innuendos. He ate his meal with Flippy after spending a good part of the hour trying to convince the elf to dine with him. He was successful, but the bawling and crying of the elf on how great he was got on his nerves. It didn't help that Hedwig and his staff were laughing at him for being bombarded by adoration from an awestruck house elf. Nubsauce 13, my sister said, I would be more than happy to take you up on your offer. How does having a beta work? Send a PM to my brother, Corruptmonk. Thanks. Elementh, yes, my sister is currently on a roll. I just finished editing this chapter and she is already working on chapter 6. Amazing, isn't it? Grumbling about the power of youth. Tokensil, my sister said, yes, Hedwig will be around a lot. I also love Harry having a phoenix familiar grin. Yes, this will be an independent Harry but not a manipulative Dumbledore. I love Dumbledore, but there will be a confrontation with Harry later. Corruptmonk is grumbling about birds and girls, Faye. Rebellious one, according to my sister, Canon will still be followed since she loves the plot. The only difference will be how Harry will be in all of it. So in other words, Harry will be enjoying his Hogwarts while doing what needs to be done. Messer Padfoot forever, my sister said, thank you. Kiss kiss kiss, Corruptmonk smacks sister on the head for kissing a stranger. Dementor 999, my sister said, no pairings for now. If there's one, then it will definitely not be Ginny or Hermione. Corruptmonk, grumbling at being tagged as a secretary, gives sister an evil eye while writing chapter 6 on her laptop. Winged Seer Wolf, thanks for the warning. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 04, Potter Manor. Harry woke up the next morning in a happy mood. His first shopping trip in magical Britain went off without a hitch. His happy mood wasn't even dented when he remembered that he needed to sort through all his purchases and placing them in their respective areas in his new trunk. He looked around his renovated attic before finally deciding that it was time to leave and find a place to call his own. Since he was already considered an adult in the magical world, he could live on his own without any worries of anyone getting in the way. If he needed a new home, the first logical choice would be to ask Griphook if the Potters owned any. He was quite sure that there should be a house or two somewhere, since he read in a book that most pureblood wizarding families tend to have a family manor somewhere as an ancestral home. He decided to send Hedwig to his account manager later for a complete listings of any properties that he and his families owned. He stretched a bit before getting out of bed, wanting to get the day started. His beloved familiar was sleeping peacefully on her perch at the foot of his bed. He smiled at the sight before turning towards his staff. He decided last night to let the staff revert to its natural form when in private. He remembered Ollivander's advice to spend a lot of time with his new focus to let the bond complete and settle. It might be a good idea to practice a few spells with his staff to get the feel of it, as well as speeding the bonding process with the constant use of magic. A noise from the living room caught his attention. He craned his neck to see beyond the sofa, but he still couldn't see what was making the noise. Grumbling, he stood up and walked over to the living room to see Flippy busy arranging his newly bought wardrobe inside his trunk. He smiled at the hard-working house elf. Good morning, Flippy. Working hard, I see. Greeted Harry as he flopped down on the sofa opposite of the elf, interested on what his little friend was doing. Good morning, Master Harry Potter, sir. I is fixing your clothes since it was just in your trunk getting wrinkles. Replied Flippy in his excited, squeaky voice. Great work. Flippy. Why don't you rest a bit and join me for a bite of breakfast? Harry suggested to the elf. It wasn't good to let the little guy work without getting some food in his stomach. He was hungry himself and eating with company was better than eating alone. Oh, I would love to, Great Master Harry Potter sir. Harry tried to ignore the long name the elf insisted on addressing him. I already have breakfast at the table ready for you. I'm not sure if you like tea or hot chocolate so Flippy have both at the ready. That's all right Flippy. I prefer tea for breakfast and hot chocolate before going to bed, and juice for lunch, especially fresh fruits. Said Harry as he pushed himself off the couch and walked over to the dining table where he saw a plate with his favorites pancakes with butter, tea, bacon, sausages, and cheese omelets. He drooled at the sight. This looks great Flippy. You're an excellent cook judging from last night's dinner. It was the first time Harry saw an elf blush and found it very amusing. He sat on his usual chair and tucked in while Flippy shyly took the chair beside his master as he was ordered to for every meal. His new master was weird that way. For Harry, it was a nice breakfast session. Both he and Flippy enjoyed the food while they traded questions and answers about house elves, what kind of food Harry likes to eat, daily habits, elf bonds, and so on. Flippy also asked Harry regarding his wants and needs so he could anticipate them in the future. It was an enlightening conversation for the both of them. After breakfast, Flippy cleaned the dishes magically and shooed Harry off the living room. Harry wanted to help the little guy sort through his purchases but the elf adamantly refused. Sighing, Harry walked over to his study table and pulled out a parchment and quill, starting a letter to Griphook to jumpstart his search for a home. Griphook was currently enjoying a quiet morning sipping fire whiskey as he pondered on the improvement of his station in the Goblin Nation. Thanks to the young Lord Potter's acceptance of his title, the Potter and Gryffindor vaults were once again in circulation, earning both him and Harry quite a lot of money from both new and old investments. The addition of the Ravenclaw vault was a surprise for him but a welcome one. Thanks to the house being activated for the first time in 300 years, Griphook was enjoying the station of being the richest goblin account manager in all of Gringotts worldwide. He fell out of his chair when a burst of white flame appeared in front of him revealing a white phoenix. After being awed at the rare sight of seeing such a rare creature appear in his office, he noticed a letter clutched in its talons. He was quite sure that it was addressed to him since a phoenix will only deliver the letter of its master to the correct recipient without any room for error. So this phoenix belonged to someone he knew. Interesting. He took the letter from the phoenix and read, ignoring the phoenix perched on the back of the chair in front of him. Dear Griphook. I hope my phoenix familiar didn't surprise you. Her name's Hedwig and we bonded yesterday in the back room of Magical Menagerie. Edward Moonfang was surprised that the egg was a rare white phoenix. I guess I don't do normal hey? Anyway, you told me to send you an owl but Hedwig disagreed in buying one since she can deliver the letter much better than an owl ever could. I guess she's proud of herself as my familiar and didn't want other animal to share my affection. Weird what? To the point, you can send everything you need to me through Hedwig. She's more than happy to help. I'm not sure if she'll answer your call but I told her to listen just in case and she agreed. If she doesn't respond to your call then I'm sure that you can get your hands on an owl. Anyway, I would like to see a list of properties that I own. I'm getting tired of living in an attic here in Privet Drive even if I did give it an overhaul using magic. I guess I really wanted to have a home to call my own since I never had one to begin with. I'll read through everything you plan to send me and we can schedule a meeting afterwards if you want to discuss matters you find important. That's all for now. Harry. P.S. I hate my very long name. Just address me as Harry in letter. It's easier to read that way. Griphook sighed. It was just his luck to get a smart-ass kid to be the lord of 3 most ancient and noble houses. However, he could never deny the fact that the young Potter was powerful, very powerful. With the right training, his skills and power could easily surpass those of Dumbledore and Voldemort. He was confident, however, that Harry will surpass them in the soonest possible time since the boy was quite intelligent, frighteningly so. Sighing again, he eyed the phoenix who he swore was looking at him with amusement. Damn it! Even his familiar has the same attitude as him. Annoyed, he conjured a large box and placed heaps of documents, books, ledgers, and other information concerning the 3 vaults from his drawer. He was the only account manager in Gringotts who had the foresight to enchant his table with an expanded space. All the needed documents were safely stored therein without having to go down the vaults just to retrieve them for their patrons. There. That should take the boy a few months, hopefully a year, to read through all of them and avoid bothering him so he could relax and enjoy his new station in life, and of course, do some smart investing on the side to increase their coffers. With a vindictive gleam in his eyes, he shrunk the large box to the size of a matchbox before penning a letter to the young lord before sealing it and handing it to the phoenix along with the shrunken box. The phoenix leveled him another amused gaze before giving out a happy trill as if enjoying the joke that's about to happen, grabbed the box on the table and flamed out towards its master. Harry James Potter, lord of 3 most ancient and noble houses, was glaring at the large box on the dining table filled to the brim with documents, books, and other items related to his accounts in Gringotts. He grinned at first when he saw the matchbox Hedwig was carrying in her talons when she flamed in, thinking that it wouldn't take long in going through everything before relaxing down with his newly bought books. However, the grin was short-lived upon reading Griffook's letter. He growled in distaste when the goblin practically ordered him to review everything inside the box pertaining to his accounts, since he should have learned it already if his parents were still alive or if his magical guardian acted accordingly. Coincidentally, the letter was charmed to trigger the box's enchantment, reverting it back to its original size, which was quite large. He winced if the box had an expanded space charm to hold more paperwork. Sighing, he lifted the lid off the box and his eyes bugged out at the amount of papers inside. Yes, he was right. It definitely had an expanded space charm. The books and ledgers were quite thick and could take weeks, if not months, to read through. Sneaky, devious, annoying goblin. One of Harry's eyes twitched in annoyance. Not seeing any other option, Harry reached into the box and pulled out a ledger with the word properties on the front. If he wanted to find the perfect home, then he might as well start reading through the junk and get it over with. It took a while, but Harry was able to find the perfect home to settle down in. Ever since he saw the name of the property, he immediately fell in love with it. Potter Manor. The ancestral home of the Potters. His new home. He immediately penned a letter to Griphook requesting for a method of travel to Potter Manor. According to the ledger, the ancient wards were activated when Voldemort attacked his grandparents during a summer ball held in the property. With his grandparents killed no thanks to an assassin hired by the Dark Lord to get the job done while he provided the decoy, the property was magically forced into lockdown and only a particularly Portkey secreted away in the Potter family vault can get him there. Even his father wasn't able to find the Portkey, which was the reason why he and his mother settled down in Godric's Hollow. With this information in mind, he immediately scheduled an appointment with Griphook to visit his family vault to search for the elusive Portkey of Potter Manor. It took a week for Griphook to set the schedule for their treasure hunting expedition with Hedwig and Flippy inside the Potter family vault. According to Griphook, he needed to check the items in the vault that was listed in the ledgers he gave him a week back. One of these items was the elusive Portkey. If he wanted to live in Potter Manor, then Harry needed to find it first. Harry knew that it was a ploy of the goblin to get Harry to read his family's holdings, and it was a dirty trick on the goblin's part to hold the scheduling of the visit to the vault as a hostage to force him to do so. With no other choice, Harry breezed through the paperwork in the box and finally finished the ledger in 3 days of non-stop reading. Thankfully, he loves to read, so it was easy to go through the nonsense without breaking down, and his occlumency helped a lot for this project. He did, however, discover that his family vault wasn't only restricted to money. In fact, all heirlooms were in there, a millennium worth of items that would take months to sort out. Their objective: find an unknown item that serves as the Portkey to Potter Manor. Finding a needle in a haystack was easier compared to what he was about to go through. But Harry was determined to get this done, no matter what. Harry, Hedwig, and Flippy were facing the huge vaulted doors of the Potter family vault with Griphook grinning by the entrance. "Are you ready for your first day of treasure hunting?" asked Griphook with an evil glint in his eyes. Harry nodded, clutching his staff in his right hand, determined to find that blasted Portkey no matter how long it takes. Flippy was rubbing his hands in glee. He was tasked by his master to look for an unknown Portkey. However, he didn't tell good Flippy not to clean the place in the process. Flippy was determined to clean the vault no matter how long it takes. Hedwig just thrilled a song to keep everyone calm, though the Phoenix was a bit hesitant to search for something they had no idea what amidst a pile of junk. She did remember her master packing a lot of fruits and sweets inside his trunk, so she immediately volunteered to join them despite the hours of work ahead of her. Hedwig was determined to steal the sweet goodness no matter how long it takes. Griphook gleefully opened the door to the Potter family vault and ushering the trio in. He happily gave the young lord a trunk filled with food and drinks for a month. He was determined to get the young Potter lord out of the way while he started investing no matter how long it takes. Harry and Flippy were resting in one of the corners of the huge Potter family vault where the furniture was located. Flippy was kind enough to clean up a bed, dining table, and some ancient dishes that they could use to dine in. Couches were also cleaned up for them to rest and relax on. It was hell trying to sort through the money, heirlooms, and junks to find a Portkey. What made the problem worst was the lack of information on what the Portkey actually looked like. However, this project had been a learning experience for one Harry James Potter. He mastered his mage sense after forcing his magic to work for him to look for the elusive Portkey. He learned how to channel magic to his eyes to see the magic surrounding the various objects in the huge room the size of a football field. Harry discovered that each spell has its own signature, more like a fixed design on how it enveloped an object to produce a specific result. His scanning ability also improved by leaps and bounds with every use as he strained it to the maximum to locate anything in the vault that produced even a pinch of magic. He worked in tandem with his beloved house elf. While Harry searched for Portkeys, Flippy was in charge of checking the ledger to determine their location. He told the elf to tag them before setting them aside in a cabinet for later use. They found a total of 85 portkeys to various locations around the globe. Most of them were reusable portkeys to famous tourists' destinations, both Muggle and magical. Harry decided to take note of them just in case he wanted to travel the world in the future. The rest of the portkeys were to properties that he owned. Some no longer existed but a plot of land, while others were being rented out. One of the portkeys even had a farm for a destination, and Harry was curious as to what the farm was producing. The search became an impromptu house cleaning session thanks to Flippy's insistence that it would be easier to find something if everything was properly sorted. Sighing, he sent Hedwig to Griphook with a letter asking for more food since they were consuming it at a rapid pace thanks to work out they were getting inside the vault. Unknown to Harry, Griphook was more than happy to comply with the young lord's wishes since it was one workload taken off his hands. Sneaky Goblin. After a group planning session which involves Flippy and Hedwig, the group decided to rearrange the whole vault for easy access. From the looks of it, the previous Potters were slobs who loved to just store their heirlooms without thinking of organization. It seems that his ancestor would just take the cart down to the vault and just throw whatever they wanted stored into a pile with no thought of fixing the place up. It was maddening for the young lord. The group of treasure hunters who now became the cleaning crew decided to tackle the problem one by one. All the monies were placed in one corner of the room, no longer haphazardly strewn on the floor with the rest of the junk. Thanks to the judicious use of high-powered transfiguration courtesy of his staff, Harry was able to create a gigantic coin bank commonly used in casinos to easily bring the needed coins. It took 2 weeks for this project to finish, but in the end, they were able to transfigure huge coin banks for galleons, sickles, and nuts. A press of a button is all it needed to get the desired money, not that he needed it since he had his pouch, card, and drafts. The large amount of magic used forced Harry to send Flippy out to buy a lot of pepper-up potions so he could continue working without needed to rest. In the third week involved the total organization of all literary works inside the Potter family vault. This was one chore Harry loved to do since he got to read some of them, increasing his spell repertoire and theory of magic that would help him greatly when he attends Hogwarts. Aside from being slobs, Harry admitted that his family was an avid collector of books. There were around 4,000 or so tomes in the vault alone, with subjects ranging from simple transfiguration to complex rituals to call down a lightning bolt to fry up their enemies. There were bookshelves available, but it wasn't enough to hold everything. Harry sent Hedwig to a furniture shop in Diagon Alley and ordered 100 bookshelves to be shrunk and placed on a small box for easy transport. With the promise of a bonus, the furniture shop owner finished the order in a record-breaking time of 2 hours. It was a good thing Harry knew how to motivate workers to produce results faster even if he had to spend more money to get it done. It took another week to create a list of all the books and organized them according to categories. Harry decided to turn it into a project that required research to create a self-updating list of books in the vault, as well as a method of taking it out without having to visit Gringotts. Shelves were arranged and labeled according to subjects. It was at this point in time that Harry learned to cast the preservation charm, since the books his family owned were both old and rare, possibly the only copy in the entire Wizarding Britain. The 5th week was solely focused on the various documents inside boxes that littered the floor of the vault. Harry created a partition in another corner of the vault and filled it with filing cabinets to safely hold the documents. Of course, these were protected by a preservation charm as well. Harry noticed that most of the documents were IOUs from wizarding families who owed the Potter family a lot of money. Judging from the date, amount, and interest rates, Harry may become the richest lord in all of Britain if he decided to cash it all in. The thought made Harry giddy and decided to share this little information with Griphook later, since he was sure that the greedy goblin didn't know about them since the documents were not recorded in the ledgers of the Potter family. The 6th week was focused on furniture and fixtures that was owned by a member of the Potter family or another. Harry was subjected to looking through a lot of antique items that would fetch a tidy sum in the Muggle world, not that he needed the money. Eventually, he and Flippy decided to create another partition to store them in. Due to the lack of space, they eventually decided to shrink some of the furniture and store in large cabinets they have left over. Of course, the more comfortable, modern furniture were laid out for them to use during their stay. They also placed the wizarding portraits in this section of the vault, since Harry used his free time either in the library reading or happily holding a conversation with his ancestors. He promised them a place in Potter Manor since it was boring staying in the vaults. The 7th and 8th week were spent categorizing the armors, weapons, and family heirlooms, and stored in their own respective sections. Harry decided to learn how to use a weapon, just in case, since there were plenty of them in the Potter armory that he found fascinating. He did, however, decide to look for katas on staff weapons since his own staff was nigh indestructible. After 2 long months or 8 weeks worth of cleaning, the vault looked pristine and organized. However, they still hadn't found the Portkey yet. Harry was currently cursing up a storm as the portraits were starting at him, some in amusement while others were worried that the boy had finally snapped. "Damn it! Where in the world is that Portkey at?" shouted Harry. Flippy and Hedwig were hiding behind one of the more sturdy furniture since Harry was releasing waves upon waves of magic that threatened to ruin their hard work in the vault if he didn't get a hold of himself. Even Hedwig's calming song didn't faze the boy. Since he was holding his staff as he ranted and raved, the waves the young Potter Lord was emitting were stronger. Thankfully, the vault was secured by goblin magic that can easily survive an atomic bomb at point-blank range. What are you looking for, lad? It is unbecoming for a Potter to curse. Chastised the portrait of his great-grandfather Aurelius Potter. I'm looking for the Portkey to Potter Manor, great-granddad. My grandparents hid the Portkey when the manor was attacked by Voldemort, forcing it to go into lockdown after their deaths. Replied Harry as he plopped down on the couch in front of the portrait, mentally, physically, and magically drained from his hour-long tirade. Did you try the Potter family ring? It is an all-around Portkey to all the properties you know. It was made that way. Aurelius suggested to his grandson. Harry looked at him blankly until his brain registered what the portrait said. He lifted his hand in front of his face and stared at the Potter ring. He closed his eyes to improve his focus, covered the ring with his magic, and sensed the enchantments upon it. Durability, check. Blood detection, check. Minor protection and defensive enchantments, check and check. Portkey. Harry's eyes snapped open when he realized that the Potter ring on his hand was a multi-way reusable Portkey. Realizing that what he was looking for was practically in his grasp, he started cursing again with renewed vigor, causing Flippy to pop out of the vault with Hedwig flaming after him. Harry stayed one more day inside the vault after discovering the Portkey to peruse the items inside that he could bring with him for study. Despite being a 10-year-old, Harry James Potter was a studious boy who just loved to learn new things that were too advanced for someone his age to learn or even know about. Of course, the first target of his obsession was books. He didn't bother to bring them all since he didn't have enough space in his trunk. However, he did bring a few that he found useful, like books on warding, enchanting, advanced charms, advanced transfiguration, and a rare copy of Most Potenti Potions authored by one of his ancestors. His next target was the filing cabinet that contained the ES. He gathered up the documents and bound them together into a thick book for easy access. He made sure that the documents can be removed with ease using a Muggle device called a ring binder. Now that he had everything, Harry sent Hedwig to Griphook to inform him that he was ready to leave the vault. Harry was currently sitting in front of a very happy Griphook after telling the goblin what he did in the vault. He already sent Flippy home to pack everything and undo the transfiguration on the items so his relatives won't flip when they discover the renovations he made during his stay. So let me get this straight, it took you relatively 2 months to organize everything in the Potter family vault? Asked an incredulous Griphook. Harry nodded and conjured a piece of parchment with a snap of his fingers. He gave it to Griphook, who curiously took it. That's the map of an organized Potter family vault. As you can see, we sorted everything in their specific sections. Money is now in their respective banks, books are arranged and categorized in shelves, documents are in filing cabinets, armors and swords are in one section cleaned by Flippy, and the jewels and small heirlooms are in trunks in another section. I think that's it, said Harry as he listed down everything he did down in the vault, proud of his accomplishment. Oh, the furniture and fixtures are in a cabinet below the portraits. All are shrunk for easy storage. Griphook nodded and placed the map in a drawer for safekeeping. The Potter family ring is a Portkey according to your ancestor's portrait? Asked the curious goblin. He didn't know that the Potter ring was a Portkey. It wasn't unheard of, but he didn't know that the Potter did that. Yes. Harry replied with a nod followed by a disgruntled grunt. I just need to channel my magic through it and say my destination and the password which great-granddad gave me. I see. Griphook agreed. It was ingenious to turn the family ring into a Portkey since only those of blood can wear them. For safety reasons, it was the ultimate defense for such a personal Portkey. I also noticed this book I am not familiar with. Asked the goblin as he patted the thick ring-bound book. Actually, I found them while I was cleaning the boxes. Flippy and I sorted through them and found out that all of them are ES. Said Harry with a grin. ES? Asked a confused Griphook. What in Ragnarok's name was an IOU? Oh. It's a Muggle term of IOU. It's like an on-the-spot contract saying that you owe someone something with terms of payments or something. Explained Harry before patting the book. This book contains all the ES down in the vault. It seems that a majority of the wizarding families owe House Potter a lot of money. Griphook's eyes widened at the discovery. He immediately took the book and scanned the ES inside. His smile grew wider and wider after checking a few pages, then looked at Harry with a sinister grin. This is an amazing discovery. Lord Potter. We can use this as leverage in the future if things hit the fan, so to speak. Oh? Do tell. Asked Harry while raising an eyebrow. Most of the families listed in these, ES, are from dark families, specifically those in service the Dark Lord and pleaded Imperius just to avoid Azkaban. The Malfoys, Knotts, Parkinson, Crabbe, Goyle, Lestrange, and a whole lot more. Even the family of Minister Fudge owes you money. An amazing find indeed. We can definitely use these in the future. Explained Griphook with a sinister grin slowly being mimicked by Harry as he realized the importance of the ES aside from its monetary value. Interesting. I guess I'll leave those up to you since I'm not that well versed in finance, economy, and blackmail to know what you're thinking. However, there are few things that I wanted to ask you. At the goblin's nod, he continued. I was wondering why none of my parents' things are down in the vault. I'm sure that the house in Godric Hollow is still intact. If it's still standing, is there any way for us to go there and get the important items out? Interesting question. I know that the house in Godric's Hollow is still standing, but it's been warded to make sure that it isn't looted by treasure hunters or by your fans. Harry shuddered at this. I can schedule a team of goblins to go to your home in Godric's Hollow and break down the wards keeping the place protected and bring all the salvageable items down to your vault. The team will also put the wards back up to safeguard the place. Is that to your liking? Harry nodded. Yes please Griphook. That would be much appreciated. How long do you think it would take for them to get this done? Griphook scratched his chin. I would say 2 weeks, Lord Potter, possibly more depending on the nature of the wards. A 30% additional bonus if they can get it done in 1 week. Countered the Potter Lord. Done. Griphook agreed immediately. He might not like the lad's childishness, but the kid definitely knew how the world works. Money can speed up any process after all. Well Griphook, if that's all then I will be leaving for Potter Manor now. Can I Portkey from here? Asked Harry as he stood up from the couch, eager to be off. Griphook nodded. It is usually frowned upon to use any forms of wizard travel to and from Gringotts, but since you're in my office, I'll make an exception for you. My only request is that you travel out from here but don't enter Gringotts without going through a teller. It's impolite. He chided the young lord after he saw the grin Harry was sporting upon the mention of being allowed to use his unique form of travel in and out of the bank. The goblin didn't want the boy to just appear in his office without him getting ready for it. He might suffer a heart attack if that happened, and goblins don't get heart problems, ever. Harry nodded. Thanks Griphook. If you'll excuse me, I have a Potter Manor to explore. He turned to Hedwig who was perched on his shoulder. Do you want to Portkey with me or follow me after? He asked his familiar since he knew that Hedwig prefers her own brand of transportation compared to the ones wizards use. I'll fly around master. It's been a while since I stretched my wings. I'll meet you afterwards. Said Hedwig before launching herself to the air, and flame travelled out of the office. Harry murmured the password while channeling a bit of magic to his family ring before feeling a tug in his navel as he was portkeyed towards Potter Manor. Harry was able to catch himself when he arrived at a relatively secluded clearing surrounded by thick forests. He shook his head and vowed to avoid Portkey travel in the future. There was something about being yanked from your gut and literally thrown from place to place that didn't appeal to him. He looked around and saw nothing of the fabled Potter Manor, but he did sense a large amount of magic in the air even if he couldn't see it. However, he did see a large rock, around 5 feet tall, with the Potter crest on it. Deciding to follow his instinct, he walked over to the stone and conjured a plain athame before slicing his palm open. He placed his bloodied palm over crest and felt the pulse of power coming from the stone. There was a shimmer in the air as the protective wards recognized his claim on the property before revealing itself to its new lord and master. Check out Alnwick Castle on Google to see what the castle looks like. Harry was shocked at the now visible Potter Manor, though a castle would have been more fitting to describe the place. The stone outcropping where he shed blood to allow him entrance morphed into a marble sculpture of a roaring lion with the Potter crest on its chest, clearly protecting the iron fence that served as the only entrance to the property. He walked over to the gate, which immediately swung inwards to grant him entry. Harry noticed that despite the lack of occupants, the lawn was well tended and the castle seems to gleam in the afternoon sun. He walked up the stairs to a large wooden door when a house elf appeared in front of him. Greetings Master Potter. My name is Philip and I'm the head elf of Potter Manor. I have awaited your coming for a long time. Said Philip the house elf with a bow. Harry schooled his feature to hide his shock at the unexpected appearance of the old elf. Greetings Philip. I'm sorry that I was late in coming since I just heard about Potter Manor after I've come into my inheritance. Will you be so kind to show me around? Of course, Master Potter. Agreed Philip before snapping his fingers, which caused the heavy doors to swing open to reveal a well-lighted hallway which the house elf explained to be the foyer and receiving room for the visitors. At the end of the hallway was a grand staircase leading to the next level. The tour started from there. Aside from the foyer, which doubled as a receiving center for the guests, Philip showed him the dining room that is mostly used for state functions that can easily house 100. He was introduced to the ballroom and the Potter Library, which was in one of the towers starting from the ground floor up. It was 5 floors worth of books, which made Harry drool at the sight. The second floor of Potter Manor contained the guest rooms, which numbered to around 20, which Philip informed him were mostly reserved for the guests of the family. Each of the rooms was fully furnished and contained their own opulent bathrooms. The third floor contained the master's and 5 of the family bedrooms, as well as a public sitting room where the lords and ladies usually held court to host important discussions. There was also a hidden door behind a large tapestry of a griffin that serves as direct access to the library. Harry swore to use it as many times as possible. The fourth floor held the training room and the potions room, which according to Philip requires a thorough inventory since the items there were seriously outdated, and requires floor also holds the Potter Armory, and a room full of antiques. Harry just looked at the latter with a little bit of disdain since he had too much exposure of antiques back in the Potter family vault. The 5th floor was the parapet, which hosts a lush mini garden perfect for relaxing, as well as an entrance to a tower that housed the Potter owls. Philip informed him that the owls were still there since the manor was visible to animals and the birds settled down and made it their home. New ones joined the family, which made sure that Harry never ran out of messenger birds. After the tour, Harry was led back to the 3rd floor towards the Lord's study adjacent to the Master Suite. It was a simple room devoid of any portraits, which Harry planned to remedy later after a thorough inspection of the place. The study housed a large oaken table and a plush high-backed chair. Philip informed him that the previous Lord Potters used the study when tackling important projects or family business that requires privacy. The elf also pointed out a secret panel where the wall can be opened to the library. Harry, right there and then, immediately fell in love with secret doors and planned to ask Philip to reveal all the secrets of Potter Manor to him. Harry sat on the Lord's chair and looked at the expectant Philip, who seems to be awaiting orders. Any orders? Philip, are you the only house elf here in Potter Manor? Asked a curious Harry. Philip nodded sadly. Yes, young master. The other elves died since the bond with the master and mistress was broken when they died. They lasted 5 years before they succumbed to the lack of magic. It is normal for unbound elves to seek new masters, but the Potter elves loved it here and would rather die in Potter Manor than having to seek new employments. They are buried on the grounds behind the manor. I'm the only one left. Harry was saddened at the revelation. The loyal elves could have been saved if his father found out the secrets of Potter Manor. Fighting back the tears threatening to escape, he reinforced his shields to control his emotions. Philip, do you mean you're unbound since you didn't follow the fate of your fellow elves? No, young master. Philip is bound to Potter Manor and the manor's magic supplied me with enough to survive. The last Lord Potter immediately switched my bond over to the manor before he died to protect the place before the next Lord Potter takes up the mantle. Explained the elf proudly. I see. Do you want to maintain the bond or do you want to transfer it over to me? Philip started jumping around, happy at being asked to bond with a new Lord Potter. I would be happy to bond with the new Lord Potter. Will young master be bonding with me now? At Harry's nod, Philip walked around the table and touched Harry while murmuring an incantation that Harry wasn't familiar with. They both glowed for a bit until Harry felt the bond between master and elf settle inside his core. Philip was looking at him in awe and adoration. Young master is a powerful sorcerer. Philip is happy to have a powerful master. Harry smiled at the elf and patted him on the head. So Philip, I have a personal elf that catered to my needs for a few months now and I would have him join us here in Potter Manor. Do you require more elves? If yes, how many? Oh yes, young master. Potter Manor be needing more elves. Elves be plenty before the last Lord Potter died and I have been keeping everything clean on my own. I was weakening when you arrived and would only have a year or two before I follow the rest to sleep since the manor wards could no longer sustain me. Harry nodded until he realized what Philip said. What do you mean the wards are weakening? He asked immediately. He knew that the defenses of Potter Manor was extensive. Meaning, it takes a lot of magic to power. The Potter Manor wards have been working at full power since it went into lockdown. It has been too long since it was given more power by a Lord Potter. Aside from powering the extensive wards protecting the manor, it also gave me magic to take care of things here. Explained Elf. Where is the ward room and how do I power it? Do I need to power the wards now or later? Harry asked the elf since he wanted to make sure that the property is well protected from potential threats. The room that housed the Potter ward stone is in a secret room in the foyer. Harry mumbled about Potters and their love for secret rooms that Philip ignored. I can take you there now or later. The manor wards are still working at full power though the stone that held the magic be weakening already. I see. We can tackle the wards tomorrow, said Harry before calling for Flippy, who appeared immediately beside Philip with a soft pop. Master Harry Potter, sir, called Flippy, said the young elf with a bow before looking speculatively at Philip and nodding when he felt the bond to his master. Yes, Flippy, before I will ask you to accompany Philip here to buy more elves for Potter Manor's upkeep, I want to ask if you are done with the attic back at Privet Drive. Flippy nodded and snapped his fingers, causing his mother's trunk and his new 5-compartment trunk to appear beside him. Yes, Master Harry Potter, sir. I be undoing all the magic you used in the attic and put it back to normal. I also removed the charm on the entrance. Harry smiled and gave the elf a nod of gratitude. Thank you, Flippy. Now I want you to bring out Hedwig's food box and perch and place it in the master's suite for her and let Philip help you sort the stuff in the trunk. Leave the books and potion ingredients for now and sort them later, just the clothes and my writing supplies. When you're done, I want you to go to the elf shop in Nocturne Alley and purchase as many elves the manor might need. Ask Philip on what else is needed and get it done. Do you need me to give you money now for the elves? Philip and Flippy shook their heads, though it was Philip who spoke first. No, young master. Since we are bonded to you, we can get the money directly from your vaults at Gringotts. Good, look for Griphook. I'm sure he'll be happy to help. Wait for a bit, I'll introduce you to Hedwig," said Harry before sending out a mental call to his familiar, who immediately flamed into the room and perched at the back of Harry's chair before releasing a happy trill to the awe of the old Potter elf. "Philip, I would like to introduce you to Hedwig, my familiar." "Hedwig, this is Philip, the Potter Manor head elf." Hedwig looked at the odd Philip before trilling a note of acceptance. "Well, that's done. Flippy, you will be my personal elf, seeing to my and Hedwig's every needs. Philip, you will be in charge of the entirety of Potter Manor and retain your position as head elf. When you buy the elves, bring them to me later when I arrive, since I have some things I need to do over at my old home. I'll be taking my lunch here in the study, Flippy, when I arrive." "All right." Both elves nodded and popped out of the room, leaving Harry and Hedwig alone. Hedwig flamed into the attic of Privet Drive with Harry in tow to confront his relatives. He could have easily shadow-traveled, but his familiar just grabbed him, then flamed out, much to his amusement. Looking around, Harry noticed that Flippy did a good job in cleaning up the attic since it was back to its normal self, dust included. Nodding, he walked out of the attic with Hedwig on his shoulders down to first floor, where he knew that the Dursleys were relaxing if their schedule was to be followed. Harry reached the first floor and saw Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Dudley were watching the telly. "Hello everyone," greeted Harry cheerfully. The Dursleys were startled by the greeting, immediately turning their heads to see Harry standing there wearing his full regalia of wizarding robes, staff in hand with Hedwig perched regally on his shoulder. Vernon saw this and immediately took action. "What are you doing here, boy? Go back to your room. And what in blazes are you wearing? I won't stand any of your FRE. He was silenced in mid-tirade by Harry, who pointed his staff at him and released a silencing spell. "Hello to you too, Uncle Vernon," Harry said sweetly. He turned to his aunt, who was looking at him in horror. "Hello, Aunt Petunia. Beautiful day, isn't it? What did you do to Vernon?" she stuttered. But before Harry could answer, Dudley roared, which sounded more like a squeak, and waddled over to him with a fist raised to strike. Harry saw this coming and raised an eyebrow before sending out a pulse of his telekinetic powers, which pushed Dudley off the floor towards the wall where he was stuck, courtesy of a wandless sticking charm. Harry nodded in satisfaction at his handiwork before looking back to his aunt, who was looking at him in fear. "I only came here to tell you that I'm leaving for good. And before you say anything, I already know about magic, I know about my mother, I know about my world, and I know about my family. I already found the Potter family home and I'll be living there from now on." But you can't leave. He told us you need to stay here," stuttered Petunia, fearing for her family but happy at the same time, since his freakish nephew was declaring that he would be leaving her normal family for good. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Who told you what?" he asked before pointing his staff at an approaching Vernon, who, despite being unable to speak, was intending to clobber him to the ground. Harry didn't give him a chance and promptly stunned him. Vernon crumbled to the floor like a broken puppet cut off from its strings. Petunia took a deep breath while reining in her fear. She was afraid of this coming, since she knew that her nephew would be manifesting his magic. She just didn't expect for it to be this soon, even before going to that school of his. "Albus Dumbledore left you here when you were a few months old. He stated in his letter that we needed to keep you here with us and give you a happy home, so that some protection your mother gave you when she died will keep you and my family safe." Harry fumed when he heard this. Letter? Happy home? He needed to know what's going on, and he needed to know now. He raised his staff and gathered in his magic for a spell. "Oxio Dumbledore's letter," shouted Harry. He heard a crash from upstairs before a folded letter zoomed towards him. He caught it in midair and leveled his aunt a glare. He waved his staff and conjured a couch for him to sit on, and used his telekinesis to push his aunt into a chair and practically hit her with a Petrificus totalis to keep her in place as he read. Harry saw that the letter was addressed specifically to his Aunt Petunia in a neat cursive script. He let go of his staff, which just floated beside him with the emerald glowing in tune to Harry's ire. The young Potter Lord opened the letter and started to read. "Dear Petunia, it is my regret to inform you that your sister, Lily Evans Potter, was murdered along with her husband, James. Only little Harry survived the attack and somehow defeated Voldemort. I will leave Harry in your care to activate a powerful protection that will keep the entire family safe. This protection was created by Lily's sacrifice when she died after Voldemort came for the family in Godric's Hollow. The nature of the ward requires you to fully accept your nephew into your home. As long as Harry calls the place you live home, then the wards will protect you. The nature of the protection will end when Harry reaches his maturity at the age of 17. Please give Harry a happy home to empower the wards. We will come for him when he reaches the right age to begin his education in magic. Make sure that Harry doesn't leave Privet Drive to ensure that the protection remains active. Sincerely, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Order of Merlin First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards." Harry finished reading the letter and looked at his Aunt Petunia with tears in his eyes. Why? He whispered the question plaguing his mind. Why what? Petunia said grumpily. Despite being unable to move her body, she could still somewhat move her head and mouth, so she was capable of speech. Why wasn't I treated like what the letter said? The letter said to give me a happy home. Why was I treated like a slave? Like a freak? Harry shouted the last part, causing the house to shudder due to the magic bubbling around him. Petunia mustered every bit of her courage despite the fear of seeing magic being performed in front of her and her beloved family. Why shouldn't we? We didn't want you in the first place. He brought you here and forced you on us without even giving us a choice. I know you will eventually discover your freakishness like Lily did when she got that letter from the freak school. She saw the surprised look on Harry's face. Yes. I know all about her school and her kind. My parents doted on her, saw her as the perfect daughter. Perfect Lily, the witch of the family. I hated her and her freakishness. Petunia paused, a distracted look on her face like she was reliving some memories that plagued her. A small tear left her eye and down to her cheeks. I loved your mother once, we were close, inseparable. We were sisters, best friends. We shared everything. Our parents loved us equally. But that all changed when she got that letter. She started to become so excited in having magic. My parents were proud of her. The only witch in the family. They doted on her. Me? I was ignored. Cast aside because Lily was suddenly the perfect daughter. But no, I saw her for what she really was, and that Snape boy that used to play with us when we were young. Freaks. Since that day, I want nothing more to do with you lot. She finished her tirade with a vengeful relish, as if she was aching to say those words for years now, with the opportunity only just presenting itself. Harry was quiet as he listened to his only blood relative shout her hatred of him and his mother. He couldn't believe that such hatred was possible. His telepathy immediately picked up images conjured by Petunia as she shouted at him. His emotions were whirling from anger, sadness, hate, to rage until he was able to clamp it down using his occlumency. Hedwig thrilled a calming song that relaxed Harry, but it was still there, below the surface, waiting to come out. Tears were streaming down his face since he knew what will happen next. Stealing his resolve, he raised his head, tears flowing down, and looked at his aunt's defiant face. Gone were her tears to be replaced by hate. Hate over him. Hate over his mother. Hate over anything that involved magic. I see. Whispered Harry. Is that really how you feel, Aunt Petunia? For me to disappear forever? Petunia's defiance melted for a bit, a moment's indecision before she was able to control herself. She met Harry's sad gaze without flinching and nodded, having no words to convey her feelings. Harry nodded and sighed, waving his staff to undo all the magic he did in the house, causing Dudley to crash down on the floor, Vernon to groan, and for Petunia to have control over her body. I understand. I apologize for everything, Aunt Petunia. From now on, I will no longer bother you and your family. With those words, Harry could feel the wards surrounding Privet Drive flaring to life before slowly unraveling as the emotional bond that barely powered it disappeared. With a loud crack that shook the entire house, the protection of number 4 Privet Drive disappeared along with Harry Potter as he was flamed out of the Dursleys by Hedwig, who wanted to give her master the room he needed to heal his broken heart. A silver clock stopped ticking in the headmaster's office of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry before it fell on the floor, broken into little pieces as the magic that powered it disappeared and causing a small backlash due to the unraveling of the ward at number 4 Privet Drive. This happened without anyone noticing, ensuring that the falling of the wards protecting Harry Potter and the Dursleys remained a secret until it is discovered by a worried Albus Dumbledore. Hi there. I'm Corruptmonk's sister. You can call me Rachel for now since I don't have an alias yet. And yes, that's my real name, pretty no. Anyway, since my brother is currently too lazy to be my secretary, I am forced to do this. Oh, woe is me. Thanks to those who reviewed, and here is my reply to some of them. DZ2, I have always loved Alnwick Castle after I checked out the pictures in Google. It's a dream for me to visit or live in a place like that. Oh well. Life goes on. Oh, thank you for putting this story in your top 10. I'm working on chapter 6 now, so hopefully I can have my brother correct it later and upload it immediately or tomorrow. Konatakan 603, I knew I forgot something. Well, in my plot, the Dursleys are subjected to a telepathic suggestion that Harry is away at a boot camp. Hee. Sorry, I forgot to put that in. Anyway, here's a new chapter for you. Enjoy. Tachi Kagahara, your query should be answered in this chapter. Enjoy reading. Dead Kid 23, regarding Shadow Walking and Weasley twins, great minds think alike. Hee. Rebellious one, here's another chapter to spoil yourself with. I wholeheartedly agree with your point. I don't like a too noble Harry saving everyone out of their own problems. My version of Harry will be different. He will be more focused in enjoying life, learning new stuff, making friends. Saving people will just be a blip in his personality, though he does love to help. Gara King of the Sand, no matter how much I want for Harry to call Voldemort Tom. He can't as of yet since he doesn't know anything about the Dark Lord's past. He will, however, discover it in second year to fit the timeline. Blaham, you know, I was also thinking the same thing. Maybe they need sickles and nuts as chump change. Smiley face, disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 05, A Year of Discovery. Hedwig flamed into the master's suite of Potter Manor directly on the bed where she deposited her master, who immediately curled up on himself, sobbing his heart out. With sadness in her heart, she landed on the bed and hopped nearer to caress her master's cheek as he cried his heart out. She left him alone for now since she instinctively knew that crying was a way of release. She stopped herself from singing out a calming song since it would only do more damage than help. Phoenix Song was undocumented. Witches and wizards assumed that it got rid of any negative emotions and empowers a person. They were wrong. Phoenix Song doesn't make any negative emotions disappear. In truth, the song suppresses these emotions until the person is in control of themselves. This worked well with anger and rage, but for a person suffering from a broken heart, it is necessary to let the hurt run its course before healing could truly begin. With nothing else to do, she continued to accompany her master until he cried himself to sleep. Hedwig made herself comfortable and joined her master in Morpheus' embrace. Harry woke up with an odd feeling in his chest. He felt light, carefree even. It was as if something heavy had been lifted off his shoulders. It was a confusing, yet welcoming feeling. He opened his eyes to see where he was. He looked down and saw he was hugging his staff, which was currently humming in contentment, emerald pulsing in rhythm to his heartbeat. Smiling, Harry raised his head to see Hedwig sleeping on his pillow. He raised an eyebrow at the sudden change of his familiar's sleeping position, but the memory of yesterday crashed into his mind. His confrontation with his aunt. Cutting all ties from his only blood relative. Harry's heart ached a bit when he remembered her words, but he realized that Petunia hasn't been his aunt ever since he could remember. He should have expected that the admission from her would hurt, a lot. Shaking his head, he got up while sending thankful wave to his staff, knowing that his trusty foci helped in comforting and protecting him while he was out. He smiled at the sleeping Hedwig before looking out the window. He saw that it was night but didn't know what the exact time was. He cast a quick tempest charm, causing a smoky outline of the current time to appear in the air in front of time. It was already 7:30. He yawned for a bit before waking his beloved familiar. Hedwig. Wake up, heads, whispered Harry as he softly poked the sleeping bird on the chest. Master, came Hedwig's sleepy reply. Good evening, Hed. I suggest you wake up. We need to eat something since we didn't eat any lunch, or dinner for that matter, said Harry with a chuckle. Hedwig gave out a small yawn which looked ridiculous on an avian before releasing a sleepy trill, stretched her wings, and flew to Harry's shoulder before nipping him affectionately on the ear. How are you, master? Hedwig asked in concern. His sobs last night broke his heart. There was nothing she could do but be there for him when he needed her. Harry looked at his familiar sadly before scratching her neck. To be honest, I feel happy and sad at the same time. I mean, I already know how Aunt Petunia felt about me, and hearing how she didn't want me directly from her really hurts a lot, but I should have expected that considering how I was treated when I lived there. I have a lot of questions and I know she couldn't answer them for me now since we already cut familial ties with each other. Everything will be all right, master. I'll be there for you, said Hedwig as she nipped at his ear before trilling out a song of love that immediately lifted Harry up from his bout of depression. Well, why don't we just put that behind us and start living our life without any emotional baggage bringing us down? Suggested Harry, which Hedwig immediately agreed to. I don't know about you, but I'm really hungry. Care to join me, Hed? After getting a nod from Hedwig, Harry called Flippy, who immediately appeared with a worried look on his face. He immediately told the elf what happened and assured him that he was all right except that he was very hungry. The excitable elf immediately popped out for a few minutes before returning with a tray full of food along with some fruits for Hedwig. The three of them shared a meal for the night before Harry and Hedwig went back to bed, determined to enjoy tomorrow and the days to come. Flippy didn't go back to the kitchens or the elf room. After popping the empty tray back to the kitchen, he popped back to Harry's bedroom and slept by Harry's feet, wanting to be with his master for the night. Harry James Potter woke up in a particularly good mood the next morning. He felt so light and free all of a sudden, but chalked it to having a good night's sleep. In truth, Harry's mood stemmed from the release of his pent-up emotions. Despite his intelligence and aloofness towards his relatives' treatment of him, the wanting of a family, a loved one, and their mistreatment of him piled up in his heart. His crying stint last night allowed him to release all those pent-up emotions that was slowly tearing him apart from inside out. Harry yawned and stretched before pushing himself off the bed and looked around. Hedwig was sleeping soundly on her perch, head tucked under her wing, while his staff was beside his bed, emerald glowing softly. A quick tempest told him that it was already 9 in the morning. Deciding to prepare for the day, he called for Flippy, who appeared immediately with a silent pop. Master Harry Potter, sir, be calling Flippy. Good morning, Flippy. Would you be so kind as to prepare the bath for me, as well as my clothes for the day? I'll be taking my breakfast in the study since I'll be going through the items from Grip Hook," said Harry as he rolled his shoulder to work out the kinks in his muscles for sleeping too long. "Bath is ready, Master Harry Potter, sir. I'll prepare your clothes as you bathe and bring your food to you in the study," replied the elf as he pulled Harry off the bed and shooed him over to the adjoining bath, much to Harry's amusement. Harry luxuriated in the gigantic tub that served as the master's bath. He wasn't in a hurry and used the time to think of what he would be doing before his schooling at Hogwarts. He only had 8 months left of free time before having to go to Hogwarts, so he needed to set a schedule on what he would be learning ahead of time. He decided that his first order of business was to go through the papers Grip Hook packed for him regarding his account. Sure, he already knew his family vault inside and out, but judging from his other 2 inheritances, he needed a list of the items inside the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw vaults to see what he had at his disposal. He made a mental note to send Hedwig to Grip Hook later for the list of the 2 vaults, and if it isn't available, opt for a service to let the goblins sort them for him. He shuddered at the prospect of spending another month or 2 inside a vault sorting it out. His next order of business was to confront Albus Dumbledore regarding his placement with the Dursleys. He somewhat understood the headmaster regarding his placement, but he wanted to know if there were other reasons, especially why the chief warlock allowed his godfather to be incarcerated in Azkaban without a trial. Well, he concluded that Sirius didn't get a trial since he was totally innocent. After all, the Wizengamot had a method in pulling out the truth, so why didn't Sirius' innocence come to light? Harry finally concluded that confronting Dumbledore now might not be to his benefit. He would have to wait to meet the headmaster or until such a time that the headmaster comes looking for him. Next on the list is his study schedule. Harry did a mental list on his abilities and found out that he was already satisfactory in a majority of the core subjects offered at Hogwarts with the exception of potions, herbology, and history. He was well versed in theories of both potions and magical plants. History was another matter. He might need to read through the boring history texts if he wanted to increase his free time for self-study when he gets to Hogwarts. Harry also thought of learning to fly on the broom but decided against it for now since he was currently unsupervised and any accidents that might occur could be his undoing. Harry also made a mental note to ask Philip to give him a tour of the grounds. If his hunch was correct, there should be a greenhouse somewhere or even a place where magical animals are found. Since Potter Manor was now his home, it's only natural to get to know his neighbors. Harry sighed at having a busy 8 months ahead of him, but the idea of learning new things and cementing his control over his life made him giddy. Harry sighed in contentment as he finished a delicious brunch courtesy of Flippy. The elf was really an amazing cook and spoiled him rotten when it came to feeding him. Deciding to try something, he sent out a telepathic pulse calling for Philip and Flippy to meet him in the study. His experiment worked since the 2 elves suddenly appeared looking at him in bewilderment. "Thanks for coming, guys." Harry greeted the duo with a smile. "How did you do it, young master? I didn't hear your voice but I could feel you calling for us," asked an awed Philip. Harry grinned. "Both of you know that I'm a sorcerer, right?" Both elves gave a nod. "One of my abilities includes telepathy. I can use my mind to communicate over distance to anyone I want. What I did was to send out a telepathic pulse specifically targeting you 2 since I know both of your signatures. The pulse carried my thoughts so you were able to hear it when the pulse reached you," explained the Potter Lord with a smug grin, mentally patting himself on the back for a job well done. The elves nodded at the explanation. Their master was powerful, so who were they to question him? If he calls, they come. Simple as that. Flippy saw Harry's empty food tray and immediately banished it to the kitchen. Harry saw this and smiled at his personal elf. Always the attentive one. "Okay guys. I think we need to go over some things that need to be done." Harry looked at Philip. "Can you show me the ward room so I can recharge the wards? And can you call the elves afterwards so I can bond with them?" "Wait, how many did you get anyway?" "We got around 50 elves, Master Harry Potter, sir, under recommendation of Philip," Flippy informed him. Harry was surprised at the number of elves the Potter elf recommended. One elf was a powerhouse unto itself, but having 50 more? It was overkill. But the little guy might have a point in getting so many considering the size of the manor and the surrounding grounds. "Can you explain the need for so many elves, Philip?" asked Harry. He didn't begrudge the old elf company and it would be satisfying to have the Potter Manor have living beings inside it aside from him and Hedwig, but he needed to know their jobs in order to manage them properly and not to sound aloof. He is the Lord Potter after all. "Yes, young master. In the past, there were always 50 house elves here in Potter Manor. 10 of the elves will be in charge of the upkeep of the manor, 5 will be for the Oloi since there are plenty of mess there since the number of owl grew over the years. Another 10 will be for the grounds to tend to the garden and some of the creatures that lived within the wards. Another 10 of the elves will take care of the greenhouse you have. Since there are 2, then 20 elves will be taking care of them. The last 5 will be on kitchen duties to prepare meals for you and the rest of the elves since Flippy told me that young master wanted us well fed before working," explained Philip with a smile. Harry was shocked at the revelation that it took a lot of elves to take care of Potter Manor, which is a testament to its size. Amazing. You mentioned I have a greenhouse? Asked a curious Potter Lord. Yes, young master. Your greenhouses are huge since one of your ancestors had a hobby in herbology. You have all the known plants in the magical world and require expert tending to make sure that they grow healthy and harvested for potion ingredients before they become useless. Explained the Potterhead elf. How about the animals on the grounds? Asked Harry. Are they all magical? Philip nodded enthusiastically. The power of the wards attracts all kinds of creatures, young master, though only light creatures are allowed within the wards and dark creatures are restricted access. You have a pack of hippogriff nesting in the forest behind the grounds. There be some merfolks on the lake since the previous Lord Potter gave them a home when theirs was invaded by muggles. I have merfolks? I have a lake? Asked Harry in disbelief. Philip nodded. Yes, young master. There be a big lake east of the manor. According to the merfolk, there is a cave system underneath that leads to the sea and uses them sometimes to bring in food so they don't need feeding. Sure. Continue please. Said Harry in a daze. He knew that Potter Manor was big. He just didn't realize that it was that big. You also have unicorns, some dragons that drop by from time to time during their nesting season, a few griffins, a nest of fire salamanders living under rocks behind the big hill, abraxans come down and graze from time to time though they never stay long enough to live here, and, a particularly nasty rune spore. Philip finished the list of creatures though he did shudder a bit when he mentioned the snake. What's wrong with the rune spore? Asked Harry curiously. Ever since he discovered that he was a Parselmouth, he wanted to meet a magical snake to talk to or possibly befriend. Well, rune spore being very big, bigger than normal snake. She sometimes come out of forest and sleeps in greenhouses when it gets too cold outside, which make it hard for Philip to go in and tend to the plants. Philip said dejectedly. Oh. Well, that's not a problem then. If she comes back and threatens the elves, then make sure that you bring it to my attention. I'll take care of it. Suggested Harry, giddy at the prospect of meeting a magical snake, one as rare as a rune spore according to the care of magical creature books he read. Young master, if Philip be making a suggestion. Philip asked hesitantly. Sure Philip. Don't be afraid to suggest things I might need. I know that you'll only tell me what to do if it is really important. Said Harry with a smile which the old elf returned. Philip suggests that you bond with the elves first before going to the ward room. It is possible that you will be too tired later to do so. The old elf suggested in confidence. Harry nodded, finding the elf's words a good idea. It is a very good idea Philip. Why don't you call them in by groups, starting with the kitchen elves? Suggested Harry, preparing for the bonding ahead. After an hour, Harry bonded with all 50 elves employed in Potter Manor. It didn't diminish his magical core, but the stress of the bonds as they connected to his core made him a bit weak. Harry rested for an hour and a lot of food from a concerned Flippy to put him back into shape. When he felt that he was in top form, he called for Philip to lead him to the wardroom. The wardroom was located under Potter Manor. The entrance was behind a portrait sporting a particularly grumpy griffin named Elder. To gain entrance, Harry was required to press the Potter family ring to Elder's head to open the hidden door to the catacombs which housed the stone that held and powered the wards. Harry could help but feel odd when he took his first step into the wardroom. The room was as big as his bedroom in the master's wing. In the middle of the room was an obelisk made of white marble which Philip told him was the ward stone of Potter Manor. Runes and unknown glyphs decorated the walls, ceiling, and floor, all interconnected to the runes surrounding the Potter crest in the middle of the stone, which according to the elf, allowed the stone to interact with every mortar and stone of the Potter home. Instead of a barrier-like ward, the ones in Potter Manor were in every brick, rock, and soil inside and outside the home until the very boundary of the property. Finally, a Potter came to power the wards. Who be ya lad? A voice addressed Harry. It was a voice that you were hard-pressed to ignore. Harry looked around to trace its source until he looked beyond the ward stone to see a portrait hanging on the wall behind it. My name is Harry Potter, sir. Harry introduced himself to the man behind the frame. The portrait released a disgruntled sigh and gave Harry a pointed look. State your full name, lad. We Potters are proud of our lineage and we should never hide who we are, be it friend or foe. Now again I ask ya lad, who be yet? Harry drew himself up and released his hold over his magic, washing the room with a tidal wave of power. My name is Lord Harry James Potter, Lord of the Houses Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw. I command you to reveal your name to me. Commanded Harry in a voice that brooked no nonsense. There was something that the portrait said that stung him. He was hiding his true identity and it was making his family weak. He needed to correct this and accept his heritage. The portrait nodded and gave Harry a huge smile. My name is Godric Gryffindor, lad, the patriarch of the entire Potter line, originally of Gryffindor. It would be safe to say that you're the only one left. Harry nodded. Yes, grandfather. Harry decided to consider Godric as his grandfather since he technically was with a lot of greats added to it. The portrait chuckled and gave Harry a happy grin. "My great-grandson," said Godric with an odd lilt to his tone. "Anyway, my child, I think a little bit of history is in order to understand the nature of the wards I created. You will pass this knowledge over to the next Lord Potter to make sure that the chain will never be broken. As our creed, to life and beyond." Harry nodded, conjured himself a seat before settling down. "I think you're already aware that I'm one of the founders of Hogwarts, correct?" Harry nodded. What the history books didn't say was that the wards of Hogwarts required me and Ravenclaw to create them. Unlike Hogwarts, however, the Potter Manor hosts a sentient ward scheme maintained by the collective thoughts and experience of those who powered them. This means, lad, that the Potter Manor itself is alive, more alive than that of Hogwarts. The previous Potters add their own essence into the ward, thus increasing its power and capability. It will use the knowledge to protect those within it, which was one of the reasons why it automatically went into lockdown when the Dark Lord attacked your grandparents. Despite its sentience, however, the wards cannot manipulate anything outside its boundaries. This is the reason why your father didn't find out about Potter Manor. If it was up to the wards, it would have used its energies to try to bring your father within its confines to power it and protect the family. However, this is not possible. "You mean to tell me that Potter Manor is alive?" asked Harry in awe. "No, lad, though would be a whole lot better if it was, but magic has its limitation. No spell or rituals could ever create life, sentience yes, life no. Potter Manor is not alive per se. I prefer to use the term aware. It is similar to your staff, which is quite powerful considering I could feel your power emanating from it," explained Godric as he eyed the staff. "Wait, what? You can sense magic even if you're a portrait?" said Harry while giving Godric an incredulous look. "Yes, I can sense the magic, but I can only do so since I am connected to the ward stone. If you look behind the stone, you will see a golden line of runes connecting me to it. Thanks to this connection, my essence in the portrait can tap into the ward stone and its collective experience. This means that I know everything in Potter Manor and control all the wards within it. To put it simply, lad, the ward stone is the heart, Potter Manor is the body, and I, the essence behind the portrait, is the head. You, and the other Potter Lords, served as its magical core. Together, the Potter Manor is sentient, aware of those within its confines and act accordingly if needed." "Wow!" said an excited Lord Potter. His books on wards never talked about this. If the rest of the wizarding world discover the truth about the Potter Manor wards, then they will be clamoring around to find out how to replicate the feat, which Harry decided to be a secret and never to be revealed to anyone outside the family. "How to do I power the ward stone, grandfather?" "Usually, the only thing required is for a Lord Potter to draw blood on his palm and have it touch the ward stone via the Potter crest on its face. The stone will pull out the necessary power it needed to sustain itself and its form of sentience. However, in your case, it will be a little different. I was the last one to power the wards with more than your level of power, and you dwarf the other Lord Potters in comparison. You are the first ever sorcerer to grace these halls, and it will require a different touch considering your unique abilities. Come, I will guide you." Harry stood up from his couch and banished it with a thought. He walked over to the face of the ward stone facing the Potter crest. You'll see that the Potter crest is surrounded by 13 runes, with the first rune being the largest. I want you to make a cut on your finger to draw blood and trace the runes starting from the top clockwise until all the runes are covered in blood. Make sure that you channel your magic to your fingers to help activate the runes. Harry did as instructed and used a small cutting hex on his finger to form a deep enough wound. He ignored the pain and began to trace the runes starting from the top. The runes glowed as Harry traced them with his blood and magic. After he was done, Godric spoke again. "Perfect. I never felt so much power in one so young. You make the Potter and Gryffindor line proud," stated Godric with pride in his voice that lifted Harry's spirit. "Now, I want you to cover the Potter crest with your blood. Make sure that no blood leaves the circle that covers the crests. Do it now, lad." Harry decided a bigger cut was necessary. Since he needed to be careful, he conjured a bowl and let it float in front of him. He cut his palm and let his blood flow into the bowl. He made sure that he had enough since the crest was quite large, about 2 feet in diameter. After healing the cut, he used his fingers to cover the Potter crest with his blood, making sure that it doesn't leave the boundary. Harry banished the bowl and blood while waiting for the next set of instructions. "Very precise. You will be great in the future, lad," complimented Godric. "Now, all that's left is to connect your essence to the stone and power it. Now, I want you to take your time to think of what protection you need to add to the wards. Think of these protections and place the gem of your staff on the Potter crest and channel as much power as you can. I will do the rest." Since he wasn't in a time limit, Harry decided to go into his mindscape and think thoroughly what protection he needed to add to the manor. It didn't take long for him to appear inside his mind library and sat down on a couch. In terms of protection, Harry learned from his brief stay in Potter Manor that the defences held anti-apparition and anti-Portkey wards. A dark creature ward was also present, judging from what Philip told him earlier that day. A blood identification ward might also be present since he needed blood to deactivate the defences to allow him entry. It took 5 minutes for Harry to realize that his grandparents died because they didn't have any intent-based ward active at that time. These types of wards were difficult to cast since it covered a wide variety of rune sets to determine the exact scope of the intent. Size was also a factor considered for such a ward, which is why most who utilize this defense system simply install it on their homes, and not the entire grounds. In most cases, these wards were created in simplicity, making sure that anyone with ill intent towards the family, unable to cross and enter the property as long as it is within the boundary of the ward. Harry also toyed with the idea of a Fidelius charm, but he didn't want to hide the entire manor to everyone since it would be cumbersome to keep telling people the secret over and over again just to grant them entry. He needed a modified Fidelius that would only show the manor to people who have no ill will towards the Potters. He also toyed around the concept of an attack ward or coined as an offensive ward. He read from a book on wards that such a ward would require more power to create and keep active, especially if you keep them on 24/7, but it was a surefire way to make sure that intruders would think twice to enter the warded property again. Grinning, Harry created a new book inside his mind library that would hold the specification of the wards in his mind. He conjured a quill and an ink bottle before starting to write down the wards he needed to add to Potter Manor. Intent-based wards tied to a modified Fidelius. Attack wards targeting those who were thinking of attacking a Potter inside the wards or anyone under the protection of the home. He also decided to include a spirit ward to protect the property from being invaded by poltergeists, wraiths, and ghosts, well except if they were Potter ghosts anyway. An elf ward so no elves could enter the property without his permission except for the 52 who are already bonded to him. Harry knew that the little blighters' mode of transportation were unique in the wizarding world, making it hard for them to ward against. Besides, if their master gives the right order, the elves could literally kidnap the entire wizarding population before they could even blink. Harry tapped the feather of the quill to his chin and thought of more defenses to add to Potter Manor. He knew that Voldemort was still alive, so it might be best to add a ward specifically keyed to him and his followers, but he didn't know how to do that. However, since Godric told him to think of defenses without having to bother making them himself, he'll just add that in anyway. He wrote it down on the book and decided to be more creative. Harry added a male detection ward to make sure that no cursed male enters the property. Owls were free to come and go as they please since they are usually free of ill intent unless controlled, but the males they bring were non-sentient, so it might bypass the intent ward. He immediately added that in immediately. Harry shuddered at the thought of getting a deluge of letters when the Wizarding Britain or beyond discovered his entry into the world. Deciding that he had enough wards listed down, Harry placed the book on the table and exited his mindscape. He opened his eyes and tightened his grip on his staff that was glowing as if excited to do what they were about to perform. "I'm ready, grandfather." Harry addressed Godric, who was waiting for him. "Good lad. Now, I want you to place the gem of your staff to the Potter crest and channel as much power as you can into the stone. Make sure that you are thinking of the protections you want to add. The ward stone will break it down and incorporate it into its knowledge bank. I'll guide your power to make sure that it is equally distributed to everything within the boundary of the wards." Harry nodded and took a deep breath. He released all of his power, carefully dropping the shield he came up with in the past year to make sure that his power doesn't overflow to those around him. He started to glow and a non-existent wind billowed around the room. He placed the emerald of his staff on the Potter crest and channeled all of his magic into the staff and out into the stone. There was a flash of blinding light before darkness claimed him. Harry Potter woke up with a groan. The first thing he realized was the monstrous headache he was sporting. The second thing he realized was his weakened body, feeling as if all his energy was sucked out of him. Third, his mental shields were down, which was the reason why he was suffering a headache to begin with. He didn't know what happened, why his occlumency shields disintegrated. He wanted to dive into his mindscape to find out what happened, but his headache was stopping the action from being realized. Occlumencers never suffer from headache, but if the amount of pounding in his head was anything to go by, then he might need to start his defenses from scratch, and soon. Ugh. He groaned as he tried to open his eyes but cannot due to the weakened state of his body. "Where am I? What happened? Master. You're awake. I was so worried," came the frantic voice of Hedwig. The volume of Hedwig's mental voice pounded on his already aching head. Harry winced. "Keep it down, head. My head is acting as if it wants to blow up or something," whispered Harry, followed by another groan when a sharp pain lanced through his head. He felt someone, or something, lift his head and opened his mouth, poured something that tasted like used moldy socks down his throat. He choked but was forced to swallow when a hand rubbed his throat, relaxing the muscles. He was coughing when he felt the headache disappear. He groaned again but opened his eyes, seeing everything blurry. Harry felt his glasses slide into place, forcing the images to become crystal clear. He saw Flippy looking down at him with a worried look on his face. "Master Harry Potter, sir, are you all right?" asked Flippy, ears drooping in worry. "Yeah, I'm alright though I feel as if I was run over by a bus, multiple times then by a bulldozer whichever comes first. Whispered Harry. What did you make me drink that caused the headache to disappear? A headache relief potion, sir. I bought in Diagon Alley when you passed out. Master Godric told me to. Explained the elf. Master Godric? Harry asked the elf who was about to answer when a voice echoed around him. Greetings, grandson. I see that you're awake. I hope the potion got rid of the headache. Godric's voice boomed around him. Harry was thankful that the potion did its job or Godric's voice would have finished him. Harry looked around and saw that he was still in the wardroom but there was a slight change from the first time he entered the place. For starters, the ward stone was glowing pure white and the runes and glyphs on the walls were glittering as if they were showered in pixie dusts. What happened? Nothing much. Came Godric's amused voice. You just overcharged the ward stone and accidentally branded your unique magic into its matrix making it a part of you. Oh, is that all? Wait what? Harry half shouted half asked. He would have jumped up but his weakened body prevented him from doing so. Are you up for an explanation or maybe we can postpone that later? Godric asked in a worried voice. Nah, I'm good. Though I would love to sit on something other than the floor. As the words left his mouth, Harry found himself lying down comfortably in a very soft couch. That was different. I didn't know you could do magic being a portrait and all. It is, isn't it? Said an amused Godric with a hint of pride in his voice. What you did practically changed the entire scheme of the wards, my boy, changes that should have been possible to do, changes that gave me physical control over everything in it. To put it simply, my beloved grandson, your powers practically turned me into Potter Manor itself with the added exception of utilizing magic using the ward stone as a focus. Can you run that past me again, Granddad? Said Harry in a daze, unable to believe what happened. Well, he believed it since the proof was there in front, or under him to be precise but he didn't know how it happened. Let me put it this way. You poured almost your entire magical core into the ward stone. The accident came in the form of a fusion. You fused my essence in the portrait, the ward stone, the runes, as well as its conduit to the manor. Suffice to say, my child, you practically used my explanation earlier when I explained the ward stone to you and made it into a reality. I think I understand what happened. Let me get this straight. Godric was silent, waiting for the coming monologue. I overcharged the ward stone matrix causing an accident that fused all the pieces together making sure that you became Potter Manor? Is that it? Simply put, yes. Thanks to you, I can now control Potter Manor down to the last brick. The wards are under my domain, I can talk to anyone inside without restriction or jumping from one portrait to another, I can utilize the magic in the ward stone to affect reality inside the manor, or in this case, I can use the magic as if it was my own without the need to use a wand or being alive for that matter. But, if I understand the nature of wards, doing so will take too much energy. I would need to recharge you every few months if that was the case. Harry almost screamed at the voice of his grandfather. An amused chuckle echoed throughout the room. No lad. Potter Manor will no longer need recharging as you put it. Another thing you did was to fuse the ward stone with a magical ley line right beneath the manor. Simply speaking, you just gave me an unlimited supply of power for me to tap into. Explained Godric with a slight giddiness to his voice. It was like a child given chocolate for the first time. Lots and lots of chocolate. So it's a good thing, right? Asked Harry, relaxing on the sofa since it was too comfortable to do anything else. Well, what you did to me was a good thing but what it resulted in you wasn't. You almost killed yourself by pouring all your magic into the ward stone. I just asked you to channel the magic into the stone not push it in. I was supposed to grasp the magic and distribute it but what you did was like releasing a deluge on a half-empty dam instead of letting it run through pipe. We were lucky you didn't cause the manor to explode from the amount of magic you were pouring into the stone. Godric screamed in agitation. Potters were known to be foolhardy but I wasn't that of a fool when I was your age, lad. So what happened to me and where's my staff? Harry asked his grandfather, ignoring the rebuke though he did feel bad in almost destroying his family home. Why couldn't he just follow instructions like a good boy? No. He had to follow his gut instinct. Well, it didn't do anything bad but the result was somewhat shocking. I'm here, Harry. A feminine voice drifted over his mind. This shocked Harry since the essence of the voice was similar to that of his beloved staff. What the bloody hell was that? Harry shouted. Language, lad. Godric shouted back. You used too much power through your staff that you practically made her sentient just like the manor. She's been talking to me for an hour now since you were knocked out. Your magical energy is too low as it is and you need a week to recover it fully. The shock of the day coupled by his exhaustion caused Harry to faint but not before hearing 3 voices yelling for him in the background. Harry woke up the next day literally strapped on the bed thanks to the efforts of Flippy, Hedwig, and his beloved staff. Since they didn't have any healer in Potter Manor, Godric informed Harry that he would have to heal the old-fashioned way, eat a lot of food, drink foul-smelling vomit-inducing potions, and lots of bed rest. He tried to resist, but with Hedwig and Godric watching him, he didn't have a successful way out. Even his staff was in on the whole thing, warning them that he was up to no good by flaring up like a bloody siren with her voice screaming bloody murder throughout Potter Manor that Harry was out of bed. That was the exact moment Harry thought if it was a good idea to give his staff its own vocal cords, though he didn't expect that to happen before the Wardstone accident. With much grumbling, Harry decided to follow their treatment program, but he did wrangle one condition: while he was metaphorically chained on the bed, he was to be given free access to read any books he liked. In the end, everyone was marginally happy with the arrangement. During his treatment, Harry found out that his mindscape was a mess. His memories were scattered all his mind library as if a tornado appeared in the place and happily wreaked havoc. He also discovered that his defensive and offensive measures were non-existent. Thankfully, the vault was untouched thanks to the reinforcements he laid on the thing to keep the soul fragment out of his conscious mind and magical core. Resigning to the long work ahead of him, Harry started sorting his memories before repairing the damages on his walls. It took a week and a half for Harry to finish repairing his occlumency shields, as well as making sure that his offensive measures were up and running. During his confinement, Harry had an in-depth discussion with Godric regarding the wards. Godric informed him that aside from his control of the wards, Harry can override anything since it was literally his magic running the place, though it did renew itself through the magical ley line. The essence of Potter Manor also told him that the protections were boosted with what he was thinking when he literally bonded with the Wardstone. For starters, Potter Manor now had a sophisticated intent-based ward tied to a modified Fidelius. Only those without ill intent can find and see the manor. Other than that, all they could see was the forest that Harry first saw before he deactivated the defenses. Also, the offensive wards were up and running. If anyone was able to circumvent the modified Fidelius, which was an impossibility in itself, then they would have to face a very irate offensive ward controlled by a very sadistic Godric Gryffindor. Voldemort would get a wake-up call if he ever planned to storm Potter Manor with his crew of misfits. It was also during his bed rest that Harry bonded with Arya, his newly named staff. Arya explained to him that the deluge of magic that Harry channeled towards the Wardstone caused an echo to feed back into her, allowing Arya to have a voice similar to that of a magical portrait, though it requires a direct link to Harry's magical core to use, which was inconsequential since the link has always been active between them. Speaking of magical core, Harry's own grew after the debacle with the wards. Godric theorized that Harry's somewhat aware magic decided that Harry needed a boost that caused it to grow in size to compensate for the lack of magic to sustain his life. It literally saved Harry's life, as well as giving him a permanent power boost outside magical maturity, which was another set of growing up for his core. Harry shuddered at the thought of all that power inside him, but the thought also made him giddy. Aside from reading books, resting, and fixing his mindscape, Harry also used the time to go through the documents Griphook sent him. He found out that he had partial ownership with a majority of the businesses in Diagon Alley. It seems that the Potters loved to dabble in economy, so they invested in shops that they found interesting, which means that he was earning money without doing anything. Let the business do all the work and Harry just needs to relax and enjoy the income being generated by the businesses he co-owned. Harry wisely let Griphook deal with the money matters, though Harry did tell the goblin via letter to consult or inform him of any major decisions regarding the money. Harry got a simple reply from the goblin, a large obviously written in the middle of the parchment. All in all, it took Harry 2 weeks to heal completely, and he practically ran away from the bed, vowing that he will never be stupid enough to do that ever again, much to the amusement of everyone who heard him. Harry's remaining months before Hogwarts was spent in 3 parts, exploring, exercising his body and magic, and reading. For starters, he didn't bother much with learning new spells since he could do that at Hogwarts. He focused more on his current abilities, honing them to the point that he could bring out each spell in a moment's notice. Godric provided Harry with a schedule to follow, considering he was experienced in the field of magical and physical training back when he was alive. His schedule includes 5 am 6 am, running laps around Potter Manor. 6 am 7 am, freshen up / breakfast. 7 am 9 am, spell practice, location, training room. 9 am 12 am, mental exercise, telekinesis and telepathy. 12:00 NN 1 pm, lunch. 1 pm 5 pm, free time. 5 pm 6 pm, dinner. 6 pm 9 pm, library time, self-study / projects. 9 pm, sleep. When Harry saw the schedule, he leveled Godric's portrait a look that spoke volumes. However, he was forced to follow it when Godric threatened to put the library into lockdown for the duration of his stay in Potter Manor before entering Hogwarts. This shut Harry up and endured. Godric didn't tell Harry that the boy could easily override the wards since he was the current Lord Potter. Harry was also obliviously to the whole thing, though Godric was confident that the boy would realize it sooner or later. Harry was used to waking up early due to his stint at Privet Drive. He would have loved to sleep in, but the idea of enjoying the cool morning air pushed him to follow his physical routine with gusto. Harry found out that running laps around the manor gave him the chance to observe many of the magical animals living on the grounds, like a stray unicorn observing him from the shadow of the forest, hippogriffs teaching their young, sightings of dragons or fire salamanders enjoying the cool morning air when he gets too close to the hill where they usually hang out. Breakfast was prepared by Flippy so Harry enjoyed the healthy meals that his personal elf cooked for him. Spell practice was held in the heavily warded training room of Potter Manor. He was confused at first why he needed to practice since he was in perfect control until Godric explained to him that he needed to train so he could easily control his power output with and without the staff. To prove his point, he asked Harry to cast a simple levitation spell on a training dummy which ended up getting smashed on the ceiling when it flew up like a rocket. Harry dove into the exercise after that without any questions. The mental exercise was a fun time for Harry. The 3-hour session was divided into 2. First session was for fine-tuning his telekinetic abilities, floating multiple objects or in different weights. Harry noticed that the heavier the object, the more power and concentration is needed. Harry also noticed that guiding the movement with his hands took less concentration since he had a visible reference in guiding the object with his mind providing the power and direction with his hands. The second session was the improvement of his telepathy. This practice involved increasing the range of his magical scan. The goal was to be able to let his scan encompass the entire castle, not counting the entire grounds since it would be too much of a strain on Harry's magical core no matter how large it was. This session also involved practicing mental speech, finding the signatures of your targets, and most importantly, improving his telepathic suggestion. House elves were used as test subjects due to the lack of witches and wizards in the area though Godric informed him that there would only be a slight difference, more in the patterns of their mental signature than thought patterns. Harry noticed that he needed to fight with his target's magic before he could implant suggestions compared to muggles. The young Potter Lord theorized that it might be due to the person's magic fighting against the intrusion. The same also applies to translocation, the ability to magically transport any object from one place to another in an instant. He tried this out with Flippy with the instruction of resisting it with everything the elf got at his disposal. It was like a mental and magical tug of war with only Harry winning by a small margin. If Harry could barely translocate an elf, what more if it was a witch or a wizard with more magical powers in their bodies? Harry's free time was spent in a variety of subjects, starting with his education of his shadow abilities. According to the books he bought from Borgin, shadow mages could manipulate shadows at will. In other words, the mage was required to push his magic into the shadow and command them to do what he wanted. This was the basis of shadow walking. The mage needed to push his magic into a patch of shadow opening a wormhole from point A to point B. The book states that the distance between A and B is non-existent since the land of shadows are known to be everywhere and anywhere at the same time. Well, as long as there's shadow of course. Practice was also spent utilizing his shadows to act as extra limbs. It was like telekinesis but he used shadows instead of his mind. He was a bit clumsy and slow at first but the speed of his shadow manipulation improved as he practiced. Another ability of a shadow mage that Harry found interesting was the ability to control shadow creatures, namely Dementors and Lentifolds. Since these creatures were made from shadows, Harry could easily control them if he was strong enough to do so. In most cases, it would end up as a battle of wills. Aside from learning about being a shadow mage, Harry also took the time to divide this period to pursue other subjects, like a trip to the potions room learning about the ingredients and trying his hand at the various techniques involved in brewing. He didn't attempt any potions without supervision but nothing was stopping him from learning how to dice, cut, mash, or gut a toad to get to their liver. Harry hated the latter or anything similar he needed to endure if he wanted to be the best in the subject. Maybe not to a level of being a potions master but enough that he could brew any potion without blowing himself up in the process. Also, Harry used his free time to check out the 2 greenhouses around Potter Manor. The greenhouses were huge, practically half the size of the manor itself. All manner of plants were there, from magical to mundane. He did, however, to stay away from plants that attacks, like the venomous tentacular and devil's snare. Much to Harry's dismay, the rune spore hadn't show up while he was around though the elf who took care of the plants that the snake was somewhere in the grounds, possibly hiding. Harry's favorite time, however, was his daily trip to the library before going to bed. Unlike what most of the occupants of Potter Manor thought, Harry spent most of his time in the library reading the journals of his ancestors. Learning about history through the eyes of his ancestors was better compared to the garbage taught in Hogwarts which mainly focused on the biased views of witches and wizards on goblins. Harry's short stint with the creatures was a novelty and Harry really liked them despite their gruff exterior towards witches and wizards. Harry assumed that it was a defense mechanism than a custom among the goblins. It was during his 4th month into training that he received a letter from Griphook concerning the ritual to exorcise Voldemort out of his mind. Due to the nature of the ritual, it was decided that Harry needed to be at least 13 years old before attempting the ceremony or risk damaging his magical core which was the source of his powers. Harry was saddened at this but he had all the time in the world considering the soul fragment was no longer eating at his magic. Harry was satisfied that he would be finally free from Voldemort's influence before his 3rd year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore was worried. When he discovered the broken clock that monitored the wards at Privet Drive, he immediately portkeyed out of his office to visit Petunia and her family. When he got there, the Dursleys were preparing to move to another home, much to his consternation. Of course, he confronted Petunia to get the whole truth out of her and why Harry was no longer in the house. He cringed at the volume of Petunia's monologue telling him that the freak was no longer her problem and cut ties with him. A brief legilimency probe confirmed his fear. The wards were down thanks to the mutual consent of Petunia and Harry, and there was nothing he could do to reactivate it. The wards were down for good. Dumbledore also noted that the treatment of the Dursleys, especially Petunia, towards Harry ensured that the wards were at its lowest power. Not getting enough affection for Harry to feel loved would not provide enough to power the protection his mother gave him. Heck, Albus thought that a low-level flunky of a Death Eater could easily breach Harry's powerful defenses with ease. He also noticed the power Harry Potter exuded during the boy's confrontation with his so-called relatives. He couldn't believe that Harry knew about magic despite how he tried to shield the boy from it before coming to Hogwarts. Not only does Harry know about magic, it seems that he had perfect control over it. He also noticed the staff he was holding, as well as the rare white phoenix perched on his shoulder. He sighed in defeat and returned to Hogwarts to make some sense out of the whole thing. To put it simply, Harry knows about magic. Harry can do magic. Harry has a staff, so it means that he visited Diagon Alley and Ollivander helped him create one, and shopped around considering the clothes he was wearing during the confrontation. So that means money, and that pointed to Harry having access to his inheritance at Gringotts. Too bad he wasn't able to determine if Harry was wearing his lordship rings since he was basing everything according to Petunia's memory of the event. Harry has a phoenix as a familiar, which made Dumbledore happy since Harry was a light wizard. Albus was worried, however, when he saw the anger Harry exuded when he read his letter to Petunia. He gulped at the possibility of angering a very powerful lad, not to mention the phoenix and the staff. He might a very powerful wizard, but an emotionally powered magical boy was not something to scoff at. The only problem right now was where in the world was Harry Potter? Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 06, Revelation. Harry James Potter was currently enjoying a hearty breakfast after an enjoyable run around Potter Manor. The food was extra special since it was his birthday. He was now 11 years old and awaiting his acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Godric was kind enough to give him a day off from training, so Harry planned to spend all of it relaxing, maybe read a book or two, explore Potter Manor a bit since there were plenty of hidden rooms that Philip showed him that he didn't have the time to check, or even have a picnic behind the manor with a splendid view of Dragon Hill, as it was now being called by the residents due to the species of magical creatures living there. In the end, Harry decided to go with the picnic. It was 9:30 when Harry exited Potter Manor with Hedwig on his shoulder and Arya floating beside him as they walked towards their intended picnic ground. Of course, Harry brought a book along just in case he got bored in sightseeing. He didn't plan on spending the whole day inside the manor, though he might do so later just to keep the day interesting. He might even take a walk in the forest or visit the greenhouses later if the mood strikes his fancy. The latter was preferred since he really wanted to meet the elusive Runespore of Potter Manor. The elusiveness of the Runespore forced Harry to give it its own moniker, She Who Does Not Want to Be Found, since the Philip assured him that the snake was a female. They arrived at their intended destination, which offered a breathtaking view of Dragon Hill. They were lucky since a male and female Hungarian horntail were sunning at the top of the hill, resulting in an amazing view that Harry fell in love with. Harry didn't know why, but there was something about dragons that called to him. Harry transfigured a rock into a picnic chair and another into a large umbrella that he promptly stuck on the ground that resulted in a favourable shade beneath it. Despite being a rare sunny day in this part of Britain, the wind was somewhat cold, which was quite refreshing for him. He called for Flippy, who immediately appeared and deposited a picnic basket the ground. Harry conjured a small table for the food and drinks. The elf placed a bottle of butterbeer beside Harry, much to the boy's pleasure. He really loved the drink and couldn't get enough of it, a box of frozen fruits for Hedwig, and a tray of cakes and biscuits. Flippy joined them since he was Harry's personal elf, conjuring a small version of Harry's picnic chair for his own, much to the young Potter's amusement. Harry spent most of his time reading a book on enchanting while stopping now and then to look at the dragons as they released flames into the air. Harry knew that the dragon saw him and was putting on a show to keep him interested. What young Potter Lord didn't know was that the dragon already saw him as a nestmate, though they prefer to stay away from him but opted to just observe him from far away or protect the place just in case. There was something about the human that called to them, but they ignored it for now. They didn't want to scare the two-legged being who graciously provided them a place to call home. As Harry lounged around, Hedwig was enjoying a great fly, sometimes dive-bombing some small critters on the ground, scaring them back to their hidey hole. Arya, as usual, was silent despite her ability of speech, though she did float away from time to time around the grounds because of something that interested her. Harry just let her be since he could easily call her to his side if anything happened. It was after lunch that Harry's attention was caught by a loud screech coming from an owl heading his way. Raising an eyebrow, he sent a mental question to Hedwig, who replied that it was an owl carrying his Hogwarts letter. Grinning, Harry placed the book on the table beside him and waited for the owl to arrive. It didn't take long for a large brown screech owl to land on the table, offering a letter tied to its leg. Harry scratched the owl on the chest before offering some of the biscuits and cakes to tide her over for the journey back to school. The owl gave Harry a happy hoot before enjoying the offered treats. Harry flipped the letter and saw his name on the front. Lord Harry James Potter. Potter Manor. Alnwick, Northumberland. Harry no longer cared seeing the proper address since he accepted his station in Wizarding Society. He might be young but he was a lord of 3 most ancient and noble houses. He needed to accept his station if he wanted to blend well in the magical world. Attention be damned. He easily broke the seal and opened the envelope, revealing 2 pieces of parchments. The first being his acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the second letter containing a list of supplies needed for his first year. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorc, CHF. Warlock. Supreme Mugwump, International Confit of Wizards. Dear Lord Potter. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than August 5th. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Harry smiled after reading the letter. He was finally going to Hogwarts. He couldn't wait. Grinning, Harry turned to the second parchment, checking out the supplies he needed to buy in Diagon Alley. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phil Littespore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Thomsonical Pocus, Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. Harry frowned after he finished the letter. He had no problems getting the supplies needed but there were some concerns that needed to be addressed. 1. He didn't need a wand. It just wouldn't work, not to mention that his wand was already incorporated into his staff. 2. He had Hedwig, a phoenix, so he might need to see if she is allowed at Hogwarts though nothing was stopping his familiar from going there anyway. Hedwig was as stubborn as he was. 3. He knew that the telescope in Diagon Alley were ancient. Muggle telescopes were better. He needed to write a letter to Minerva McGonagall regarding his concerns since he planned to visit Diagon Alley tomorrow. He summoned a piece of parchment, quill and ink from his office before starting the letter. Dear Professor McGonagall. Thank you for sending my acceptance letter and I wholeheartedly accept the place you set aside for me in your institution. However, I do have some concerns regarding the supplies list, as well as the pet that I could bring. First, I don't need a wand since I already have a staff. I bought a wand at Ollivander's and it didn't work well for me so we ended up making a staff instead. Second, the telescopes in Diagon Alley are seriously outdated and the Muggle ones are far superior. Is it possible to bring the latter instead of the former? Lastly, I have a phoenix familiar by the name of Hedwig. She's the one who delivered this letter. It would be greatly appreciated if you can answer these questions. If you require a meeting, please send a reply with Hedwig on her return for a time and date. You can either apparate into the grounds if you know where Potter Manor is, flew, or have Hedwig pick you up. Your choice. I will clear you with the wards to avoid accidents upon your appearance in my home. Sincerely yours, Lord Harry James Potter. Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Gryffindor. Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Ravenclaw. He reread the letter and nodded. He called to Hedwig who appeared on his shoulder in a burst of flame. Can you deliver this letter to Minerva McGonagall at Hogwarts and wait for her reply? Harry asked his beloved familiar. Hedwig nodded before picking up the letter with her beak and launched herself to the air before flame traveling to Hogwarts. Harry decided to relax while waiting for the professor's reply. The dragons were having a playful romp so he opted to be a spectator instead of going back to his book. Minerva McGonagall was startled out of her thoughts when a burst of flame appeared in front of her in the form of a rare white phoenix. The beautiful avian trilled a song before flapping over to the back of her chair to perch but not before dropping a letter on the table. Shocked at the sudden appearance of a supposedly rare breed of magical creature, Minerva snapped out of her thoughts to thank a clearly amused phoenix before turning to the letter. It was addressed to her in a beautiful script that could only come from a pure blood. She didn't know any family in the Wizarding Britain who owned a rare white phoenix, so she was very curious. She opened the letter and started to read, her eyes growing wide as she progressed further into the missive. After finishing the letter, she took a deep breath before turning to the phoenix. Hedwig, I need to consult the headmaster in regards to your master's queries. Since Mr. Potter asked for a reply, will you accompany me to get this sorted out? Minerva asked the beautiful familiar of the young Potter Lord. Hedwig bobbed her head in affirmative before jumping off her perch to land on McGonagall's shoulder. Without wasting any time, the deputy headmistress left her office and walked at a brisk pace to confront an aged headmaster with a piece of her mind. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was penning a speech for the next meeting of the ICW when a chime sounded in his office signifying that someone just gave the password to enter his office. From the magical signature coming his way, his visitor was none other than Minerva McGonagall, his deputy. A knock came from the door. "Come in, Minerva," said Albus while setting aside the parchment he was writing on. Albus was surprised when his deputy entered the office with a pursed lip, meaning that her temper was currently out of whack. This didn't surprise him. What did, however, was the presence of a white phoenix on her shoulder, who immediately let out a happy thrill before launching to the air and landed on Fox, his phoenix's, perch and happy chirping with the other bird. "I see that you have company," asked Albus in amusement, looking at the two phoenixes in his office. He was confused, however, as to why Minerva was giving him a glare that he was so familiar with. A glare that promised headache later on. Maybe he should ask a house elf to get him a headache relief potion early instead of going to Poppy later. "Albus, could you please explain this to me?" Minerva asked in a cold voice before throwing a letter on the table before sitting down on the couch facing the headmaster, who noticed the glare his deputy was giving him increasing in intensity. The aged headmaster took the letter and read its content. Shock was clearly plastered on his face. "It seems that our wayward Mr. Potter has finally made his presence known," Albus mused while straightening his beard. "Wayward Albus? I thought that Harry was under the care of Petunia Disley. How in the world did he come into his inheritance at a young age?" asked a clearly irate Minerva. She trusted the headmaster's decision regarding the placement of Harry Potter in the hands of the Disley despite her misgivings with the family. She thought that Harry was still with them, but the letter disabused that assumption. Albus sighed before leaning back on his chair. Harry is no longer in the care of the Disleys. He started, much to the surprise of his deputy. 5 months ago, the monitor of the wards on the Disley home was broken, meaning that the protection I set using Lily's sacrifice was no longer active. Of course, I immediately went to check on Harry but found the Disley preparing to leave for another home. Petunia wasn't forthcoming with the information as to why young Harry wasn't with them, so I used legilimency to find out what really happened. The headmaster's shoulder drooped as if age was wearing down on him. I discovered that Harry already knew about magic and had been practicing for years, considering how much control he had over it. Hedwig was with him during the confrontation. It seems that the parting of ways between Harry and Petunia was of mutual consent, causing the wards to drop, unable to be restored no matter what action we take. I tried looking for Harry, but it seems that the trail had grown cold and I don't know where to pick it up. I looked in all angles, even checking up with the old crowd to see if they heard anything, but alas, nothing came up. My only hope was for the acceptance letter to reach Harry so we could find out where he's staying. Minerva pursed her lips, digesting what her longtime friend was saying. Deciding to humor the headmaster, she drew a wand from the folds of her robe and waved it on the desk, causing a large leather-bound book to appear. She tapped her wand on the book, causing it to open and flip a few pages before stopping. Both Minerva and Albus peered into the book and found what they were looking for. "Albus, it says here that Harry is in Potter Manor. I thought the place disappeared when Charles and Doria was killed," asked Minerva, thinking that Harry was living in an abandoned manor without a single soul for company. The phoenix didn't count. "I doubt that, Minerva. The property was automatically placed on lockdown thanks to the extensive wards that could even rival Hogwarts if it was in full power. At least we know that Harry is safe since Potter Manor is quite secure considering the defenses there," explained the headmaster, though a frown appeared on his face. "I don't think it's all that safe, Albus. If you remember, someone got into the manor to kill Charles and Doria. It is not as foolproof as one might think," argued the deputy headmistress, worry etched on her face. "Yes, that is true, but what the public didn't know is that they were murdered by a close friend of theirs who was killed during the war. It was quite possible for Charles to give the killer access to the property since it was the only way to do so, thus giving Voldemort an avenue to dispose of the Potter Lord and Lady. However, Harry is safe since the wards there will make sure that no one can enter without his express permission. If young Harry is cunning enough to dupe the Disleys regarding his knowledge of magic, we can safely say that he doesn't know anyone in the wizarding world to even invite into the protection of Potter Manor. I dare say, his first social experience will be on the train upon entering Hogwarts." Minerva nodded, accepting the explanation since it was sound thinking. What do you want to do with the letter? I could easily send a reply but... Minerva trailed off. Albus gave her a shrewd look. But you think it would be best for one or the both of us to go and find out the current status of young Potter, is that what you're thinking, Minerva? Interjected Albus with his blue eyes twinkling merrily. Agreed. Are you free tomorrow? The headmaster and deputy started discussing what to do with Harry Potter. Both didn't notice Hedwig perched on Fox stand watching and listening to the both of them intently. Harry was currently pacing in the foyer waiting for his guests to arrive. Professor McGonagall sent a reply yesterday with Hedwig telling him that a meeting was preferable to better explain everything, as well as inquire about other things concerning him. The letter she sent would have been vague, much less cryptic, but thanks to his connection with Hedwig, he was able to see and hear the conversation between the headmaster and his deputy, preparing him for the meeting and the topic that might be discussed. Harry decided right there and then to confront the headmaster regarding his placement at the Dursleys and get the truth out of him at any cost. Since they were going to meet at 9 in the morning, Harry woke up around 7 thanks to Flippy and prepared for their arrival. He decided to go full nobility on them, wearing an expensive blue and gold robe with the Potter, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw crest visible to impress upon them his stature in the wizarding hierarchy. The message was quite clear that he wasn't to be trifled with. He just hoped that they take the hint and not treat him like a lost child. It was exactly 9 when Godric's voice informed him that his guest just arrived at the gate. Harry made sure to set the wards so that the gate will be the only method of entry into Potter Manor. He also instructed Godric to place the manor on semi-lockdown, making sure that any magical travels from the manor to the outside are restricted. He wanted them to stay inside the manor until all his questions were answered. Also, kidnapping might happen considering the unhealthy interest the headmaster had on him, so a semi-lockdown was a good idea to prevent such things from happening. Taking a deep breath, Harry summoned Arya from his room before waltzing out of the large oaken door of Potter Manor towards the gate. His guests, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, were standing outside the gate waiting for him. Harry opened the gates with a wave of his staff, catching the two by surprise. "Greetings and welcome to Potter Manor, professors." Harry greeted them politely with a small bow. Despite his lordship, the station of his two guests demands respect considering his age. "My name is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Beside me is Deputy Headmistress and Transfiguration Professor Minerva McGonagall," said Albus with a formal bow followed by a nod from McGonagall. Albus would have settled for a simple nod, but he caught a glimpse of 3 lord rings on Harry's fingers, so he needed to respect him as his station is due. A Potter Lord demanded nothing less. Harry let go of Arya, who just floated beside him, before offering a hand to Albus, who shook it before offering the same to McGonagall. "I'm Lord Harry James Potter, Lord of Houses Potter, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and owner of Potter Manor. Please, let us adjourn to a more comfortable setting to discuss some concerns regarding my schooling as well as some others that I'm sure you are dying to ask me regarding my current situation," Harry said, and beckoning for them to follow before turning on his heels and walked his way towards the manor, guiding his guest. Of course, the young lord didn't notice that flabbergasted faces of Albus and Minerva as they followed him inside, unable to say anything at the regal way they were addressed. It would be safe to say that this wasn't the child they were expecting. Harry led his guests to the library, which was the perfect place as any for their discussion. He beckoned for them to take a seat in one of the large sofas while he took the one opposite from them. "Before we start with the conversation, can I interest the both of you for some drinks?" asked Harry as he called for Flippy. "Tea for me, thank you," said Albus. "Same, but with a dollop of milk if you please," said Minerva. Albus smiled at his deputy's love of anything dairy. Harry nodded and relayed the order to Flippy, who just snapped his fingers, causing their respective orders to appear on the table, though Harry's was a butterbeer. Harry saw the amused looks the professors were giving him. He gave them a sheepish smile. "Sorry, one of my weaknesses. I just love butterbeer," Harry admitted guiltily. Albus chuckled and took a sip of his tea. He noted that the blend was pretty good. Minerva also did the same, but she let out a quiet sigh as the tea and milk tickled her taste buds. "Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, can we start with your concerns you stated in your letters, Mr. Potter?" asked Albus, firing the opening salvo to get the conversation started. "Please, Professor, call me Harry," Harry offered, since he didn't want to be too formal with his soon-to-be professors. Albus nodded. "Now, let's start off with your first concern in regards to your wand. Can you explain to me as to why you are using a staff?" the headmaster asked in curiosity. He knew all about staves, especially when it comes to magical rank. If his hunch was correct, then the young Potter was more than what he looked. Actually, the decision in regards to the staff is due to the advice from Griphook, the Potter family accounts manager in Gringotts. Considering the results of the abilities test, a staff would be more conducive to my level," Harry explained before taking a sip of his butterbeer. "Level?" Minerva asked in a curious tone. Unlike Albus, Minerva isn't exposed to magical ranks. Harry smiled at her and snapped his fingers. "A folder, which he prepared beforehand after a quick letter to Griphook, appeared on the table much to the surprise of the Hogwarts professors. Harry gestured for them to take a look. While sipping more of his butterbeer, Harry noted their expressions as they read the result of his test. Albus was one of surprise, shock, and elation. The last part confused Harry a bit. Minerva displayed on shock at what she was reading. Harry could somewhat understand the reason of her reaction. Heck, that was his reaction too when he found out about his abilities. As you can see from the results of the abilities test, a wand would be useless for me since I am a wandless sorcerer with an affinity towards the shadow element, said Harry with a smile. Enjoying the flabbergasted looks his soon-to-be professors were sporting. Albus was the first to rein in his shock at the discovery, if only barely. Interesting, would it be safe to say that you had Ollivander create the staff for you? Asked a very intrigued Albus Dumbledore. Staff users were rare in the magical world and the foci are restricted to sorcerers and mages. He himself tried to use a staff but wasn't able to find the right ingredients for one, much to his dismay. Yes sir. I was there during the process and to be quite frank, I found the whole thing very interesting. Harry replied with a grin. So, Mr. Potter, if I may be so bold to ask, judging from your proficiency in wandless magic, I would assume that you made use of this wonderful library to further improve your talents? Minerva asked with a raised eyebrow while gesturing to the many books surrounding them. Harry gave her a sheepish grin. Yes, Professor. I think this discussion would be best after we tackled my concerns regarding Hogwarts. Would that be all right with you? Minerva nodded with a smile. Indeed, Mr. Potter. It would be safe to say that it is not necessary for you to use a wand as long as you can keep up with the syllabus. Don't you agree, Albus? Albus chuckled. Indeed. Though from what Harry here has shown us, I can say that it would be an interesting set of classes this year for you and the rest of the professors. The headmaster predicted, already envisioning the reaction of the different teachers at Hogwarts when Harry demonstrates his unique control over his magic. Regarding the rule on pets, it doesn't apply to you since Hedwig is your familiar. Hogwarts rule states that any witch or wizard may bring their familiar or familiars to school as long as they don't harm the students or cause distraction during classes. Stated Minerva as if quoting directly from the book. She looked around as if she was looking for something. Where is Hedwig anyway? Harry chuckled before shaking his head. When you get to know Hedwig, Professor, you will notice that she isn't much of an early riser and a very deep sleeper. She prefers to sleep until after lunch unless of course something is amiss that she deems important to forego waking up late. Indeed. Minerva chuckled. She knew that Fawkes was pretty much the same. It seems that being lazy was a creature trait if the two phoenixes was something to go by. Be that as it may, Mr. Potter. You may bring Hedwig with you as long as you comply with the rules. I trust that you will let her understand her limitations. Harry nodded. Thank you, Professor. To be honest, I'm quite relieved to get permission for Hedwig since she can easily appear anywhere I'm at, said Harry in relief. Of course, Mr. Potter. Now, in regards to your request for a Muggle telescope, I dare say that you are allowed. Merlin knows that the wizarding world is clearly backwards in regards to tools in astronomy. You may bring a Muggle telescope if you wish, said Minerva in exasperation. Unlike popular beliefs, she was a fan of astronomy though she preferred to use Muggle methods since she could easily see farther with their inventions. Also, Harry, I suggest that you bring one that doesn't require electricity to work. The ambient magic of Hogwarts will counter any form of energy other than magic, so electronic devices has always been a problem when magic is around, warned Albus. He spent almost a decade trying to determine why electronics are fried when magic is used around them. Unfortunately, he hadn't found any solution to the problem. Thank you for your advice, Professor Dumbledore. I'll keep that in mind when I shop around for one, said Harry gratefully. Too bad he had to forego the state-of-the-art telescopes he saw on the telly while he was still at the Dursleys, but the non-electronic ones work a lot better than its magical counterpart. Now that we're done with school matters, why don't we discuss some concerns in regards to your current position, Mr. Potter? Asked Minerva, wanting to get this topic out of the open. Harry nodded before taking a deep breath, preparing himself to what he was about to say. If you insist, then let's begin. You may ask me any question, then I'll answer them to the best of my abilities. However, once you're done, I'll ask some questions of my own that I would like to be answered. Agreed. Harry said coldly, shocking the two with the sudden change in attitude. Gone was the happy soon-to-be student to be replaced by a cold and calculating lord of a most ancient and noble house. Harry, there are some questions that are too sensitive for you to know and you're too young to know about them, Albus said in a condescending tone as if speaking to a child. Harry didn't like that one bit. It was time to make them realize as to who they were talking to. Is that so, Professor? Or maybe you're just afraid of answering these questions in fear of implicating yourself. Harry returned the jab with increasing coldness. Harry eventually felt a legilimency probe trying to enter his mind. Harry wouldn't have any of it, so he grabbed the probe and slammed it back to its source. Dumbledore rubbed his temple as if he was suffering from a headache. Mr. Potter, that is no way for you to address the headmaster. Minerva rebuked the young lord, oblivious to the mental battle that just took place. Is that so, Professor McGonagall? What if I show you why I am quite hostile to the headmaster? Said Harry as he snapped his finger. A rolled-up parchment appeared floating in front of Minerva with her looking it with trepidation. Please, read that and tell me if I am still being disrespectful to the headmaster without probable cause. Albus saw the floating parchment and paled when he recognized what it was. The Potter seal was quite visible on the rolled-up parchment. He wasn't able to do anything to stop this since Minerva took it and began to read, paling at first when she realized what it was, then turned red in anger when she read the last part. She turned to Albus immediately. Albus Dumbledore. What is the meaning of this? Roared McGonagall in rage. Harry butted in before the headmaster could come up with an excuse. I take it you discovered where I was supposed to be placed? Harry asked in a frigid tone, which Minerva just nodded, not breaking her steely gaze from the object of her ire. Harry turned to a pale Dumbledore. It is time to come clean, Professor Dumbledore. I'll give you the benefit of a doubt and let you explain why I ended up with the Dursleys when there were plenty of potential candidates that could take me in to raise and protect me. Albus sighed and nodded in defeat. There was nothing he could do since the proof was there in the hands of his deputy. The only thing to do now is to let the both of them understand his decision. Indeed. It seems that I have underestimated your maturity, Lord Potter. Harry didn't notice the sudden change in honorifics. Clearly Dumbledore was taking him seriously now. But before I explain my actions, I ask that you hold your questions until the end. Is that agreeable? He got a nod from Harry, which was mimicked by Minerva, who was clearly trying to put down her raging temper. Since both of you already know what happened before Voldemort's defeat, Minerva winced, but Albus ignored it. I will skip that part and proceed with what happened next. As both of you know, I am the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, presiding over the trials of the Death Eaters who was captured after the fall of the Dark Lord. Despite the power I hold in the judicial system, I am still powerless to stop some of the Death Eaters from being persecuted by the law. It was during this trial that I had an epiphany. He paused, taking a sip of his tea before continuing. What if the followers of the Dark Lord search out the cause of his defeat? I am sure that all those listed in the will are capable in their own right to protect young Harry, but with the people still recovering from a major war, it was quite possible for guards to be at an all-time low, and it would only take a single wand to kill you. So with this decision in mind, I sent Minerva here to watch over the Dursleys, as I took advantage of the reprieve to do some research regarding the defeat of the Dark Lord and your survival from the killing curse, which was an impossibility to begin with. I'm sure you're not aware, Harry, but you were taken to Hogwarts the night Voldemort was defeated. Poppy was quite adamant in giving you a checkup at that time. He added the last part with a chuckle while getting a huff from Minerva. She clearly remembered how frantic Poppy Pomfrey was when Harry arrived tucked in the arms of the gigantic gamekeeper with a bloodied scar on his forehead. Now, my reasons for putting you with the Dursleys are twofold. 1. Your mother's lingering protection requires a blood relative to anchor it in order to effectively power the wards that will keep you safe from Voldemort and his followers. And 2. You will be protected away from the eyes of the wizarding world, who would most surely try to get to you either out of good or for ill. I'm sure that you've read the letter I sent to Petunia when I dropped you off under their care. He got a nod from Harry, getting a positive that he read the aforementioned missive. I clearly stated there what is needed to power the wards. A happy home equals love that is needed for the wards to be at full power. However, it seems that I underestimated Petunia's hate for Lily, which resulted in her treatment of you. Keep in mind that I weighed the alternatives. The first was Sirius Black, but he betrayed the Potters by revealing the secret of their location to the Dark Lord. This got a growl from Harry, which Albus noted to ask the young lord later. The next in line to take you in was Remus Lupin, but his condition will surely bring down the ire of the Ministry. Harry nodded when he remembered the name from his parents' diary. Yes, I know that he is a werewolf. But please continue with the explanation, since I can almost see where you are going but lack the facts to back it up. I will explain later how I know about Remus' condition and what I know of Sirius Black, said Harry graciously. Thank you, Lord Potter. Please call me Harry. Thank you, Harry. Now the next was Amelia Bones, which was James's superior in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. However, I didn't leave you with her since she just lost her husband, Edgar Bones, as well as the rest of her family except for young Susan, which is your age. Also, she was a target at that time since she played a major role in the war, and it's like painting a huge target with both of you together under the same roof. Last, but not the least, was Professor McGonagall here. The reason I hid this from her is twofold as well. One is her role in the war, and 2, she just lost her family to that same war. Also, with her position in Hogwarts, she is unable to keep an eye on you, especially when school is in session. I could have brought him to Hogwarts, Albus. He is well protected there, argued Minerva as her anger cooled from hearing the explanations. Albus shook his head, raising a hand to stop his deputy from another rant. Yes, he is well protected in Hogwarts from outside interference, but what of the threat from within? Let's face it, Minerva, we can never deny the fact that some of the students at that time are sympathetic to Voldemort's cause. What if they discovered Harry's location within the school? As I said before, it only takes one wand to kill him, as defenseless as he is. Sure, Lily's protection is present within him, but it may not be enough to protect Harry, and I don't want to take that chance to experiment using the life of a baby. Albus turned to Harry, who was clearly deep in thought. With no other options, I chose Petunia. It was also a bonus that the lingering protection you got from your mother would anchor well with a blood relative. Albus finished his explanation before lapsing into silence and taking another sip of the excellent tea. Harry was silent as he processed what Professor Dumbledore said. He could never deny the fact that all he said was true. If he stayed in the wizarding world, he was a huge target to the dregs of Voldemort's forces, who would surely take out their anger on him. He was defenseless there. However, why didn't you check up on me while I was at the Dursleys? I'm sure you could take the time to do so, Professor, since you're the one who placed me there. Asked Harry with a little bite in his voice. This was one question he really wanted to ask. Albus nodded with a sad look on his face. Harry noted that it wasn't a good expression on the headmaster's face. Yes, I could have, but there is a reason for that as well. I was Voldemort's worst enemy during that time, so all eyes were on me before and after his defeat. Even when the call of war died down, I was subjected to a few assassination attempts. He said with a chuckle, amused at the ways the assassins went through just to get rid of him. The Death Eaters who escaped Azkaban were keeping an eye on my every move. What if I visited you and one of them was trailing me or tracking me in some way? It would reveal your location. Despite the protection in place, anything is possible. Any determined witch or wizard would take care of that, especially when the come en masse. Also, I placed Arabella Figg. The crazy cat lady? Asked Harry in an incredulous voice. He remembered Mrs. Figg since she took care of him before he discovered his powers while the Dursleys were away. He had fun at her house playing with her cats, though he didn't like the smell of cabbage that the house seems to have. Albus chuckled. I doubt she is crazy, but she does like her cats. She is a squib, Harry, and I tasked her to keep an eye out on you while you're there. No one will question the presence of a squib in a Muggle neighborhood. I get periodic reports from her regarding your life at the Dursleys. She told me that you weren't treated well, but you were in no way abused or caused undue harm that threatened your life. That is a small price to pay to make sure you don't end up dead in the hands of a witch or a wizard. Harry nodded. Now he understood where Dumbledore was coming from and couldn't refute his reasons. Considering that he was the leader of the Light Wizards opposing Voldemort, he had to make the necessary choice to do what's right and not what's easy. His respect for the aged headmaster rose. So, any questions, Harry? I will strive my utmost to answer them to your satisfaction, said Dumbledore as he sipped his tea. He looked old, very old after the revelation. None, Professor, said Harry as he gave the headmaster a smile. I might not like your decisions regarding my placement, but I can easily say that you made the right choice. You did what was right instead of what's easy. I can easily understand and respect that. Thank you, Harry, said Albus as he smiled for the first time after the revelation. He looked relieved, as if a great weight had been taken off his shoulders. Now I have a few questions, if it is all right for me to ask. Sure, Professor. Since we are being open here, it is only right that I contribute to the discussion, said Harry with a chuckle. Indeed. Can you explain to me how you discovered magic and how you were able to use it so well? Asked Albus, his curiosity piqued at Harry's control over magic. If we go over that, Professor, then we will be talking for a very long time. Why don't I just show you? Offered Harry. Show? Do you have a pensieve, Mr. Potter? Asked Minerva curiously. Such devices were rare and very expensive. She knew Albus have one currently in his office, but he didn't know if the young lord have one at his disposal. Harry shook his head. I don't, but I can easily use my abilities as a sorcerer to show you how it happened. All I ask is for you to trust me. Albus immediately nodded, but it took a few seconds for Minerva to do so. Harry concentrated for a bit, gathering the memories he wanted to relay to the two professors. He reached out towards their minds, knocked on their occlumency shields to allow him entry. When they didn't open, he tried another approach. Please, professors. I am not going to read your thoughts. Instead, I am sending you my memories. I swear on my magic that I will not invade your secrets. Harry mentally called out to the two. After a few moments, he felt their shields going down. Giving a mental nod, he projected the memories to their conscious mind, detailing his experiences in magic. He didn't bother to keep secrets, since these were two people that his parents trusted as given evidence to their will. It took 2 hours for them to finish going through the memories, and they were amazed at what they saw. Harry looked at the flabbergasted faces of the headmaster and his deputy with slight amusement. Considering the revelation, it is only natural for them to act this way. To give them time to relax, he invited the both of them to lunch, which they gratefully accepted with a promise to continue the conversation afterwards. Lunch was a happy affair for the trio. Flippy prepared a scrumptious meal that all three of them enjoyed. Conversation was light, more on magical theories instead of the revelations Harry shared with them earlier. After lunch, they retired back to the library, but Professor McGonagall asked to reschedule a talk with Harry in the future since she has an appointment with 2 Muggleborns today to explain the letters in Hogwarts. In the end, only Albus and Harry were in the library and both were silent as they sorted their thoughts for the coming discussion. Inevitably, it was Harry who decided to break the silence. "Professor, I think you noticed my reaction when you mentioned Sirius Black." Albus nodded and indicated for Harry to continue. "Sirius is innocent, Professor. My godfather is currently in Azkaban being punished for a crime he didn't commit." This revelation shocked the chief warlock. "Sirius was innocent? How?" "I'm not sure if you're correct, Harry. I was the one who cast the Fidelius charm considering how complicated it is. Sirius was the secret keeper of the Potters. I was the one who bound the secret to him," explained Albus. Harry shook his head. He translocated his father's diary to his hand and opened it to the entry where the switch took place. He handed the diary to Albus, who took it with shaking hands. As the aged wizard read the entry, his face paled. Harry was telling the truth. Sirius was innocent. "My question, Professor, is how Sirius was incarcerated in Azkaban since he was clearly innocent. I read from one of the books in my possession that a trial in the magical world is often done with the use of Veritasirum to reveal the truth." Albus closed the diary, along with his eyes, trying to remember every single detail of the trial. "If I remember the trial correctly, it was Bartmeus Crouch who presided over the captured Death Eaters that time under the ministerial powers of Minister Bagnold. Martial law was declared and control over the trial was solely placed in the hand of Crouch. The Wizengamot was temporarily defunct with him acting as the chief warlock and interrogator of the accused. To put it simply, under the minister's orders, Crouch's word was law. If it was a normal trial then Veritasirum should have been used, but now I am not sure as to what Crouch did at that time," explained Albus as his mind was already working on how to get an innocent out of the Dementor-infested prison. "Is there a way to get Sirius out, Professor? I would like my godfather to be around me since he is the only one I have left." Harry pleaded to the aged wizard who held a lot of power in the Wizengamot. "I can try, Harry, but I am quite sure that a lot of people in the ministry will try to block everything to keep their garbage from leaking out," Albus said sadly, but there was a glint of determination in his blue eyes. "However, our first step is to determine whether Sirius has succumbed to the effects of the Dementors or not. Once we have determined that, we can help sustain Sirius until such time I can get the right people to set up a trial for him." "How long would it take? To set a trial, I mean?" asked Harry, mind already brimming with ideas on how to get in touch with Sirius in Azkaban. He knew of a way, but he needed to clear it up with the headmaster first to see if it was plausible. "That I am not sure. We could easily use your rank as lord of 3 most ancient and noble houses, but that is not possible since you are not of age to take your seats in the Wizengamot despite your emancipation. The Wizarding Charter would demand no less." "Unless? Unless what, sir?" "If you are willing, we can give your seats to already ordained members and let them act as temporary proxy for your votes until you reach the age of 17 when you take your seats in the Wizengamot. Considering you hold 3 seats, I would say that a majority of the votes would be on our end to call for a trial. The only potential problem is Minister Fudge, who is deeply in the pockets of well-known Death Eaters who escaped by pleading Imperius," explained Albus with a calculating gleam in his eyes. "I think we can study on that further before we make a move, Professor. I have an idea on how we can get in touch with Sirius, but I need to run it by you if it would work," said Harry with a little hesitation in his voice. "Any idea to help poor Sirius is a welcome one, Harry." Harry nodded. "As you know, I am a shadow mage. According to the book I've read, a shadow mage can exert control over creatures belonging to the shadows, like Dementors. What if there is a way for us to get into Azkaban, or possibly shadow walking us there, and give an order to the Dementors to ease their torment of Sirius? Would this work?" Albus pondered the suggestion before answering. Yes. I have read about shadow mages during my youth and they do have the power to control Dementors. I am not sure, however, if your power and will is strong enough to overcome their minds, but it is quite possible. However, there is a slight problem. Can you use your brand of travel to go to a place that you haven't been to?" asked Albus in curiosity. "I haven't tried," Harry admitted. "The first time I accidentally tapped into the ability, I ended up on the roof of the school which I am familiar with. Same thing happened when I tried it again, but this time in an area of the playground where I usually frequent during breaks. I think the ability picks up on my thoughts instead of coming up with a location at random. Is it possible to use a phoenix to send something to him?" "Yes, it is possible since a phoenix can go anywhere without being hindered by wards. What do you have in mind?" "I think we can send Hedwig over to Sirius and explain the situation to him. If he is still sane, we can send him care packages to get him back into shape while we come up with a way to safely get into Azkaban and test my theory as to whether I can control the Dementors or not." Harry mused while tapping his chin. "An excellent idea, my boy. Albus said with a smile, blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon glasses. While you do that, I can come up with a legal way to get into Azkaban and determine Sirius' exact location so we can use your unique travel to get there. It's a plan then, said a very determined Harry who held his hand out to Dumbledore, who took it and gave a single shake, making an unspoken deal to work together in getting his godfather out of Azkaban. Hi, it's Rachel again. I made a deal with my brother. He will continue to correct and add to my story, even when he's busy with work, as long as I address the reviews. How kind of him, grumble grumble. Nightshade Killer. Dark Wolf 112, my brother suggested the time manipulation thing, but I don't think that is possible in this case. Sure, Godric can manipulate Potter Manor and use magic, but I don't think Godric has the knowledge to do so. Autumn Gold, I am so with you on that and already done, previous chapter. Hope you liked it. Rebellious 1, I'm not yet sure where Harry will be sorted when he enters Hogwarts. There are 2 houses I could think of, which should be very obvious, but only one of them will allow more character improvement and interaction. If you have some ideas though, let me know. Rebellious 1, Part 2. Yes, Harry will not be taking crap out of anyone. I made him independent, which is what I strive for him to be. No, Dumbledore didn't ask about the Ravenclaw title. Keep in mind that Dumbledore recognized Harry's maturity and lordship. He will wait for the big reveal and not push Harry to do so. Winged Seer Wolf, I think my response to the reviews are a bit late. Tee. Anyway, I hope the confrontation didn't disappoint. Keep in mind that my version of Harry is trained to be mature, so he has a level head on his shoulder instead of just lashing out. If he succumbs to that, then we have Canon Harry all over again. Tokensil here, thanks for the glowing review. I hope this and the next chapter doesn't disappoint. Red Stick Bonbon, thanks for the heads up. I want to tone down the super powerful political Harry a bit. He'll get there, someday. Let's face it, no matter what title you hold, people will always still think of Harry as a child. Harry will gradually earn his power in the political arena as he makes certain decisions during the flow of the story. Don't worry, the serious problem is in the works, cracking whip at brother to give her some ideas to make this happen. Sam, noted. But for future reference, it's Dobby not Dobby. Snapping fingers, wand waving, all the same thing. I'm working with my limited command of the English vernacular, so I'll write it the way that is easiest for me to do so. So there. Smiley face, Draconis Elphos, thanks for the review. The only thing I can is that Harry will be making a lot of friends in Hogwarts. As any normal school, there will be clashing of ideas. This time, however, Harry will not take any crap from anyone. If he finds something he doesn't like, then expect something to happen. Addis89 Mackin, thank you. Mwah. YANA5, I have to stop and rest, you know. Hehehe, but I'll do my best to keep the pace I'm on right now. Don't you just love it when it's summer with nothing to do but work with your muse? Smiley face, Konatakan 603, prepare to be psyched some more. I present to you chapter 07. Wahahahaha. No, I don't think the Dursleys will be making any more appearance. But who knows? Anything can happen in fanfiction. Draconic Wrath, no, the story is still in the works, but the overall plot is already done. I even have a plot for after Hogwarts, and I'm thinking of doing a crossover. Wahahahaha. I may be good, buff snails on shirt, but I'm not that good. If I post a chapter here, then you can be sure that the next one is half past done. I work on the original, then pass it on to my brother for corrections or to add to the story, and whilst he's doing that, I'm working on the next chapter. I just love having lots of free time, don't you? Messer Padfoot forev, Nat, I love Dumbles too much to make mincemeat out of him. DAWG3388, my version of Harry may be forgiving, but he never forgets. Wahahahaha. Please read the note after the end of this chapter. Important, puppy dog eyes and pout. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 07, Hogwarts Shopping. August 1, 1991. Potter Manor. Harry yawned and stretched after waking up to a glorious day for a trip to Diagon Alley. His discussion with the headmaster and deputy headmistress yesterday was an eye-opener for him. He grinned when he remembered working alongside the headmaster to free his godfather from Azkaban, even if they were still in the planning stages. It would take time knowing how the magical judicial system works, but he was sure as hell going to try his best to get his godfather out and in Potter Manor to recuperate. While he's at it, it might be a good idea to bring Remus Lupin into the action, since he was part of his father's group of pranksters. He decided to send the old werewolf a letter after his trip to Diagon Alley tonight, though it could wait since he didn't know where the werewolf stood in terms of Sirius and his own unique situation. He got off the bed and made his way to his bathroom for a good soak to prepare for the day. When he got there, he saw that Flippy already made the bath for him. Shaking his head at the motherly actions of his first house elf, he took off his night clothes and stepped into the tub, sighing in contentment as the hot water woke up his sleeping muscles. He luxuriated a bit considering he wasn't pressed for time. It was an hour later that Harry exited the tub and grabbed a white fluffy towel to wipe himself dry. He walked over to the sink and faced the mirror, smiling at what he saw. Ever since he moved to the Disley attic, his malnourished frame was slowly being countered by a healthy dose of good food and exercise. The chores also helped in sculpting his body into its current state. For an 11-year-old, he had muscles that a young wizard should have and he liked it. Toweling his hair, he noticed that he needed to buy hair clips since its length already reached the middle of his back. According to his father's books on wizarding heraldry, nobles tend to let their hair grow as a sign of their station. However, Harry's reasoning for doing so was quite simple: to tame the Potter hair. His hair was now quite tame thanks to its length without the need of hair care product to keep it down. At a decent height of 5'1" for an 11-year-old, Harry noticed that he lacked the usual baby fat that was mostly present on kids his age. He was now sporting an athletic look with finely shaped pecs and abs. He didn't grow into a bodybuilder, nor would he want to. His current swimmer's build was perfect for him. Lithe and agile, just the way he wanted. After spelling his hair to straighten and dry, he nodded to himself before finishing his morning shower ritual. Harry exited the shower to see his clothes for the day already laid out on the bed: a black muscle shirt and grey trousers to be held in place by a snakeskin belt. He noticed that Flippy also brought out a pair of black dress shoes made of dragon hide. To finish the wardrobe was a black trench coat. Harry just shook his head. Not only was Flippy a mothering elf and a great cook, it seems that the little guy was also making himself to be his fashion advisor. He chuckled a bit while removing the towel and putting on a pair of boxer briefs before the rest of his clothes. He looked at himself in the mirror afterwards and couldn't deny the fact that he looked good. He held out his hand for Arya to appear in her cane form, completing the look of a perfect noble. He walked to the sitting room adjacent to the master's suite and called Flippy for a light breakfast. Of course, the elf just appeared, snapped his fingers bringing a tray filled to the brim with food on the table. Harry gave the elf a mock glare considering there was too much food on the plate that he could possibly eat. The elf just ignored him before popping away. Sighing, Harry tucked into his meal while mumbling about demented house elf and their penchant for overfeeding their masters. Harry ate as much as he could before banishing the leftovers with a wave of his hand. Finished with his tea, Harry left the sitting room and back to his suite towards Hedwig, who was currently preening her feathers. "Hi, Hed. You want to join me for a trip to the alley?" asked Harry as he scratched his familiar's neck, earning him a happy croon. "No, master. I think I'll pass for today," said Hedwig before giving Harry a stern look. "However, please call me if you need my help or anything, all right?" Harry just rolled his eyes. "Yes, mother," he said jokingly. Hedwig shot him a glare before going back to her preening when Harry walked straight into the shadow towards his destination. Diagon Alley. Harry exited the shadow in his favorite nook in Diagon Alley with a grin on his face. His agenda for the day filled him with excitement. First, he needed to go to meet with Griphook to check on the items his team was able to retrieve from the remains of the Potter cottage in Godric's Hollow. Next on his list was a shopping trip for his Hogwarts supplies minus the wand and pet. After that, Harry decided to check on the rest of the shops in the alley, specifically a shop selling magical eyewear that Dumbledore mentioned in passing during their discussion, since he liked the possibility of getting his eyesight fixed. Having glasses was cool and all, but he was blind as a bat without it. Harry made his way to Gringotts with a skip to his step. There weren't a lot of witches and wizards in the alley, since it was a well-known fact that magicals weren't early risers. However, there were a lot of muggles today, judging from the lack of magic he felt from the adults, though the kids have it in their bodies. Muggleborns. Harry thought. Must be doing their Hogwarts shopping. Fun. He did pause, however, when he saw Professor McGonagall walking towards him with a family of muggles looking at the shops in awe. The girl with the bushy brown hair was chattering with her mother, which Harry was quite sure about since they both looked alike, about something that he couldn't hear. Smiling to himself, Harry walked towards them before giving his greeting. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Fancy meeting you here so early," said Harry to the stern Transfiguration professor. "Lord Potter, fancy meeting you here as well, and quite early I might add. Shopping for your Hogwarts supplies, I take it?" she asked while giving him a small smile which Harry found endearing. "Indeed, Professor. I just need to take a quick trip to Gringotts before going through my list," replied Harry before looking at the family behind her, showing the new student and their families around. "You're correct, Lord Potter," agreed Minerva before turning to introduce her charges for the day. "Let me introduce to you Doctors Dan and Emma Granger and their daughter Hermione Jane Granger. She will be starting Hogwarts the same year as you." Harry gave the Granger family a formal bow which surprised them. "Good morning, Doctors Granger, Ms. Granger. I hope you find your first visit to the magical world an enlightening experience." Dan Granger held out his hand to Harry, who took it with a shake, followed by Emma and Hermione. "It is very interesting. Finding out that magic is real and that my daughter is a first generation witch was an eye-opener," said Dan with a grin. His statement was affirmed by his wife and daughter with a nod. Harry returned the grin with one of his own. Everything is interesting the first time around, Mr. Granger. The magical world is filled with things that will surely strike your fancy. Harry agreed. I would love to stay and chat, but I have some business to attend to, and I'm sure that you still have a long day ahead with Professor McGonagall regarding your daughter's supplies for Hogwarts. Feel free to contact me by owl if you need any help. I know how it feels to be thrown into a world you thought only to exist in fantasy. With another bow to the group and a nod to Professor McGonagall, who was watching the interaction with an amused smile, Harry continued his journey to Gringotts, but not before hearing Hermione's words. Is he really a lord? But he's so young. Harry just grinned, excited to meet her in the future at Hogwarts if her inquisitive nature was something to go by. Harry reached Gringotts easily and without the gawking, though it might be attributed to the fact that his famous scar was hidden behind his hair. However, some ladies were looking him with something in their eyes that eluded him. It did make him nervous though. It was 20 minutes later that Harry James Potter exited Gringotts, patting the pocket on his trench coat with a smile. The meeting with his account manager was exciting to say the least. He found out they were able to breach the wards at Godric's Hollow and reported that the place was quite intact, though the second floor was mostly trashed, which Harry theorized was due to the backlash of the failed curse. Griphook placed all the items found in Godric's Hollow in an expanded trunk so Harry could check out the contents back in the comforts of Potter Manor. After that business done, Harry and Griphook discussed some investments that the goblin wanted to try out that required the young lord's approval. Of course, Harry told him to go ahead, which earned him a grin from the goblin before leaving his office. Harry's first stop was Flourish and Blots. Even if he already had his mother's books from first to second year, he wanted to have a copy of his own. Besides, it was possible that these might have revisions compared to the old copies, so it wouldn't be a loss on his part. It didn't take long for Harry to get the required books, with some extras of course for light reading, and had it paid, wrapped, and shrunk before depositing it in his pocket. His next stop was something that sent shivers down his spine, Madame Malkin's. He entered the kindly, but playful matron's shop with trepidation. Of course, Malkin saw him immediately while she was measuring up a blonde-haired kid with an aristocratic air around him and broke into a wide grin which made him cringe back in fear. It seems that the owner of the shop had something in store for him and he didn't like it if the grin was something to go by. "Ah, back again for some shopping?" asked Malkin with a smirk on her face. Thankfully, she kept from bringing out his title since they weren't alone. Even if Harry already accepted his heritage thanks to the lecture from Godric, he didn't want to announce it in public needlessly just to get mobbed while enjoying a relaxing day. It was quite nice to be anonymous once in a while. Yes," said Harry with a bit of hesitation in his voice while glancing back at the door, thinking whether he should make a run for it right now and save himself from embarrassment. Malkin saw it, however, so she waved her wand, making the door to the shop slam shut with a bang, scaring the blonde, who jumped, which caused one of Pins to dig into his skin, ending in an undignified painful yelp. "Watch where you're sticking that thing, idiot!" screamed the blonde while rubbing the pain away. "Sorry, young man, but you should hold still if you don't want those pins sticking to places that might be painful for you," said Malkin in a condescending tone which Harry found quite funny. It didn't take long for Malkin to finish measuring the blonde amidst the scowls and curses coming from the youth's mouth. The blonde left, but not before shouting, "My father will hear about this." Harry just gave the blonde an amused look before turning to the kindly matron who was smirking at the door behind the retreating blonde aristocrat. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Harry accused, though his lips was twitching into a grin. Malkin huffed, lips twitching as well. "I don't know what you mean," she denied in an overly innocent voice. "Yes, right," agreed Harry, though not believing her one bit. He stepped on the stool, waiting for the woman to measure him up. "Standard Hogwarts robes please, first year." "Of course, Lord Potter." "Please madam, call me Harry. All the lordy business is for formal events only, not for friends." Malkin smiled and waved her wand, causing the tapes to float around Harry, taking his measurements. "Fine, Harry. I take it the same materials as your robes then?" inquired Malkin. What materials did you use on my robes?" "It didn't occur to me that there were different materials," asked a confused Harry. Malkin nodded as she tapped a parchment to transfer the measurement into it with his name on the top. "Well, we usually sell cotton, which is comfortable and affordable. But our best seller is acromantula silk." Harry read about acromantulas in one of his books and read the footnote that their silks were durable, comfortable, and has a bit of spell resistance to them, though quite expensive due to the difficulties in harvesting. There were plenty of acromantulas around, so the supply was high, but getting them was a different matter since acromantulas view humans as food. "All right then, have my robes in acromantula silk." "I think you already know that the price wouldn't be a problem?" asked Harry with a cheeky grin on his face. Malkin smirked and banished all of Harry's clothes except for his boxers. "Madam!" exclaimed a blushing Harry when all his clothes disappeared, again. "Oh, pipe down, young man. I need to get your exact measurements, so the clothes have to come off." chided Malkin while waving her wand in the air like a conductor's baton, guiding the measuring tapes get Harry's measurements in places that Harry didn't know needed to be measured. His blushing grew when one of the tapes zipped down to his boxers. Harry glared at the matron, blushing all the while. Malkin just ignored him, whistling a merry tune while continuing to wave her wand around. Harry had this feeling the Malkin was taking longer than usual to measure him. "I say, Harry, you grew quite nicely these couple of months," said Malkin in fake surprise, leering at Harry's almost naked body. "I dare say that the ladies will be climbing walls and blowing houses just to get to you. Are you sure you don't want to shop without any clothes on, or just maybe without a shirt?" The young Potter Lord didn't even grace that with an answer, but the severe blush on his face said it all. It took 5 more minutes for Malkin to finish Harry's measurements, whistling a merry tune as she walked to the counter with a skip on her step to jot down the orders. Harry noticed something. "Madam, my clothes, if you please," Harry said through gritted teeth. Oh my, I do apologize, Harry. Old age seems to affect my memory these days." Malkin apologized, but Harry knew that it wasn't genuine. With a wave of her wand, she returned all of Harry's clothing, sans the top. "Madam, I think you forgot something," said Harry, continuing to glare at the matron. One of his eyebrows was starting to twitch. Malkin looked at him critically with a serious look on her face. "I think I got everything. I mean, the trousers are there, which needs to be tightened a bit to show off the nice muscled legs you have. The belt looks good on you, by the way, very sexy. Your robes are exquisite, of course, since it came from me. Yes. You're good to go, Harry." She finished her inspection with a nod. Harry was having none of it. "The shirt. Oh? You were wearing a shirt? Dear me, old age does have its drawbacks," said Malkin with a tinkling laugh, though she did return Harry's shirt, much to the boy's relief, though the young Potter Lord felt that it was tighter than usual. "Anyway, Harry, I'll have your order good to go in 1 hour. Please come by later to pick it up." Harry nodded, not daring to say anything, while giving the matron his Gringotts card. After the transaction was completed, Harry left the shop, but not before realizing something. "Madam, I'm curious. While you were measuring the customer before me, you stuck a lot of pins and you didn't measure him the same way you did mine. What's up with that?" Malkin sniffed while sorting through the orders on the counter. "There are some customers that act like stuck-up snobs that think that they are above everyone else. If I do encounter such customers, well, let's just say that I make sure that they enjoy their time here in my shop," she explained with an evil grin on her face. Harry didn't say anything but exited the shop as fast as he could. Madam Malkin is scary when crossed. Harry decided to skip the apothecary since everything he needed was safely stored and catalogued in Potter Manor. He did make a note, however, to ask Flippy to pack the necessary supplies into his 5-compartment trunk just in case he forgot. His next stop was the leather store, since he wanted quality dragonhide gloves. The ones in the apothecary were standard ones and normally of low quality. It didn't take long for him to find the perfect ones, though he did note that each of the gloves were costly but a good investment, since they have charms on them to automatically fit his hands, and cured dragonhide lasts longer and more durable than others. Harry also dropped by quality Quidditch supplies since he was quite curious on the latest brooms available. He didn't plan to buy anything since he hadn't tried flying as of yet, though he did make a note to buy the latest broom later after taking the class at Hogwarts if he liked it. He had high hopes since he read in his father's diary that he was a pretty good on a broom. Harry hoped that he got that from his father as well, since he got his craving for knowledge from his mother. He didn't stay there long since the shop was filled with kids and teenagers marveling at the latest broom, a Nimbus 2000, or discussing about the latest Quidditch news in the wireless. Harry left the shop when it got too noisy for him to tolerate. He did drop by Magical Menagerie to have a little chat with Edward, as well as restocking Hedwig's Phoenix treats since she ate it all up without him knowing about it. He did call Flippy to take the treats back to Potter Manor with strict instructions to make sure that Hedwig doesn't find it. Realizing something, he asked Flippy if the Potter Manor have owl treat for the Olori. After getting a negative, Harry bought a large supply of owl treat and sent it along with Flippy with instructions to always have a stash of treats around the owls that considered Potter Manor their home. Oblivious to Harry, Edward smiled in respect at the blonde upon hearing the young man's concern for the animals in his home. Harry left afterwards with a wave to the owner towards his next destination. Harry's next stop was an optician. After asking around, he was directed to a small shop 3 stores away from quality Quidditch supplies. He was greeted by an elderly man who immediately recognized his identity, though Harry liked him immediately when he didn't make a big deal out of it. The young Potter Lord was subjected to a string of questions regarding previous check UPS, where he bought his glasses, and so on. In the end, Opticus, the owner of the place, informed him that his eye problem was genetic and there were no permanent fix for it, much to Harry's dismay. Opticus did, however, offer Harry a set of magical contacts which contained enchantments that will bond with his eyes and automatically change prescription as needed. Harry immediately bought a pair without a second thought. Harry left the shop without his glasses on, but not before Opticus telling him to come by same time next year to check on the contacts to make sure that the enchantments are in working order. Deciding to see to check on Borgin's shop, Harry ducked into a deserted alcove and put on his Harold Evans persona before walking to Borgin's at Nocturne Alley. Of course, the occupants recognized him immediately and made themselves scarce in fear of angering the powerful man. Harry mentally snickered to himself when he saw them scamper away like rats. Harry entered Borgin's shop and saw the man polishing what seems to be an enchanted, or cursed, dagger with a piece of cloth. "Ah, Mr. Borgin," said Harry as a way of greeting to the man. "Do you have any rare books to add to my collection?" "Welcome back, Mr. Evans, Harold Evan, Mr. Borgin." Harry introduced his older persona to the shop owner. "Welcome back then, Mr. Evans," greeted Borgin. "You're in luck, good sir. I have some rare books that came in just yesterday that you might find interesting." "Oh? Do tell," Harry asked curiously, not sounding too eager to the shifty shop owner. "A contact of mine from Australia just sent me a few books from the various magical tribes in the continent. One of the books detailed a ritual in helping a witch or wizard find and unlock their animagus form. I'm sure you'll be interested in this book since you expressed an interest in this subject during your first visit here in the shop." Borgin elaborated the new additions to his merchandise. "Indeed. I find the study of animagus intriguing, though I don't have any interest in becoming one myself. Too much work, though the knowledge might be useful in the future," lied Harry. Inside, he was very excited to read the book. If the ritual works, then he would have his animagus form before he enters Hogwarts. "Let me see the book then, and I'll take it off your hands if I find it to be the genuine article. If you have other books to recommend, add them to the pile." Borgin nodded and went to the back of the shop to retrieve the books. Harry just waited patiently for the man to return without bothering to check the cursed objects in the shop. Interesting they may be, he wasn't in the mood. Borgin returned later with 5 books, which caused Harry to raise an eyebrow when he saw them. Borgin saw the unasked question. "You said books that might interest you, so I brought out some of the others that might strike your fancy," explained the shop owner as he placed the book down on the counter for Harry to peruse. Harry checked the title of each book in front of him and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Australian Aborigines Animal Rituals. Magus, The Art of Controlling the Elements. Excellent Enchanter's Encyclopedia to Enchanting. Compendium of Runes from Around the World. Internal Magics, Mastering Your Body's Energy. These books certainly caught my interest. Great work, Borgin. I see that my trust in you isn't misplaced," Harry said with a sneer. "Of course," replied Borgin as if he was offended. "I might be a dark arts dealer, but I make sure my customers are satisfied with their purchase. Considering the people that I come in contact with, making them unhappy promises, unpleasant accidents on my part." He added the last with a shudder. Harry quirked an eyebrow with a twitch of amusement on his lips. Borgin was correct. It was best to do good business with cutthroats, thieves, and dark wizards if you don't want to get killed by screwing them. "I'll take all of them, Borgin. I'll drop by again around winter to see if you have something new for me," said Harry as he paid for his purchase and shrunk them with a lazy wave of his cane before putting them in his pocket for safekeeping. With a nod to Borgin, Harry left the shop towards his next destination. The Muggle world. Harry exited the Leaky Cauldron after a bottle of butterbeer and a short conversation with Tom the barman to take the train to downtown London. His stop was at a shop called Widescreen Centre at Dorset Street, which specializes in telescopes for those who love to delve into astronomy either as a base for study or a hobby. While he was on the train, he realized that he didn't have that much Muggle money with him. He cursed since he needed to go back to Gringotts and find a way to use British pounds without having to exchange them every time. Sighing, he decided to take the lazy route and closed his eyes. He opened up his mind and reached towards Gringotts looking for Griffook's signature. He found him easily and knocked on the goblin's shield. "Griphook," Harry mentally called out, hoping he was successful. "Lord Potter?" "Harry." Griffook's mental voice echoed back. "Thank Merlin, it worked." Harry released a mental sigh of relief. "Hi, Griphook. Sorry to talk to you like this, but I found myself in a pinch." "What can I do to help you, Harry?" offered Griphook. "I'm in Muggle London now to buy something, but I don't have any British pounds on me. Any ideas?" Harry asked his account manager. "Oh, why don't you use your Gringotts card then?" was the goblin's only reply. "You mean I can use IT in the Muggle world?" Harry asked in confusion. "Young man," said Griphook in a condescending tone. "The Gringotts card also acts as a debit card in the Muggle world. It holds a total of 300,000 British pounds before it needs to be refilled from your account. Just present it to the shop and all they will see is the standard credit card that Muggles use." "Oh, I didn't know that," Harry replied in surprise. He didn't realize that the Gringotts card was that useful. "Obviously," growled Griphook with a sniff. "Now is there anything else?" "No, thank you for your help, Griphook. I would be so lost without you." Of course. You humans are nothing without us goblins to help you in money matters. I wouldn't go that far, Griphook. Thanks and see you soon, said Harry before ending the connection. Harry left widescreen center hefting a box containing his new Evostar 102. It was pricey, around £350, but it was worth it. He was so looking forward to astronomy class with this baby making it easy for him. Whistling a merry tune, Harry ducked into a deserted alley and Shadow walked back to Diagon to pick up his order from Madame Malkin before going back to Potter Manor. He had a letter to write and some books to read. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 08, Operation Saving Padfoot. August 2, 1991. Potter Manor. Harry Potter Shadow walked to his study from downtown London. He placed his purchases on the table and returned them to their original size with a thought before calling Flippy to sort them and putting them in their proper places. When Harry was alone in the study, he resized the box that contained the items salvaged from the wreckage of Potter Cottage. There were quite a lot of it from the size of the box, but Harry started going through it with gusto. The first thing he saw were 4 old stuffed toys in the form of a white stag, a brown wolf, a black dog, and a grey rat. He immediately noticed the symbolism and grinned. From his father's diary, the toys were a representation of the Marauders in their animagus forms, well, except for the wolf, which he was sure was Moony Remus werewolf alter ego. Harry eyed the rat in distaste and tossed it at a shadow in the corner and disappeared through it. Harry thought that the ocean would be the perfect place for a traitorous rat, even if it was just a toy. Setting these aside, he went back to the box to see what else was in there. The next item he saw was a letter to one Severus Snape. From his conversation with Tom the barman, he knew that Severus Snape was a professor at Hogwarts who teaches potions. He was also the head of Slytherin House with a dark reputation, especially among the students. Since he hadn't met the man yet, Harry decided to reserve his opinion until he met the man. He set it aside to be sent later with Hedwig, or maybe he could give it personally when he gets to school in September. He found a small box with the name Lily Potter on it. He opened it to see piles of letters written to his mother by friends and acquaintances. Harry decided to go through them later since it was the best way to know his mom's personality from other people's point of view. He also found an old broomstick, though he could see that it was in pretty good condition despite being in an abandoned house for the past 10 years. He saw his father's name etched on the handle along with the name of the broom, a Nimbus 1500. Harry assumed that it was customized specific to his father's request. He was excited, however, to see a few books inside the box. He took one and saw that it was an Auror's handbook. Harry knew that Aurors were the policemen of the wizarding world and worked under a branch of the ministry called the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, or DMLE. Harry decided to read it later to learn all about his father's job and maybe some powerful defensive spells inside if he's lucky. Harry also found his mother's notes on charms. Considering that she was a charms mistress, it was only logical for her to have countless of notes on the subject regarding her discoveries. Harry vowed to have the notes bound together and added to the Potter library in its own pedestal to honor his mother's work. Some jewelry was also found, but these didn't interest him, well, except for a gold necklace with a stag hanging on it. He decided to wear it since it was a memento of his parents. He slipped it around its neck and tucked the necklace underneath his shirt for safekeeping. He kept the others on the box to be sent to Griphook later to be stored in the Potter family vault. Harry's excitement peaked when he saw a photo album with his mother and father holding him on the front. He opened it with shaky hands and was amazed since it was filled to the brim with wizarding photos of family and friends. He flipped from page to page, snickering all the while at the various antics his parents and the rest of the Marauders were guilty of. He practically laughed his head off when he saw a rainbow-colored werewolf, a blue stag, and a pink grim-like dog with a red ribbon around its neck. It seems that his mother was also a prankster at heart. Thankfully, the rat wasn't there to ruin the scene. He decided to have this photo framed and placed on his bedside table just for kicks. Despite their absence in Harry's life, his parents were still there in the form of mementos to keep him smiling. Harry vowed to increase his efforts in getting Sirius out of Azkaban, the sooner the better. Harry went to bed that night with a plan to be implemented in the morning. August 3, 1991. Ballroom, Potter Manor. Harry was currently on the stage in the Potter family ballroom conducting a meeting with all the house elves in the manor. Their sole purpose? Putting Operation Saving Padfoot into motion. Harry recruited some of the elves to prepare everything needed to make sure that Sirius survives Azkaban until he could get him out. The young Potter Lord knew that breaking Sirius out would only make things worse for his incarcerated godfather. The only thing he could do was make Sirius' life easier until such time that a trial was scheduled to prove his innocence over a crime the wizarding world believed he was guilty of. First of all, Harry had a deep discussion with Hedwig regarding Azkaban. Harry used the entire morning searching the library for any books that mentioned the wizarding prison. Thanks to Godric's help, he was able to find 2 tomes that detailed the worst place on Earth. Harry found out that Azkaban prison was divided into 3 sections. The first section was where the guards were put on standby. Meaning, this section was served as the staging ground for roving patrols, a lounge, kitchen, dining hall, and an emergency flow network for bringing in reinforcements in case the prison was under attack. The second section was for regular prisoners. Dementors were sent her at least twice a week to make sure that the inmates suffer for a bit until their sentence is finished. The last section was located on the upper floors of the complex, the high-profile security wing, where dangerous prisoners were permanently incarcerated with no hopes of freedom or escape. Dementors patrol the hallway to make sure the prisoners suffer for their transgressions. Harry was sure that his godfather was located in this wing. The book also mentioned the security of Azkaban, though the schematics for the wards were not present. The entirety of Azkaban Island was surrounded by an elf ward, anti-apparition, and anti-Portkey wards. Each of the cells has a magic dampening field, so the prisoners had no access their magic to escape. Harry's face became cold when he read the last part. Wizards and witches require magic to survive, like heal wounds, ward away sickness, and so on, which is the reasons why witches and wizards seldom get sick. But if the book was correct, then his godfather doesn't have any access to his magic to sustain himself. If he's still alive, then Sirius is surely weakened or emaciated, or possibly insane. Harry hoped that the latter didn't happen, since healing the mind is much more complicated than healing the body. Fortunately, Harry learned that the magic dampening field that was present in every cell in Azkaban were keyed to witches and wizards only, and not magical creatures, so Hedwig can easily enter the cell Sirius was on without any effect on her magic. With this in mind, Harry called all the house elves for a general meeting to put Operation Saving Padfoot into effect. This was the first time in 30 years that the Grand Ballroom of Potter Manor was used. The elves in charge of the greenhouses were put into harvesting ingredients for a nutrient potion. Thankfully, these elves can brew basic potions under their own power. If they need more supplies or if they want to add a few more potions, then they are free to work on it. One of the greenhouse elves suggested some basic healing potions as well, just in case it would be needed depending on Sirius' status. The kitchen elves were given the task to make as many healthy meals as they can and place them under preservation charms, warming or cooling charms, or maybe a stasis charm, so Sirius could have a decent supply of meals to rejuvenate his body. In the end, they all decided to make a year's worth of food for Sirius to live by until after Harry leaves Hogwarts during to send him another batch. The library elves were put into research mode. They were tasked to find out if there was anything they could use, a spell, charm, artifact, enchantment, anything that could be used to ward against a Dementor's aura. He didn't expect them to succeed, but it was quite possible that they could find something that would help, aside from a full-powered cheering charm, of course. He read that a Patroness charm was the only defense against a Dementor. Harry didn't know how to do the charm as of yet, much less enchant an object with one to be given to Sirius. The upkeep elves were tasked to prepare items for Sirius' hygienic needs. One elf suggested getting a multi-compartment trunk with a compartment dedicated to bathing. This idea was quickly accepted, and Harry sent Flippy to go to the travel shop in Diagon Alley to purchase another 5-compartment trunk, this time with a compartment each for hygiene products and clothes, food, potions, writing supplies, and the expanded space for a large tub with an ever-clean and always full charm on it. Once all the tasks were assigned and items written down on parchment to be double-checked later, Harry sent them off with his blessing. Operation Saving Padfoot would begin in 2 days' time, and Harry will make sure that it succeeds. After the meeting with the elves, Harry and Hedwig adjourned to the study to implement their own contribution to the operation. Infiltrating the prison using Hedwig to determine Sirius' exact location. This part of the plan was going to be done with Harry piggybacking Hedwig's mind with a skill called mind melding. Mind melding was a skill Harry learned from the books he bought from Borgin. It seems that sorcerers could use their unique brand of telepathy to have a permanent mental link with their familiars. This was one of the reasons why Harry could talk to Hedwig and vice versa anytime. Harry can also see through Hedwig's eyes, with his familiar doing the same with his. Harry practiced his mind melding skills by using Hedwig as a scout. If they want Operation Saving Padfoot to be successful, then they needed an opportune time to enter Azkaban and let Sirius read the letter without interference. After carefully entering Hedwig's mind, and making sure that the connection was stable, Hedwig flamed out of the study towards the prison to begin her infiltration mission. Using Hedwig as his eyes in Azkaban, he instructed his familiar to discreetly fly around and observe the place while Harry plotted. Through Hedwig, Harry discovered that Azkaban was composed of 10 floors. Each floor has 20 cells, with the last 3 floors being the high security wing. His godfather was in one of these 3 floors. Thankfully, a phoenix was immune to a Dementor's aura, so she could fly around without it affecting her. It also helped that Dementors could not sense animals, so Hedwig was virtually undetectable in the prison unless a human guard sees her flying around. It took 2 hours of mind melding and on-the-spot scanning that Harry was able to determine the exact location of Sirius' cell. It seems that he was treated as the most dangerous of all prisoners, since the area he was on was always patrolled by Dementors but none of the Azkaban guards. This was perfect, since Dementors were easily fooled and would give him a chance to try his shadow mage powers at them if he ever got the urge or the need to break Sirius out. With a shout of triumph, Harry instructed Hedwig to return to Potter Manor to rest. Operation Saving Padfoot will commence tomorrow at midnight. August 4, 1991. 12 hours before OSP starts. Master's Study, Potter Manor. Harry was currently going through the list with Flippy as they were surrounded by all the items they would need to pack into the trunk. They only had 12 hours left before Operation Saving Padfoot starts. Alright Flippy, it's time to go over the list of things we need to pack into the trunk for Sirius. I already have the letter written and ready to go at the strike of midnight. Did you get the right enchantments on the trunk? Harry asked his elf as he read through the content of the parchment in his hand. Yes, Master Harry Potter sir. It costs a lot more but the shop was able to put the right enchantment we need. All Master Paddy needs to do is to place 3 drops of blood on the latch and the trunk can only be opened and seen by him. It is invisible to all. Replied Flippy, jumping in excitement. Harry nodded in approval. Good. Now let's go over the list. First, are the charms on the tub ready? Yes, sirs. It house elf charms so it will work without having nasty magic eating ward affecting it. Elves also placed comfortable robes in there with elfish magic to disguise it to others. It will just look like rags to bad men in prison. Good, very good. Said Harry, almost purring at how the plan was coming together. I checked the potions on the list and it seems to have grown in numbers. I'm not familiar with the others. What's the Auras Protectum potion and why are there 12 of them? We be finding that out from one of the elves working in Nocturne Alley, Master Harry Potter sir. According to Grumpy who works in potion shop there, potion will protect drinker from nasty dementor. Just need to drink 1 vial for a month's worth of protection. Explained Flippy as he placed said potions on the trunk. Wow! This potion must cost a lot. Said Harry in surprise. No wonder this can only be bought in Nocturne Alley. The Ministry must have labeled it as dark so there would be no defense against their prison guardians. Flippy nodded. 1 vial is worth 150 galleons, sir, but I'm sure Master Harry Potter sir doesn't care about the price. Too right, Flippy. Harry nodded in agreement. Let me see, nutrient potions, fever-reducing potions, muscle enhancer, skull GRO, and insect repellent. Why would Sirius need skull GRO? Isn't that for growing bones? Flippy shook his head. Flippy talked with good friend Missy over at St. Mungo's Hospital, to ask what potions to give to people in prison. She gave me a list so I followed it. She said that skull GRO can also be used to strengthen brittle bones. Potion grows bones bit by bit but if bones are already there, potion will find weak bones and repair it good as new. Oh. That's interesting. You house elves know a lot hey? Said Harry, impressed about the knowledge that the house elves have over potions. Though he was more impressed with Flippy's connection over other elves working in different magical centers to get some good advice. It would come in handy for the future. All elves know these potions, sir. It is better to serve our masters that way. I see. Next. Getting a nod from Flippy, Harry continued. How about the two-way messenger journal, a quill, and ever-full ink bottle? Again, Harry was quite proud of Flippy in discovering the two-way messenger journal. It allows one owner of the journal to communicate with the other by simply writing on the page. Whatever one writes, the other receives. Handy since it works even if there were wards protecting the location. All here Master Harry Potter sir. Food. 2 years worth of meals. The potion will make sure that Master Paddy will always be hungry. I also placed a year's worth of butterbeer too, and 5 bottles of fire whiskey to ward off the cold. Oh alright. Let me just write that here. Harry jotted down the new additions. I think we are good to go. Did we forget anything? Yes, Master Harry Potter sir. Master Godric directed me to a Potter artifact that protects the wearer from magic dampy wards. If Master Paddy wears it then he can use magic. Now that's interesting. Said Harry while adding this little tidbit to the letter for Sirius to explain how it worked. I didn't know we had an artifact like that. So that means that Sirius will need a wand hey? Harry mused as Flippy nodded in affirmative. Well, we can worry about that later. We're now ready for the operation. I'm going to get some rest to prepare for tonight. Good night, Flippy. Harry exited the study into his bedroom. He saw the Hedwig was already asleep on her perch, already sensing that she needed to conserve her strength for tonight. Nodding, he stripped down to his boxers and dived to bed, forcing himself to sleep despite the excitement. August 5, 1991, 12:01 a.m. Azkaban Prison. A mangy black dog was interrupted from its fitful slumber when a burst of flame appeared from its peripheral vision. The dog immediately jumped back and crouched in defense but relaxed when he saw a white avian creature on his bed. The bird looked at him for a bit as if analyzing something before offering a leg where a letter was tied. The dog looked at the letter and the bird in confusion before understanding what the bird wanted him to do. Dog slowly changed, into one Sirius black in ragged prison clothes, very thin, and tired, but eyes alert. Sirius petted the bird before taking the letter. However, he walked to the door, looking out for a bit before walking into the deepest corner of the cell where the moon shining through the bars provided ample light for him to read. Sirius. My name is Harry Potter and I'm your godson. We have no time to waste. My familiar, Hedwig, is a phoenix, so she was able to deliver this letter to you. We are currently working on borrowed time, so make sure that you finish reading this letter as quickly as possible before the Dementor senses Hedwig's presence. If you are sane, well, as sane as you can be considering you're a marauder, please write at the back of this letter the password of the Marauder's map with your marauder name. I think you know what I'm talking about. Make sure that there are no Dementors around when you send it with Hedwig. When Hedwig disappears, I want you to stand back and wait. Love. Harry. Sirius Black was flabbergasted after reading the letter. His godson, Harry, owned a phoenix and is now planning something concerning him. With a youthful grin that hadn't graced his face for the past 10 years, he took the pen that Hedwig dropped on the bed before writing the password at the back of the letter. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good, Padfoot. Sirius quickly folded the letter and gave it to the phoenix, who quickly grabbed it using her beak and flamed out of the room. As instructed, Sirius stood back and waited for something, anything, to happen. It was 2 minutes later that Hedwig appeared, but this time, with a small note on her beak and a large trunk. Hedwig immediately threw the note at Sirius, who fumbled a bit before catching it, before flaming out. Sirius was confused as to the quick exit but decided to concentrate more on the note. Padfoot. Place 3 drops of your blood on the latch of the trunk. Do it now. There is a letter inside. Read it afterwards. It will explain everything. Harry. Not doubting his godson's instruction, Sirius immediately did what the letter told him to do. Considering the lack of anything sharp in the cell, the lone marauder of Azkaban bit his thumb. Ignoring the pain, he pinched the wound until it drew blood. He squatted down to the trunk and placed the requested amount of blood on the latch. The trunk glowed blue then purple before dying down. Confused as to what just happened, he shrugged before opening the first compartment of the trunk. There were some clothes there, shampoo, and other hygienic products. However, what caught his attention was the letter that Harry told him would be there to explain everything, along with a pendant with a Potter crest on the face. Wanting to read the letter as soon as possible, Sirius immediately dashed to the door and looked out the bars. Seeing none of the Dementors, he dragged the trunk by window and plopped down behind the trunk to hide him from view and started to read. Dear Padfoot. If you read this letter without the Dementors making a pest of themselves, then Operation Saving Padfoot was successful. I think it would be safe to say that you are very confused right now, but let me summarize it for you until such time we can talk face to face. I discovered my parents' trunk and learned about magic, though I already knew about it since I was 8 years old and had been experimenting with it. Safe to say, I'm now living in Potter Manor. I know you're innocent because of Dad's diary. I showed it to Professor Dumbledore, but he explained it to me that putting you on trial might be a little difficult because of figures in the government that are pretty high in the ladder. So if I can't get you out, then I'm going to make sure that you're healthy and well. This is where the trunk comes in. I think it's safe to say that you noticed the trunk glowing when you placed 3 drops of your blood on the clasp? Well, that is the bonding of the trunk to you. It means that only you can open the trunk. But there is also another feature. Only you can see the trunk. To others, it is nigh undetectable with or without magic. Ingenious, right? Anyway, this is a 5-compartment trunk. I will explain to you the contents in detail. On the first compartment, you will see there's some clothes. Don't worry, those clothes are enchanted by house elves. It means that you can wear them for comfort, but others will simply see it as rags, well, the same rags you are wearing every day, so they won't take it away from you or question you how it got there. The first compartment also contains some hygienic products. Take a bath, Padfoot. As to how, I'll go into that later. Now if you look closely inside this compartment, you will see a small pendant with the Potter crest on it. I want you to wear it. It counters the magic dampening field surrounding your cell that is always eating at your magic. I'm sure that you are somewhat immune to it, but with this necklace, your magical core can now refill to acceptable levels. You can even do magic, but we can talk about that later. The second compartment contains food. You're not dreaming, Padfoot. The Potter elves placed 2 years' worth of food inside this thing. All are under preservation and stasis charms to keep them forever fresh until you eat them. Some are under cooling charms, though most of them are under warming charms. I think you already know why. Ice cream requires cooling charms while English meals will be under warming charms. Now, you will need the food for what's on the third compartment. Oh, there's also an ever-filling water jug somewhere in there. It has a cooling charm on it, so you have fresh water to drink every day. The third compartment holds the potions you need to bring you back to proper health. The elves and I came up with a year's worth of potions for you to make sure that you're back to perfect health. Well, almost perfect considering you're in Azkaban. First of all, I want you to pay attention to the potion called Aura's Protectum. This is a rare potion that will protect you from a Dementor's aura. Sure, they can still suck out your negative emotions if you are feeling them, but they could never force you to relieve them. In other words, they are just decorations for your benefit. It might be good to think of negative thoughts once in a while to make sure they don't suspect a thing. 1 vial of Aura's Protectum lasts for 1 month. There is a year's worth of dosage here. Enjoy. Also, my elves packed some important potions for you to take with your meals. Nutrient potions, 1 dose after each meal. I think you already know what this potion does, so please take them for my peace of mind even if it doesn't take so good. Skelgro, you don't need to grow any bones, but the potion will help put your bones back to where it should be before you were sent to Azkaban. I know it tastes bad, very bad according to Flippy, but endure it. Don't worry, there's butterbeer with the food so you can wash out the taste. 1 dose a day for 5 days. Insect repellent, what it says. 1 dose a week if there's need. The elves assured me that it will work on fleas. Muscle enhancer once after breakfast. Finish every dose packed in the trunk. I'm sure the lack of room makes it impossible for you to maintain muscle mass, and with the lack of food, I say that all your muscles are sagging. Take this to get back into shape. Fever reducing potion, considering how cold Azkaban is, being in the middle of the ocean and all, this should help just in case you catch a fever. Now that the potions are done, let's go to compartment number 4. Compartment 4 contains writing supplies. Actually, there are only 3 things there that you need. I packed a nifty invention called a two-way journal. It works similar to the two-way mirror you and Dad used during your detentions back at Hogwarts. Whatever you write in the journal on your end will appear on my end and vice versa. Use the quill to write and there is an ever-full ink bottle for it. Always keep it inside this compartment after use to avoid detection. Now you might realize that the compartment is wasted on just 3 items. Well, this compartment will be for future books that you want to read. Just send me a list of books you want, since I will be supplying you with a wand that fits you later after you write in the journal the component of your old wand. I'm sure that you're itching to do magic, but I'll wait for a week before sending you a wand to make sure that your magical core is back to full before doing anything. Also, a week would be enough for me to find a wand maker to make you a new one. I don't think Ollivander would be keen to supply you with a similar wand even with me explaining everything to him. The 5th compartment is your very own bath. Yes, Padfoot, you definitely need a bath considering you had a 10-year stint without one. The bath is charmed by the elves to be always full of warm water and will automatically clean itself when it gets too dirty. The elves told me that the water is drinkable, so don't worry if Padfoot drinks it. I think that's all for now, Padfoot. Make use of the trunk to bring yourself back into shape. I need you since you're the only one here for me now. I'm planning to get in touch with Moony, but I don't know how to get it done as of yet, so maybe when I get to Hogwarts or let you handle it when you get out. Love you lots. Prongslet. P.S. Flippy, my personal house elf, packed some fire whiskey for you, so make sure it lasts for a year until I send you a refill. Sirius almost laughed in delight but was able to control himself when a Dementor was nearing his cell. Feeling the familiar sensation of a Dementor's aura getting stronger, he immediately opened the 3rd compartment and grabbed a vial of Aura's Protectum. He pulled the cap off with his teeth, spat it out, then downed the whole thing. After a few seconds, he felt the potion taking effect when the weakness that usually comes with a Dementor's presence slowly receded. He sighed in relief. Sirius slumped down on the floor and cried. The only thing that sustained him all these years was the thought that he was innocent, and that of his ability to shift into Padfoot, which somewhat dampened the effects of a Dementor's aura. Now, the reason he cried was the presence of hope in his life. Harry was there for him. He was proud of his godson planning this ingenious heist worthy of being a marauder to make sure that he was cared for. The thought that his godson loved him even if they haven't met since Harry was a toddler brought a wave of warmth through his body. He vowed that he would be at perfect magical and physical health when he gets out of prison and make sure that he's there with his godson till the day he dies. He opened the 2nd compartment and took out a sandwich and a butterbeer to snack on while writing an entry in the journal for his godson. Master's study, Potter Manor. He was glad that his godfather was sane, well, sane enough anyway considering he was coherent in regards to his instructions. But the ultimate test of his sanity lies in the journal. Harry stopped his pacing when he noticed words appearing on the page. It was written in a messy scrawl, which is quite obvious for people with shaky hands considering Sirius' health at the moment, though he was confident that would change when Sirius follows the instructions he laid out for him. He waited for a bit before reading the entry from Sirius. Prongslet. Thanks you. There's nothing I could ever say to express my gratitude. For these 10 years, I retained my sanity here in Azkaban by reminding myself that I'm innocent of the crime I was accused of, even if it was my fault that James and Lily died. Yes, Harry. It was my fault they are dead right now. True, I am not the secret keeper, but it was I who suggested that they transfer the secret to Pettigrew since I was too obvious due to my close bond with James, who is like a brother to me in all but blood. I'm sorry, Harry. If you're still reading this, then I hope that you'd forgiven me for my mistake. How I so want to get out of here and be where you are right now. To hug you and feel you in my arms again as I did the same when you were born. Even if James was your father, I always looked at you as if you were my own son. I love you, Harry, and not even Azkaban can change that. Anyway, enough of this icky lovey-dovey stuff. I am currently enjoying a very delicious sandwich, still warm to the touch, and a bottle of cool butterbeer. My compliments to the chef. If you're eating delicious food like every day, then I think you need to exercise, kiddo. You might grow sideways instead of upwards. After this entry, I am going to follow your instructions to the letter so that I'm well prepared to join you when I get out of Azkaban. I know it's only a matter of time since you're on the case. If you were able to get this marvelous trunk here without them finding out, then I'm 100% sure that I'll be getting out sooner than I'd think. You have a beautiful phoenix, by the way. Make sure you give my thanks to her. First off, I'm going to take a bath. By the way, very funny. Padfoot doesn't drink from tubs. He's civilized. He prefers toilet bowls. Ew. I think I shouldn't have written that since I'm eating right now. Carrying on. Now in regards to your gifts. The pendant is working. I can no longer feel the drain on my magic. With the right food and potions, I'm sure that I'll be good as new. It would be good to practice magic again. My wand was snapped when they captured me and thrown in Azkaban without a trial, and you're right, Ollivander won't be making me a replacement. I don't know how you plan to get me a similar wand, but I'm sure you'll get it done. Now as for my wand, I purchased it back in the 1960s along with James. His and my wand are similar yet different. While his was a mahogany wand, mine, however, was made of 2 woods. The handle of my wand was made from alder while the shaft was oak. It was exactly 15 inches, made with a core of Hungarian horntail heartstring. Your father's wand was perfect for transfiguration and battle magics. My wand, however, was battle magic and enchanting. It was my forte actually. I enchanted a motorcycle to fly and score of other features. In fact, I loaned it to Hagrid, the keeper of keys at Hogwarts, to take you to Dumbledore to keep you safe while I went to hunt for Pettigrew. If you're planning to send me books via Hedwig Express, insert snickering here, then send me a complete set of Hogwarts books on transfiguration and charms. While you're at it, send me specialized books on wards, enchanting, or others that you recommend. Considering you're in Potter Manor, I'm sure you won't have any problems with selections. James and I lived there once with your grandfather Charles and grandmother Doria, who was a relative of mine since she was a black before they got married. With 10 years of no magic, my control is practically out of whack, so I need to start from scratch. Since I'll be here for a while, might as well make use of the time learning, eh? Oh yeah, can you send me some pepper-up potions as well? It is a great way to restore one's energy if depleted. However, it can be addicting, so once a day is enough if there is need. Also, can you send me some parchments? There are some letters I need to write and ask if Hedwig can deliver them for me. These are important and will secure our future when I get out. I love you, pup, and I solemnly swear that I'm really up to no good. Sirius Orion Black. AKA Padfoot the Lovable Grim. P.S. Get in touch with Moony. If I know him, then he's wallowing in self-pity now. It might be a good idea to tell him the truth. Show him the proof you have, he'll believe you. Moony will be a great help to you, pup. After all, he is the brains of the Marauders. Harry grinned. From the long entry on the journal, it seems that his godfather was saner than ever. He quickly took out a quill and an ink bottle before starting to write. OMG. I'm on a roll. With all the ideas floating in my head, I'm so going to write before they go away. My brother is also on a roll as well, since he liked what I'm writing. Oh brother, I so love you. Cute beautiful eyes. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter or the characters that is found in David Eddings' books. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 09, The Rise of a Sorcerer. Harry James Potter was one happy child. Not because of the existence of magic, not because he was rich, not because he is of wizarding royalty. Harry James Potter was happy because he was getting to know his godfather, the only non-blood relationship he had that was close to being called a family. Being a godfather, Sirius, was like a surrogate father for Harry since his real dad wasn't around to watch out for him. The week they spent exchanging stories via the two-way journal was an eye-opening experience. He didn't know it was possible to convey so many emotions through paper and ink. But it was possible, and he couldn't be happier with the outcome. Harry was glad to take the initiative and not waiting for the headmaster to make the first move. Considering Harry's hobby in learning, he questioned Sirius on anything that was even related to magic. Sirius was more than happy to help. So in between discussions on how to enchant objects or how to transfigure objects, Harry and Sirius were exchanging life stories to fill the gaps of their 10-year separation. All in all, Harry was one happy camper. August 10, 1991. Nocturne Alley. Harry was walking down the tight space of Nocturne Alley towards a dingy shop at the far end of the street. He was looking for a wand maker with enough expertise to recreate Sirius' wand. In truth, it was impossible to do so since the ingredients were unique. A wood from a specific tree is different from a wood of another even if they are of the same species. Same goes for the magical component that makes up its core, unless of course he went to Ollivander and specifically asked for those ingredients, and considering the wand maker's memory in regards to his creations, Harry was sure that the creepy geezer would easily discover that he was recreating Sirius Black's wand. This was one of the reasons why he was now in Nocturne Alley. Instead of checking out every single store in the area, he went directly to the expert for directions. Of course, this expert came in the form of Borgin, the owner and proprietor of the dark arts shop Borgins and Burks. However, his words regarding the fabled wand maker in Nocturne Alley gave him a little pause. Harry finished relaying his needs to the Borgin, who in turn told him something that made him wary. There is one person you seek here in Nocturne Alley. However, he is not a wand maker but a wand crafter. Be warned, however, if you seek Old Man Grath. He doesn't make a wand for anybody. Like the wand chooses the wizards, Old Man Grath will choose who will become his customer. However, what makes the experience memorable is the wand crafter's ability to peer into your soul. Whether you get a wand from him or not, he will know you from the inside out. Even with this warning, Harry was determined to meet with Old Man Grath. Even if the secrets of his soul were laid down on the table for the man to learn, then so be it. Harry left Borgin's shop towards the famed wand crafter of Nocturne Alley. It didn't take Harry long to reach his destination. The place was small, smaller than even that of Ollivander's shop. The shop didn't have any name except for a signage with a picture of a wand. Very simple advertisement if you knew what to look for. Taking a deep breath, Harry pushed the door open, which caused the overhanging bell to chime, telling anyone inside that there was a customer in the shop. Well, a possible customer anyway if Borgin was to be believed. When Harry walked into the shop, he noticed a man on the counter. Considering the area he was living in, the man was clean. He was clean-shaven, unlike the wizards of old who seemed to want to flaunt their beard as a sign of their station and experience. No, this one lacked any facial hair. His white, almost silver hair was smooth, flowing down to his back. His face was lined with wrinkles, but not too much. He wondered if this was Old Man Grath, since the man in front of him wasn't too old to be addressed as an old man by the alley's inhabitants. "Good afternoon, sir. I am looking for Old Man Grath," said Harry respectfully. The man looked up from his reading and gave Harry a piercing look with his stormy grey eyes. "Why are you seeking Old Man Grath?" was all the man said, eyes not wavering from Harry's, who was getting nervous for being stared at with such intensity. "I was pushed to this place when I inquired on the possibility of recreating a wand that was broken 10 years ago. I could have gone to Ollivander, but with the current situation, it is doubtful that he will ever provide me with what I asked for," said Harry, though it was only half of the truth. "Indeed. Old Man Grath can easily make the wand you seek. However, it is the reason for such wand that the Old Man Grath will inquire." If it was possible, Harry would have thought that the stormy grey eyes became even stormier. "Tell me, lad, what is the reason for the wand that you seek?" Harry took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. His instincts and magic was screaming at him to tell the truth. Lying to this man will only result in dire consequences. "I seek the wand for my godfather, who was blamed for a crime he didn't commit. I am in contact with him and have the means to get it to him. With our communication, my godfather will use the wand to improve himself, thus if he is ever reunited with me, he will use the wand and his power for our protection and to those we deem worthy," said Harry. The formal words flowing out of his tongue like honey, all unbidden and uncontrolled, as if someone was forcing him to say the truth. Silence reigned in the shop after his declaration. The man behind the counter was looking at him with his stormy grey eyes, piercing his very soul. However, it was hard for Harry to determine what the man was thinking. The face in front of him held no emotion, as if it was carved from marble. "Interesting story you say, lad. But tell me, Harry Potter." At this, Harry froze. "Who will my wand claim as its master and lord?" Without hesitation, Harry answered. "Sirius Black," he whispered, though the sound of his voice echoed around the shop. The man nodded and stood. He walked over to the door and locked it before beckoning Harry to follow him. Harry was led to a back room, like Ollivander's, though this one was much bigger. Instead of shelves, there were cabinets. Instead of a work table, there were 2 couches and a small circular table in between. The place doesn't look much, but the feel of magic in the air was quite palpable, to be almost solid. The man sat and beckoned for Harry to take the other one. When Harry took his place, the man spoke. "My name is Old Man Grath and I am a wand crafter by trade. Now tell me, Harry Potter, why are you under a false persona?" asked the now named Old Man Grath. There was a hypnotic quality to his voice that lowered Harry's control. "To hide," Harry simply answered. "Why?" Old Man Grath fired back. "Because I don't want the public to know who I am," was all Harry's reply. "Why?" The same question. "Because, I don't want to get mobbed by the witches and wizards in the alleys." "Why?" "Because I don't want to be in the spotlight," Harry answered through gritted teeth. He didn't like where this was going. "Why?" "Because, I don't know," Harry whispered. It was the truth. He really didn't know. Old Man Grath nodded. With a wave of his hand, a tea set appeared in front of him. He poured a cup and offered it to Harry, who gratefully took it. He didn't do the same for himself. Harry was so out of it that he didn't notice the use of wandless magic nor the ringing sound he heard in his head. "Harry Potter!" called out Old Man Grath. "You might be asking yourself right now why you are being asked these questions when your primary concern is to have a wand created for your godfather. Why is this old man asking me these pointless questions? Why am I being interrogated as if I am a prisoner of war?" Harry didn't say anything but started at the cup of tea on his lap. "You see, Harry Potter. I am more than a wand crafter by trade. My eye sees all, the past, the present, the future. I determine who is and who is not worthy to own a wand that I craft. You see, Harry Potter, I see you. I see your soul crying out for release. Even if your mind has accepted your title, your heart says otherwise. This is why you are currently not at your full strength, limiting yourself to what you could actually do with your powers." Harry's eyes snapped away from the cup to meet stormy grey eyes. "I know who you are, Harry Potter. I see your past, troubled as they may be. I see your present, happy yet lonely with your life. And most importantly, I see your future, your struggles, wants, needs, and your desires. However, you are currently on limbo. What your mind accepts as truth, your heart denies. What your heart accepts as truth, your mind denies. A sorcerer can never reach his full potential if they are not of the same mind and heart." Harry's was flabbergasted at the monologue he was hearing. Old Man Grath was looking into his soul. Borgin was right. Old Man Grath could see the truth of one's soul no matter how hard they try to deny it. Harry wanted to leave, to find another way to procure his godfather's wand, but Old Man Grath's next words stopped him. "I see that you have accepted the truth of my words, Harry Potter. But let me tell you the truth of who you are. The truth of being a sorcerer." Harry couldn't do anything but nod. Doubt leaving him as the man laid out his life for both of them to hear. "You see, Harry Potter. A sorcerer is beyond the realm of magic. True, they are still magic, but a sorcerer's magic is based on reality. In the past, sorcerers were revered more than mages, or magicians as they were called back then, and considered as disciples of gods. Yes, Harry Potter, gods. Not God, but gods. In the ages past, while magic was at its infancy, sorcerers walked the land. Their powers are a combination of the heart and the mind. The will and the word. One cannot rise while the other is swayed. That is what you are right now, Harry Potter. You are in limbo. You cannot rise because your will does not coincide with your word and your word does not agree with your will. This is also one of the reasons why no sorcerer has ever risen above that of a mage, considering that mages are limited in their use of the power. True, there are witches and wizards who are capable of reaching the level of sorcerers, like Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, or the self-styled Dark Lord who called himself Lord Voldemort despite not being his true name. Another reason why both didn't achieve their pinnacle of power. Harry pondered the words and something clicked. The will and the word. Disciples of gods. Old Man Grath. Grath. You're. Harry tried to bring out the name but could not because of his shock. "Do you know who I am, Harry Potter? If you do, say my name. Let your mind accept what your heart tells you. Let your will become your word. Tell me my name, Harry Potter. Gather your will and speak the word. Let it happen." Something snapped inside Harry in that moment. For the first time in his life, his heart connected with his mind. Inside his magical core, the shadowy smoke that existed inside seemed to pulse and swell. Shadowy black turned to grey and grey turned to white. An explosion occurred inside his body as power flooded through his veins. Molten fire, so strong and powerful, flowed through his body. His mind expanded, his consciousness flared to imaginable heights. As fast as it appeared, it died down, leaving a breathless Harry who was gasping for air. The cup containing his tea lay shattered on the floor. Old Man Grath smiled. "Speak my name, Harry Potter," urged Old Man Grath, but this time, there was a roaring in Harry's mind as if the question itself holds a power that he must grasp. Harry gulped a lungful of air, slowly calming himself with closed eyes. Seconds dragged on until it became minutes. The clock on the mantel ticked as the seconds dragged on. Harry's eyes opened. Stormy green eyes met stormy grey. "You're Belgarath. Belgarath the sorcerer." Harry stated the truth in a voice filled with hidden strength. The old sorcerer smiled. The child in front of him had unlocked the power within himself, aching to be used, to show the world its power. The power of a sorcerer. "The truth has finally been revealed, not only as to my identity, but also to yours." Belgarath smiled, satisfied with what just happened inside his shop. "But how? Why, it was a fantasy book, a book that everyone read, an author that the readers love," whispered Harry. He knew it was the truth, but he could stop himself from asking for clarifications. "Ah," Belgarath said in amusement. "The book that you read is more than fantasy, Harry Potter. You see, the book was written by the command of my God, the book was written to make sure that a sorcerer is found. You, Harry Potter, discovered the secrets of the will and the word, marking you as the real sorcerer of this time. But I'm a wizard, said Harry, but chose to explain when he saw one of Belgarath's eyebrow quirk up in amusement. Well, yes, I am a shadow sorcerer, but I am a wizard, born from a witch and a wizard. Belgarath nodded, happy that Harry asked the right questions. That is true, Harry Potter, you are a wizard and you will always be a wizard. However, you tapped into a power that is present in everyone. Unlike what you learned in Gringotts, there is a sorcerer and there is the sorcerer. The latter of which describes the both of us. But, is there a difference? I mean, they are both the same thing, right? Belgarath shook his head. No, young one. A wizarding sorcerer is limited to their magic alone. They use spells and incantations to manipulate reality. Their powers of the mind are more than that of an average witch and wizard, but it has its limitations, like the use of a wand to activate the skill. However, you are a real sorcerer. A man with the power to bend reality according to your will. Not dependent on any spell or incantation or complex rituals. It is the power of your belief that brings it out. This is the reason I was tasked to write the books. Everyone had the power inside of them, but it will only take a real sorcerer to unlock it. I know that you have read through all the books and I know that you have taken the lessons there to heart. After all, you practice similar sorcery as those of my daughter and wife. You see, Harry Potter, the book didn't end like the way you thought it did. I didn't bother to chronicle my life after what happened in Malorian. Even the history of how the world before became the world now is irrelevant. The only thing that is important, Harry Potter, is that you have done something that has never been done before. You have combined the powers of a magician, a mage who wields powers similar to that of witches and wizards, and that of a sorcerer, with full command of the secrets of the will and the word. Shadow Sorcerer is an apt name indeed. What happens now? Harry asked in a daze. He knew deep inside that Belgarath spoke the truth. He knew instinctively that he was a sorcerer, a shadow sorcerer. A blend of wizarding magic and sorcery. A walker of both paths. Belgarath clapped his hands. Now we accommodate your request. We will create your godfather's wand. We? Harry raised an eyebrow at this. Yes, we, or in this case, you. Belgarath said in an amused voice. This declaration caught Harry by surprise. What? Why me? I mean you're the wand crafter, not me, so you're supposed to be the one to make the wand. Harry blurted out in a rush. Well, that is true, but I want you to create the wand, Harry Potter. Besides, you can consider this as our final lesson if you like. What do you mean our final lesson? You aren't even my teacher. Harry growled. Oh really? Belgarath said with a chuckle. You read my books, Harry. You applied the skills I depicted in the book. As I taught my daughter and some of my brothers the basics, you followed the book I wrote when you delved into the basics on your own. So this effectively makes me your teacher. Harry couldn't refute that. Damn immortal old man. Immortal old man indeed. Now let's get to work, shall we? Said Belgarath when he mentally heard what Harry quipped in his mind. Again, he clapped his hands to bring the both of them back to the task at hand. Tell me, what is your godfather's wand made of? It was made of 2 woods, alder for the handle and oak for the shaft. The core is from a Hungarian horntail. Answered Harry, a bit apprehensive when the old sorcerer told him that he would be making the wand, but he was excited at the same time. A masculine wand if it was made of alder and oak. Both trees are magically powerful if truth be told, more so if it had a Hungarian horntail as its core. Belgarath mused thoughtfully, scratching his chin. The length? Exactly 15 inches. Harry answered immediately. Definitely a powerful wand. But I digress. Let me explain to you how I craft the wands, Harry Potter. He waited until Harry nodded. In the case of Ollivander, he creates a wand as a wizard. He studies wand lore, matching wood and magical cores along with other calculations to determine the length to produce optimal results. He creates wands and wait for a wizard or a witch to bond with them. To put it simply, he creates a general-purpose wand that anyone can use as long as the synchronization of their power matches with the wood and core. However, a sorcerer creates a wand through instinct. Tell me, Harry Potter, from my lessons, what is the true power of a sorcerer? Belgarath asked his on-the-spot disciple. This was the start of their final lesson. From what I've learned, the power of a sorcerer stems from the will and the word. From your words, it is the heart and the mind, the melding of both to control reality, though with limitations. And what is this limitation that you speak of? Asked the old sorcerer with a raised eyebrow. Knowledge. Answered Harry without any hesitation. Good. You have learned my lessons to heart. Before, your form of sorcery is mere parlor tricks to what a real sorcerer is really capable of. If we want to get something done, then we need to know how to do it. That is why a sorcerer's life is devoted to the acquisition of knowledge. It would be safe to say that you felt the drive to learn anything and everything you can after you have exercised the power, correct? Harry nodded. The creation of a wand by a sorcerer is quite simple, Harry Potter. You will the wand to create itself and use the word to turn this into reality. You don't need fancy spells and rituals to get this done. You just need to believe with all your heart and mind that you can do it and let your power flow. Of course, you need the knowledge that you can do it before it can be done. Understood? I think so. Harry answered with a little bit of doubt in his voice. What did I tell you about the heart and the mind, boy? The will and the word. Rebuked the old sorcerer. Harry sat up straight and looked Belgarath in the eye. Yes, I understand perfectly. Good. There's hope for you yet. Belgarath said with a nod. Now, I want you to stand up and clear up the middle of the room. Harry nodded and pushed himself off the couch. Using his new discovery regarding his powers, he willed the 2 couches and table away with a whispered word. I hope you didn't destroy them, boy. I loved those furniture. Growled Belgarath. No. It's at the front of your shop right now, just beside the counter where you were reading on. Said Harry while cringing back from the glare that the old sorcerer was giving him. Good. Grunted Belgarath while ignoring the sigh of relief from his impromptu disciple. Now stand in the middle and gather your will. Envision what you want to happen in your mind. Imagine the persona of Sirius Black. Who is he to you, what is he to you, what will he become to you? Put this in your mind as you gather in your will. Harry did as instructed. He closed his eyes and envisioned Sirius Black. He hadn't seen the man, so he used the pictures of the infamous marauder in the family album. He smiled when he remembered the journal entries between the both of them. He wanted to laugh when he remembered the jokes the old dog wanted to do when he got out of prison. He imagined what life would be like if Sirius was living with him. Belgarath was observing his on-the-spot disciple as he called upon the memory of his godfather. He sensed the power in the child. It was stronger than his grandson. It seems that the melding of both his magical core and a sorcerer's will produced amazing results. The child could do both, could use spells as if it was nothing, utilize his skills in sorcery as if it was nothing. This child was not the bastardized version of a sorcerer that the wizarding world categorized the position. No, this child was the real deal, a real sorcerer of old. He was brought out of his musings when Harry, while eyes still closed as if in a trance, raised his hands beside him, parallel to the floor with palms facing upwards. 2 of the cabinets shot open, 2 blocks of wood flew out, a piece of dark-hued wood on the left and a light-hued wood on the right, both suspended in air above the opened palm. Without warning, Harry brought both of his hands upwards as if to clap, the blocks of wood followed. When the woods met, a whispered word of unite was heard throughout the room. The 2 woods melted into each other and combined into one, revealing a perfect blend of oak and alder, twirling around each other until meeting at the tip. The finished product was held steady, floating in the air, in between Harry's open palms. Belgarath marveled at the complexity of the design and its creation. But the boy wasn't done yet. While the 15-inch wand was floating over his head, Harry's right fell to his front, palms facing forward. This time the cabinet at the very back of the shop burst open and a jar flew out and stopped to hover in front of the boy's open palm. With a murmured word, the jar broke, shards of glass falling to the floor, leaving a dragon heartstring floating in the air. Harry grasped the floating wand made of oak and alder with his left hand. He slashed it downwards and stopped with its tip pointing at the floating heartstring. Harry's right hand moved, grasping his left, to hold the wand firmly in place while still pointing at the floating core. Harry smiled and whispered the word combine that released a wave of magic and will that caused a distortion in the air. The release of both powerful forces kept building up until a roaring crescendo was heard inside the workshop. The 2 energies floated around, encircling the boy who still had a smile on his face. As the energies reached its peak, it swirled inwards towards the floating core, being absorbed into it despite its small size. Once it was done, and without warning, the core melted and turned into quicksilver before being sucked into the blank wand through the tip. When the process was completed, all the energies in the workshop disappeared as if it was never there. Belgarath began to clap as Harry opened his eyes. Well done, my boy. Well done. You have successfully crafted your very first wand, and a powerful one at that. Hey! Was all Harry's reply as he looked at the old sorcerer in confusion. Belgarath didn't say anything but used a finger to point at the wand Harry was holding. Harry followed the finger until his gaze settled on the beautiful wand he was holding. Merlin's bloody balls, I created this! Exclaimed Harry in surprise, shock, and disbelief as he felt the power inside the wand, how it hummed with energy and purpose. He knew instinctively that this wasn't his wand but Sirius. I really created this. Belgarath nodded. Yes, you did. It was a marvelous display of power and creativity even if it was your first time. Your memories of Sirius aided your magic and will to work together for the first time. Using your memories of Sirius Black, you called to the ingredients available to craft this wand. As your mind was so focused on the memories, your magic and will guided your body to the task. All three aspects, mind, magic, and will combine to call the right ingredients a block of alder and oak, as well as the heartstring of a Hungarian horntail. You fashioned the wand exactly as the length dictates that would be perfect for your godfather. At the end of it all, your magic and will flew out of you and powered the process to combine all three ingredients. The result is what you are holding right now. Belgarath chuckled before whispering. You are properly named, Shadow Sorcerer. Now that you have crafted your godfather's wand, I dare say that it is fine time you leave, Harry Potter. Stated Belgarath. Harry nodded before summoning another block of oak from the cupboard using a simple Oxio charm. He caught the block of wood as it soared to him easily before transfiguring it into a wooden box. He conjured a piece of black silk at the bottom of the box and laid the wand reverently on it to rest. He closed the box and pocketed it. With a nod to Belgarath, Harry moved to exit the workshop, but he was stopped when the voice of Belgarath reached him. Before you leave, boy, tell me your name. Harry didn't bother to turn around. He just looked over his shoulder towards the old sorcerer who taught him so much in both books and life. My name is Lord Harry James Potter. Lord of the Houses Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw. A Shadow Sorcerer. With that he left the room, leaving a chuckling old sorcerer behind him. Hi readers. Here's my last chapter for the day. I'm pooped. Hope you enjoy. 3 stories today even if it was short. Just a side note. This will be the last short chapter. I have to put into writing New York's sudden inspiration before it got lost in the maze that is my mind. This is not a filler but plays an integral part of the story, so make sure that you give it a good read. To all those who reviewed, thanks for doing so. I'm currently too tired to answer them one by one like I did in previous chapters. No worries though, I will post them with the next chapter. Finally, I have decided on what to do regarding my inquiry on the Harry-Hermione meeting in Potter Manor, etc. Thanks those who provided an in-depth explanation along with pointing out Hermione's personality and Harry's I don't take crap from anyone attitude. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter or characters from David Eddings. I'm just using their creations to make a reality of my own. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 10, Facing the Music. Harry James Potter walked out of the workshop and towards the exit. He felt different, very different from the boy who entered Old Man Grath's, no, Belgarath's shop. He now accepted his heritage and powers. No longer was he unsure as to who he was. No longer was he swayed by the opinion of the public. As his station demands, he was a sorcerer, a shadow sorcerer, a walker of the road of magic and of the road of sorcery. His mind has finally connected with his heart and both hummed in harmony, granting him powers that he considered only a dream, a fantasy. But most of all, it granted him an identity that he would no longer hide to the public. He was determined to walk out of this shop, not as Harold Evans, a middle-aged wizard of scholarly pursuits, but Harry James Potter, Lord of the Houses Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw, a shadow sorcerer who wished nothing but to acquire knowledge to expand his own powers for the greater good of mankind. Harry stopped when he was about to exit the shop. He realized that he hadn't paid the old coot yet. Due to all the excitement and revelation, he forgot that the old sorcerer was running a business. He turned around and walked towards the workshop. He opened the door and was about to call him out when he noticed that no one was around. Confused, Harry entered the room and looked around. There weren't any other doors, so it's impossible for the old man to go anywhere else. Well, impossible wouldn't be the right word to use. After all, why would an immortal sorcerer need a door? However, the old coot shouldn't leave the shop unattended. After all, this was Nocturne Alley for Merlin's sakes. Thieves make a living here both night and day. He was about to leave when he saw an envelope on the floor. It wasn't there before, so how in the world did it get there? Shrugging, Harry pointed a hand towards the envelope and summoned it. Once the envelope was in his hand, he flipped it over and saw that it was addressed to him. Lord Harry James Potter. Shadow Sorcerer. Confused as to why Belgarath had to leave a letter for him when he could just talk to him in person. Shrugging again, he walked to the center of the room, absent-mindedly banishing the shards of broken glass and the shattered teacup with a wave of his hand. Concentrating for a bit, he translocated the couches and table back to its original position before taking a seat. He opened the envelope and pulled out a folded piece of parchment. He unfolded it and started to read. Greetings, Lord Harry James Potter. If you read this letter, then I am gone from this world. I have finally finished the mission that my God left for me in accordance to the prophecy that was given a long time ago during the age where witches and wizards didn't exist. I will not be telling you the exact words of the prophecy since it is moot point as of this moment. Whatever was written, was done in a way that leave nothing to doubts. Don't be sad, young one, for I know what you are feeling it in your heart right now. Steel your heart, harden your will, focus your mind, and read on. I will not bore you with the details concerning the prophecy or what happened to the sorcerers of old. All I can say is that my presence was needed in order to make sure that the power of sorcery doesn't leave this world. It was the wish of the old gods before they departed from this world to make way for the new gods, to make sure that the secrets of the will and the word would not be forgotten in the sands of time. You are the instrument of their will to reveal the powers of sorcery, whether they accept it or not. It's up to them. Harry, I left this world when I determined that you no longer need guidance. As you have said before, you are a wizard and you will live your life as a wizard. But in your case, you are a wizard with the power of a sorcerer living the life of a wizard. This doesn't require you to follow any new rules or some archaic forms of propriety. Power is just a tool after all. Just live your life as you see fit with the powers of magic and sorcery at your disposal. I have already made arrangements to leave this shop under your name. As you read this letter, everything that I own, including the monies that came with the books that I wrote, which people consider as fantasy, are already being transferred to your account in Gringotts. I should say that there is one happy goblin in the bank right now. Also, this shop contained all the ingredients I gathered while I existed in this plane. I have already taught you what you need to know in crafting specialized wands through the use of sorcery, though I dare say that you have exceeded my expectations with the combination of both powers at your disposal. Indeed, your first wand was very powerful and could easily rival the wand that death created a long time ago. But that is a story for you to discover, for it is not a secret that is mine to tell. Where was I? Oh yes, this shop. Woods, cores, and books, all of them are yours to use. I have foreseen the future, Shadow Sorcerer. You will need to prepare. Use your heart to guide you while your mind focuses your decisions. You are a Shadow Sorcerer by decree of the old gods and magic, but you are a wand crafter by trade. Choose your customers wisely. I dare say you don't need the money. My final word of advice to you is this, young sorcerer. As I have told my daughter and grandson a long time ago, prophecies exists to tell the end of a tale, but the journey to that end is in the hands of the chosen. Don't let the future dictate your life. Live according to how you want to live. Don't let others control your decision. Do what you will. I wish you a safe journey, young sorcerer. Belgarath. P.S. As your status as a master sorcerer under the rules of sorcery, you can take disciples if you wish. You don't have to, but it is up to you. I dare say it would be a fun experience for you to live the life I've lived. A tear fell down Harry's cheek as he finished the letter from the old sorcerer. He couldn't refute it, but he was saddened by the passing of his hero. When he first discovered the saga of Belgariad and Malloreon, Belgarath had been his idol. Even if he geared his powers towards the abilities displayed by Polgara and Poldra, it was Belgarath the sorcerer who showed him the path that he now walked with confidence. Deciding to heed the old man's words, he steeled his heart and accepted that the sorcerer was now with his family, wherever they may be. He rose from the chair and looked around. It was indeed a princely gift to leave him his life's work, well a part of his life anyway if truth be told. The old man was older than dirt. Harry chuckled at the thought. As he walked around the shop, he pondered whether he should use his newfound knowledge to create powerful focuses of magic for the masses. He knew for a fact that he now rivaled Ollivander in skill, but not in experience. But what he lacked in skill, he countered with instinct. He chuckled again. Maybe he should offer to make Ollivander a wand and see how he reacts, the creepy old coot. It took almost an hour to check all the cabinets. He saw that the inside was charmed with an expanded space, holding hundreds, if not thousands of wooden blocks from every known tree, both magical and mundane. Each was properly tagged and arranged. Magical cores, rare ones like an Undu's blood or a Dementor's bone, were present, much to his shock. The items in this shop will surely make Ollivander drool. He decided right there and then to continue being a wand crafter, but only to those he found worthy of his creation, like his predecessor did with his customers. However, he needed to relocate. It's not a good idea to set up shop in Nocturne Alley, especially if you don't have the time to man a store. Harry gathered his will and released it with a whispered word. A large chest made of oak materialized in front of him. With another whispered word, he shrunk the cabinets containing the priceless wand components and books. It was easy for him to duplicate magical feats using sorcery since he read the theory before learning the spell. It seems that magic and sorcery worked the same way. You need to know how it worked before one can use it. Despite his skills, he needed to learn what Hogwarts have to offer in order to increase his repertoire of spells and application of will. Nodding at a job well done, he used his telekinesis to levitate the shrunken items and floated them over to the chest before depositing them inside, taking extra care to make sure that the items aren't damaged. As an afterthought, Harry shrunk the couches and table since he considered it as a memento from Belgarath. He still remembered the glare from the old coot when he thought he destroyed the simple antiques. Seeing that he was done in this room, he moved on to the outer portion of the shop. He looked around and saw the display. Belgarath was really a charlatan as the books described him. Everything he did had a flair for dramatics. The wands proudly being displayed on the shelves were all aesthetic pieces of wood with no purpose in magic. Shaking his head, Harry decided to follow his short-time mentor's lead and levitated them all into the box. He closed his eyes and released a mental scan of the entire store, sensing if he left anything remotely magical. Sensing none, Harry opened his eyes, closed the lid on the chest with a thought before shrinking it down to the size of a matchbox. He looked at it for a bit before plucking it out of the air and placed it in his pocket. With that, Harry left Old Man Garth's shop for the thieves, not that they would profit from an empty shop. Harry was amused. When he left the empty shop, he discovered that it was already evening. After casting a Tempest charm, he discovered that it was already 6:30. He didn't know that he stayed that long conversing and learning from Belgarath. He entered Nocturne Alley again, but this time, without his Harold Evans persona. If he was honest with himself, Harold Evans was dead with his ashes scattered to the four winds. With confidence, Harry strolled down the dark alley without a care in the world. People who saw him wondered where he came from but gasped when they realized who it was. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead was a dead giveaway after all. Harry's amusement was due, a few minutes later, when he was surrounded on all sides by some of the dregs that lived in Nocturne Alley. He didn't recognize any of them, but he knew the reason why he was surrounded. 1. He was a well-known celebrity. 2. He was quite rich considering the title he held, well except for being Lord Ravenclaw since no one knew about that. 3. He was alone. And 4. They thought that he was powerful, so they decided to attack him en masse. It was unfortunate of them when they didn't realize that all 4 reasons were truth, especially the last one. Good evening, gentlemen. What can I do for you this glorious evening? Harry greeted them politely, though inwardly he was laughing since he already had a plan on how to dispose of them. One of them men chuckled at his seemingly brave facade. Well, 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 what have we here? Harry Potter. The boy who lived. What are you doing here in Nocturne Alley? Some of the ingrates surrounding him laughed outright, confident that they were enough in numbers to bring down such a well-known celebrity who earned his fame by defeating the Dark Lord while he was still a babe. Well, to be honest with you, I have to make a visit to Old Man Garth. Alas, he wasn't around, so I waited for him. When I saw that it was already evening, I decided to leave and come back another day hoping to catch him again. Explained Harry, amusement clearly evident in his voice. I was on my way to Diagon Alley to fly back to my home. Oh really, Mr. Potter? Why do you believe that we will let you out of our grasp? After all, quite a lot of people will pay a large sum just to protect your pretty little head. The leader of the group, a bearded middle-aged man with a gold tooth holding a dagger on his left and a wand on his right, told him. The rest of the thugs surrounding Harry cheered in agreement. Are you sure that is what you want? We don't want to have an accident now, do we? Said Harry as he sent a mental call to Arya to appear when needed. He got a hum in response. Accident for you maybe, but not for us. Stated the leader before leveling his wand at Harry. Stupefy. Even before the spell was cast, Harry raised his hand and called Arya to him. His beloved staff appeared in a flash of emerald light. Harry heard the first syllable of the spell, so he raised his staff in front of him and slammed the butt on the ground before shouting a spell. Protego. A bright green dome of magical energy surrounded him, causing the stunner to bounce harmlessly off the surface, hitting one of the thugs, which crumpled to the floor, unconscious. The thugs surrounding him was shocked when they saw what the boy who lived did, but a bark from their leader to start firing broke them from their confusion before leveling their wands and started firing an assortment of hexes, charms, and jinxes in hopes of bring down the dome to get to the prize within. Luckily, they wanted him alive, so unforgivable was out of the question. Harry saw the spells being aimed at him bouncing off his shield. Thanks to Arya, he could expend the power to make a simple Protego charm powerful enough to cover him from all sides and with enough power to block any spells except for the unforgivable. He was content to just remain inside the protection until they tire themselves out, but when he heard the first syllable of the Cruciatus curse, he decided to take the kid gloves off. Springing into action, Harry dropped down into the shadow he was standing on before coming out behind group who was looking at where he was standing before he disappeared. He was thankful that it was nighttime and the shadows on the floor make for a perfect escape route. Seeing their confusion, Harry pointed his staff on an innocent rock the size of a golf ball on the ground. Engorgio. The rock grew 20 times its original size, effectively turning itself into a boulder. He levitated it off the ground using his telekinesis and flung it towards the group of thugs, effectively hitting 3 of them the force of a rampaging bludger before throwing them into one of the buildings, some dazed while the others were unconscious. Distracted by the sudden attack, Harry took advantage of the confusion by showering the remaining thugs with different hexes, minor ones but very effective. Using Arya and his free hand, Harry rapid-fired a variety of spells. Jelly legs, a tickling charm, some stunners here and there, and even used the first-year Wingardium Leviosa to toss some of the thugs into each other. He would have used his telekinesis on them, but the heat of the battle disallowed any form of focus to make such a thing possible. The battle was over in just a span of 2 minutes. The thugs who surrounded him were on the floor, some unconscious, some groaning from pain, others wobbling as their legs turned to jelly. There were even 3 of them clutching their stomachs as they laughed their heads off when hit with an overpowered tickling charm. Overall, they made for a very amusing sight. Despite being slightly winded at the expenditure of magical energy from all the spells he threw at the thugs, Harry chuckled as he walked at a sedate pace, ignoring the people who attacked him as they laid there on the floor. The people who were watching the quick altercation could only gape in shock, surprise, and awe as the boy who lived up to his reputation, decimating more than a dozen thugs with the use of simple first-year spells learned at Hogwarts. Odd, the people who were gathered parted like the Red Sea as Harry walked through them with Arya floating beside him without a care in the world. Harry, clearly amused, decided to mimic his mentor in the field of drama. He grasped Arya, whose emerald glowed with unholy light. Harry raised his free hand to the side parallel to the ground, mentally calling for Hedwig to appear on it and take him back to the manor. For the bystanders, they saw Harry Potter, the boy who lived, grasp his legendary staff of power and raised his hand to the side. A rare white phoenix appeared and landed on the outstretched arm, glaring at them from over her wing. With a burst of white fire, Harry Potter disappeared from Nocturne Alley to the shock of everyone, including the Aurors who just arrived long enough to see him to do so. Harry was grinning when he appeared in his study within a burst of white flame. He chuckled in amusement as he let go of Arya, who just floated beside him, emerald glowing as if she was laughing. Arya could easily utilize her ability to speak, but she preferred to express her mood by glowing. She was just lazy that way. Chuckling at what happened in the alley, Harry was sure that the rumor mill would be on overdrive because of his theatrics. "Thanks for getting me out of there, Head." Harry thanked his familiar, who was perched on the back of his high-backed chair upon arrival. "You're welcome, Master. We should do that often. It was fun," said Hedwig while releasing an amused thrill. "True. It was surely fun but tiring. I guess my body can't keep up with the spells. I think my stamina will grow as I mature physically and magically," said Harry, adding the last part as an afterthought. He looked at Hedwig. "Anyway, Head, can you make a quick trip to Sirius to give him his wand?" Harry saw his familiar nod, so he decided to pen a letter instead of writing in the journal. He gathered his will and created a piece of parchment out of thin air. He really wanted to try something when he realized that he was now a real sorcerer. He translocated his thoughts directly on the parchment after thinking what he wanted to write in the letter, word for word. His will responded to his thoughts as the exact letter in his mind appeared on the parchment. Chuckling at the ease of how he could use his new powers, he folded the letter and took out the box that contained Sirius' new wand. He conjured a piece of twine from a blank parchment before wrapping the letter and the box together. He placed both items on the table and nodded to Hedwig, who just hopped on the table, grabbed the box with one of her talons and stretched her wings before flaming out. Deciding to let his grandfather in the know, he opened himself to the Potter Manor wards and transmitted his memory of everything that happened in the alley, from his meeting with Old Man Grath, the acceptance of the truth behind his heritage, the revelation of the old sorcerer, his ascension to become the only shadow sorcerer of this world, and finally, his altercation in Nocturne Alley. He could clearly feel the awe and amusement of Godric running along the wards. "Quite the feat there, lad. I see that your trip to the alley was forthcoming." The voice of Godric echoed around the study. "It was, grandfather. I'm sorry that I only just now accepted the real me," whispered Harry as he tiredly fell on his chair. "No worries, lad. Everything happens at its own time, more so with us magicals due to our inherent connection with the primal forces of nature," explained Godric. "So what do you plan to do now?" "I am going to follow Belgorotha's advice, grandfather," Harry declared with a smirk on his face. "I'm going to live my life to the fullest, seeking knowledge wherever and whenever it is presented, and not let anyone control how I shape my destiny." Godric didn't say anything, but the feeling of pride over his grandson's declaration can be felt throughout the manor. Sirius cell, Azkaban prison. Sirius was munching on a clubhouse sandwich while reading a third-year charms text when he felt a presence behind the door of his prison. He looked up and raised an eyebrow when he saw the Dementor hovering outside, possibly trying to feed on his negative emotions, which was non-existent at the moment since he was having fun reading the text. Sirius just shook his head and used his repaired occlumency shields to let out some negative memories to power up his emotions. He endured it for a while until he felt it was enough. He raised his shields while placing the memory of James and Lily's death in a sealed chest at the most secluded corner of his mind. Sirius' eyebrows rose even higher when he heard something similar to that of a whine coming from the Dementor, as if a treat was taken from it. He chuckled and stared at the door, waiting for the Dementor to leave, before going back to what he was doing. Sure enough, another whine came before the Dementor, floating away towards another prisoner to feed. Sirius just shook his head. Weird creatures. A week under Harry's potion regime did wonders to his physical and mental state. Good food, regular baths, potions, and books helped him recuperate and relax. Thanks to his improved health, as well as the relaxing environment if one ignores the biting chill of the frigid ocean, lack of cheery lighting, and of course, the presence of Dementors, he could say that his stint in prison was a form of summer getaway, though lacking the attractions of a well-known tourist trap. Sure, he had to be careful still, since Azkaban wardens usually conduct surprise inspections if they felt like it, like what happened 2 days ago. Good thing that his sense of smell was good, or he would have been caught in his summer getaway discovered, though he wasn't afraid of them finding out since his godson did a great job in covering his tracks. When the wardens of Azkaban did their surprise inspections 2 days ago, Sirius retreated into the darker corner of his cell and started moaning as if he was in terrible pain. The Azkaban warden stopped by his cell to listen to his painful moans while laughing at his plight before leaving him. However, the wardens didn't know that the moans were genuine. His stomach was having problems that time since he ate too much of the good food Harry's personal elf prepared that his stomach rebelled. A single dump alone filled his wastebasket to the brim. Unfortunately, the caretakers were lazy, again, so they didn't drop by to get rid of the mess. Thankfully, his suffering was at an end since his godson informed him via journal that he will be getting a wand today. Sirius prayed that Harry could find a good match since he really wanted to spruce up his cell or just banish the stink emanating from the contents in the wastebasket. His prayer was answered when Hedwig appeared on top of his bed. Sirius' eyes immediately landed on the rectangular box and the letter clutched on the white phoenix's talons. Scratching Harry's familiar's neck in thanks, Sirius took the box when Hedwig flame traveled back to Harry. Sirius got rid of the twine and read the letter first, leaving the box containing his wand on the bed. Dear Padfoot. Your wand is ready, Sirius. I hope you like it. It is made from the same components as your first wand but with a little twist. Well, just to let you know, I was the one who made the wand. Hope you like it. To quote Ollivander when he sold me my wand, come on, give it a wave. Love. Harry. P.S. I would love to tell you how I crafted your wand but it would take too long to write in this letter. I'll explain it in detail via journal tomorrow. Anyway, I'm going to bed. Have fun with your new wand. I'm going to crash early. I'm tired from the day's events. Good night. Sirius quirked an eyebrow and eyed the box with suspicion. Harry made a wand? When? Where? How? Shaking his head, he threw the letter on his bed and grabbed the box before admiring the workmanship. With a shaky hand, he lifted the lid and gasped. There inside, resting on a bed of black silk, was his wand. If Harry did craft the wand then his godson was a lot more talented than Ollivander. Heck, Harry can easily put the old man out of business if he can make wands like this. The beauty alone was a moneymaker right there. He grabbed the wand and felt the hum of magic running through it and into his hand making his whole body tingle. He waved it and gasped at the sudden surge of magic that ran through him. A shower of multicolored sparks shot out of the tip, bathing the room in a cascading color of light. The hum of power eventually died down causing the sparks to disappear. Sirius stared at the wand as if it was the second coming of Merlin. Morgana's tits. He never felt such power in his entire life. The wand easily dwarfed his old one by a whole trench in terms of power. Deciding to test its performance, he aimed his wand at Harry's letter and incanted a simple flame charm. The result was both staggering and shocking. The letter burned to ash in a burst of fire along with his bed. Panicking, Sirius aimed his wand again and threw out a nonverbal water charm. He was propelled back, slamming onto the wall, when a deluge of water shot out of his wand, easily extinguishing the fire and causing his cell and the rest of the hallway to be flooded with water. He shook his head to clear away the fog before slowly standing up. He looked around and saw that everything was soaked. He looked at the wand before squaring his shoulder, deciding to take a risk. He waved at the water flooding his cell before using a nonverbal banishing charm. It worked. In fact, it worked a little too well since not only did the water vanish before his eyes, his clothes disappeared too. He sighed while thinking that Harry made his wand too perfect for him. At least the smell lingering in the air was gone, along with the bucket. It's going to be a slow day today, my beloved readers. I spent the whole day with my mother walking around town shopping for furniture. My feet are sore, my head is aching, and I'm dead tired. Thankfully, I can finally go to bed since I was able to force my brain to work for a short time just to finish this chapter. I'll address the reviews next chapter. I'm too tired to do so now. Have fun reading. Ugh. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter or any characters or abilities already published by an author. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 11, Maturity. August 11, 1991. Potter Manor. Harry sighed as he finished detailing yesterday's events to Sirius through the two-way journal. Of course, he could have easily translocated the words directly on the journal, but he didn't know how sorcery would affect an already enchanted object, so he had to do everything by hand. He made a mental note to purchase one of those dictaquills he heard about while shopping around Diagon Alley. Despite the pride he had in his ability to utilize both magic and sorcery, he still lacked the experience and knowledge to exercise precise control in their respective theories and potential. True, he could never deny the fact that magic and sorcery work well together, but there were still plenty of unknowns that required in-depth study and experimentation. Unbidden, questions between the two floated around in his mind. How will magic react to the presence of sorcery? Will sorcery affect the workings of magic, like an object enchanted by magic? Will the effects of magic be nullified with an application of sorcery? What is the potential when sorcery and magic is used together as a single source of power? So many questions yet so little answers. No matter how much he liked to dive headlong into the study of sorcery, he lacked the resources to do so. Belgarath did say that sorcery was practically non-existent at this point in time, so Harry could only assume that there were no books in this particular subject. In other words, he was working blind. For an 11-year-old, an unsatisfied curiosity was annoying as hell. Sighing again, Harry closed the journal but not before releasing a quiet chuckle at the missive from Sirius before he started his storytelling. Sirius definitely liked his wand. The only problem was its power. According to Sirius, his new wand was far more powerful than his old wand. Meaning, he needed to learn magic all over again. Sure, he already knew the spells, theories, and treatises of magic as a Hogwarts graduate should, but his control over the potential that his wand brought out of him was non-existent. The Marauder didn't bother to hide the fact that it was Harry's fault that he had to start from scratch. Harry didn't even feel guilty at the slight, though he felt quite smug at how powerful his creation was. But despite his comments in regards to the power of his new wand, Sirius' words were glowing as he complimented his godson in the creation of such a powerful focus of magic. Harry's ego went up a notch after that. The young Potter Lord was startled when the clock chimed, telling him that it was already 9 in the morning. Realizing that he hadn't eaten anything as of yet since he was too excited to find out what Sirius thought of his new wand, he sent out a mental call to Flippy to bring him his breakfast, as well as the morning paper. Harry made it a point to his personal house elf that all mails brought by owls are to be screened before passing it to him. It was safer that way, though he doubted that Godric would let anything through the wards that could potentially harm anyone inside the house. Harry's breakfast appeared on his table along with today's issue of the Daily Prophet. Ignoring the paper for now, Harry dug into the food with gusto. He could never have enough of Flippy's cooking, and the elf was proud of that since Harry was growing like a weed. Harry banished the empty tray back to the kitchens to be washed with a wave of his hand before picking up the newspaper. The front page was a very interesting read. The Boy Who Lived returns to the Wizarding World with a bang by Quentin Scribulus. Harry read the headline and grinned when the people interviewed by the reporter gave glowing testimonies to his skill. Not only was he Boy Who Lived, people were now calling him the second coming of Merlin. The Potter Lord just shook his head. The wizarding public was easily entertained considering how they described an 11-year-old bringing down more than a dozen thugs with only the use of first-year spells. True, he overpowered some of the simple spells which gave off quite a spectacular result. In truth, the aftermath was simple theatrics. Let's face it, a simple tickling charm is annoying since they destroy your concentration. An overpowered one, however, will make sure that you regurgitate your lunch because of laughing so hard. Fortunately for Harry, the wizarding public didn't know that he was too tired to do anything else after the confrontation. If it wasn't for Hedwig picking him up, then he would have sat down in the middle of Nocturne Alley trying to catch his breath. Harry shook his head. He was turning into another Belgarath, though he didn't mind the realization since the old coot is his idol, even he isn't around anymore. Harry checked the rest of the paper and saw various writers and editors coming up with their own theories as to where he was all this time. He found it a useless read since only he knew the truth. Folding the paper back on the desk, Harry stood up and walked out of the study, planning to spend the rest of the morning in the library to do a little bit of research regarding his new abilities and an afternoon in the training room to do some practical study on sorcery. August 12, 1991. Diagon Alley. Harry was in Diagon Alley making his way to Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Griphook sent him a letter last night via Gringotts Owl asking for a meeting regarding the new addition to his account. It wouldn't have been a big deal, but it seems the old coot of a sorcerer was a businessman owning stocks to various stores, both wizarding and muggle. Of course, Harry was supposed to know about them and make sure they're still profitable. The young Lord Potter would have been happy to just drop everything concerning money on the goblin's lap, but it seems that it was the standard operating procedure for goblins to let their customers have the final word in the matter. Harry was currently the subject of many odd stares. People were pointing at him while the young ones were looking at him with stars in their eyes. It seems that the news in the Daily Prophet elevated his popularity to that of a saint. The masses were too easy to please. Shaking his head, Harry entered the confines of Gringotts and immediately approached Riptongue, who was busy counting rubies from an overly large pouch. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Harry was ushered to Griphook's office, where the goblin was waiting for him with a big smile on his face. "Good morning, Griphook. May your gold always flow and your enemies cower under your blade," said Harry in the ritual goblin greeting. Griphook grinned. The young Potter Lord was the only wizard that knew and practiced goblin formality. "And may your enemies tremble at your passing, Lord Potter. Please take a seat, we have much to discuss," said the goblin while beckoning for Harry towards a comfortable couch. "So what do you want to talk to me about, Griphook?" Harry asked curiously after taking a seat. 2 days ago, a will handled by one of our senior managers activated. Of course, the will was read with consideration of the account owner's request. To put it simply, everything was passed on to you," said Griphook calmly, but the twitching on his lips meant that he was fighting a grin, a huge one at that. Harry sighed. "I think I know who left me everything. The question is, what did he leave me?" he asked the goblin, who simply took a parchment from a drawer and held it out to him. Harry eyed it suspiciously before relenting. He took the parchment and almost blanched at what he read. Most ancient and noble house of Alder. Monetary assets. Vault 18, 3,466,221,448 galleons. Vault 872, $3,450,000, 230,000 galleons at current conversion from US dollars. Vault 873, 3 chests of jewels, rare wand components, wood, magical cores, gems, not appraised. Properties. Belgorotha's Manor, Scottish Highlands. Poldras Cottage, Ireland. Polgara's Perch, Canada. Belden Spire, Greece. Beltira's Farmhouse, Forks, Washington. Belcara's Beach House, Miami, Florida. Belgarion Castle, Iceland. Wisengamot Seat, 3, unclaimed. Harry's hand shook when he finished reading the content of the parchment. He looked up and saw Griphook grinning like a cat. You love this, don't you? Harry accused the grinning goblin, who immediately schooled his features. I assure you, Lord Potter, I don't know what you're talking about. Griphook said with an absolutely straight face, lips twitching again. The goblin reached into his drawer and pulled out another piece of parchment, placing it on the table and sliding it to Harry's corner. What's that? He asked while looking at it with apprehension, not wanting to touch it even with a 10-foot pole. Oh, just another piece of paper detailing the investments under the House of Alder. Griphook answered innocently. You take care of it. Harry said with a shake of his head while pushing the paper towards the goblin. But it's your inheritance. Griphook countered, pushing the paper back. You're already taking care of my investments, so one more wouldn't hurt. Growled Harry, the paper slid to the goblin. But you need to know about it, Lord Potter. The goblin said calmly, sliding the paper to the young lord. I'm only 11 years old, for Merlin's sakes. Exclaimed Harry, giving the paper back. It is necessary, Lord Potter. Griphook stated in a solemn voice, pushing the paper to Harry's side but not removing his hand from it. Harry glared at Griphook while said goblin glared back. The glaring match lasted for 5 minutes until Harry gave up and shouted in exasperation. You take care of it and you get 10% share of the investments. Griphook grinned. A wise decision, Lord Potter. Taking the paper back to his side but not before pulling another piece of parchment from his drawer, Harry saw the action and started to hate the drawer and placed it in front of the young lord. This is an acceptance form which states that you accept the inheritance from the House of Alder and a 10% share of the proceeds of the investment with me taking care of it. Is this acceptable? Explained Griphook with a straight face. Harry had a sneaky suspicion that the goblin planned the whole thing. Sneaky bugger. The young Potter lord sniffed, conjured a quill and signed the document with a flourish. He banished the quill with a wave of his hand and looked at Griphook with a raised eyebrow. You planned that, didn't you? Harry accused the goblin, who was sporting a pleased look on his face while caressing the document Harry just signed. The goblin didn't say anything but continued to caress the parchment, purring all the while. You're creepy. You know that, right? Griphook just ignored him. Harry was currently in his study admiring the beautiful sapphire adorning the family ring of House Alder. It seems that the old sorcerer used the name of his master to start a house among the wizarding nobility of Britain. Considering that House Alder was a most ancient and noble status, it meant that the old coot was present during the founding of magical Britain. He just shook his head at the absurdity of it all. The young Potter lord felt weird. He was now the lord of not one but 4 families who had a hand in the founding of the wizarding world in the British Isles. Harry cringed when he realized that his stature would eventually draw him into the murky world of politics. The book his father left him offered the necessary knowledge needed to traverse the various laws and protocols commonly practiced in the Wisengamot. However, he lacked the experience in dealing with other lords and ladies and running their world. Sighing, Harry levitated said book from the shelf towards his table. He needed to read the damn thing again to make sure he had everything right. August 13, 1991. Potter Manor. Harry was fuming as he read the letter from the headmaster. The old coot told him that it wasn't safe for him to go around Diagon Alley, much worse, Nocturne Alley, without a proper escort. It annoyed him that a mere headmaster with no parental duties towards him had the gall to tell him what to do. The only person who had the right to control him was Sirius, and even Harry knew that his godfather wouldn't step into a parental role unless it was necessary. Harry burned the letter with a burst of will before grabbing another. This one was from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, asking him to come to the ministry to give his testimony regarding the event that transpired between him and the thugs down in the dark alley. Harry quirked an eyebrow when he saw that it was written by the director of the DMLE, one Amelia Bones, a familiar name. After a few seconds of searching his memories, he finally remembered. Amelia Bones was one of his mother's close friends, and the two have exchanged letter, with his mom keeping a majority of it in Godric's Hollow, which was now in Harry's possession. Said woman was also the boss of his father when he worked as an orer. Harry suddenly had an idea. He could easily use this meeting to his favor. It was time to make some allies. Grinning, Harry pulled out an empty parchment from the pile beside him, starting to pen a letter for one Amelia Bones. August 15, 1991. Atrium, Ministry of Magic. The people within the vicinity of the Fountain of Magical Brethren located in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic was shocked to see a white phoenix out of nowhere bringing with it a young boy, about 10 or 11 years old, wearing a wizarding attire that would put many nobles to shame. The confusion was slowly replaced by realization when they figured out who just entered the Ministry of Magic under the power of a phoenix. The lightning bolt scar on the boy's forehead was a dead giveaway. Harry Potter was in the Ministry of Magic. The people were about to crowd around the boy who lived when a dozen auras materialized out of nowhere to usher the crowd away from the boy who, if they looked closely, was staring at the mob in amusement. Harry Potter appeared in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic via flame travel. He didn't want to reveal any of his powers or take the wretched flu since it didn't sit well with his stomach. In the end, he contracted his beloved familiar to take him to the ministry and let her perch on his shoulders as a symbolic gesture. Truly, Harry was cursed, or blessed, with Belgorotha's theatrics. Harry was amused when the people in the atrium finally realized who he was. But before they could take one step near him, a dozen ministry personnel, or as if he wasn't mistaken due to their blue robes, stopped the crowd from mobbing him. Smirking, Harry walked over to a table where it was necessary to register your wand upon entering the ministry offices. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please hand me your wand for registration before proceeding," said the man behind the desk in a bored voice. He didn't see who he was talking to since he didn't look up from his reading. "I don't have a wand and will never need one, but I do have a staff. Do you need to register it?" asked Harry with a smile. At the mention of a staff, the man immediately raised his head. Recognition sparkled in the man's eyes before it trailed off to his forehead where his infamous scar resided. The man gulped. "Well? Do I need to register my staff?" asked a clearly amused Harry. Not receiving any answer, Harry sighed and held out his hand before mentally calling Arya. His beloved staff appeared in his grip, emerald glowing softly. "This is my staff," said as he extended Arya over to the man who tentatively reached for it. "However, take note that my staff is bonded to me and anyone who touches it, well, let's just say that the results would be quite shocking." The man's hand immediately retracted, eyes wide in fear. Can I get your name and the reason for your visit?" "Lord Harry James Potter here for an appointment with Madame Amelia Bones in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," stated Harry in a straight voice worthy of his station. The man nodded quickly before answering, his eyes trailing down to look at Harry's right hand where 4 rings were present. He gulped again. "If you would please wait for a moment, Lord Potter, I will call an aura to escort you there," said the man as he pushed a button on the table, possibly something to call an aura to his location. A black-skinned man appeared beside Harry. "What is it?" asked the man in a baritone voice. "Please escort Lord Harry James Potter to Madame Bones at the DMLE. He has an appointment," said the man, gesturing towards Harry who was looking around in boredom with a phoenix perched on his shoulder doing the same. The black-skinned aura was surprised at the name but he hid it well. He faced Harry and gave a small bow which Harry returned with a nod. "My name is Kingsley Shacklebolt, Lord Potter. I'll be your escort here in the ministry." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Aura Shacklebolt. If you please lead the way, I will follow you to our destination," he said graciously gesturing with his staff telling him to lead. It didn't take long for Harry and his escort to reach the office of Amelia Bones, director of the DMLE. However, getting there was an experience for the young lord. First, they had to walk past the crowd who wanted to do nothing but mob Harry or possibly to touch him. Second, the elevator was somewhat fun since the voice on the speaker kept talking, describing each floor and the departments housed in that level. Harry memorized this just in case he needed to visit the ministry in the future. Lastly, the DMLE was a crowded place, a lot of tables with aurors behind them scribbling away on their reports and cubicles where senior aurors hold conferences over their subordinates. Harry stopped when his escort paused in front of desk manned by a pretty middle-aged woman effectively blocking the way to a door with a large sign telling people that this was the office of the department head. "This is our stop, Lord Potter. May you enjoy your time here in the Ministry of Magic," said Kingsley, giving Harry another bow before leaving. Harry turned to the gaping secretary and said, "Lord Harry James Potter requesting an audience with Madame Bones. I have an appointment." The secretary nodded dazedly before pressing a button on the table, which Harry noticed was part of the table. There was a beep before a female voice came out of the speaker. "What is it?" "Madame Bones, a Lord Potter here to see you," said the secretary. There was a slight pause before the reply came. "Please send him in. Cancel all my appointments for the day and make sure to have someone bring in refreshments." The secretary nodded before making a few notes on a piece of parchment before indicating for Harry to enter the door. The room he was ushered into was quite spacious, walls adorned by wizarding portraits all of which were staring at him. Opposite of the door at the other end of the room was a large oaken desk with a woman wearing heavy-rimmed glasses sitting behind it poring over a piece of parchment. Harry eyed her carefully. She was beautiful though a bit short for a British. However, what caught his attention was the aura of confidence and power she exuded that was only rivaled by Professor McGonagall of Hogwarts. This woman deserves all the respect that his station is due and more. Harry walked over to the woman, stopping only a few feet away from the desk. Madam Bones, I presume? Harry asked politely. Indeed I am, Lord Potter. Please take a seat before I explain why I called you here, said Bones as she beckoned for him to take a seat in a comfortable couch in front of her. Harry did as instructed, waiting silently for the director of DMLE to make the first move. Harry didn't know that Amelia Bones was observing him. In front of her is an 11-year-old boy, very confident if his expression and posture were to be judged, very powerful for someone his age considering the reports from her auras regarding the debacle in Nocturne Alley. What caught her attention was the 4 head of house rings on the boy's fingers. Indeed, this was no ordinary boy. He might be 11 but the countenance he was showing was that of a mature adult. Mr. Potter, first of all, I would like to thank you for accepting my invitation. Amelia fired the opening salvo. Harry merely nodded his head, maintaining his silence, while indicating for her to continue. I see that you want to know immediately why I called you here. Well, it's quite simple. I need your testimony regarding what happened in Nocturne Alley last August 10, 1991 at around 6:20 in the evening. Harry nodded. I will answer all your questions, Madam Bones. You have no worries on that, he said with a cheeky grin which Amelia likened it to what James Potter usually does when he was questioned regarding his reports. Thank you. To start things off, what were you doing in Nocturne Alley? Most wizards tend to stay away from Nocturne considering the type of witches and wizards living there. Why an 11-year-old boy is willing to walk around in such a dangerous place? Asked Amelia while giving Harry a look that spoke volumes to her intentions finding out the truth. My business is my own, Madam Bones, but if you really want to know, I was down in Nocturne to shop around for books to add to my collection. I already scoured every shop in Diagon Alley and found the lack of tomes and subjects that interests me. So after asking around, I discovered that there were certain shops in Nocturne Alley that held the titles I seek. Harry replied calmly. A normal child would have been intimidated by the aura coming from the director of the DMLE, as well as the pressure of the questions being directed at him. Harry James Potter wasn't a normal boy, however, so it didn't faze him. Hence, the calm exterior. Let me get this straight. You went down to Nocturne Alley just to buy books? She asked incredulously. Yes. Harry confirmed her statement. Besides, it wasn't my first time to venture into Nocturne though it was the first without my persona. Amelia Bones raised an eyebrow. And what persona is that, Mr. Potter? She asked quickly. To be honest, that was the second time I went into Nocturne Alley. The first time was almost 2 years ago. Though I did frequent Diagon Alley many times in the past 2 years, admitted Harry. But in regards to your question, I tend to use my disguise when I enter the magical world to go incognito. If you must know, my alter ego is Harold Evans. To further prove his point, he cast the glamour on himself with a twitch of his staff revealing to Madame Bones his middle-aged alter ego. Madame Bones was quite shocked. Not only was Harry Potter a mature 11-year-old with an aristocratic flair, the boy was doing magic only learned during 4th year at Hogwarts. She needed to get to the bottom of this and fast. Mr. Potter. I think you already know that underage witches and wizards are not allowed to use magic. Clearly, you are blatantly defying the law. Rebuked the director of the DMLE. Really, Madam Bones? If I wasn't allowed to do magic then why didn't the Ministry of Magic detect my use of spells? If the law was to be followed then the ministry would have been in my case years ago since I had been using magic since I was 8 years old. Harry explained in a condescending tone which infuriated the witch in front of him though she didn't show it. The nerve of the boy. If he wanted to play in the big kid's yard then she would be more than happy to baptize him a proper welcome. That is quite true, Mr. Potter, but you are clearly underage. It is. She stopped when Harry raised his right hand showing her his head of house rings. Fine. If you have your family rings then it is clear that you are emancipated by magical law since those rings wouldn't even let you wear them if that wasn't the case. Now the question is, Mr. Potter, how did you come by magic? Harry simply raised an eyebrow. She was getting personal and Harry didn't like it. Time to bring out the big guns, so to speak. Let me ask you, Madam Bones, what is the relevance between the Nocturne Alley and my ability to use magic? Clearly, I am within the law to protect myself using magic and no underage law can touch me due to my status as the lord of a most ancient and noble house, much less for. If I didn't know any better, I would say that you are trying to pry Madam. Harry said coldly, releasing a bit of his magical pressure around the room to drive his point home. Amelia Bones didn't expect this. Considering his age, she expected Harry Potter to comply with her wishes, which mainly involved her asking questions and him answering these questions. But no, the Harry Potter in front of her was clearly schooled in wizarding law and was able to rebuff her attempts to force the boy into compliance. The boy's magic was also palpable in the air, sending cold shivers down his spine. She needed to be very careful. It seems that she would have to work harder to get information out of this one. But before she could say anything, what the young lord spoke next made her question her current thoughts. You see, Madam Bones. I consider myself a scholar. Despite my young age, I believe that laws are in place to ensure that everyone enjoys a peaceful life. Before I even entered the wizarding world, I was fortunate to be provided by means to learn the laws of the magicals by my parents. I cannot tell you the means as to how they were able to help me, but I can stress that they did. Ever since the discovery of the world of magic, I have tasked myself to learn everything and anything I could, from wizarding law to etiquette, from theories of transfiguration to the treatises of potions. I also delved into politics when I learned that being a lord of foremost ancient and noble houses requires me to have a seat in the Wisengamot, though that is far away from now since I am still a minor, emancipated yes, but still a minor. Now let's get back to you, Madam Bones. I came here to follow the law. Ever since the confrontation in Nocturne Alley, I expected to be called by one or the other to appear before the ministry to give my testimony to correlate with the report of your aurors, as well as confirm or deny rumors stemming from the stories written by the Daily Prophet. I didn't come here to be intimidated or bullied, Madam Bones. I came here to satisfy the need to follow the law. So let me ask you this, Madam Bones, why are you intimidating me? Asking questions that are not relevant to the case you called me here for. Harry finished his monologue while leveling his stormy emerald eyes at the director of the DMLE. Amelia Bones was speechless. The boy just told her off to stop bullying him. She couldn't refute his words and could never deny that she was impressed that he came here to satisfy the law that she tried so hard to uphold. But despite her professionalism, she mistook the boy in front of her as that, a boy. But she was mistaken. In front of her was no ordinary 11-year-old. In front of her was a man trapped in a boy's body, a mind of a pure-blood wizard in the body of a young boy. It was then that she decided to backtrack and get started with what she called him here for. I apologize for the direction of my questions, Lord Potter, but you have to place yourself in my shoes so you'll understand as to why I asked those questions. Let me explain this clearly. For starters, it is rare for any underage witch or wizard to have the head of house ring. In your case, since you are the last of the Potter, the ring you should be wearing is the heir ring of the Potter family. But that is not what I see on your hand right now. I understand the Gryffindor ring since I saw your father wearing it while he was working under me. However, I don't recognize the two and I won't pry. Harry nodded for her to continue while giving her the impression of thanks that she didn't dig deeper into the existence of the other two rings. Now my point, Lord Potter, is that tradition dictates that you shouldn't have any power right now. I don't say it in a negative way but as a statement of fact. You're an 11-year-old boy. You haven't been to Hogwarts yet. You utilize magic that most adults have problem with, not to mention the method you used to bring down 16 thugs, trained wizards, in a matter of minutes. Even my aurors would have problems with those numbers. It is not that I doubt your capabilities since you demonstrated them splendidly, but the professional in me couldn't help but ask these questions. How come you are capable of what you are doing? How did you become a lord of the house, much less 4 houses? And finally, why don't I see an 11-year-old boy in front of me but a man who is well versed in the law? I have my theories, but these are ludicrous to the point that I would be called insane if I voiced it out into the open. Amelia added the last part with a little bit of bite to her voice. Women in the wizarding world had always been looked down on, which is the reason why she always strived to be above the men who believe that they are the stronger of the species. When Harry heard Amelia's last statement, he couldn't help but release a quiet chuckle. He gave the director of the DMLE an amused look. I apologize if I was a bit harsh in my monologue, madam, but it hit me that I was being forced to answer questions that are irrelevant to the case. But since you so kindly pointed out your thoughts in the matter, I can say that you are in the right. It would sound idiotic to write my testimony in your report without knowing my background. Those who read it will surely pack you to the nearest asylum faster than you could blink. Concentrating for a bit, Harry translocated the files he showed to Dumbledore and McGonagall, files containing his heritage test, his abilities test, and the last will and testament of the last Lord Potter directly on top of Amelia's desk, which surprised her a bit. That folder contains all you need to know, said Harry as he started scratching Hedwig, who started to croon in happiness. Enjoy. Amelia stared at Harry before looking down at the plain folder on her desk. Since it was offered freely, she decided to take advantage of the situation. She opened the folder and perused the papers inside, eyes slowly widening as each revelation astounded her. She tore her eyes away from the evidence and looked at the boy, no man in front of her. Are these real? Whispered Amelia, disbelief present in her voice. Harry Potter was supposed to be under her care, but something happened that changed all that. The boy in front of her could have been friends with her Susan, making sure that she wasn't alone growing up. If you don't doubt Gringotts' validity when it comes to their tests, then those are real. Besides, don't you think that whatever is written in those pieces of paper give credit to the capabilities I displayed 2 days ago? Harry asked rhetorically. Amelia nodded. With these, I can say that the mystery is solved. Thank you for being forthcoming with me, Lord Potter. She said with a small bow of her head. Don't mention it, Madam Bones. If I were in your shoes then I will be doing the same thing you did, said Harry with a smile. Since I distinctly heard you earlier cancelling your appointments for the day, I have a few more revelations you might find interesting if you want to hear them. Seeing the seriousness in the boy's eyes, Direct Amelia Bones simply nodded her head before reaching down to one of her drawers where she hid her stash of fire whiskey for situations such as this. August 16, 1991. Potter Manor. Harry was currently in his study poring over a piece of parchment writing down scenes in the Belgariad and Mallorean books in order to discover more abilities utilizing the will and the word. Due to the lack of materials regarding the real practice of sorcery, Harry was forced to return to the original source, the story of Belgarath. Of course, he didn't bother to read all the books, but he skipped certain chapters, only reading key areas he remembered where sorcery was practiced. He listed down the abilities sorcerers used, as well as explanations on how it was done. Not all abilities were explained, however, except for a few snippets here and there serving as clues. It was enlightening and frustrating at the same time. The first ability that Harry found interesting was the ability to shift to any animals. Unlike an animagus, sorcerers were capable to assume any animals as long as they know the animal inside and out. Of course, there was also the case where it was simpler to shift to an animal that you had an affinity with, like Belgarath's wolf, Polgara's owl, Beldon's hawk, the twins' dove, and so on. The second ability was translocation. According to Belgarath's explanation, this ability had two main applications. One is to teleport the sorcerer from one place to another. This was similar to his ability to shadow walk or its magical counterpart called apparition. Translocation could also be used to transport objects. A sorcerer can easily translocate an item in one location to another. The only drawback to this ability was the need to know what the object is, as well as where the object is kept. Harry was just happy that he already perfected this skill, though he first thought of it as relocate. Somewhat primitive thanks to his limited vocabulary at that time. One other skill that Harry found intriguing was Gorion transferring his consciousness to his shadow to travel across distances. The ability was somewhat similar to shadow walking but a bit more flexible. Gorion's version involved injecting his consciousness into the shadow, thereby giving it the ability to move and interact with the physical environment. This intrigued Harry a bit and wanted to try it out. The only drawback to this ability was leaving his body totally defenseless since his consciousness wasn't in it. The most important discovery was the actual limitation of sorcery. Harry generalized it with Belgarath that knowledge was the limitation to sorcery. If you don't know how to do it, then you can't do it. Simple as that. However, he learned during his research that there was also a limitation as to what you can actually do even if you possess the knowledge. It doesn't mean that you know how to do it and believe that you can do it doesn't mean that you are physically able to do it. There were also rules that existed before in performing sorcery that no longer existed now. Like when an object is banished using magic, since it was similar to uncreating an object through sorcery, which caused some sorcerers in the past to just blow up from being unable to release their will. Harry mused that he should stick to spell and perform such feats to avoid blowing himself up. He shuddered at the thought. Harry sighed. Life was so much simpler when he was only a wizard. August 17, 1991. Potter Manor. Sweat beaded Harry's face as he focused on keeping his shadow construct in place. In front of him was a blob of shadow with 8 arms, each holding an item. Harry was able to solidify his shadow using his inherent shadow mage abilities to control them. It wasn't easy since it required concentration while keeping a steady flow of magic to the construct. Earlier in the experiment, Harry noticed that the larger the shadow to manipulate, the more energy it consumes. Focus was mostly based on what you want your shadow to do. Feeling that his core was about to deplete at a critical level, Harry cut the connection with the shadow he was manipulating, causing the construct to collapse into its original shape, a blob of shadow on the floor produced when the sun hit the paper he stuck on the window. All the items his shadow was holding fell to the floor with a clatter. Slumping to the floor, Harry reached inside his robe and took out a vial of pepper-up potion. He downed the thing in one gulp, already feeling some of his energy coming back to him. I guess I need to mature more in order to fully master my shadow mage abilities, Harry said with a sigh before dragging his body to the bedroom for a well-deserved rest. How? I have a lot of reviews and it will take forever to answer all of them. My secretary is lazy at the moment, so I'm on my own. Anyway, I'll address some general concerns. 1. Arrogant Harry. Alright people. My Harry is not arrogant, he is just confident and sure of his knowledge and abilities. Put yourself in his shoes for a minute. He's been alone by himself while at the Dursleys. He practiced his magic alone. He lives alone in Potter Manor. He had no friends and bullied all his life. If you were bullied and you know how to counter them, wouldn't you do it, especially when you can get away with it? 2. Uber powerful Harry. No. My version of Harry is not powerful. Sure, he has magic and sorcery to fall back on, but he doesn't know how to use it except for those he already mastered on his own, which isn't much compared to an educated witch or wizard. I aim to make my version of Harry work for his powers. Besides, a powerful Harry at the start to end is just too boring. 3 Harry's uber long name. I would like thank those readers who gave me an idea on how to shorten Harry's name. Henceforth, he shall now be named properly. Harry James Potter, Lord of the Houses of Potter, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Alder. It sounds better, doesn't it? To Dexter Z, Harry Potter Gryffindor Pacino Stallone? Wahahahahaha, I so love you. 4 Harry's magical inclination. No, this isn't a dark Harry story. If you take time to see his views on magic, you will realize that Harry is a grey, between light and dark with knowledge of both. 5 Harry's life partner. No pairings here as of yet, boys and girls. He's 11 years old. You expect him to make girls swoon and sigh? Yeesh. Get a grip, people. He will make friends, that's it. And no, there won't be any gay partners here, the pleasure is reserved to my brother, Grin, though I do have a penchant for furry, Harry Furry, Addis 89 Mackin, yes, Harry will still have his parcel tongue ability even if the soul fragment is removed. It is already a part of him or will become a part of him, refer to the explanation of the ritual from Griphook in previous chapters. And no, he didn't get to meet the rune spore yet since the snake usually relocates to the greenhouses if it is cold, so, winter? Salem the speaker of truth, point taken my friend. But there is an explanation why Harry is not the Peverell heir. I have my own version of how one inherits the Peverell title and it concerns the Hallows and it will be revealed far into the bowels of this FIC. Fanfiction fanboy, thanks for the heads up. We'll do it. James T, don't worry. Me and brother is working on this FIC so no burning out between the two of us. I do the original story, he improves and adds to it. We both read it again to see if it is good enough, then boom, update. Thanks for the concern though. Autumn Gold, I have plans for Dumbledore. Let me put it this way. Dumbledore isn't a bad guy. He is just plain nosy. Since he got all these titles in the wizarding world, his head swelled to the point that he thinks that he knows better than everyone. It happens in real life. Discreetly gives brother a look. Draconic wrath, yet. My version of Harry has a backbone. He walks the walk and talks the talk. Oh yet. Though he will never be a pawns except for those people who messes with him. Red Stick Bonbon, if you really look into the story, you will see that Harry didn't really tell anyone about his abilities. The result of the abilities test gives you the general side of Harry's magic and abilities, remember, Griphook explained it to him and it is not written on the test. The specifics, however, is locked inside Harry's head. For example, he can do telepathy but they don't know the specific abilities of telepathy he can do. They know he is a shadow mage, but they don't know what he can really do with it. To put it simply, they will think they know Harry since they know his abilities but they are in for a rude awakening. Rebellious one, that is a secret, dearie. I don't want to spoil the surprise. Evil grin, wahahahaha. Konatakan 603, to be honest, I don't know what to do with Skeeter. Any ideas are greatly appreciated. Cyroth, thanks for pointing those out to me. We'll keep watch in the future. Dreamweaver, I guess I'm not the only one who saw the similarity between characters. Grin. Thanks to Yora no Kodomo, I now have a name here in fanfiction. From this day onwards, I am called the Sorceress of Stories. Wahahahahaha. Fear me. Please, fear me. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter or characters and abilities from other literary works. I'm just using them as base for my creative juices. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 12, Off to Hogwarts. September 1, 1991. Potter Manor. Harry woke up with a loud yawn followed by an excited grin. Today was the day he was going to Hogwarts and the excitement was making his body tingle. He translocated directly into the tub while mentally thanking Flippy for the warm water in the bath. The elf never failed to prepare everything beforehand for Harry. The elf was a godsend for the young sorcerer. It didn't take long for him to finish his morning ritual in the shower. He saw that his clothes were already laid out by his in-house fashion expert, Flippy. From the clothes laid out on the bed, it seems that his elf wanted him to make an impression on the way to school. Harry shrugged since he didn't want to hide his true self anymore. His clothes this time was all muggle but all of it was high class, a black Armani polo, Calvin Klein jeans partnered with a dark green snakeskin belt, and a pair of Ferragamo wingtip Oxford. Arya seems to want to add to the outfit by floating beside the apparel in her cane form. Harry grinned at the potential shock value of the outfit before putting everything on. Grabbing Arya, Harry looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but grin. Wow! Flippy outdid himself today, said Harry, flabbergasted at how good the elf was getting in picking his outfit. Well, he didn't have any choice in the matter because the elf bought everything in his wardrobe. Harry was sure that he lost around £100,000 from the shopping trip, but he didn't care since all of it was good stuff, so he didn't begrudge the elf his fun, even if it was expensive. Harry exited his room and walked over to the study to double-check everything in his trunk to make sure he didn't forget anything. Sure, he could always call Flippy to fetch things for him, but it would be too irresponsible on his part to rely on help when he could do the task himself. While Harry was cataloguing his potions supplies, Godric's voice echoed throughout the room. "Grandson, I have a favor to ask of you when you get to Hogwarts," said Godric. "Sure, grandfather, anything for you. What do you need?" Harry asked as he closed the lid of his trunk, shrinking it before placing it in his pocket. "When you get to Hogwarts, I want you to renew the wards." Harry's face turned to confusion at the weird request. The wards of Hogwarts were always on, well, according to Hogwarts, a history anyway. Renew the wards? Isn't that supposed to be the headmaster's job? He asked the essence of Godric Gryffindor. Harry read in Hogwarts, a history, that one of the jobs of a headmaster is to make sure that the wards of the school are at peak efficiency, usually undergoing a ritual within the catacombs of the school to recharge them. Some headmasters usually add more to the wards, if they were talented to do so anyway. True, it is the headmaster's job to strengthen the wards, but there are ancient wards in place that can only be activated and strengthened by those of the founder's blood, explained Godric. Now this little tidbit was something new. He couldn't help but ask for more information regarding these ancient wards. Now that's interesting. What kind of ancient wards are we talking about? I read in Hogwarts, a history, that the school is protected by anti-Portkey and anti-apparition to restrict travel directly to and from the school. A dark creature ward to make sure that the creatures of the Forbidden Forest doesn't make it into the grounds, and, I think that's it, said Harry as he tried to remember that specific passage in the book mentioning the wards of Hogwarts. True, those are the standards wards that a headmaster can easily strengthen and renew. Godric agreed. However, the ancient wards that Rowena and I created involves a modified intent-based ward tied to boundary of the school. It's like an automatic defense system just in case someone tries to enter the school with intent to harm the students. Similar to the Potter Manor wards then, but less complicated. Harry mused. But why does it need activating now, grandfather? Well, my grandson, these ancient wards require renewal every 200 years. It's been almost 1,000 years since the last time the ward was renewed. Also, deactivation of the ward erases all commands that it previously had. So when you activate the ancient wards, you need to guide it to conform to what defenses you want the school to have. And with your presence there, it will necessary to get them up and running so you are better protected. I can take care of myself, grandfather, said Harry with a scowl which caused Godric to chuckle. True, but the other students are not. If someone attacks you while you are in Hogwarts, then there is a possibility of collateral damage. You can take care of yourself, but the others cannot. Harry couldn't refute that. If his magic failed, then he could always fall back on sorcery to get him out of tight situations. However, if there was a full-out battle, then the students there would have no defense unless they are trained to do so, which he doubted. The older students could, but the younger students could not. Fine. Where can I find the ward stone? Harry relented. In the Great Hall, there is a shield bearing the Hogwarts crest. Tap each animal of the shield in a specific order: Griffin, Badger, Raven, and Snake. Once done, tap the dragon 10 times. A door shall appear that will lead you down to the catacombs where the ward stone resides. All you need to do is to cut your palm to draw blood and touch the face of the ward stone. Don't push your magic into the stone. Let it take care of everything. Harry huffed. Godric never forgot Harry's blunder with the ward stone and kept reminding him of his mistake. It seems that the essence of the ancient wizard had a mean streak a mile wide, or possibly more. I'll do it, grandfather. I think it would be best to settle down for a few days before I activate and power up the ancient wards. However, I promise you that if I sense a threat, then I'll do so immediately the day I get there. Thank you. The castle has always been a bastion of safe haven for magical beings, humans and creatures alike. It is good to see it become so once again after hundreds of years, said Godric. Anyway, why are you so early? The train doesn't leave till 11 o'clock and it's still 9 o'clock in the morning. Harry grinned. I'm just excited, grandfather. I'm a kid going to his first day of school after all. Since Harry had no idea where King's Cross was, he bribed his familiar with a dozen fruity treats to get him to the station in one piece. Of course, Hedwig agreed immediately, since his familiar's sweet tooth, beak, was a demand that needed to be immediately satisfied. The young Potter Lord arrived at exactly 10:20 a.m. in platform 9 3/4, which was pretty early for everyone but not to him. Early meant less crowds meant no mobs. So there. Harry felt the familiar weight of Hedwig on his shoulder as he looked around and saw that there weren't that many families on the platform, since it was still a bit early, which suited him just fine. In most cases, witches and wizards tend to procrastinate, so they either arrive 20 minutes before the train leaves or the minute that it does. Deciding to use the time to secure a comfortable compartment, he approached the Hogwarts Express, a red steam train, and walked over to the last compartment. He knew that people tend to choose the nearest compartment and it would be very noisy. Also, this location offered a perfect way to get out of the crowd and avoid a potential mobbing. Not that he was afraid of the people recognizing him, he just didn't want to get run over by overexcited witches and wizards. He arrived at the last compartment and immediately fell in love with the interior. It had a nice rustic theme to it that spoke of tradition. Well, Hogwarts Express is a steam locomotive, so modern fixture was non-existent. He entered the compartment, pulled out the trunk from his pocket, returned it to its normal size before floating it on the rack. He knew that the Hogwarts elves would be taking the trunk directly to their respective dormitories after the sorting, so he wouldn't begrudge the hard-working beings of a job they found happiness in. Hedwig just flew to the air and landed in one of the suspended racks on top of the compartment before promptly going to sleep. It was still too early for her to be up and about. Harry took a seat and peered out the window. Families were slowly trickling onto the platform, offering encouragement to their kids and ushering them to a compartment for the journey. Harry felt a twinge in his heart when he saw a mother crying while hugging her daughter. If his mother was alive, then he would be subjected to the same treatment. He shook the emotion away. He won't break down now. It would be dishonorable for him to think like that, since his parents sacrificed their lives for him. They helped prepare him for this day, so he'll do everything in his power to make them proud. Harry spent most of the time watching the different witches and wizards in the platform. He didn't recognize any of them, well, except maybe for Madame Bones ushering her niece, Susan Bones if he remembered correctly, into a compartment along with another girl about Susan's age. Harry made a mental note to make a lot of friends at school even if he was sorted into Slytherin. House rivalries be damned. Harry thought hard regarding his house placement in Hogwarts a week ago. If he was honest with himself, he could be in any of the 4 houses. He had bravery in spades for Gryffindor, loyalty for Hufflepuff, obviously the brain cells for Ravenclaw, and his foray into wizarding, law and politics qualifies him for Slytherin. After an hour of analyzing his personality, Harry decided that the houses had their own set of advantages and disadvantages. For example, Gryffindor house was mostly for those who were brave of heart. Meaning, they are mostly for people who tend to be reckless and foolhardy. He wasn't like that anymore thanks to his experience with the Potter Manor wards. The House of Hufflepuff was for the loyal and hard workers, however, their shy nature made sure that they disappear into the shadows with their merits not shown to the rest of the houses, which was one of the reasons why a lot of people were saying that Hufflepuff's house was for idiots. Harry certainly disagreed with that. Ravenclaw, on the other hand, was famous for the intelligent children under her wing. However, Ravenclaws tend to spend so much time in the library and on their studies that they tend to shy away from socializing with the rest of the school unless it had something to do with academics. Also, Ravenclaws tend to consider books as the be-all and end-all of everything, which was a fool's thinking. Knowledge and wisdom were 2 different things after all. Finally, we have the Slytherin house, practically the most misunderstood house in Hogwarts. It was said by many that Slytherin house breeds dark wizards. Yes, some did turn to the dark arts, but this was because Slytherin house prize ambition and cunning. Everyone wants power, who doesn't? Sadly, Slytherins tend to overachieve with their desire for power, which was why many cross the line of grey into the dark. Voldemort was said to be a Slytherin, which was another reason why the house was so disliked by everyone. He was brought out of his thoughts when he heard a woman shriek at her sons that they were going to be late. She was right, since the Hogwarts Express just bellowed, telling everyone that the train was about to depart. Harry pulled out a shrunken book on potions theory from his pocket and enlarged it. He was about to read when the door to his compartment opened, revealing 2 girls. "How can I help you, ladies?" asked Harry with a polite smile. "Can we share this compartment with you?" asked the blonde. Harry found her beautiful with her ice-cold blue eyes looking at him in coldness. Harry immediately knew that it was just a mask. The other girl, a brunette, just stayed silent behind her, checking him out. "Be my guest," Harry said, indicating the seat in front of him. The blonde gave a nod and entered the compartment, dragging her trunk with her. The other girl followed. Harry saw them struggling with the weight, decided to help them. "Let me help you with those," offered Harry as he used his telekinesis to levitate the trunks and floated them over to the rack before securing them firmly in place for the journey. The 2 girls were shocked at the casual display of magic that they just stood there staring at Harry with wide eyes. Harry just smiled and snapped his fingers, causing the 2 girls to get out of their shock. "Please, take a seat. It is going to be a long journey to Hogwarts, so might as well be comfortable," said Harry, smile not leaving his face. He was trying his best not to scare the girls, but he vowed to himself not to hide what he's capable of. Also, this was a test that Harry devised for such a situation. He wanted to meet people who saw him as himself, not the boy who lived. The best way to do that was to shower them with demonstrations of his power to see how they would react. If they fawn over his talents, then they were not friendship material. If they are curious about his abilities and ask him appropriate, non-personal, questions, then they had a chance. Those who ignore it needed to be observed, since it was possible they had an agenda. The girls took their seats and looked at each other with uncertainty before looking at Harry as if he was a ghost. The girls gasped when they saw the scar on Harry's forehead, finally realizing who was in the compartment with them. "It's not polite to stare, you know," said Harry with a smile, his emerald eyes twinkling merrily. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Harry James Potter. May I know your names, ladies?" The first one to recover from the shock was the blonde girl with the cold blue eyes. "A pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter. My name is Daphne Greengrass and this is my best friend Tracy Davis." "A pleasure, Ms. Greengrass, Ms. Davis," greeted Harry with a nod. "I take it that both of you are first years the same as I am." "Yes. This is our first year at Hogwarts," answered Daphne. Her lips parted as if wanting to say something but stopped. She paused as if struggling with something. "You aren't what we expected you to be." One of Harry's eyebrow was unexpected. "Oh? What did you expect me to be, Ms. Greengrass?" he asked curiously. He never had any interaction with people of his age and he would try his best not to scare these two out of the compartment. "Well, there were a lot of rumors going around and the Daily Prophet spreading the news about what you did at Nocturne Alley," said Daphne with a little hesitation followed closely by a sharp nod from Tracy. "Yet. They say that you're 10 feet tall wielding a wicked-looking weapon and cut off all their heads in a single swipe. They also said that you called down lightning bolts from the sky and fried your enemies to a crisp." Tracy blurted before blushing. Harry gave them an amused laugh which caused the Daphne and Tracy to relax. They were afraid that the boy who lived might have been offended by Tracy's sudden rant. "Sorry girls. I think you got the wrong Harry Potter, though their version is more, shall we say, filled with action," he said in amusement. "Anyway, as you can see I'm only 5'1", give or take a few centimeters. I don't have any wicked-looking weapon, though I do have Arya. Finally, I didn't call down lightning. I simply called for Hedwig to get me out of there." "Arya? Who's Arya?" asked Tracy in confusion. "And what's a Hedwig?" Harry grasped his cane staff resting beside him, then willed it to return to its natural form. The girls looked at the beautiful staff in awe. "This is my beloved Arya, my staff, and Hedwig is my phoenix familiar and currently sleeping." He pointed a finger above them where they saw a white phoenix sleeping peacefully. The conversation just flowed from there. It was an hour into the journey that Daphne finally relaxed around the famous Harry Potter. After correcting Tracy's description of him, the conversation that followed was quite pleasant. Instead of a stuck-up pureblood, Harry Potter was quite down to earth. She could easily say that the boy was intelligent, charismatic, handsome, and most of all, unfailingly polite. Not once did he say anything bad about them, and Daphne's training in pureblood circle kicked in, telling her that the boy wasn't lying or pretending to be someone else. The boy in front of them was the real Harry Potter, not the boy who lived that everyone portrayed him to be. Daphne could easily say that she was having fun sharing a compartment with one Harry James Potter and couldn't wait to get to know him better at school. Tracy Davis was in heaven. She was, and still is, a Harry Potter fan. She read all the books published about him and had always dreamed that he would whisk her away to a floating castle to live happily ever after. However, when she confronted him about the truth of the stories, all he got was laughter. When he saw her hurt look, he immediately apologized and Tracy could easily tell that it was sincere. Harry explained to her that books were just fantasy stories some writer cooked up to make some money out of him. He couldn't blame them, of course, since it was an untapped market considering his popularity after the fall of the Dark Lord. Instead of losing interest when confronted with the truth, Tracy Davis' interest peaked as she started to get to know the real Harry Potter, not the boy who lived, but the actual boy who was starting Hogwarts the same year as Daphne and her. Tracy Davis, for the first time, could say that the stories about the boy who lived wasn't worth a grain of salt. Harry had fun having a lively conversation with his two new friends, Daphne and Tracy. It was a bit tense at first, but he was able to steer the conversation into a more general topics that all three of them could relate. Conversation branched out from there. They discussed the feeling of going to school, what subjects would be interesting for them, doing magic in a controlled environment, the lessons they would be getting from experienced professors, and so on. Heck, they even discussed Quidditch, and Harry was bombarded with information about the sport when he told the girls that he never flown on a broom before and have never seen a game. Tracy took the rein in this conversation and showered Harry with so much Quidditch information that the boy who lived felt that his brain just short-circuited. Thankfully, Daphne was able to calm her friend enough to stop talking about Quidditch and gave Harry some breathing room to process the information overload. "Please. No. More, Quidditch," pleaded Harry to Tracy as he rubbed his temple. The girl was just too enthusiastic about the sport. Daphne just grinned at him. "Now you know what not to say when Tracy is around," said Daphne before getting swatted on the shoulder by a fuming Tracy Davis. "I'm not that bad." Tracy defended herself. When she saw Daphne and Harry's eyebrow rise in question, she explained. "I just love the sport, that's all." "Right." Harry drawled. A knock on the compartment door stopped his sarcastic reply. Harry stood up and opened the door, revealing a lady pushing a trolley filled to the brim with sweets. "Can I interest you in some snacks, dears?" asked the kindly lady, waving a hand to the cart showing off her stock. Harry turned to the girls with a raised eyebrow. "Anything you want?" "My treat," he offered while pulling out a couple of galleons from his pocket. It was a good thing that he followed Flippy's advice to bring a few coins with him just in case. "Are you sure, Harry? I have some money here for snacks," said Daphne as she pulled out her own money. Harry shook his head at the offer since he wanted to treat his new friends. It was a great feeling, using his money to make other people happy. "Don't worry about it, girls. I'm not sure what you would like, so why don't you pick your favorites, then let's eat them together. I'm somewhat hungry thanks to Tracy." He got a glare from said girl. "Hey! Too much thinking can make you hungry, you know," he said, defending himself. "Really? Do tell," said Tracy with sarcasm dripping from her voice. She rose from her seat followed by Daphne towards the food cart. It took 5 minutes for Harry, Daphne, and Tracy to pick their favorites since there were plenty of others that caught their fancy, especially Harry. Daphne ended up choosing some chocolate frogs and a cauldron cake while Tracy went for licorice wands and pumpkin pasties. Harry, however, decided to splurge, so he bought 3 of each kinds of sweets along with 3 butterbeers. The girls eyed his purchase as he dumped them on the seat beside him. Harry saw the looks. "What? I'm hungry all right. Besides, I haven't tried all of them, so I was curious," explained Harry as he took a bite out of a cauldron cake. It was delicious. Too sweet, but the taste of pumpkin tickled his tongue. "Wow! This is good. Don't tell me this is your first time trying sweets?" asked Daphne as she nibbled on a chocolate frog. "Nope," answered Harry before finishing off what's left of the cake in a single bite. He grabbed a butterbeer and popped the cap off with a whispered word. He took a long pull of the flavored drink, then sighed. "That was good. Yeah. Butterbeer always bring out that reaction in people. My dad told me that it can be addicting, so I didn't get to drink much of it," admitted Tracy, eyeing the half-empty bottle in Harry's hand. Harry just gave her a look before finishing off his drink. He banished the empty bottle with a thought before grabbing another. This time, he theatrically pointed a finger on the cap and used his telekinesis ability to pop it off, much to Tracy's delight. Daphne just raised an eyebrow at the action. Grinning, he passed the bottle to Tracy, who happily took it before taking a sip. Harry quirked an eyebrow at Daphne, who simply nodded at the unasked question. Harry repeated his performance and gave the bottle to her. The 3 ate and drank in silence for a few moments before Daphne asked something that made Harry tense. "Harry, I could not but notice that you casually do magic without a wand or even a verbal spell," observed Daphne. She saw Harry tense up, so immediately explained. "You see, Harry. Me and Tracy live in the wizarding world all our lives, so magic is a common occurrence for us. However, this is the first time seeing someone casually do wandless magic. I'm not asking you to tell us anything. It was just an observation." Harry relaxed after hearing Daphne explain her side. He eyed them both for a bit before sending out a brief telepathic probe. All he got from the two of them were curiosity and nothing else, so he decided to explain since these two weren't up to something. "Well, I discovered magic at a young age. I think the term to describe that is accidental magic." He got a nod from both girls. "You see, I was curious one time, so I tried to remember every instance of accidental magic in my life. I was able to somewhat control my magic when I was 8 years old. I can do small tricks at first, but was able to learn some spells and abilities when I entered the wizarding world," explained Harry. He didn't lie. He just didn't tell them the whole truth. "Interesting," said Daphne, deep in thought. Wandless magic is considered to be a difficult skill to master since it requires magical power, control, and focus. In most cases, wands are used to focus the magic within and bring it out. I think you just discovered a unique way to do wandless magic on your own. You know, Daphne, if I didn't know any better, I would say that you are interested in learning wandless magic," chided Tracy, but the twitch of her lips clearly revealed that she was just making fun of her best friend. Daphne huffed, crossing her arms over her chest before glaring at the brow-haired girl. "Tracy, you're my best friend, but sometimes you can be a bit dense," Daphne said in a condescending tone. "What does that supposed to mean?" growled Tracy. "It means, Tracy dear, that I am merely curious. Unlike you, I love to read and study the theories of magic. Even if I can't do it, I still have fun learning about it," explained Daphne in a manner as if explaining to a child. In Tracy's case, it was. The two argued back and forth while Harry was smiling at them amusement. These girls were unique. The normal reaction of a typical kid when they found something interesting was to give it a try. However, these girls was just curious about it. Heck, they didn't even pester him with details. "Alright girls, cut it out." He cringed when both girls turned their ire on him. "Whoa! Civilian here. Collateral damage. Both girls just shook their heads at the poor attempt of a joke. Harry saw the action and thought that maybe these two were twins. Anyway, what's your favorite subjects in magic? Harry asked finally, since he didn't want to end up being a referee to two strong-willed girls. Don't you think it's too early to ask about that, Harry? Asked Tracy. Harry shook his head. Nope. I'm not saying that you already have a subject you want to pursue in. I'm just asking if you have any subjects taught at Hogwarts that you find interesting. Something that caught your fancy. You did read your books, right? Of course, we did. Daphne paused. Well, I did anyway. I'm not sure about Tracy. To answer your question, Harry, my favorite subjects are potions and charms. Mine's charms. Tracy piped in while glaring at Daphne for her earlier comment. How about you, Harry? Asked Daphne, totally ignoring Tracy's glare of doom. I'm not really sure what I like since I'm curious about all forms of magic. But if you ask what strikes my fancy, then I would say charms, ancient runes, and transfiguration. Harry admitted, since most of his skills revolve within those areas outside of sorcery. Ancient runes because he wanted to continue the Potter's tradition involving that specific field. The conversation continued the same way until the three retreated to their respective books, aiming to relax and enjoy a good read as they traveled to Hogwarts. However, they didn't get to enjoy a quiet moment of academic relaxation when someone entered their compartment without so much "by your leave." "Hi, can I join you guys? Everywhere else is kind of full," a boy with red hair said as he barged into the compartment. All three of the occupants just looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Harry, Daphne, and Tracy knew that the Hogwarts Express was never full since it changes in size according to how many students would be attending Hogwarts. They ignored the slip, however, and see where this meeting would lead. "Sure. Grab yourself a seat," said Harry before going back to his reading. The girls also followed his example, not wanting to talk to the boy who clearly had an agenda, though they don't know what it was. The boy merely sat on the seat beside Harry, watching the three in the compartment reading their respective books. A grimace marred his face and kept silent. It didn't take long for him to speak out, unable to stand the silence permeating the compartment. "So, have any of you seen Harry Potter on the train?" the boy blurted out. Daphne was quite quick on the uptake when he saw one of Harry's eye twitch in annoyance. "No, haven't seen him. Is he even coming to Hogwarts?" she asked as he eyed Harry, who was pretending to ignore the conversation. Good thing his scar was hidden by his hair since he was bent over his book. "Of course. Where else would he go? I mean, Hogwarts is the only school of magic," the boy bragged, puffing his chest up in pride for being able to attend such a prestigious institution. "Well, I'm not too sure about that," said Tracy from her reading. "What do you know?" the boy growled, clearly not happy that someone disagreed with him. "I just know that there are schools other than Hogwarts, though they're not here in Britain. Beauxbatons is in France and Durmstrang is, Tracy floundered, trying to remember the location of the last school. "Sweden. Durmstrang is in Sweden," answered Harry without looking up from his book. The redhead just gave both of them a scathing look. "Well, Hogwarts is still the best school there is," said the redhead. He was about to say something else when a blonde-haired boy entered the compartment. "I heard that Harry Potter is on the train. Are you him?" he asked, looking at the only black-haired boy in the compartment. This question caused the redhead to turn to Harry sharply. Harry looked up from his book, but not before disguising his face with Harold Evans using his wandless magic. "Oh no. This guy," Harry pointed at the redhead, "was also looking for him as well. No Harry Potter in this compartment. Just me and the girls," said Harry with a curious expression on his face which almost made the two girls laugh. Fortunately, they managed to hold it in so it didn't give away Harry's act. The blonde looked down at the redhead and sneered. "I see that you're looking for Harry Potter too. Why do you believe that he will hang out with a poor boy like you?" said the blonde with a scoff, looking down at the boy over his nose as if he was garbage. "I'm a Weasley. It is only normal for Harry Potter to hang out with me. I'm a light wizard after all," the redhead Weasley declared as he puffed up his chest. The blonde was about to retort when Harry decided to end the argument and possibly send them away, without resorting to magic or sorcery, that is. "If both of you are looking for Harry Potter, then you might want to check the other compartments," Harry suggested. "Of course I checked the others, you dolt. This is the last compartment on the train, so obviously I already looked," said the blonde with a sniff. "Who are you anyway?" "Oh, me? My name is Harold Evans. First year," Harry cheerfully answered. Evans, I don't recall a pureblood with an Evans family name," said the blonde with a frown, eyes narrowing. "Well, of course, you haven't heard of Evans. I'm a Muggleborn." "Well, that's what the Hogwarts professor said anyway when she visited me this summer," lied Harry with an innocent look on his face. The girls hid their faces behind their respective books to hide the twitching on their lips. Harry was just a good actor, playing around the redhead and the blonde masterfully without giving anything away. A mudblood then? Not worth my time, said the blonde, who gave Harry a disgusted look. He finally noticed the girls. Green grass. Consorting with mudbloods now, I see. Davis, what is your half-blood arse doing here? Daphne's Ice Queen persona materialized. Malfoy, she said in a frigid voice. I suggest that you control your mouth before something happens that you might regret. You don't have any right to speak to me that way, Greengrass. The Malfoy family is better than yours. You need to learn to respect your betters. Daphne just quirked an eyebrow. Really, Malfoy, your delusions are getting out of hand. If I recall correctly, the Malfoys are originally from France and immigrated here in Britain 200 years ago. My family existed since the founding of Wizarding Britain. If we are going to be talking about betters and respect here, Malfoy, then I suggest that you start groveling at my feet. Malfoy blushed before growling at the green grass heir. My father will hear about this, Greengrass. Mark my words. Bold words for one who only barks. If you really belong to an honorable family, Malfoy, then you shouldn't be talking about fathers here. This is between you and me, or are you so inbred that you have to hide behind your father when faced by your betters? The last part was said with a sneer. Harry noted that Daphne was very good at acting, judging from how she switched from a happy girl to a cold, calculating pureblood in seconds. Malfoy didn't say anything but stormed out of the compartment. The trio immediately noticed the lack of redhead in their midst. Well, will you look at that? I didn't even notice that he left, said Tracy when she noted that Weasley was no longer in the compartment. Amazing talent if you ask me, said Daphne in amusement, since she already dropped her Ice Queen persona. She looked at Harry curiously, who already dropped the glamour from his face. Why did you hide, Harry? Harry rolled his eyes before giving out a huff of annoyance. Those two are the reasons why I am in the last compartment. I am not in the mood to make friends with people who clearly have an agenda. Those two are prime examples of what I'm talking about, he said in disgust. He really hated it when people suck up to him just because of his fame. I see. Well, good thing that you're good at wandless magic then, since I feel that you will be using a lot of that in Hogwarts, Tracy said cheerfully. Harry groaned. Great. Just great. Shoot me now, he said sarcastically before going back to his book, closely followed by Daphne and Tracy. The trio prayed that there won't be any more interruptions until they reach Hogwarts. The trio's prayers were answered when they weren't bothered by any other visitors or annoyances throughout the rest of the ride, except for a prefect who came in and told them that they would be arriving at Hogwarts in a few minutes and needed to put on their robes. Harry told the girls to change in the compartment while he went to the loo. Harry took his time freshening up and arrived at the compartment seeing the girls already dressed to impress. Grinning, Harry just snapped his fingers and translocated his current clothes with his Hogwarts outfit inside his trunk. Daphne was grumbling how lucky he was to have a way to get dressed in seconds where it took them almost an hour to do so. Harry had a smug look on his face when she said that. It was slightly raining when they exited the train to Hogsmeade, where a very large man with a full beard was shouting for Hogwarts first years to come to him. The older students just made their way towards the horseless carriages parked in one corner of the station. Harry, Daphne, and Tracy decided to stay together for the remainder of the trip, which was a boat ride across the lake to Hogwarts Castle. They were joined by Hermione Granger, who Harry recognized from his trip to Diagon Alley. The boat ride was silent, though Granger was eyeing Harry with a curious expression on her face. Harry, of course, noticed the obvious observation of his person but chose to ignore it since the girl wasn't doing anything to harm him or his friends. The boat ride passed in silence, mostly silent anyway, since some of the occupants of the boats behind and in front of them were shouting and throwing up their lunches due to the swaying motion of the vessel thanks to the choppy waters. One kid fell overboard, but a tentacle rose out of the lake, plucked him out of the water and tucked him back into the boat. Of course, this action earned a few odd looks and gasps from Muggleborns. When they disembarked, Harry, Daphne, Tracy, and the rest of the students were ushered by their guide into a large chamber. The stop allowed Harry to cast a drying charm on the girls and himself since they were a bit soaked from the boat ride. The girls thanked him and commented on how handy Harry was. Again, Harry just leveled them a smug look which Daphne wanted to correct. Tracy just smirked at her friend's reaction to Harry's expertise in wandless magic. Again, Harry had to resort to his disguise when Weasley and Malfoy started asking around for him. Tracy was trying not to snicker at their useless actions since Harry's disguise was foolproof. Daphne put on her Ice Queen persona that practically scared Malfoy away from them. Harry didn't bother to hide his amusement when he saw that. Harry found it amusing, however, when Malfoy got tired of searching for him and decided to flush him out by mentioning his name. Clearly, the blonde Ponce was an idiot. Upon hearing his name being called out by the blonde Ponce, every single student in the room started to look around. Harold Evans just looked at them innocently. Granger, however, was looking at him with suspicion. Their time in the entrance hall was lackluster to say the least. Professor McGonagall came in and informed them that they would be sorted into different houses: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, and told them to wait until they were called before entering the Great Hall to be sorted. The only excitement that happened was the presence of the ghosts. Harry was idly listening to the conversation around him, mostly on Tracy and Daphne discussing how they were going to be sorted, when the ghosts floated into the room from the wall. He found Sir Nicholas and Fat Friar to be funny, the Grey Lady to be a bit stiff, and the Bloody Baron having a stick up his arse. He didn't voice it out though to avoid putting him in the spotlight. He didn't want to get mobbed in such an enclosed space. It was 20 minutes later that Professor McGonagall returned and ushered them into the Great Hall, which made everyone look at the ceiling in awe. Harry barely heard Hermione Granger telling those within hearing range about the enchantment in the ceiling that she read in Hogwarts, a history. McGonagall introduced the first years to the headmaster before bringing out a tattered hat and placed it on the lone stool in front of everyone. The hat started to sing a song about Hogwarts and the qualities belonging to each of the houses that the founder coveted. Harry chuckled at the hat. He couldn't deny the fact that it was quite good at its job of coming up with songs every year. When the hat finished with its show, McGonagall pulled out a roll of parchment and formed the first years to sit on the stool when their names are called. Harry found the sorting process interesting. It seems that the hat was used to determine the qualities of a person and assign them to a specific house where they will flourish in their time in the school. It was quite funny that Hogwarts, a history didn't mention the hat. It seems to be an ongoing joke to scare the first years into coming up with vivid scenarios on how they will be sorted, like how Weasley informed those who listened that they will have to wrestle a troll during the sorting feast. Harry just shook his head and snorted when he heard that. First years wrestling a troll without any magical education? Absurd. Tracy and Daphne were sorted into Slytherin, and each girls looked at Harry to see what his reactions would be for being sorted into the snake pit. They were relieved, however, when Harry just gave them a thumbs up and a grin. The girls realized that no matter what house they were sorted into, Harry was still their friend. The sorting continued without any interruptions, though Harry found it interesting for Malfoy to be sorted immediately into Slytherin just before the hat touched the blonde's head. It's either the hat already knew of the boy or it didn't want to catch anything that Malfoy was having. Harry suspected that it was the latter. Eventually, it was his turn to be sorted. Harry Potter! McGonagall called out. Of course, everyone in the Great Hall started whispering when his name was called to be sorted while looking around to catch a glimpse of the boy who lived. Harry pushed himself off the wall he was leaning on and walked confidently towards the stool, dropping his Harold Evans persona in front of everyone much to their shock. Malfoy and Weasley were both looking at him as if they were betrayed by Harry for hiding. He smiled at McGonagall that was returned by the stern woman before taking his seat on the stool. His vision became black when the oversized hat was placed on his head. "Ah, finally you come to Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. I've been expecting you," said a voice in his head. "Hat?" asked Harry. "Correct, Mr. Potter. Welcome to Hogwarts. Now let me sort you," said the hat, and Harry could feel a mind probe leeching its way into his defenses. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't block it. The hat saw what he was doing. "Mr. Potter. You need not worry about me poking in your head, since I was enchanted by the founders to make sure that I sort the students properly. Anything I see will be kept between us, even the headmaster can't get the secret from me." This little tidbit caused Harry to relax, letting the hat's probe inside his mind. "Now, Mr. Potter. You're a very interesting boy. Oh my! Such a powerful boy you are, Mr. Potter. A sorcerer, a shadow mage, and parcel tongue to boot. Interesting, interesting. Wait, what's this? You're a real sorcerer with powers from the sorcerers of old. Ordained by the last. Intriguing, very intriguing. Where should I put you? You're a very complicated young man. Just place me where you think I can do my best," stated Harry, not really caring where he might end up. "Oh, I will, Mr. Potter. It's just that you are quite complicated to sort. You have bravery in spades that would make Gryffindor take you with pride, though I don't think that would be the case since he is your ancestor, so the trait will surely bleed through. You have the wisdom to be placed in Ravenclaw, and your goal for knowledge easily places you in Slytherin since it is a huge ambition. You don't give out your trust easily due to your childhood, but you are amazingly loyal to people who you think deserves it. I am in quite a quandary, Mr. Potter. Any of the houses will do fine for me, hat," Harry said, amused at how the hat described his personality, which was quite accurate. "Let's put this into perspective, shall we?" said the hat. "Slytherin is out. I don't think the students there will survive if they manage to ignite your temper. I dare say Poppy will be getting a lot of patience in the next 7 years if you are placed in the snake pit." Harry snickered at that, causing everyone in the hall who heard him to look at him strangely. McGonagall just raised an eyebrow, not saying anything else, though she was wondering why it was taking so long to sort the young Potter. "Gryffindor is also out since you crave for anonymity, and the Lion's Den will surely put you in a place where you don't want to be, mobbed." Harry snickered again at this. "Also, the Lion's Den is not for you since your brand of bravery is tempered with your common sense. Foolhardy is not in your vocabulary, Mr. Potter, but I do find what happened with the ward stone quite stupid. Harry groaned. Now the hat was doing it. Damn nosy enchanted object. Nosy I am not, Mr. Potter. But I do see it in your head. Gryffindor is not for you. That only leaves Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. I see, no, possible, yes, quite possible, that would work. I will sort you now, Mr. Potter. I hope you do well in all your time here in Hogwarts. If you have a free time, please visit me for a chat. I dare say that the headmaster's office is a dreary place to be. Now welcome to Hogwarts. Apprentice. The hat shouted the last part. Everyone, including Harry, was stunned. Apprentice? What in the world is an apprentice? Is that even a house? Silence reigned for a few seconds before shouts echoed around the hall, ranging from disbelief to few hysterical screams courtesy of a pair redhead twins, which Harry found quite amusing. The teachers weren't faring any better. Each sporting their own set of emotions from the Sorting Hat's revelation. The headmaster finally got hold of his shock and stood up from his seat. A large bang echoed around the hall coming from his wand. Thankfully, it did the trick. Everyone in the hall became quiet and all attention was focused on him. Harry just turned on the stool so he was facing the headmaster. He tilted the hat back to free his eyes so he could see better. Harry could feel the hat's smug smile, which was quite a feat for a piece of ancient headwear. Thank you. Now I think a lot of you are quite curious as to the hat's decision to not sort Mr. Potter into any house, instead, placed him under an apprenticeship. Said Albus, eyes twinkling merrily. If I recall correctly, it's been 300 years since an apprentice graced the halls of Hogwarts, and I'm proud to be present for such an event. What is an apprentice, headmaster? Asked McGonagall, inadvertently putting the sorting on hold to satisfy her curiosity. Well, in this case, everyone's curiosity. An apprentice is a specific position in Hogwarts awarded only to a student with a single quality, a quality to amass knowledge for a purpose. Now many would think that this is under the Ravenclaw house, but it is not so. You see, an apprenticeship is awarded only to a student with exceptional control over his magic, partnered with the drive to learn everything about magic. This is the difference of Ravenclaw house and that of an apprentice. While Ravenclaw prize knowledge above all else, an apprentice seeks wisdom to better themselves and others. Now, an apprentice is still a student undergoing similar subjects as with the other students, though the schedule might be quite different to accommodate extra lessons. The only difference is that an apprentice will be subjected to private lessons with every professors in Hogwarts. Core classes will be scheduled, but he will be met with the professors to designate a time for private tutelage. Some might find this to be a great opportunity, but an apprenticeship is a heavy burden. If he fails the tests of one of his professors within the year, then his status will be revoked and sorted into a house. Everyone heard the headmaster's words, and the disbelief turned into awe at the great opportunity given to Harry. Said boy, however, groaned since the Sorting Hat just placed him in a pedestal, putting him in the spotlight, again. Harry was brought out of his bout of angst when the headmaster spoke again. Now, Apprentice Potter, you can pick any of the house tables for meals. I will personally hand you your schedule tomorrow. Professor McGonagall here will lead you to the apprentices' quarters after the feast so you can settle down for the night. You will be called to my office in the morning for a meeting with the professors in regards to your education here in Hogwarts. Consider it an interview, if you will, to determine your position in the school, since, aside from being a student, a Hogwarts apprentice also acts as an assistant professor if we deem you are ready for the position. Said Headmaster Dumbledore before nodding to McGonagall to continue with the sorting. The hat was taken off his head and McGonagall beckoned for him to sit on any of the house tables with a nod. Harry stood and looked around. He saw that there were mixed reactions to his sorting. Gryffindor house was sporting a lot of sad faces since they were expecting the son of James and Lily Potter to be sorted into their house similar to his parents. He did note that Granger was giving him a jealous glare, Weasley, who was still waiting to be sorted, giving him a betrayed look, and the pair of twins at the Gryffindor table fake crying Harry's position in school. Ravenclaw house, however, was eyeing him like a piece of meat, which made Harry nervous. A mobbing in the future was a good assumption from this house. Harry made a mental note to stay away from the students of the Raven's Nest. He glanced at the Slytherin table and saw the calculating looks from the students of the Snake Pit. Malfoy, in particular, was sporting a scowl when he realized that Harry Potter was on the train and missed him. He saw Tracy and Daphne giving him a smile, telling him through their expressions that they were proud and happy of his sorting, though the curiosity in Daphne's face made Harry decide to meet with her during breakfast to discuss a potential schedule to meet and maybe study together. Harry decided to enjoy the sorting feast in the Badger house since most of them weren't giving him any weird looks. I'm a bit rushed for time right now since I should be preparing for a party. But I love my readers too much to prolong your wait for the next chapter. So here's chapter 13. Enjoy. Anyway, answers to reviews will be on the next chapter. More reviews are welcome. Rachel, the Sorceress of Stories. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter or any characters or abilities similar to other literary works. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 13, Sorcerer Apprentice. Harry found the presence of Hufflepuffs to be very comforting. It seems that the House of Badgers had an instinctive knowledge to make sure that anyone was welcome in their fold. It seems this was the reason why many called Hufflepuff the House of the Dregs. Everyone was accepted. Heck, the Puffs would even likely accept a first-year practicing dark arts into their dorm even if they would be a bit weary of him or her. Harry saw that the Puffs weren't giving him stares of awe or disbelief, though some raised an eyebrow or two. Harry assumed that some of the older Puffs would be questioning as to why he was moving to their table since the others were more special for the boy who lived. Harry hoped that wasn't the case. In fact, the closer he got to was of admiration, though he was a bit confused as to what caused that reaction. He decided right there and then to spend a lot of time with some Hufflepuffs and make some friends among them, especially the older ones. When Harry neared the Hufflepuff table, a handsome teen beckoned for him to sit beside him since it was the only place available. Of course, it was obvious to Harry that the teen was someone that many of the Badgers respected since those beside him scooted away to make room for the new addition when they saw the invite. Harry assumed that the teen was the official leader of the Puffs. When Harry sat down, the teen introduced himself with a smile before offering his hand for Harry to shake. "Welcome to the Hufflepuff table, Mr. Potter. My name is Cedric Diggory." Harry smiled and took the offered hand before giving it a shake. "I guess everyone already knows who I am, so a pleasure, Mr. Diggory." "Please, call me Cedric," said the teen with a smile. "I feel like my dad when someone calls me that." "Then please call me Harry. It's only polite," replied the young Potter Lord as he turned to observe the rest of the sorting, which was down to the last two. Harry saw that the redhead he met on the train, Ronald Weasley, got sorted into Gryffindor and one Blaise Zabinai ended in Slytherin. The sorting feast followed with the headmaster saying a few choice words. Harry found it funny that an ancient and knowledgeable headmaster would consider nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, as an acceptable method to start up a grand feast. Harry mentally shrugged since the headmaster's quirks were his own. The young sorcerer could only say that the Hogwarts sorting feast was a sight to behold. Enormous tables were filled to the brim with known and unknown delicacies that would surely make one's mouth water just looking at it. Harry, who was already getting hungry despite the snacks on the train, eyed the different food in front of him with interest, particularly a plate of well-roasted chicken legs. As he ate his fill, Harry couldn't help but observe the students and the professors currently enjoying the bounties in the Great Hall. The headmaster was as jolly as ever, holding a merry conversation with Professor McGonagall as they sampled the food in front of them. Harry didn't know the rest of the faculty, so he asked Cedric to give him the rundown since he was 2 years his senior. The first faculty Cedric pointed out was Professor Pomona Sprout, herbology professor and the Hufflepuff head of house. She was somewhat on the short side, but one cannot deny the woman's motherly look, though Harry could see the hidden steel behind it. Cedric told him that she was an excellent teacher and a mother to the Puffs, but it was not a good idea to cross due to her temper, similar to that of a badger. Harry found the last comment to be amusing, endearing, yet scary at the same time. The next introduced was Professor Quirinus Quirrell. Cedric told Harry that Professor Quirrell changed after meeting a vampire during his trip in the Albanian forest. Whatever happened during the meeting left Professor Quirrell stuttering and afraid of his own shadow. Harry couldn't help but feel something odd about the man, though he dismissed it for later. The next name caught Harry's attention, Professor Severus Snape, potions professor and Slytherin head of house. Harry couldn't help but ask Cedric why he was grimacing when he mentioned the man's name. The Hufflepuff informed Harry that Professor Snape had a nasty reputation, which only correlated with what the young Potter knew of the man from his interviews with Tom the barman in Diagon Alley. He was known as the Bat of the Dungeons due to his dark outfit and persona. The Puff told him that Snape was a world-renowned potions master but wasn't a very good teacher. Also, Snape shows blatant favoritism to Slytherins, an uncanny hate towards Gryffindors, an indifference towards Hufflepuffs, and an annoyance with Ravenclaws. Harry eyed the potions professor and couldn't help but conclude that this was a complicated man. His observation revealed the man to be guarded in both mind and heart, showing off a snarky exterior that pushed everyone away as if he was afraid of building a relationship, and a bubbling cauldron of hate towards something Harry didn't know. Harry noted that approaching Professor Snape to give him the letter from his mom might prove to be a challenge if nothing else. Cedric had fun describing the always cheerful Professor Phileas Flitwick, Master of Charms and Dueling, and head of Ravenclaw House. Cedric informed Harry that Flitwick's Charms class had always been the favorite of the students, followed closely by Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. The other teachers were Professor Aurora Sinistra for Astronomy, Professor Septima Vector for Arithmancy, Professor Baths Haida Babbling for Ancient Runes, Professor Sylvanus Ketlaban for Care of Magical Creatures, Professor Charity Burbage as Muggle Studies teacher, and Madame Rolanda Hooch as the flying instructor. Two faculties who weren't present for the feast was the ghost Professor Cuthbert Binns of History of Magic and Sybil Trelawney of Divination class. Harry thanked Cedric for introducing the faculty before taking another chicken leg from the plate since it was as delicious as those prepared by Flippy. One advantage to being a sorcerer was having a form of sixth sense. It can be considered divination by some due to its inexact prediction, but it was more of a gut feeling in his case and triggered when something bad was about to happen or someone was planning to do something nefarious towards his person. For Harry, it was a red flag signaling that he needed to be extra careful. Harry's gut feeling kicked in when the headmaster gave the start of term announcement, specifically when the aged wizard informed everyone in the Great Hall that the third-floor corridor was out of bounds and those who found themselves there might suffer a painful death. Not something that should be said in a room full of curious students who had plenty of free time to get into trouble if nothing else. Harry James Potter knew that something was up but he couldn't put a finger on it, so he decided to observe the school and act when needed. It was after the feast that he was approached by Professor McGonagall to take him to his designated room since he wouldn't be bunking with any of the houses. This suited Harry just fine since having his own private haven guaranteed that he got the peace and quiet he needed to study. From what Headmaster Dumbledore informed the whole school regarding apprentices, Harry felt that he would be doing a lot of studying if he wanted to keep his current liberties in Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall led Harry to one of the towers in the west wing of the castle, which was a 5-minute walk to the Transfiguration classroom, something that the young Lord Potter found convenient. They reached a large portrait of a middle-aged witch with the bearings of an aristocrat. "Mr. Potter, this is the portrait of Morgana Le Fay. She is guarding the only entrance to the apprentice dorms. It hasn't been used for 300 years, but the elves made sure to clean it up when they got word that there was a new apprentice in the school. All you need to do is to set a password so the portrait will only open for you," explained McGonagall. But before Harry could say anything or ask a question, the portrait spoke. "Finally. We have a new apprentice learning magic here at Hogwarts. What is your name, child?" asked the portrait of Morgana Le Fay. "Lord Harry James Potter, Lord of Houses Potter, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Alder," replied Harry, since he decided to be formal with a well-known history figure even if it's just her portrait. Morgana nodded in approval with a bit of pride, though Harry didn't know why. "I approve of you. Please speak the new password and I will ensure that your new home will never be disturbed." "The new password is Ulgo, my lady," replied Harry, deciding to use name of one of the key locations during Belgoroth's time. It was a safe password to use since no one knows about it. However, Harry narrowed his eyes when Morgana gave a subtle twitch upon hearing the password he used. "Done. To enter your new home, just speak the password. Be warned, the apprentice dorm holds certain items that should not be exposed to the rest of the students, so make sure that you don't give the password to those who are unworthy," warned Morgana before swinging outward, revealing a passageway leading to the dorms. "Mr. Potter, I suggest that you go to your dorm and explore, then try to settle down and get some sleep since there will be a meeting between you and the rest of the faculty tomorrow after breakfast. Classes will start on September 3rd, Wednesday. This will give the students time to adjust. Good night," said Professor McGonagall before leaving Harry alone to enter his new home. Harry James Potter could safely say that he liked his new home. The apprentice dorm was quite large, considering that an apprentice would surely need an appropriate setting in order to properly study or enact projects given to him by the professors. Harry entered the passageway behind Morgana's portrait to reveal a large room. It was tastefully decorated with antique furniture and the earthen colors of the furnishings and fixtures conforming to the stone walls of Hogwarts made for a comfortable ambience. The room that Harry was in now could be considered a living room/receiving room, like the foyer of Potter Manor. A large couch and 2 small ones adorned the middle of the room, surrounding an antique table made of a light brown wood. Aside from the stairwell that Harry was curious about, there were 3 doors leading to who knows where. Deciding to be adventurous, Harry opened the first door and found it to be his bedroom. It wasn't as big as his suite in Potter Manor, but it was nothing to scoff at. A 4-poster king-sized bed adorned the chamber with comfortable fluffy pillows and a thick comforter. There was one other door in the room that led to the bath. It was a standard bathroom, but he was quite curious why the tub, who looked like a mini swimming pool, had 3 taps instead of the usual one. He decided to ask Morgana or one of the house elves about it later. He walked over to the only window and saw that it overlooked the Black Lake. The bad weather earlier had run its course and the cloudless sky revealed a beautiful moon mirrored on the surface of the water. It was a breathtaking scene and Harry couldn't wait to check the same view in the morning. Harry had some difficulty turning away from the picturesque view and continued his tour of the bedroom. Harry noticed that it was devoid of any furniture except for the bed and a large wardrobe. The young lord made a mental note to send Flippy to go to Potter Manor and pick up the couches and table from Belgoroth's shop just in case he had the urge to eat breakfast in the room and not in the Great Hall with the rest of the students. Harry left the bedroom to continue the exploration of the apprentice dorm. The next room he entered was the library. The size was as big as his study in Potter Manor, but there were bookshelves here where his study did not, though he could remedy that if he wanted to. Harry walked over to the shelves to peruse the books it contained. There were books on all core subjects, some books about magical theories, an encyclopedia of potion ingredients, and the likes. He also noticed some empty shelves in one corner that would be the perfect home for his personal book collection. However, what caught his attention was a glass door that led to a sizable balcony with an amazing view of the Forbidden Forest. Since it was lacking in tables and chairs, he decided to include this in his list for Flippy later since he had plenty of unused furniture back in the Potter family vault. He might want to ask the elf to buy an umbrella since the balcony didn't have any form of shade to protect him from the weather. The last door led to the laboratory, which Harry noticed, was a perfect place to brew potions. The counter was large enough to accommodate at least 10 cauldrons brewing simultaneously, and the sink was large enough to wash the equipment with ease. A cupboard with an expanded space was perfect to store potion ingredients, but it lacked the necessary charms to ensure that the ingredients were fresh and ready for use. Harry noted again to do that later since he knew the spells already. His next stop was to discover the upper levels via the stairwell. The second floor was a large open room with only a desk and a table. Harry noticed that this might be an open floor plan for an apprentice to customize for their own use. He decided to use this floor as a casting chamber or a training room for practicing spells or any forms of magical experiments. He made another note to send Flippy to Diagon Alley to purchase some training dummies, preferably those issued for Aurors. Harry noted that he might need to send a letter to Madame Bones just in case he wasn't allowed to acquire one from the alley. He was sure that the director of the DMLE could accommodate his request if need be. Finished with his exploration of the second floor, Harry went back down to the living room and flopped down on the couch. He called for Flippy and explained to him the different rooms in the apprentice dorm before telling the elf to unpack his trunk. He conjured a piece of paper and made a list of things that Flippy needed to do in Gringotts and Diagon Alley tomorrow. If he was going to use this place for 9 months, then he better make sure that the place had everything to cater to his wants and needs. After making the list, he placed it on the table and left for the bedroom to help Flippy sort through his things before calling it a night. While Harry was busy preparing the apprentice dorm for his use, some of the faculty of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry were having an impromptu meeting in the headmaster's office. The reason for the meeting was one Harry James Potter, the apprentice of Hogwarts. "Before we start, I would like to thank everyone for answering my summons for a meeting despite the late hour," said Dumbledore, smiling at 4 in front of him. In attendance were the heads of the 4 houses of Hogwarts to discuss the new addition to the school. "No problem, Albus," squeaked Professor Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw House. "I take it that the purpose of this meeting is about the new apprentice of Hogwarts." Albus nodded. "You're correct, Phileas. It had been quite a while since Hogwarts had its own apprentice, though I am quite surprised that our young Mr. Potter became one. Trust a Potter to always flaunt his superiority to everyone," growled Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House. Minerva, head of Gryffindor House, gave her CO professor a glare. "Only you would be saying that, Severus. After all, you spent the whole summer ranting and raving about how Mr. Potter is a pompous and arrogant brat that would break all of Hogwarts rules and make your life a living hell." Severus returned the glare. "Don't turn your ire on me, Minerva. I know that your irate remark is due to the golden boy not being sorted into your house." The Transfiguration professor was about to lash out at the head of snakes when Professor Sprout decided to rein her colleagues in. "Stop that, you two. Severus, why don't you shut your mouth and stop ranting about Mr. Potter for a change? You haven't even met the boy and you're already assuming he would be like his father." "Well, he is the son of James Potter after all," retorted Snape with a disdainful sniff. Pomona fired her next salvo towards the grumpy professor. "A father who hadn't been present since the boy was 15 months old and a boy that grew up without parents," growled Sprout with acid in her voice that scared the snarky potions master. "If you don't stop bad-mouthing the boy, then I'll make sure that you don't have a mouth afterwards. Why are you defending the brat, Pomona? It's not like the boy is part of your house, or maybe you're doing so because he dined at the Hufflepuff table," Snape said with a sneer. Pomona returned the sneer with one of her own, and those who saw it was shocked since the motherly Hufflepuff never showed one before. "Neither, Severus. He is a student of this school and as such it is up to us to protect him, even from his own teacher. If you even dare to make his life hell here in Hogwarts, then I'll make sure that I return the sentiments tenfold, colleague be damned," whispered Sprout in a voice that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Everyone in Hogwarts knew that Pomona Sprout was caring to all students, but only a few knew that she had an instinct to defend students with everything she had, much like a mother badger protecting her young. "Hufflepuff indeed. All right everyone. Drop it," said Albus with a note of steel in his voice. He didn't like it when his colleagues fought against each other. They were supposed to be a united force in the education and defense of the students. They were professors, for crying out loud. "We're here to discuss young Mr. Potter's apprenticeship, not fight amongst ourselves." Phileas, however, had something else in mind to add to the discussion. "Face it, Albus, Pomona was in the right this time, and I think it would be best for you to open your eyes on the situation instead of disregarding it as you always do in the past, especially when it concerns Severus," said Flitwick with a frown on his face as he eyed the furious potions professor. "What do you mean, Phileas?" asked Albus. He really didn't know what the half-goblin charms master was talking about. "I think you do, Albus. You of all people should know that Severus had a deep grudge against anyone with the name Potter. After all, Severus had been ranting about it for the past 2 years now, and you're always there to hear what he planned to do with the boy when he comes to school. From the looks of it, Albus, you are trying to act like a blind man in this regard and leave one of your professors to go through with his plans. Flitwick said ominously. I trust Sirius to act professionally towards the students, Sirius. Chided Albus. He really didn't know where the animosity was coming from. Really, Albus? You are the headmaster of an institution and as such, you are responsible for everyone inside Hogwarts. If one of the professors express a desire to manhandle one student in front of everyone to hear, then you should do something about it and not disregard it. Explained Sirius. Why are you bringing this out now, Sirius? You usually just ignore Sirius or let me take care of things in the past. Questioned the aged headmaster. He didn't know where the serious Flitwick came from nor does he like it. I am a half-goblin, headmaster. Because of this fact, my race is attuned to magic as a whole. I was fortunate to have some of my race's abilities when it comes to sensing magic and what I sensed in Mr. Potter will undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble if provoked. Said Sirius. What did you sense from the brat? Asked an irate Snape. He really didn't like it when people gang up on him. It brought up painful memories from his past. It's quite simple, Sirius. If you ever make the mistake of treating Mr. Potter as you have said for the past 2 years, then it might be a good idea to let Albus here find a replacement for your position. This shocked everyone, especially Sirius and Dumbledore. I'm not saying that Mr. Potter is evil or dark, the opposite actually. But he is in control of his magic and something else entirely. I can see from his stance last night that he is quite independent and in total control of himself. If Sirius here act out of place just once, then we can be sure that our young Potter will retaliate in a way that would be memorable to all of us. Mark my words on that. Everyone was silenced by Sirius' prediction. Someone in the room decided to speak out and enlighten everyone of the situation. The charms professor is correct, headmaster. Said the Hat, who was silently listening to the conversation from his perch on top of the cabinet. The things I have seen inside the boy's head would make it wise for you to listen to his observation or suffer the consequence afterwards. What do you mean, Hat? Asked Professor McGonagall. This was the first time the Sorting Hat voiced out its opinions during a meeting. Heck, this was the first time it talked outside the sorting ceremony. Just that, Professor. Harry James Potter is not someone to be trifled with. I had difficulties placing him in the right house since his personality is so diverse that the founders would be leveling the school just to get the chance to teach him. This was one of the reasons why I placed him as an apprentice. There are other reasons, but I will not reveal them. Could you explain this further, Hat? Asked Dumbledore, very curious now about the young Potter. His short stint with the young lord had been quite painful for him since one of his many secrets came out into the light. The stories from the Daily Prophet unnerved him, since an 11-year-old boy should not be incapable of displaying such power, much more power than a student he remembered a few decades back, which brought a tingle down his spine. I cannot, headmaster. Said the Sorting Hat. The enchantments placed upon me will not allow me to divulge any sensitive information inside a student's head. It is a secret that is not mine to tell. Then can you tell us something from your observations without divulging these secrets? Asked Sirius, who was quite intrigued with the new apprentice in school. He immediately saw the loophole in the Hat's enchantment. Being the head of the House of the Intelligent was just not a fancy title after all. The Hat became quiet for a few seconds as if it was debating something before speaking once again. Harry James Potter can be considered an enigma to those who didn't have the fortune of delving into his mind. He is powerful, yes, very powerful, especially for one so young. The lack of knowledge and lack of physical and magical growth are the only barrier to his strength, and if he were ever to study properly and grow at his own pace with the proper tutelage, then we will see a grand improvement in the wizarding world as a whole. But I digress. Considering the animosity of Professor Snape, it would be best if I tell you what I see in Potter's personality without revealing his secrets. To start, Harry James Potter is an independent young man. Due to his upbringing, or the lack thereof, he grew up with only himself to rely on. Authority figures are nothing to him, but he gives respect where respect is due. He follows the law like a rule, for he believes that these laws are there for a reason and must be followed at all times. He has qualities that the founders prize and then some. He is brave, but not foolhardy. He is intelligent but knows the difference between knowledge and wisdom. He is cunning and ambitious, but not to the extent of putting others down or crossing the line. And most importantly, he is loyal to people he trusts, which I might add, is not to be taken for granted. That is all I'm going to tell. It is up to you professors to decide what you plan to do with the boy. But as a warning, heed the words of Professor Flitwick, since he simplified the entirety that is Harry James Potter. Finished the Hat before quieting down to its dormant state. Everyone in the room processed the revelation, but it was only Severus Snape and Albus Dumbledore who were troubled by it. September 2, 1991, Tuesday. Harry was enjoying a quiet walk to the Great Hall for a bite of breakfast before his scheduled meeting with the Hogwarts faculty. After his exploration of the apprentice dorms, he helped Flippy sort through his stuff. His personal books going into the library/study, potion ingredients sorted in the laboratory, and his wardrobe properly folded and organized in his wardrobe. Hedwig arrived in a burst of flame in the middle of their chore since she was out hunting and exploring the famed Hogwarts ground, though she did cuff Harry on the head when she discovered that her master left her favorite perch back at the manor, which was quickly remedied by a quick pop from Flippy and a generous offering of sweet treats from the young lord. Since it was still too early in the morning, Harry's journey to the Great Hall was relatively undisturbed, though a few early lions and ravens were giving him looks which he steadfastly ignored. Harry arrived at a sparsely populated Great Hall with his eyes immediately homing in on the Slytherin table. He praised his luck since Tracy and Daphne was there eating breakfast while chatting with each other. Harry joined them immediately and was welcomed by the duo. Of course, Harry's presence at the Slytherin table caused quite a few eyebrows to be raised, especially among the older lions, though Harry was oblivious to them. Severus Snape was in a pensive mood. His emotions were in turmoil, and it was mainly due to the arrival of Harry James Potter here in Hogwarts and the hat's revelation during last night's meeting. At first, Severus was conditioning himself to hate the boy due to his connection with James Potter. He even went to the point of practicing a welcoming speech to the first-year classes that would surely target the boy, aiming for humiliation. However, the hat's warning forced his thinking to change. The sight of the boy during the sorting feast was a surprise for the potion master. He expected for Harry James Potter to look exactly like his father, well except for the emerald eyes which he got from his mother Lily Evans. When he saw the boy, he didn't see any of his assumptions on the lad's appearance. For starters, the boy wasn't a carbon copy of James Potter. Sure, he had the facial structure and the hair color of a Potter, but that was where the similarities ended. Gone was the messy hair, to be replaced by long, silky black strands brushed back to reveal the lightning bolt scar on his forehead for everyone to see. The lack of glasses made sure to accentuate the emerald eyes that made his heart ache because of its similarities to his best friend Lily. Despite the aristocratic bearings the boy displayed in his walk, there was nothing there that screamed arrogance. In fact, the soft smile on his face was the total opposite. The boy had a welcoming aura that ensured that people gravitate to him, unlike his own that repelled. This was not the boy he expected, and all his carefully laid plans crumbled. What's worse? The boy was a bloody apprentice. Not only would the boy be attending regular classes, he would be getting one-on-one lessons from the professors, including him. He could already feel the headache coming, and he definitely felt that the faculty's meeting with the boy later will both be an eye-opening experience, as well as a migraine-inducing conversation. Snape sighed as he sipped his morning tea, oblivious to the world around him as he tried to relax himself to prepare for the things he needed to do later on. The suddenly lack of sound in the Great Hall caught his attention, so he looked up and saw that Harry James Potter just entered the Great Hall. That caused everyone to stop whatever they were doing, even eating. What shocked him, however, when he saw the boy smile at his two new Slytherins. He almost fainted when the boy sat on the Slytherin table and started taking his breakfast. "So how have you girls been? Doing all right in Slytherin?" asked Harry as he forked some bacon to his plate. "No problem so far," Daphne said with a shrug. "If you don't call Pansy Parkinson a problem, then yes, no problem so far," grumbled Tracy. "Pansy?" asked Harry, tilting his head to the side in confusion. "I don't think I've ever heard of her." "Pansy Parkinson, current heir of the Parkinson family, though that should change soon if the baby her mother's carrying turns out to be a boy, which would automatically make him the heir to the family name," said Daphne as she sipped her tea. "All right, what's your problem with her?" Harry asked Tracy. Tracy sighed. "She isn't really a problem, but she kept blabbing about how she is betrothed to the Malfoy heir and she is lording it over us as if Draco is the king of the wizarding world. It's irritating," Tracy explained with a growl. Harry just nodded and gave Tracy a comforting smile. "Just ignore her. So what if she's betrothed to Malfoy? The Malfoy name may be a noble house, but it isn't as prominent as he wants to believe," said Daphne with a disdainful sniff. "Easy for you to say. I'm only a half-blood from a minor house and you're the heir to the Greengrass family, which I might add, is a most ancient and noble house," grumbled Tracy. Daphne patted her friend on the shoulder. There. I'll talk to her later and make sure she doesn't bother you anymore. Too bad you can't change rooms, since Bulstrode will easily swap with you since she is Pansy's best friend." Tracy didn't say anything but continued to murmur sarcastic comments about Pansy under her breath. "You know, Tracy, Daphne's right. Did you know that you're giving Pansy power over you right now?" said Harry calmly as he chewed on a bacon. Daphne agreed with a nod. "What? She's not controlling me!" exclaimed Tracy loudly, causing some Slytherins to be interested in their conversation. "Yes, she is." Harry raised his hand to stop her from saying anything. "If you are letting her affect you, then she is controlling you emotionally. So what if she's saying that she will become Lady Malfoy someday? That shouldn't affect you. Just ignore her. The more you react to her statements, then you are just giving in." "He's right, you know," one of the boys who was listening to the conversation interjected. Harry turned to the boy and gave him a smile. "Glad someone agrees with me," said Harry. He offered his hand to the boy. "Hi, my name's Harry James Potter. Nice to meet you. The boy looked at Harry's offered his hand in shock before shaking his head to get his bearings back. He took the offered hand and gave it a shake. Theodore Knott. A pleasure to meet you. Mr. Knott. Said Harry, smile not leaving his face, before turning to Tracy. See? Mr. Knott here agrees with me. Obviously Theo agrees with you. Grouched Tracy but couldn't deny the fact that Harry was right. Theo? Asked Harry in confusion. Theo, Theodore. That's what Daphne and I call him. Theodore is a mouthful. Said Tracy with a sniff. Hey! Exclaimed Theo. True though. Agreed Daphne with a nod. Whose side are you on? Theo bristled at the green grass air. Daphne lifted her chin. Mine, of course. Now shush. Chided Daphne, causing Theo to grumble about stupid Eris being too smart for her own good. Harry stifled a chuckle and looked at Daphne. I guess the Ice Queen is out today. Whispered Harry loud enough for only Daphne to hear. Daphne didn't say anything but nodded, telling the boy who lived that the explanation was not supposed to be shared in public. Harry returned the nod before going back to his food. Theo gave Harry a curious look before voicing out his thoughts. You know, Potter, you're not what I expected you to be. And what do you expect me to be, Mr. Knott? Harry asked, amused at how everyone's expectations of him were slowly being washed away by his actions. He did that easily with his two new friends, Daphne and Tracy. Before the year was over, he planned to let the entire Hogwarts know the real Harry James Potter. For one thing, I didn't expect you to be sitting here in Slytherin and holding a conversation without degenerating into spells. Admitted Theo with an absolutely straight face. Really? Well, the answer there is simple, Mr. Knott. I don't judge a book by its cover, or in this case, I don't judge a house by the views of others but the students under it. For me, it is not the house that defines you but your individual actions. Explained Harry. A good philosophy, Mr. Potter, but not something that everyone here in Hogwarts seems to have. Said Knott in a condescending tone. Harry just shook his head. What Theo said was true, it seems that the magical population lack the necessary common sense to see right from wrong. Please call me Harry. Mr. Potter is my father. Anyway, you're right. Not everyone shares my views. But I am not going to be swayed into a stupid house rivalry that holds no meaning. We are students for Merlin's sakes. We are here to study, not hex each other to oblivion. Knott nodded, he definitely liked Potter. Please call me Theo, Harry. I sense that this is just one of the many conversations we will have in the future if you are willing. Anytime. If you want to talk, study, or just goof around. Look me up. Said Harry with a grin, happy that his circle of friends were growing. He saw from the corner of his eye that the professor's leaving the Great Hall. I guess I should hurry up and finish my breakfast. I still have to meet with the headmaster and the rest of the faculty. If I tarry then they might start without me. Said Harry before he started eating his breakfast, though a bit faster this time. Harry barely finished his breakfast when a Gryffindor prefect by the name of Percy Weasley dropped by the Slytherin table and informed him that he would be the one to accompany him to the headmaster's office. Harry immediately accepted the offer since he didn't know the way. The 15-minute walk to the headmaster's office was filled with talks between the two. Harry found out that Percy was the brother of the redhead he met on the train, which go by the name of Ron instead of his full name Ronald. Considering that Percy had seniority over Harry, the young Potter Lord questioned the prefect regarding Hogwarts in general. The conversation was somewhat lackluster since everything Percy told him could be found in Hogwarts, a history. Harry wondered if the Gryffindor prefect had the silly thing memorized. Harry also noticed that Percy's personality left something else to be desired, a bit pompous and demands respect since he was in authority. Good thing Harry was polite, or it would have been a tense journey. Harry had no trouble respecting authority as long as that person deserves to be respected. Nothing more, nothing less. So far he found nothing in Percy to respect, but he would respect his authority, for now. They arrived outside the headmaster's office, which was protected by a stone gargoyle. For Harry, the statue was an impressive guardian, the highest position in the school, but the password acid pop caused Harry to groan. It seems that Headmaster Dumbledore's eccentricity extends to everything. If there was an intruder aiming to raid the headmaster's office, then all they need to do was list down all the wizarding candies and they're good to go. Harry was alone as he ascended the stairs towards the headmaster's office since Percy left after giving the password. He was about to knock on the door when a soft enter made him pause. Rolling his eyes, he simply opened the door and went inside. When the headmaster told him last night that he would be having a meeting with the faculty, it clearly meant every single one of the professors in Hogwarts, since the office was quite full. Fortunately, Harry recognized all of them by name thanks to Cedric, though a few faces needs to be introduced properly since they weren't at the feast last night. Good morning, Headmaster, professors. Greeted Harry with a polite bow. Greetings, Mr. Potter. Replied the headmaster with a nod before beckoning to the seat in front of him and the rest of the professors. Please take a seat, Mr. Potter, so we can start with the interview to determine the extent of your apprenticeship here in Hogwarts. Harry strode over to the chair where the headmaster beckoned him to sit. He noticed the area where he would be sitting was surrounded by a semicircular table where all the professors were sitting, clearly observing him as he sat. Now, Mr. Potter, before we begin, I again would like to welcome you to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and hope that you enjoy your time here," said Dumbledore, starting the inquiry with a formal greeting. Harry responded with a nod. "Thank you, Headmaster. The castle is really something. Reading about it is one thing, seeing it in real life takes one's breath away," replied Harry with a true smile on his face. "Indeed," nodded the headmaster, returning the smile, eyes twinkling merrily behind his glasses. "Now that's out of the way, let's start with the interview. But before that, do you have any questions regarding what I said last night concerning your position here in school? Aside from the classes I'll be attending and what's expected of me?" "None so far, Headmaster. I have a feeling that all my questions will be answered before this interview ends," stated Harry respectfully. "Correct, Mr. Potter. Now, before we can decide on anything specific regarding your classes, might you impress us with the extent of your knowledge in the core subjects? Please leave nothing out since this will determine the syllabus you will be subjected to for this term," asked Albus before waving his wand, causing parchments, quills, and ink bottles to appear on the table, one for each professor. Harry nodded. "Before I start, I would like to greet the professors a good morning." This got him a nod from most of the professor, except for Snape, who was just staring at him with an unreadable expression on his face. "Also, before I begin, do you want me to include the electives as well, Headmaster?" Every professor in the room looked at him in disbelief. However, this didn't seem to faze the headmaster since he knew that the young lord in front of him was a studious person. "Indeed, Mr. Potter. Please start with core subjects before moving to the electives," advised the headmaster before relaxing on his seat, intending to take a backseat position for the event. Harry nodded, then began his revelation on what he knew. "Let's start off with Transfiguration. I have read the first and second year books, though I'm not sure if there are changes in the items of study since the ones I read were from the 1960 curriculum," stated Harry in a formal voice. Before he could continue, one of the professors interrupted him. "Where did you get the books, Mr. Potter?" asked the charms professor, Phileas Flitwick. "From my parents, sir. Sorry, I can't give out any information other than that. If you want to know, then maybe we can discuss that later in private, but such information is irrelevant at the moment," answered Harry. He didn't want the letters from his parents to be revealed to the public. Considering the information written inside them, it was better to keep it to himself and his account manager, Griphook. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. Please continue, and I apologize for the interruption," apologized Professor Flitwick, earning him a smile from the Potter Lord. "No problem, sir. Now where was I? Oh yes, Transfiguration. I have read and practiced the spells in both books, as well as some theories that I've read in other tomes present in the library back in my home. If you want specifics, I can do object to object Transfiguration with ease. I didn't try any Transfiguration on live subjects since I am somewhat lacking in the theory." Harry made his point by pulling out a parchment from his robes and holding it out for everyone to see on the palm of his left hand. He waved his right hand over the parchment and promptly turned it into a quill, another wave changed it to a button, and another back to a parchment. He threw the parchment on the floor and waved his hand over it to transfigure it to a comfortable sofa, complete with Hogwarts logo. Everyone in the room, except for the headmaster and Professor McGonagall, were shocked at the level the boy utilized wandless magic as if he was using a wand. Here in front of them was a first-year student that should have no knowledge on any subjects taught at Hogwarts, but already rivaling a fourth year in skill, all without a wand. Harry saw the looks on the professors' faces, so he decided to stop right there. He reversed his transfiguration on the sofa, which promptly turned back into a parchment, summoned it to his waiting hand with a thought before pocketing it. This caused the professors to snap out of their shock, but still looked at him as if he was sporting an extra head, with horns. "It seems that you are well ahead of your peers in terms of transfiguration, Mr. Potter. I think your demonstration proved that you are capable in this particular subject. From your admission, it would be safe to say that you need more introduction of theories that only a transfiguration master or mistress such as myself can give," said Professor McGonagall with a nod, though Harry could hear a hint of pride in her voice for the demonstration. Harry gave her a smile. "Thank you, Professor. I will strive to meet your expectation whatever they may be. May I continue with charms?" he asked the group. "Before that, Mr. Potter, may I inquire as to why you are not using a wand?" asked Professor Snape without any hint of emotion in his voice. "You may, Professor," said Harry with a nod. "In regards to my use of a wand, my current magical rank does not allow me to use a wand unless I wanted to limit my abilities." "What is your magical rank, Mr. Potter?" Snape asked, though there was a hint of curiosity in his voice. "I am a sorcerer in rank, sir, according to the abilities test I got from Griphook." answered Harry with a smile. With that revelation, another round of shock hit the professors, more so with Snape, whose face looked as if he just swallowed a lemon. Anything else you'd like to know before I continue, Professor? Harry asked politely. None, Mr. Potter. Thank you for satisfying my curiosity. You may proceed. Snape answered in monotone. Thank you, Professor. Now for charms. I studied my parents' book till second-year curriculum, though I took the liberty of exploring the library in my home to further expand my knowledge in the area. What books have you read, Mr. Potter, that was under charms? Asked a very curious Professor Flitwick. For starters, I studied household charms for one thing, since I'm living by myself, so it is a necessity for me. I also took advantage of learning long-term effect charms, like a stasis charm, preservation charm, cooling charm, warming charm, and some defensive spells from an aura book that my father left me. Said Harry, listing what he know of the subject. That is quite a list you have there, Mr. Potter. So this means that your impressive display of a shield charm during the debacle in Nocturne Alley was the result of learning it from your father's aura handbook? Asked Flitwick, who was giving Harry a look of respect. Yes, sir. I wanted to branch out to offensive spells, but I don't want to delve into it, since those kinds of spells tend to backfire if cast incorrectly or if the caster is in the wrong mindset. Explained Harry. This was one of the reasons why he mainly used first-year spells back in Nocturne Alley, since stunners and other offensive spells was not included in his repertoire. Indeed, Mr. Potter. Agreed Flitwick, clearly impressed by the control Harry was showing, considering that many novice magic users tend to try any spell without any thought of personal safety. Any other revelations you have for us in terms of charms? Harry adopted a thoughtful look before answering. Let me see, does creating wards count? I'm not sure if that involved charms, but it should be under that category. Asked Harry towards the half-goblin professor. Wards, Mr. Potter? That is a very advanced subject, especially when you lack the theories behind it. Asked Flitwick with a frown. There were reasons why warding was classified under specialization and not introduced in the curriculum, since it required a master to be taught. Harry smiled wryly at the professor's comment. It became a matter of necessity, Professor. There was a mishap back at Potter Manor concerning wards that prompted me to learn some of the defensive wards, one in particular. It usually leaves me drained after casting one. Explained the young Potter Lord. Really? What ward did you do? Asked the charms master, curious. The other professors were leaning forwards with interest. A Fidelius charm, Professor. Harry immediately answered without hesitation. What? You already know how to cast a Fidelius? The ancient runes professor shouted in surprise. Yes, Professor. As I said, it is a matter of necessity that I learn such a ward, since the result of powering the ward stone at Potter Manor caused me to create such a ward by accident. When I discovered that it was a Fidelius ward, I immediately ransacked the library for any information about it. It was pretty complicated too. It took me 2 months just to cast it perfectly without errors. Admitted Harry with a rueful smile, eyes lost in thought as if remembering a particularly embarrassing memory which it was since Godric reminded him every day about the accident. I see, please continue, Mr. Potter. I dare say, the rest of your revelation will be shocking to say the least. Said the headmaster with an amused smile twitching on his lips. Thank you, headmaster. Said Harry, returning the smile. Next would be potions. Despite the availability of supplies and venue for brewing, I understood the complexity of the subject and potential accidents that comes with it if not practiced properly, so I refrained from brewing but drowned myself in theory and safety measures. What safety measures did you practice, Mr. Potter? Asked Snape, looking at Harry with interest. The book, Instruction on Safe Brewing, started in knowing the ingredients commonly used in many potions today, their composition, how they react with other ingredients, as well as proper brewing involved for these ingredients. I spent a majority of a year studying all the ingredients I bought in Diagon Alley, using a compendium of potion books to find out their composition and use. I also practiced ingredient preparations like dicing, slivering, and so on. That is the extent of my knowledge in potions, Professor Snape. Said Harry, looking at Snape, who gave him an approving nod. Indeed, you are correct in taking the necessary precautions in regards to potions. Mishaps are quite common for those who fail to understand the delicate art of brewing. I commend you on your discretion in the subject and being concerned in thoroughly grounding yourself in the basics. Said Snape with a hint of approval in his voice, which caused some of the professors to look at him, wondering if it was the end of the world, since Snape just gave a glowing approval, to a Potter no less. The other head of house just hid a smile, since they knew why Snape was being respectful to a Potter. Sprout barely hid a smug look from the rest of her colleagues. Harry nodded in thanks, accepting the compliment hidden in the speech. Do you have any questions concerning potions, Professor, before I proceed? None, Mr. Potter. You may continue with your revelations. Was all Snape's reply. Harry nodded towards the potion master before continuing. Next would be defense against the dark arts. Similar with potions, due to the lack of tutelage in these subjects, I simply indulged myself in reading defense books and some creatures mentioned in the syllabus of my parents," said Harry, looking at Professor Quirrell since he knew that he was the one who is in charge of this subject. Quirrell simply nodded, giving Harry a calculating look which the young Potter didn't miss, and gestured for him to continue. "In regards to astronomy, I have a Muggle telescope I used in Potter Manor to check out different constellations mentioned in the books. So far, I studied the basic star chart and the introduction of astronomy in magical practices. Mostly books that tell when is the perfect time to cast a defensive spell or a ritual for improvement, and so on." The astronomy professor simply nodded at the information and jotting down something on her parchment. "Herbology, I have read the books and had some experience with the many plants listed down on the tomes, though I don't want to approach or touch some plants back at the greenhouses in Potter Manor," said Harry with a frown before shivering when he remembered two particular plants that scared him. Professor Sprout, the herbology professor, leveled Harry an amused look. "What plants would those be, Mr. Potter?" Harry shivered a bit before answering. "Devil snare and a particularly rabid venomous tentacular, Professor." Sprout was surprised at the revelation and let out a small laugh. "Indeed, Mr. Potter. You have a good head to avoid those two. There are other plants more dangerous, but these particular two can be deadly if you don't know how to keep them under control." Harry nodded and gave the motherly professor a small smile. "I leave myself in your capable hands, Professor." Professor Sprout nodded and took down some notes while waving for Harry to continue. "History of magic, well, I just read the book. Really, there's not much you can do when it comes to history, but if you want to be specific, I already know key events in wizarding history, like the founding of Wizarding Britain, history of Merlin, the founding of Hogwarts, Grindelwald, notable inventions in the wizarding world, and a little bit of Goblin Rebellion. If Professor Binns was here right now, he would be impressed with what you know, Mr. Potter," said Professor McGonagall with a small twitch on her lips as if she found something funny with what Harry revealed regarding wizarding history. Harry nodded before looking around the room. "If I may be so bold to ask, Professor, where is Professor Binns?" he asked, not seeing the ghost professor of Hogwarts in the room. Dumbledore gave Harry an amused smile before answering. "Professor Binns cannot leave the confines of his classroom, Mr. Potter. It has something to do with the manner of his death which I will not be telling you right now, though you can ask your peers if you are curious to find out," revealed the headmaster. Harry nodded before continuing. "In terms of the electives, care of magical creatures, I mostly delved into books, though there are some creatures I am familiar with since they are present in Potter Manor," said Harry. "What creatures, Mr. Potter?" asked Professor Ketleben in curiosity. "Well, there's a herd of unicorn in the forest behind Potter Manor, a pack of hippogriffs, 2 dragons, but I'm not familiar with their exact species, though I observed their lifestyle since they lived in a hill they love to use to bask in the sun visible from Potter Manor grounds. Let me see, there's merfolks in the lake at Potter Manor, some bowtruckles in the forest, a few magical wolves, oh, a particular large rune-spore who love to turn one of the greenhouses as a hidey hole when winter sets in." Harry finished his monologue. Again, every professor in the room were shocked at the dangerous creatures Harry surrounded himself with. They all realized that Harry was quite knowledgeable with some of the creatures since he was still alive in front of them, speaking as if nothing happened. "Regarding Muggle studies, the extent of my education is until 7th grade in the standard Muggle educational system and my time in the Muggle world. I also studied Muggle history if you are interested. By far, among the entire electives, ancient runes is my favorite. There's something about the magical symbols that attracted me to them. I can say that I'm familiar with Egyptian hieroglyphs, as well as Celtic and Norse runes. I'm not really good at arithmancy, though I have studied whatever I could understand of the subject, but I realized that books aren't enough and requires instructions from an expert to explain the theories to me." "That's everything, professors," said Harry and made himself comfortable in the chair waiting for the questioning to start. Albus nodded and looked at the other professors, who simply gave him a nod telling him that they had everything they need to work with regarding Harry's apprenticeship. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. It seems that the professors have everything they need in order to determine the syllabus you will be subjected to for your apprenticeship. You will be given individual sessions to determine what you will be learning from them for your first year. Do you have any questions?" Harry shook his head in negative. "Good. I thank you for your time. I will send a house elf later to deliver your schedule. Classes start tomorrow. Have a good day, Mr. Potter." Recognizing a dismissal, Harry pushed himself off his chair and gave everyone in the room a bow before exiting the office to spend the rest of the day exploring the castle. "Hi there, folks. Rachel here as the Sorceress of Stories. I present to you Chapter 14. But before that, let me address some of the reviews that requires answering. Midoriru, thanks for pointing out the mistake. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. Hey Elin, thanks for pointing out my mistakes. I made sure to take note of problems pointed out to me. Dahosmega, yes, he is not uber powerful. Even if you have the power, it doesn't mean you know how to use it. That's the scenario I'm working on. Harry is not arrogant, and using his telepathy to plant suggestion into his relatives is never arrogance but survival. Don't tell me that you won't do the same thing if you have the ability to do so if you're suffering. That's a martyr's point of view and doesn't exist in this story. My Harry is a survivor, not a moral compass, so he'll do everything in his power to make sure his life doesn't go down the same path as one. Schnuff, your view has merit, but where will Harry point it to? At this point in time, Harry is not actively pursuing Voldemort because Voldemort is not in the story yet and is hiding. He doesn't know for sure if Voldemort is alive, though he know for a fact that Death Eaters are still around. Which is one of the reason why he bumped up the security of Potter Manor while increasing his skill and knowledge of magic. I think you need to have your vocabulary checked, my friend. A skill is learned, e.g. a skilled craftsman, a skilled badminton player, etc. Ability is inherent to a person, e.g. his ability to remember every book he read word for word, ability to turn himself into a piranha and eat his enemies swimming in the water, etc. Besides, Mr. Schnuff, you don't have the right to criticize my work if you don't have any to begin with. Don't you think it's funny for a 48-year-old to criticize a 15-year-old in making up stories? SYFT3LAND, so noted, my dear. I will strive my best to eliminate the problems you mentioned in future chapters. Mwah. Danny, thanks. I'm slowly improving as I read through the reviews concerning my mistakes. I'm still in high school after all, and English is not my primary language. Yes, I wrote the story, though my brother corrects the plot and adds more to it to make it more interesting. Let's just say that this is a collaboration with my brother. The speed of the update is because two people are working on it at the same time. While he edits the finished chapter, I start with a new one, and so on. So really, it's not magic or anything, it's just two people working in tandem to produce faster updates. GSTER391, no pairing as of yet, my dear. Maybe soon, but that's not yet in my plot. DZ2, noted, great idea there. Making changes to original plot, erase. Right. Rebellious one, don't worry. Harry will be displaying some unique skills in sorcery soon enough as he goes through the knowledge offered in Hogwarts. Dark Nico 4000, read the FIC below so you'll know what happens next. Also, no pairing for now, Nico-chan, or Nico-kun. RRW, working on it. I'm shaping up the chapters for a possibility of that event. Reviewer, really? Well, I didn't know that. Good for you. JBF, thanks for reading the first chapter and farewell. Mwah. Adios. Addis89 Macken, you may question me and I will gladly answer you, my beloved servant, teehee. The Orb of Alder is taking away when the gods left the world to make way for the new gods. It only stands to reason, right? The orb was under their jurisdiction, they took it with them since they wouldn't want to be responsible for problems it might cause. Slayer X86, read on, my friend, read on. Draconic Wrath, no partners for now. And definitely no Harry/Ginny pairing. I don't think they're compatible. Really? Ending up with a stalker for a girl? No way. Where's the love in that? Konatakan 603, here's another chapter for you, my dear. Please, don't laugh too much. I don't want you to die and stop reading my story because you laughed yourself to death. Morbid much hee. Now that's over and done with. On with the story. Sorceress of Stories. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 14, Start of an Apprentice's Life at Hogwarts. September 3, 1991, Wednesday. Apprentice Dorm, Hogwarts. Harry James Potter was frowning as he looked down at his schedule, as well as the list of subjects he would be taking for the duration of his first year in school. He disregarded the class schedule for now but opted to read the list of special classes he would be taking for his apprenticeship. As he read through the list, he realized that it contained the notes of those who were present during the interview. He was quite happy with most of the professor's decision regarding his education but frowned after reading some of them. For Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall's assessment informed him that his skill in her subject was noteworthy. McGonagall stated that while his skill in Transfiguration was top-notch, he lacked the magical theory to advance to the next level. This was the main reason why the Transfiguration professor recommended that he still follow the first-year curriculum for a thorough grounding on the theories and treatises of Transfiguration, schedule a self-study with recommendation from her, as well as a one-on-one session to practice. Professor Flitwick's recommendation for him, however, was surprising and caused him to burst out in excitement. Since he was already displaying excellent control over his magic, the half-goblin professor suggested that he assist him in his classes from first to third year, doing self-study, and make him his disciple in dueling. The additional note Flitwick made that he would be taught various techniques and spells commonly used in the international dueling circuit turned the young Lord Potter's smile into an evil grin. The other teacher's notes and recommendation of him was lackluster yet informative. Professor Sprout recommended that he attend her class with the first years for a hands-on approach to herbology. No one-on-one lessons for now since he lacked experience that he would slowly acquire as he go through her lesson. Professor Sinistra, on the other hand, asked him to assist her in teaching the first-year classes while scheduling the whole evening of every Saturday for one-on-one lessons. Her note of bringing his unique telescope caused him to burst out in a fit of giggles due to the unintentional innuendo, though deep inside he prayed that it was unintentional. Professor Snape's assessment of his skills was to the point. He applauded him for his knowledge in the basic preparation in potions making and suggested that he still attend classes with the first year. However, Snape suggested once-a-week 2-hour sessions for additional tutelage was something that Harry looked forward to. Potions was an interesting subject for the young Potter and having to acquire the necessary skills in the subject from a renowned potion master was something to look forward to. He didn't get any assessment for history of magic though he did see a note from the headmaster to discreetly use the class as a way to relax or self-study unless Bin's lesson was new to him. Harry wondered why the headmaster noted that one but he vowed to find out during his first session of history of magic. Professor Babbling assigned him a couple of books for self-study along with a note to give him access to the restricted section of the library where these books were located. This note was countersigned by Professor Sinistra along with recommendations on what book to read, as well as postscript to go to her if he required assistance with the subject. For these two, actual one-on-one lessons would be during his third year since these subjects were electives. Same can also be said for care of magical creatures. What made Harry frown, however, was the assessment of one Professor Quirinus Quirrell. His suggestion to limit Harry's education since he was already too powerful made him furious. His gut feeling was going into overdrive due to the stuttering professor's presence but the assessment pushed him to the decision to reactivate the ancient wards of Hogwarts. His gut feeling never failed him as of yet so he had no plans of disregarding its warning anytime soon. Harry exited Morgana's portrait with a skip to his step. After memorizing his schedule, he created a bag using sorcery to hold his books for class. He berated himself for forgetting a most basic item for schooling so he immediately sent Flippy to Diagon Alley to purchase him a proper bag with an expansion charm so he can bring all his books with him if need be. His first class of the day was Transfiguration with the Gryffindors and Slytherins. He made his way to his classroom since he already knew where it was, which conveniently near his dorm. He didn't bother to go to the Great Hall since he already had his breakfast back at the apprentice dorm courtesy of Flippy. Since it was quite early and he had the room all to himself, he decided to just relax and read his first-year Transfiguration book to refresh his knowledge on the basics before the class would begin. Professor Minerva McGonagall was surprised when she saw Harry James Potter already in her classroom. She was worried that he didn't see him for breakfast but refrained from having a house elf look for him since the boy was showing a level of maturity that no first year should have, well not all of them anyway. When she entered her classroom to get ready for her first class of the day, she saw Harry poring over his first-year books with a slight frown marring his face. She knew the boy was studious but this takes the cake. "Apprentice Potter, I'm somewhat surprised to see you so early in my classroom," said McGonagall, startling the young lord out of his reading. "You're an hour early for class and you didn't take your breakfast in the Great Hall." "Good morning, Professor." Harry greeted his Transfiguration professor. "I woke up early and already had breakfast back at the dorm thanks to my personal house elf. Since I didn't have anything better to do, I decided to come early and read the first-year text to brush up on my theories before class." McGonagall nodded in approval. "Very good, Apprentice Potter. Your dedication to your schooling is something to be commended. I expect to see such diligence in all your 7 years in this institution, especially under my subject." "Thank you, Professor," said Harry with a smile. It was nice having someone commend once in a while. "Your note informed me that I will be attending theory and assist you during practical. May I know how this works?" asked Harry. McGonagall nodded. She took her seat behind her desk and conjuring a cup of tea before explaining. Transfiguration, as well as other core subjects, has a 2-hour schedule. The first hour is delegated to teaching the students the theory of the subject. This usually involves a class lecture and addressing the questions from the students. "I expect you to attend this session." Harry nodded, not saying anything but waiting for her continue. "The next hour is focused on practical. This will be the part where you will be my assistant. In most cases, your task will be to keep an eye on the class and give help to those who need it. I want you to observe each student and help those who are in need of tutoring to get the spell done. Is that clear?" Harry nodded in excitement. "Yes, Professor." "Good, before the students arrive, I want to inform you that I will be in my animagus form to keep the students guessing. This is a tradition for me since I took to teaching this subject. This way, I can observe the class as they wait for me, as well as impress them in the art of transfiguration. Besides, students always have loose lips when the teacher is not around so this is the perfect time to listen to a little bit of gossip," explained Professor McGonagall though she said the last part with a twitch to her lips. "You're an animagus professor?" asked Harry in surprise. "May I know what form?" "I'm a common house cat, Mr. Potter," replied McGonagall with a smile. She didn't bother to hide her animal form from the young lord since it was public knowledge. Animagi were expected to register their form in the Ministry of Magic, so it is a matter of public record accessible to anyone who deemed it necessary to know. A very useful form, commended Harry. Anyway, Professor, can you explain to me how you transform and your experience as you transform? I read all about animagus from a book and I want to know your experience of an actual transformation. Asked a very curious Harry. I normally don't say anything about animagus to a first year, but I guess your control over magic makes you an exception. Mused McGonagall before continuing. Animagus transformation is actually quite simple, Mr. Potter. The first phase of the process is actually the hardest, finding your inner animal and communing with it. There are two ways to discover your inner animal. The first method is through meditation. The second method is through the use of a rare potion called Animagus Revealing Potion, which forces the drinker into their animal form to determine what animal they will transform into. She paused, waiting for any question. When there was none coming from a very attentive Hogwarts apprentice, she continued. The second phase after discovering your animal is to guide your magic inwards, using your mind as a base. As you picture the animal, you command your magic to change you to your inner animal. The requirement for this to succeed is to properly control your magic to every single part of your body to induce the change. This is the reason why animagus training requires the practitioner to slowly induce the change to each part of their body until they could completely shift into their animal form. McGonagall finished the explanation to a clearly thoughtful Harry Potter. He never knew that the process for animagus transformation was so simple. The books he read made it sound complicated, which he assumed was the reason why there were only a few animagus in the magical world. He was quite sure that his own brand of sorcery would allow him to change into an animal, but the process itself eluded him. However, if he combined it with the magical version, then it might be possible to change without difficulty. Harry decided to take the change to give it a try under the guidance of an animagi. Professor, I have a method to transform into an animal at will, but I need you to watch me just in case if something goes wrong. Asked Harry to a surprised Transfiguration professor. Apprentice Potter. Animagus transformation is not to be taken lightly. Barked McGonagall. The repercussion when things go wrong can be quite dire. Professor, what I propose is not actually animagus transformation but something unique to only a sorcerer can do. Harry explained patiently. He didn't tell her that his sorcery was different to what she thought it was. I know that I can change anytime I want, but I didn't have the information on the actual change which you just provided. Professor McGonagall was silent as he gave Harry a long look. She knew that Harry was powerful and the young lord have shown restraint in the past in learning magic, limiting himself only to those which would not cause him any harm. His maturity demanded no less. If that was the case, then the young apprentice knew that he could do it without any harm to himself. She conceded to his request. All right, Apprentice Potter, said McGonagall with a sigh. You can try it now since we still have some time before class will begin. I will supervise the change and reverse it if things go wrong. Thank you, Professor, said Harry with a smile. He stood up and walked towards the front of the class, stopping a few feet away from the teacher's desk. I will now start the change, Professor. Harry closed his eyes and pictured what animal he wanted to become. According to Belgarath, the process of changing into an animal was quite simple. All he needed to do was picture the animal in perfect detail before willing yourself into that animal. If he combined it with the process of animagus transformation, he could keep the change safe by pushing his will to every part of his body rather than doing it all at once. In most cases, he just needed to properly distribute his will to completely saturate his body with magic before inducing the actual transformation. Taking a deep, Harry pictured an animal that he studied while he was relaxing on the grounds of Potter Manor. He studied the animal in their natural habitat, as well as their physical characteristics. Once he had a solid image in his mind, he gathered in his will and let it surround him inside and out. When he felt that it was enough, he flexed his will to induce the change. The sensation was weird. He could feel his body turning to something similar to water as he shifted towards his animal form. He could feel himself shrinking and every part of his body changing. However, what was most obvious was a slight shift in his mental state when the instinct of the animal he was changing into started manifesting in his mindscape. It was a weird yet a liberating feeling. He opened his eyes when he felt the change stop. He saw that he was shorter, judging how close to the floor he was. His sight, smell, and hearing much sharper and more defined. He sniffed the air and smelled the scent of a feline in the room. He knew that the feline was McGonagall since she told him earlier that her animal form was a cat. Deciding to drop that for now, he proceeded to check himself to see if the change was absolute. Minerva McGonagall, Transfiguration Mistress, was astounded when she saw the apprentice of Hogwarts slowly shift and change into his animal form. She couldn't believe that a first-year student succeeded what most wizards and witches in their prime were unable to do. It seems that Mr. Potter's control over his magic surpassed all their expectation. Harry finished checking his new form and grinned when he didn't see anything wrong with it. He looked up and saw McGonagall staring at him with wide eyes. He barked to get her attention. You've done it again, Apprentice Potter. No first year should be able to do what you just did, but the evidence in front of me is quite obvious," said McGonagall with a proud smile on her lips. "Can you change back? This is the third step in animagus transformation. Once you had a successful change, the last and final process is to separate your human mind from your animal mentality and shift your body back to your human form." Harry understood the concept and nodded his head. He closed his eyes again and pictured his human form and gathered in his will. The shift to his human form was far easier since he was quite familiar with his body. It didn't take long for the sensation of melting to pass and found himself standing in front of McGonagall back in his human body. "Wow!" exclaimed Harry. "That was bloody amazing." "Language, Apprentice Potter, but you're right. It was amazing. I am surprised at the ease of changing to your animal form. I was ready to step in just in case something goes wrong, but you astound me as you initiated the change perfectly without any flaw," said McGonagall. "I see that your inner animal is a silver wolf and a very big one at that." Harry nodded with childlike exuberance. He couldn't form any words as he basked in the success of changing into an animal using sorcery. He didn't bother to correct McGonagall since a sorcerer could change into any animal with study. He wanted to keep this ability a secret from everyone for now, so he'll let people assume that he was a wolf animagus. "Does this mean that I need to register, Professor?" asked Harry. He knew the law in regards to being an animagus and had no problems with it. It was just one of his forms anyway, so it was no big deal. "Correct, Apprentice Potter. I will personally accompany you to the Ministry of Magic this weekend to have your form registered. This is the law, so it's better to follow the Ministry's mandate to avoid problems in the future." Harry nodded and a thought crossed his mind that made him grin. "Professor, can I join you in your custom in regards to the start of the class?" McGonagall thought about it for a few seconds before a mischievous smile appeared on her face. First-year students belonging to Gryffindor and Slytherin were showing off why they are placed in their respective houses as they entered the Transfiguration classroom of one Minerva McGonagall without getting eaten by a large silver wolf taking a nap beside the teacher's desk. Gryffindors, being the brave soul they were, merely summoned all the courage they could muster and entered the room, ignoring the wolf, though keeping a close eye on the animal just in case it decided to wake up and attack. The Slytherins, on the other hand, utilized their cunning by accompanying the Gryffindors as their rival house entered the classroom, making sure that the lions were within the path of the sleeping wolf just in case it chose to wake up and attack. The ambitious Slytherins were using them as cannon fodders, which would certainly raise the ire of the lions if they knew about it. Those already in the room were quite curious as to the presence of the sleeping wolf. Though what caught their attention was the tabby cat watching the students with amusement. Some of them swore that the cat grinned when one particular Slytherin nearly screamed when the wolf twitched, if not for a Gryffindor slapping a hand over the snake's mouth to avoid waking up the sleeping animal. It was quite funny seeing a Gryffindor helping a Slytherin, but it seems that self-preservation could also be a lion's trait if faced with an apex predator, and the wolf was certainly one, judging from the fangs peeking out of its muzzle as it continued to sleep, oblivious to the world. The students already in the room behind the safety of their desk were curious as to the presence of two completely opposite animals in their Transfiguration classroom. They all knew for a fact that felines don't get along with canines, the latter of which was in the form of a wolf. But from the looks of it, the wolf and the tabby were quite comfortable with each other, friends even. The bell rang, signaling that the class was already in session. Some of the students pulled out their wands when the bell rang, thinking that the noise would wake up the sleeping wolf and start attacking them. Fortunately for them, the wolf just huffed before going back to its nap. The sigh of relief that the students released were quite loud, causing the tabby on the teacher's desk to grin wider, or if a cat could grin then it would have done so. "Made it," said Ron Weasley as he entered the classroom and stopped in front of the teacher's desk, trying to catch his breath. Behind him was another Gryffindor in the same state. Both didn't notice the wolf beside the desk waking up from its nap and leveling both students a hungry look. The students who saw the wolf gasped and started waving their hands, trying to catch the attention of the soon-to-be mauled or eaten redhead's attention. "Good thing McGonagall's not here yet, or we would have been late," Weasley boasted, but was stopped short when he heard a growl coming from somewhere behind him. Confused, Ron and his companion turned only to scream when they saw a large silver wolf looking at them, fangs quite visible along with 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth and tongue lolling to the side. It made for a very scary sight, but he didn't know that it was a wolf's equivalent of a laugh. He was about to make a run for it when a voice stopped him from doing so. "It's nice to see you finally come to class, Mr. Weasley. I think you noticed that the bell already rang and I see you arriving a few minutes afterwards. Well? What do you have to say for yourself?" demanded McGonagall in a stern voice, though there was a slight hint of a mischievous glint in her eyes. Many of the students were shocked when the innocently sitting tabby suddenly jumped down from her perch on the table before transforming into the imposing form of Minerva McGonagall, Transfiguration Professor and Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We got lost, Professor," said Weasley, cringing back in fear from the look the Transfiguration Professor was giving him, as well as looking back to the wolf who didn't budge from its location. "It won't happen again. Can we take a seat now, please?" The last word came out with something akin to desperation. Honestly, the presence of a predator just a few scant inches behind you could do that. See that it doesn't. The next time you come in late, I'll make sure that Mr. Finnegan behind you is transfigured into a pocket watch so the both of you can arrive on time, or a map so you won't get lost. Get to your seats and prepare for class. She snapped at the trembling duo, but her eye twitched when the wolf let out a snicker or something that sounded like one. Not wasting any time, the two boys dashed off to their own seats to get away from the irate professor and the hungry wolf. McGonagall turned to the grinning wolf and raised an eyebrow. Well, Apprentice Potter, are you just going to sit there all day, or are you going to change back so we can get the class started? The wolf, which McGonagall addressed as Harry Potter, gave a loud bark before shifting back to his human form, to the amazement and shock of the students. He didn't go to a seat, however, since he knew the Transfiguration professor would be giving an explanation as to how he would be helping the class later on. Professor McGonagall took advantage of the students' shocked silence to give her short announcement. If you remember from the sorting, Apprentice Potter here will be attending core subjects like a normal first year should, though he won't be following the regular schedule. After the lecture, he will be assisting me in the practical portion of this subject. She informed the stunned class. Any questions? A student raised her hand, which caught Minerva's attention. Yes, Ms. Granger. Professor, how come Potter's assisting? Isn't he just a student? Asked Granger, looking at Harry with disbelief, though the young lord could easily spot the telltale signs of jealousy that he often saw in Dudley. He is a student, Ms. Granger, but of a different kind. His knowledge in magic is easily advanced compared to a first year, so while he is learning theory, he will be assisting in the actual spells since he can already do the assigned work for the class. Explained Professor McGonagall. Anything else, Ms. Granger? Hermione Granger just shook her head and sat back down while continuing to observe the young Potter from a distance. Harry couldn't refute the mastery Professor McGonagall demonstrated as she taught her subject. Despite reading the books, the Transfiguration Mistress offered some useful information not found on text but on actual experience that not only aimed to simplify spell work but lay the groundwork for higher level transfigurations. Harry judiciously took down parchment after parchment of notes to make sure he didn't miss anything. He made a mental note to purchase a dictaquill so he could compare his note to her actual lecture to avoid mistakes. He may be a bookworm at heart, but Harry knew that some information can only be learned through actual experience and not on text, especially from the mouth of an expert. The first hour of transfiguration passed without problems, though Professor McGonagall asked Harry to come to the front to demonstrate the actual transfiguration from a match to a needle. Taking advantage of the situation, Harry decided to impart his own knowledge of transfiguration to avoid similar questions like those voiced out by Granger during the start of class. I don't particularly own a wand since my method of using magic is quite different from yours, so. Harry snapped his fingers, causing an imitation of his holly and phoenix feather wand to appear on his hand, ready for use. I will be using this fake wand to show you the actual wand movements for you to replicate this spell. Harry placed the match on top of the desk for everyone to see. He proceeded with the wand movement and shouted out the spell while picturing the desire to change the match into a needle in his mind. Reform a bit acus. The students could only look in awe as the match turned into a perfect needle right before their eyes. Those who doubted Harry's placement as an assistant could no longer find any evidence to refute that title. To their eyes, though some still doubted him, he was more knowledgeable than anyone in their class. The spell is quite easy. The actual translation of the incantation is transform needle, telling your magic to change the composition of the match into a needle. Now, I would like to stress that saying the incantation will not be sufficient to produce the desired results. You must picture the actual needle in your mind. This is the secret of transfiguration. Proper visualization produce proper results. Any questions? A Slytherin raised his hand. Harry nodded towards him. Why don't use a wand? Even if the question is not relevant to the subject matter, I will answer just to get rid of the rumor that will be spreading after this class. Harry said with a smile, while some girls simply blushed, telling Harry that he just exposed their plans afterwards. My magical rank does not allow me to use a wand, since using one will only limit the results of my spells, and no, I will not be revealing my actual rank since you don't need to know. Any other questions? Daphne raised her hand to get a nod from Harry to proceed. Mr. Potter, you mentioned that visualization is the key to a perfect transfiguration. Can you expand on this, since it would be safe to say that not all of us are familiar or used to visualizing? Asked the green grass heir. Harry saw that quite a lot of students nodded at her question. Visualizing is when you picture something in your mind. I think most of you are familiar with daydreaming. He got a nod from quite a lot of people in the room, though some of the girls blushed and sighed, much to his confusion. Good, I want you to pick up your wand to prepare for the spell. Good. Now, I want you to close your eyes and take a deep breath to relax. Now, I want you to imagine the match. Picture it quite clearly down to the last detail. Now use your imagination, picture the matching changing into a needle, and make sure that you visualize the needle properly, since that will determine the result of the spell. Once you have the needle fixed firmly in your mind, open your eyes and cast the spell. Instructed Harry, waiting for the students to follow his instructions. Harry saw that almost half of the class was able to change their match to a needle, though a bit slowly compared to his own speed in transfiguration. Some ended up with a needle made of wood, while others just managed to change a part of the match. To those of you who managed to change the match into a needle, well done. I suggest that you continue practicing, this time, changing it back to its original state. The incantation is Reform a bit Inrita, meaning transform cancel. Once you've accomplished that, try to do it all over again but focus more on the speed of the change. This will help improve your visualization and your ability to manipulate your magic. He got a nod from the students who were successful in the spell. To those who didn't get the desired results, I suggest that you keep trying but take time to relax and picture the change in your mind and make sure that you have the details firmly fixed in your visualization. Don't be disheartened that you didn't get the right change for your first time. It doesn't mean that you lack the magic to do so. I told you earlier, your magic requires guidance and only your mind can give it. Improve your focus and visualization, then repeat. Those who didn't succeed nodded and closed their eyes again, taking Harry's advice to heart in regards to perfecting the spell. Thank you, Apprentice Potter, for a marvelous demonstration and explanation. Commended McGonagall with a proud smile to Harry that made the young Lord Potter blush. Apprentice Potter is quite correct with his explanation. He explained one of the major secrets of transfiguration. Make sure that you keep this in mind for future spell work. For those who succeeded in changing their match to a needle, I give you all 10 points each. Please continue with your assigned task and good luck. McGonagall turned to Harry and spoke in a much lower volume. Apprentice Potter, I can only say that you did a great job in conveying the secrets of transfiguration to the students. Your method of instructing them to change the match into a needle spoke of experience that only one can gain in actually doing the spell instead of reading about it. I commend you in your expertise. Since I can't give you any points due to the lack of a house affiliation, I can only give you my respect and thanks for imparting this important knowledge to the students. Harry nodded and gave the stern professor a smile. No need to thank me, Professor. I just placed myself in their shoes as it is their first time to do the spell. I was like them when I first discovered transfiguration and tried out the spell written on the book. It was hard, but I was able to make it work with practice. I just imparted to them the secrets to my success to make sure that they learn faster. After all, the faster they learn, the more they can learn in the future. McGonagall nodded in approval to Harry's train of thought. He was proud that the boy was showing maturity not common in kids his age. Not only that, the young Potter didn't begrudge others of knowledge. He shared as long as he was able to without any repayment. She agreed with the Sorting Hat's placement. Harry Potter was perfect for being an apprentice of Hogwarts. Indeed, Apprentice Potter. Now, let's roam around and help those who require tutoring. I noted Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Weasley having problems, so let's get to it, said McGonagall as she stood up and started walking towards Weasley, who was waving his wand around like a baton. Harry followed her example and made his way to Longbottom. Harry made his way to Longbottom as indicated by McGonagall and silently observed the boy as he tried to do the spell, only ending up in failure. Harry frowned since the boy did everything perfectly and the focus the boy showed meant that he perfectly visualized the result. Acting on an instinct, he stretched out his senses to feel the boy's magic. When Longbottom released the spell, Harry could feel the magic rush from his hand to his wand. However, it seems that the magic didn't reach the wand, as if the magic of the wand itself was rejecting Longbottom's own. Mr. Longbottom, can I see your wand for a moment please? Asked Harry, startling Neville Longbottom and earning him a startled squeak. Sure, MMR Potter. Stuttered Neville, handing Harry his wand. Harry took it with a smile. Please, Mr. Longbottom, call me Harry. We are both students after all and the same age too, said Harry before checking out the wand in his hand. He noticed that the wand was quite old, as if it's been used for many years, but this was impossible since Neville only started doing magic today. He sent out his mind to the wand and bonded with the core. He analyzed its magic and found it to be quite the opposite to Neville's unique signature. He frowned. Mr. Longbottom, can you tell me if this is the wand you bought from Ollivander? Asked Harry in a soft voice, handing the wand back to the Longbottom heir. Neville shook his head and whispered. No, this was my father's wand. Gran told me that I don't need a new wand and I should just use my father's wand to follow in his footsteps. Does your Gran know that the wand chooses the wizard and not the other way around? Asked Harry, an idea already formulating in his head. Why yes, but she insisted that I use Dad's wand and nothing else, murmured Neville. I see. Then keep trying the spell, Mr. Longbottom. I think I have a solution to your problem. Please stay after class, said Harry as he walked towards McGonagall and asked to be excused for the rest of the period. The Transfiguration professor just gave him a confused look but allowed his request. Not wasting time, Harry left the classroom and sprinted towards a dark alcove he saw earlier. Willing his shadow magic to come forth, he walked through the shadow and disappeared from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry appeared at the back of his study in Potter Manor. He specifically instructed the elves to avoid lighting this part of the room to make sure that it had plenty of shadow for him to travel just in case he needed to return home. Godric sensed his grandson appear on the wards. "What brings you here, grandson? Aren't you supposed to be in school?" asked Godric. "Hello, grandfather," greeted Harry as he exited the study to his workshop. "I have something I need to do for a classmate of mine." Harry explained what happened with Neville Longbottom in Transfiguration class. "Indeed you are correct, grandson. A wand chooses the wizard and using another wizard's wand is more of a detriment than a boon. Also, helping a Longbottom honors the alliance between your ancestors." "I agree, grandfather. I read in my ancestors' journal that the Potters and Longbottoms had a long-standing alliance and my instinct is telling me to help Neville in any way I can. I don't know why but my instincts never led me astray," explained Harry as he entered his workshop. This room was specifically chosen to house the materials in Belgoroth's shop and then some. He didn't want to expose the precious and rare ingredients to others, especially when he was not around to guard them. He walked to the center of the room and closed his eyes as he gathered in his will. It was time to create a wand for a brother-in-arms and he would make sure that it was the best as he could make it. "Apprentice Potter, I hope you have a good reason for letting Mr. Longbottom wait for so long after class. I was forced to give him a free pass for his next class since it seems he deems it important to wait for you," McGonagall said in a stern tone. It took quite a while of scanning the various ingredients he had in his shop for the right components to craft Neville's wand. He could easily say that it was harder compared to making Sirius since the components were quite rare and powerful. "I apologize for not explaining the situation properly, Professor, but time was of the essence so I made sure to get back as soon as I finished my task," said Harry with an apologetic nod to McGonagall as he walked over to the table. He pulled out a rectangular box made of hickory. He placed the box on the table. Neville and McGonagall eyed the box, not knowing what to make of it. "Would it be safe to say that Neville didn't get to finish his assigned spell work for the day?" asked Harry looking at Neville who sadly shook his head in negative. "He didn't but he made a valiant effort. He was able to slightly change the shape but nothing else," revealed McGonagall. Harry nodded since his theory was correct. Neville was magically powerful as a wizard but it was stunted because he didn't have the right wand to focus it. The reason why Neville wasn't able to properly change the match into a needle is because of the wand he carries. From what he told me, it was his father's wand. McGonagall turned to Neville with a sharp look. "From what I learned from Ollivander, a wand chooses the wizard and not the other way around." Meaning, the wand didn't choose Neville as its lord and master. Harry pushed the rectangular box over to Neville. "Open it, Neville, and give it a try." "What is it?" asked Neville, eyeing the box with suspicion. McGonagall seemed to realize what the box contained but Harry held up a hand and mouthed to her that an explanation will follow. "Just open it, Neville. Trust me," said Harry, his tone full of confidence. Neville sighed and slowly opened the lid and gasped when he saw what's inside. Harry proudly provided the explanation. "That, Neville Longbottom, is your new wand. It is made from hickory and cherry wood, exactly 13 inches with a core of griffin feather and a hair from a male unicorn's mane. I will explain later how I got it but please hold the wand in your dominant hand and give it a wave." Neville was astounded at the sight before him. The wand was a work of art. The handle was made from hickory and the shaft with cherry. The handle of the wand contained an image of a griffin in flight and a unicorn pawing a hoof. Slowly he reached out and grasped the wand in his hand. He could feel the wand hum as if welcoming his presence. He waved it to produce a large amount of red and silver sparks. Harry and Professor McGonagall could feel the thick presence of magic in the air as both the wand and its new master bonded, their magic intertwined. "Perfect. Just perfect!" exclaimed Harry, not knowing that he imitated Ollivander just then when one of his wands matched with its master. "The wand is perfect for you, Mr. Longbottom. Cherry is a wood for those with an affinity for earth so I would say that you have a talent in herbology. The hickory as the handle means a strong personality, a hidden ability to lead those who you find worthy and a fierce fighter to those you see as an enemy. The griffin core signifies strength and wisdom, while the unicorn hair means purity and love. Overall, a perfect wand for charms and battle magics." Harry conjured a match and placed it on the table in front of the odd Longbottom heir. "Neville, use your new wand to change this match into a needle please." Dazed, Neville simply nodded and concentrated for a bit before incanting the spell along with the wand movement. The match immediately turned into a perfect needle. "Bravo, Neville, bravo. It was the wand that's the problem not you," exclaimed Harry, clapping the Longbottom heir at the back. But, it was my father's wand. My gran told me that I should be worthy to use it," murmured Neville as he sadly took out his father's wand and looked at it. Harry was about to say something but McGonagall beat him to the punch. "Mr. Longbottom, I can easily say that your new wand is a perfect match for you. You successfully completed your spell work in a single try compared to the results of using your father's wand. Apprentice Potter is quite correct, it is the wand that chooses the wizard and not the other way around." Augusta holds too much of the past and forgets that you are not your father but his son. It is normal for a son to idolize and follow his father but not to the point of hindering one's future. I will explain it to her clearly before you meet for the summer holiday. McGonagall said sternly, but both boys could see the warmth in her eyes as she looked at them. She turned her attention to Harry, who was quite happy with the success of his second creation. Now, Apprentice Potter, please explain where you got the wand. Asked McGonagall, though she already had an idea where it came from. She only needed proof and a confirmation. I crafted it, of course. Harry said proudly, not noticing the disbelief in both Neville and McGonagall's face. Mr. Potter, making a wand is no mean feat, and more so for a wand of such caliber as what Mr. Longbottom holds. Are you saying that you are capable of making such a wand? Asked the stern Transfiguration Professor. Yes, Professor, but I would like to correct you. I am not a wand maker like Ollivander, but a wand crafter. Explained Harry, grinning all the while. What's the difference? Asked Neville, looking at his wand in awe. Having a wand made by the boy who lived an apprentice of Hogwarts was something that he couldn't believe that it was made exactly for him. A big difference. A wand maker simply creates a wand by matching the wood with a magical core and hope that it matches with a witch and wizard. A wand crafter, on the other hand, crafts a wand by picking the right ingredients to ensure the perfect match for a wizard. This is why some wizards and witches are powerful, because their wands match them perfectly. Due to the perfect synchronization between a wand and a wizard or witch, magical output is doubled and an almost perfect control over their spells and rituals. Explained Harry. And where did you learn this particular skill, Apprentice Potter? Wand crafting is a delicate and precise art, and I doubt you learned it in just a span of 2 years if we follow your timeline when you entered the magical world. Said McGonagall as one of her eyebrows rose to match her disbelief. Let's just say that I had a very good teacher and leave it at that. Harry said sadly as he remembered his first and last meeting with Belgarath. Both sensed the underlying sadness in Harry's voice, so they dropped the subject. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 15, The Ancient Wards of Hogwarts. Harry James Potter left the Transfiguration classroom with a smile on his face. The class went absolutely well and learned a lot of things he missed from the books he read, and successfully crafted a new wand for Neville which promised a steady improvement in the boy's confidence with each successful spell. Casting a quick tempest, Harry saw that he was already late for his herbology class, which saddened him a bit since he somewhat liked Professor Sprout and her motherly aura. Thankfully, his record with the professor remained clean since Professor McGonagall saw fit to inform her of his absence. He winced at being possibly asked during their next session as to why he didn't attend her class, but sighed since he would have to tell her the truth or find out from McGonagall. Seeing that he had an hour and a half to spend on his own, Harry decided to take advantage of the situation to check the books available in the library. Might as well do a little bit of research on the treatises of Transfiguration to add to his notes. Neville Longbottom was on his way to his dorm in Gryffindor Tower to retrieve a book for his next class. As he strolled through the halls of Hogwarts, his mind was currently digesting what happened back in Transfiguration. He couldn't believe that the Harry Potter crafted a wand just for him. Not just any wand, but a wand that was 100% attuned to his magic. He could still remember the feeling of power flowing through his body from the wand, and the power he felt made him giddy and excited. Even now, he could feel the hum of the wand tucked safely inside his pocket. His hand snaked down to another pocket to feel a small needle, his first sign of success. He felt elation at knowing that he wasn't a squib at all. Neville was worried before he came to Hogwarts that he was a squib. His only feat of accidental magic was when he bounced all the way to the lake after his uncle Algy dropped him from a second-story window when he was 10 years old. That was when he got Trevor the Toad as his pet, awarded to him by his uncle after discovering that he wasn't a squib after all. Due to the lack of magic in his life, Neville found solace in the Longbottom greenhouse. Ever since he was young, plants called to him. He loved them and they in turn loved him. He found it easy to take care of the plants inside the greenhouse, and unknown to his grandmother, they flourished under his care. His thoughts went back to Harry Potter, the boy who lived, apprentice of Hogwarts. He knew that he didn't owe Harry when the boy simply turned down any favors owed for a powerful wand. Harry even told him that he didn't need the money, which Neville knew was quite true considering the status of the Potter in Wizarding Britain. If anything else, the infamous Potter went out of his way to craft him a new wand to aid him in his schooling, for free. He knew that his family had a standing alliance with the Potter family and couldn't help but think that this was Harry's way of reigniting the bond between them, considering that they were the only males left in their respective families. With this single act of kindness, Neville decided there and then to stand beside Harry Potter and uphold the family tradition of always being there to watch a Potter's back. Minerva McGonagall was currently sipping a particularly strong brew of scotch after the revelation that Harry James Potter, sorcerer and apprentice of Hogwarts crafted a very powerful wand on his own. She couldn't question Harry as to who taught him how to do so, and it was outside her jurisdiction to question the lad regarding his personal life. She didn't need to reprimand the boy of being reckless since the wand he crafted was more than perfect. Heck, the magic in the room when Neville bonded with the wand was almost visible. Judging from the boy's face upon remembering the person who taught the boy wand crafting, he could see that the lad respected his master, or even loved him. From the sad smile marring the young Potter's face, it would be safe to assume that his teacher in wand crafting was no longer around. Sighing, McGonagall finished her drink and went over to the fireplace. She took some flow powder from a vase on the mantel and threw it down to the fire. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. She called out after the fire turned green, successful establishing the connection. Minerva, what can I do for you? Came Albus' voice from the fire. Albus, we need to talk, was all Minerva said before getting an invitation from the headmaster to step through the fire to his office. For Harry, the Hogwarts library was a sight to behold. The young Lord Potter read in Hogwarts, a history that the Hogwarts library holds many rare tomes in the known world. After a short greeting with Madame Pants, the librarian and keeper of Hogwarts library, he was pointed to one of the corridors that held many transfiguration texts in the wizarding world. From the looks of it, the whole corridor, though it looked more like a hallway than anything else, held only transfiguration books, which was astounding considering how many books were in it for everyone to see and read. He was able to get his hands on a book that discussed the various rules concerning transfiguration before going to a table in the open hall in the middle of the library. He took out a few parchments, quill, and his ink bottle before starting to read the book and take down notes for his study session later back in his dorm. Harry was so engrossed in his reading that he didn't notice a bushy-haired girl walk up to him to see what he was doing. The girl going by the name of Hermione Granger frowned when he saw the advanced text that the apprentice of Hogwarts was reading despite the fact that he was still a first year like her. Mustering up her courage, she spoke. May I join you? Harry looked up from his reading to see Ms. Granger standing beside him. He gave a smile and nodded to the seat across the table. Be my guest, Ms. Granger, was all he said before going back to his reading. Hermione Granger sat on the chair indicated and brought out her own book on transfiguration. She didn't read immediately but content on simply staring at Harry, trying to puzzle him out with a frown on her face. Harry knew that he was being observed, so he ignored it at first. But after 5 minutes of the girl staring at him, he looked up from his book and looked at the girl straight in the eye with a frown on his face. Can I help you with anything, Ms. Granger? You've been staring at me for 5 minutes now and it is starting to get annoying, Harry said calmly, though the annoyance he felt was clearly evident in his tone. Hermione blushed at being caught. However, she drew up whatever courage to confront the object of her ire. I can't seem to figure you out. This question caught Harry off guard. What in the world was this girl talking about? What do you mean that you can't figure me out, Ms. Granger? Harry asked, wanting to get this over and done with since he just found something informative in the book he was reading. I read all the books written about you ever since we met in Diagon Alley, said Hermione in a rush, though she managed to control herself before continuing on. I know all about you, from the rise and fall of the dark arts and famous wizards and witches of the 20th century. And your point? Said Harry with a raised eyebrow. The girl was eating away his patience and he didn't like it. How are you so smart? She finally blurted out with a hint of annoyance in her voice. You disappeared from the magical world after the defeat of you-know-who, and the author who wrote Famous Wizards and Witches of the 20th Century indicated in his book that you were hidden from the wizarding world to ensure your safety. You're the same age as me, but you're showing up your peers because of your actions. Harry simply raised an eyebrow and waved his hand over his head, effectively casting a silencing charm to make sure that they aren't heard by anyone in the library while keeping the peace of the place. First of all, Ms. Granger, we're in the library, so if you would lower your voice then it would be much appreciated, Harry said in a cold tone, face devoid of emotion. Granger flinched at the tone and thought that maybe she had overstepped her bounds. She didn't know that she already did. Secondly, Ms. Granger, you don't have any right to accuse me of making my peers feel inferior. I did no such thing, and if showing the world what I know is a problem, then it's their problem to worry about, not mine. Besides, I know what it feels like to be inferior, so I'm not in the mood to force inferiority over them if I don't have to. If you listened closely to my explanation during Transfiguration, I instructed the class on how to perform the spell successfully by using my own experience as an example. I taught the class everything I know on the subject, and you're telling me that I'm putting people down. Harry growled this time, the instinct of the wolf surfacing in his mind. I know, Ms. Granger, that you are one of the few who listened and followed my instructions. You and some others were the first to complete the assignment. So don't tell me that I'm bringing my peers down when you took advantage of my instructions to earn 10 points for Gryffindor. Harry took a deep breath and realized something about the girl in front of him. You think you know me, Ms. Granger? I think you don't, because you don't know my life. All you had are the books from authors that didn't know where I was placed or how I grew up, much less conduct an interview with me regarding my life for the whole world to read about. Harry spat the last part as if he ate something rotten. You, Ms. Granger, are jealous. I may not know you, but I know people like you. You don't like people better than you. You try to be the best and help those you think are lower than you. But when someone shows more knowledge than you, you try your best to keep them down so they won't reach your level. You disgust me, Ms. Granger. I may be knowledgeable as compared to my peers, but I try my best to help them get over their problems during lessons. From now on, I would appreciate it if you no longer come near me or talk to me. Have a happy life, Ms. Granger. Harry stood up and walked away from the table after magically packing all his supplies and translocating the book back to its proper place with a thought. But before he could reach exit, he looked over his shoulder and projected his thought out to the crying girl. You have much potential, but you need to learn that not everything can be learned in books, Ms. Granger, and an ego the size that you have will only turn away people with the potential of being your friend in the future. What Harry didn't know was that his anger caused his magic to surround him, making him glow a menacing blue as if he erected a shield protecting him from harm. Everyone in the library was staring at him, while some cringe in fear at the angry look on his face. Everyone who knew Harry for a short while, mostly the first years who had the chance to enjoy his lesson in transfiguration, wondered what made the happy apprentice show a face filled with rage. They followed his path until they found a crying Gryffindor girl on the table where the boy who lived was reading in peace. Harry's mood rose from its bout of anger when he entered the Charms classroom. He didn't know why, but there was something about the bubbly Charms professor that could make anyone happy. Harry could safely say that Professor Flitwick was a great teacher and mentor. In fact, everyone in the class, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, was enjoying the lessons thoroughly. Despite the lack of spells, the diminutive professor was able to impart his knowledge of wand movement and control of magic in a fun way that made it easier to learn and use. Harry took plenty of notes since he never bothered to learn the rudiments of wand movements thanks to his control over wandless magic. He learned that wand movements were necessary to direct one's magical power to conform to the completion of a spell. Each wave, flick, slash, and jab allowed the witch or wizard to guide their magic to produce specific results. Harry theorized that the reasons behind wand movement may be utilized with his staff. He just needed to experiment to see if he was correct or not. The class ended without any fuss, but Harry was quite excited when Flitwick handed him a book on dueling arts to read to prepare for one-on-one lessons in the future. September 4, 1991, Thursday. For Harry, History of Magic with Professor Binns was a waste of his time. The young Potter Lord had a sneaky suspicion that the ghost professor did the same thing when he was still alive, droning a monologue as the ghost read the book to the rest of the class. Harry realized that with Professor Binns as a teacher, History of Magic was more of a book reading session than a class. He looked around and saw that most of the Gryffindors and Slytherins were already sleeping. His eyes strayed over to Hermione Granger, who was taking down notes, but her red puffy eyes were an indication that the girl was crying since their meeting and altercation in the library yesterday. Harry didn't feel any remorse with what he said towards the bushy-haired girl. People didn't have any right to dictate his life, and they never will. If she doesn't change, then she would just end up alienating herself from the student body. This would only result in her having 7 lonely years in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He only hoped that the girl took his words to heart. If not, then it wasn't his loss. Sighing, Harry decided to spend the rest of the time being productive. He took out the book Professor Flitwick gave him and started to read. Harry's gut feeling kicked in when he entered the threshold of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. He didn't know why, but he followed his instincts, so he stretched out his mage sense around the room. What he got confused him. The first echo was from the room itself. There seems to be some kind of curse on the room that latched on to Professor Quirrell, who was another source of his confusion since the professor was also releasing the same kind of curse, but this time, he seems to be holding the other at bay. Both had similar magical signatures that confused him some more since he didn't know the nature of the curse. He could sense it easily, but purpose eluded him. He ran the discovery over in his mind as he listened to the professor stutter about the significance of Dada in the wizarding world, as well as explaining to one student how he got the turban as a gift when he saved a Raja from a particularly violent vampire. Harry doubted if the professor really did do as he claimed, though he assumed that the stuttering professor stuttered the vampire to death. He almost snickered out loud when that thought crossed his mind. The class ended without any mention of spells or the professor calling in on Harry regarding his apprenticeship under the man, which was quite confusing since it happened with the rest of his professors, well, maybe except for Binns. He decided right there and then that there was something wrong with Hogwarts. First, the headmaster telling the student body about the mysterious third-floor corridor. Second, the weird curse that was emanating from the Dada classroom. And third, similar curse being released by Professor Quirrell himself. Harry thought it was time to act before something bad happened to the school and its residents. It was around midnight when Harry's shadow traveled to the Great Hall. Harry walked out of the large gilded doors of the large hall in the heart of Hogwarts. He looked around the room and couldn't help but admire the peace and tranquility the place exuded when there were no students around. He walked towards the headmaster's chair and his target, a large shield with the symbol of the founders on its face. According to Hogwarts, a history, the shield was created using the combined powers of the 4 founders. It was made from a very magical metal that can only be found deep down in the bowels of dwarven mines. It was well nigh indestructible and had been used by Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin in defense of the school during the Middle Ages when Muggles and dark wizards invaded the school. Facing the symbolic shield of the founders, Harry raised his hand, causing Arya to appear in his grip. He tapped the corresponding animals as Godric instructed him before tapping the image of the dragon 10 times. The shield shimmered before disappearing entirely, revealing a stairwell going down into the catacombs beneath the castle. Creating a ball of light to illuminate the way down, Harry traversed the stairwell until he found himself in a bare large circular room with a single door. Not seeing any choice in the matter, Harry walked towards the door and opened it, revealing a rectangular chamber. There, opposite of the door, was the Hogwarts ward stone. The large square stone was an impressive 7 feet tall and 7 feet wide. It was filled to the brim with runes that Harry couldn't recognize considering his lack of education in the subject. There was a depression in the middle of the stone resembling a hand. Gripping Arya tightly, Harry walked over to the stone and took a deep breath before using a small cutting hex to slash his palm. He squeezed it a bit to force the blood to come out before putting his bloodied palm on the depression. The Hogwarts ward stone pulsed, reacting to his blood, causing the ancient wards to activate all over the castle. Harry could easily feel his magic being transferred over to the stone, but he could also feel a gentle nudge on his occlumency shields. Tracing the source of the mental push, Harry realized that it was coming from the ward stone itself. Deciding to follow his instinct, Harry closed his eyes and dived into his mindscape to discover what or who was knocking on his shield. Harry found himself in his mind library when he noticed another presence in the room. "Who are you?" asked Harry, though he already had an inkling as to who the mysterious woman was. "Greetings, my lord," greeted the figure. "I have waited a long time for your coming." "Who are you and why do you call me lord?" asked Harry again. The stately woman smirked before answering him. "Can't you guess, my lord? Methinks that you already know who I am." "Hogwarts," Harry whispered in awe. "You are correct, my lord," said Hogwarts with a nod. "And to answer your question, I addressed you as lord because in your blood flows the blood of 2 of the 4 who created me. Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw," said Harry in a low voice, processing the fact that Hogwarts was sentient. "Indeed," agreed the manifestation of the school. "While you are currently powering the ancient wards of the founders, I am following the command of Lady Ravenclaw when she had a hand in creating me." This information confused Harry a bit. He knew from Godric's essence in Potter Manor that he and Rowena Ravenclaw had a hand in creating the wards of the castle, but the founder of the Lion House didn't tell him about Rowena adding more function to the wards. "What command is that, Lady Hogwarts?" asked Harry curiously while deciding to be respectful to the entity of the castle. "The command is to bond with her or any founder's line when they activate the ancient wards of the castle. To whisper to them the instructions on how to command the wards and take control of the castle as a whole." "Wait, what? What do you mean take control of the wards and castle? Isn't that supposed to be the headmaster's job?" asked Harry in surprise. This little tidbit wasn't in Hogwarts, a history that's for sure. "Yes, my lord. The 4 founders created Hogwarts as a means to allow magicals to have a place to safely learn their birthright. However, the initial reason of this institution is to make sure that the heirs of the founders are safe within its walls to guide the school and its inhabitants to its original purpose." This piqued Harry's curiosity. What was Hogwarts' original purpose? "I thought the castle was just a school, though it stands to reason that they made this their home considering they made it in the first place." Hogwarts nodded in agreement to Harry's assessment. Hogwarts was originally created to become a bastion to house magical beings and to serve as a place of learning where all magicals share knowledge for the good and evolution of the magical world. However, the 4 founders weren't able to achieve this dream, thus this enchantment was created by Ravenclaw to make sure that the next heir who activates the wards after it expires are tasked to continue their legacy until such time that it is no longer needed. "Alright, I understand that part, since that should be what a school is all about. But what do you mean about me taking control of the wards? And what do you mean about me taking control of the castle?" asked Harry in confusion. "You may have noticed by now, my lord, that Hogwarts itself is sentient with me as its manifestation. The personalities of the 4 founders embedded into me along with the collective consciousness and magic of those who lived in these walls had made it possible. As to your question, the blood of 2 of the 4 founders running through your veins give you the right to control me and the castle, more so than the headmaster who only holds a temporary position in this school until such a time an heir claims the title." "Wait a minute. Does this mean that I'm the headmaster?" asked Harry incredulously. "No, my lord." Lady Hogwarts shook her head in negative. "The position is not yours to acquire as of now, but will remain when you deem it necessary to take. It might be necessary, however, to assume control of the castle and its running if the current headmaster deviates from his task." "I see. So that's good. I don't think I'm ready for that right now since I'm focused on learning as much as I can during my time here. But in regards to controlling the wards, how do I do that?" The original enchantment built into the ancient wards allows the heir to see everything in the castle and control its working by pressing your hand into the depression on the stone. With your blood, you have bonded with the school, which will allow the both of us to communicate if there is need. Keep in mind, however, that you only control the ancient wards and the castle, and not the additional wards placed by the headmasters and headmistresses who led this institution in the past." "I see. That is good since I don't have the time to manipulate the wards that's already active, though Godric gave me the task to make sure that the ancient wards of the castle is up and running to ensure the safety of the students and myself. What do I need to do now? You need to exit your mind and connect with the castle to continue activating the wards. While you are transferring your magic into the stone to power the depleted reservoir, I ask you to scour the castle for any dark influence and purge it. Purge it? How am I supposed to do that? Asked an incredulous Harry. He might know the basics of wards but not that much to manipulate it to the degree that Hogwarts suggested. It is easy, my lord, all you need to do is to scan the castle and command me to do it for you. I have the collective knowledge of the 4 founders and past headmasters and headmistresses at my disposal, so I can easily make use of their knowledge to purge anything in this school as long as it is within my power. However, Hogwarts hesitated a bit before continuing on. The process of purging anything dark in this school will require your magic, my lord, since using the castle's reservoir will surely drain it to the last drop, which will require you to recharge it until it is full. Wait a minute, isn't the school standing on 2 major magical ley lines to power the wards? Yes it does, but it is not a good idea to simply grab all the magic from the lines directly into the castle without filtering it. In most cases, recharging using the ley lines will be slow. At current capacity, it will take at least 2 months for the reservoir to fill from the filtered energies of the nexus beneath the school. I understand that part. So that means that once the ancient wards is fully activated, I supply the initial energy of its running, then the ward stone will just take the required energy from the ley lines to keep it up. Correct. You are correct, my lord. Great. So how do I communicate with you? I don't have an active voice in the castle, but I can communicate with you if you are to touch any surface of the castle with your bare skin. I see, thank you Lady Hogwarts. Harry said with a bow. I think it's time I return to the real world and scan the castle. I have a few ideas where to start. Just make sure that you guide me on what to do to avoid any mistakes, all right? I will, my lord, and again, I thank you for returning to the castle. Till we meet again. With that, Hogwarts disappeared before Harry returned to the waking world to start scanning the castle. Hello my beloved readers. Rachel here, back in business. Camp was quite fun and realized that it was a good decision to go. Thankfully, they released us early because of the weather. There was a storm yesterday where the camp was located and almost overfilled the river. To avoid accidents, the camp director released us early since there was a possibility of more rain tonight. I got home this morning and immediately worked with my brother to improve and edit the latest chapter. Anyway, before you read the FIC, let me address some of the reviews. DZ2, I have some plans for Hermione, but it won't be until later in the story. She's not really a bad girl. She just needs a serious attitude adjustment. Something will happen in the story that will improve her relationship with Harry, but not much that they would be buddy-buddy like in canon. YANA 5, not sure yet if Harry is going to craft wands for some characters in the story. Hopefully, but I don't know yet. Merlin 1 ST class, I'm happy that you found my story to be yummy, dearie. Here's another chapter to glut yourself on. Mwah. Don't eat too much now. Don't want you to get fat. Teehehehe. Smitten Kidunks, I hope you're still alive. If you are, then please enjoy the chapter. Teehehe. Ethio, no. This isn't a /FIC, definitely not a Harry/Albus pairing. If you read this chapter, you will notice that they have a student-mentor relationship. Eov pedophile much. Eov, obliviate me please. Dark Nico 4000, hey Dark, what's the YouTube link for? El Danny, it is part of the plot for Harry to confront Hermione. Don't worry, it is part of the story. You will see the development later on. Konatakan 603, your detailed review is so appreciated. Mwah. Jabu 63, no worries, girl. My brother is getting some, trust me. They are at almost everything. Ew. Mahjong King, I pray for your improved health. From a fellow writer such as yourself, good luck and thanks. Reviewer, thanks for the heads up. My brother already made the changes as to Durmstrang's exact location. Thanks to your suggestion, I'm now using Harry Potter Wiki to make sure I get the facts straight. Wavirback Deef Timbus, no, this is not a Hermione bashing FIC. Mostly, there would be disagreements between the characters due to their personality clashing together. I guess that is normal for a school that hosts two different personalities. I guess that is what you call human nature. Shadow Patroness, thank you for the glowing review. Your commendation just pushed me to increase my writing speed for chapter 16. Wahahahaha. Dream's fate, only 2 are mentioned, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, because I was discussing about the wards of Hogwarts. Don't worry though, some facts about Slytherin and Hufflepuff will surface as my story progresses. Sarah Rose 76646, thanks for the heads up regarding the attention I posted. My brother sends his thanks too since he didn't know about it. I think that's it for now. Though there are something I would like to clarify and announce. 1. Thanks to those who commented on the many errors me and my brother made as we wrote this FIC. Thanks to you guys, me and my brother learned what errors were made and how to correct them. It doesn't mean that this FIC will be free of errors. To err is to be human after all. 2. While I was away at camp, my brother saw fit to edit the 15 chapters already uploaded on the site. He told me that he made sure that the grammar and tense errors were corrected, those he saw as an error anyway, and made sure that some plot holes are properly filled to further improve the story. You might want to check out the previous chapters to see these changes. 3. Again, this isn't a /FIC. If you don't understand, then this is not a YAOI FIC. Harry and Albus will be maintaining a mentor-student relationship. 4. To those who reviewed that my story is so cliché, I can only say that I don't care. This story was created because I wanted to share my story to those who wanted to read it. If you don't like it, then just keep silent and don't say anything that I already know. There are thousands of HP stories herein and I'm sure that most of the plots are already overused. I know since I already read through most of them since I started FF 3 years ago. The challenge here is how you make it unique to not slight those who used the plots in their FIC. So flamers, please moderate your flaming. 5. Those who don't have a FIC of their own, please don't make it sound like you know what you're doing since you're only a reader. You may criticize me if you have something to show. So there. Well, I'm done ranting. Have fun y'all. Me and brother is working on chapter 17 now and I'm starting on chapter 18. Rachel, the Sorceress of Stories. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 16, Revealing the Stone. September 5, 1991, after midnight, Friday. Harry opened his eyes after exiting his mindscape and talking with Hogwarts. His palm still on the stone, the young Potter Lord could still feel some of his energy being diverted towards powering the wards. He checked his magical reserves and found that he was still safe from being too drained, though he kept a close eye on it since he didn't want to make the same mistake as what happened back in Potter Manor. Taking a deep breath, Harry steeled himself, preparing for the task ahead of him. He extended his senses and linked it with the consciousness behind the enchantments of the Hogwarts ward stone. Harry's mind was immediately bombarded by information from the castle and the amount being pushed into his head was staggering. He saw Mr. Filch prowling the halls with his trusted aide, Mrs. Norris, Professor Snape brewing a potion in his office down in the dungeons, Professor Sprout tending to a plant in the greenhouse, Professor McGonagall sleeping, and more. These images assaulted Harry's mind while the young Potter Lord tried his best to maintain a semblance of control over his consciousness. The whirlwind of information continued to swirl in his mind until the voice of Hogwarts punctured through the storm. Calm, my lord. Retreat into your dwelling inside your mind before we continue. Instructed the voice of Hogwarts in his mind. Hogwarts? Asked Harry as he tried to swim through the storm that his consciousness was currently in. Yes, my lord. Now I will teach you how to control the flow of information the wardstone holds. Retreat into your mind and create a manifestation of the castle's mind. Will it to appear and divert the stream of information into it. This will give you control over the information provided by the castle. Not seeing any other option in the matter, Harry took control of his mind and delved deeper into his consciousness towards his center, his mindscape. It wasn't easy because entering one's mindscape required absolute concentration and the deluge of information ramming him from everywhere was making it hard for him to do so. It took Harry a few minutes to safely arrive in his mindscape and took a bit of time to relax before proceeding with the next step. He looked around and sighed in relief since his inner library was untouched behind his mental barrier. So this means that the information overload is outside where my surface thoughts are located, interesting. Mused Harry as he scanned his shields, sensing the essence of the wardstone outside flooding his conscious mind and with it, the information of the castle. I think I understand what Lady Hogwarts wanted me to do. Using his control over his mind, Harry turned one of the barren walls of his mind library into a very large mirror. He then opened a small hole in his occlumency barrier and linked the mirror to the essence of the wardstone outside like plugging a telly to an antenna. Immediately, the mirror flashed with various images that Harry guessed to be the information that the wardstone was feeding him through his connection with the wardstone. Lady Hogwarts? Asked Harry, expecting an answer from the castle's essence since he was deeply connected to the stone. Yes, my lord. Came the reply, surrounding him, though Harry noticed that the manifestation wasn't present but it was good enough. I did what you asked, my lady. Said Harry to the voice. But it seems that the information coming from the wardstone is still unsorted. It's giving me a headache just looking at it. This was quite true since the mirror was flickering from one image to another so fast that his eyes were losing focus trying to catch up. You have to direct your control on what information you wish to see, my lord. Your shields will automatically filter it while the wardstone and by extension, me, will direct it to the mirror. Interesting. Said Harry in awe. This was his first time to actively use his mindscape for something other than sorting and recalling memories. Let me see, show me the apprentice dorms. Harry commanded as he faced the flickering mirror. Immediately, the images in the mirror stopped, flickered a bit before showing Harry his living room in the apprentice dorm. Pleased with the results, Harry tried again. Show me my bedroom please. Harry commanded, getting excited at the possibilities of this ability. The mirror flickered again before revealing his bedroom with Hedwig sleeping peacefully on her perch. Harry wondered where Flippy was since he knew that the elf was somewhere in the castle. As if listening to his thoughts, the mirror flickered before the image of his bedroom changed to the Hogwarts kitchen showing Flippy helping the elves prepare breakfast for the students later in the morning. From the looks of it, his personal elf was teaching some of the Hogwarts elves his personal recipes. He snickered at the scene in front of him. Trust his elf to make sure that his needs were followed to the letter. You don't have to say the command out loud, my lord. As you can see, it responds to your thoughts. All you need to do is think what you want to see and it will reflect on the mirror. Thanks you, Lady Hogwarts, said Harry as he mentally flipped through different locations in the castle while the mirror doing the same. The mirror showed Harry the Black Lake from the castle's point of view as if there was a camera somewhere on the battlements when he realized something. Lady Hogwarts, is this only possible if I touch the ward stone or can I also do this when I touch the walls of the castle? Yes, my lord, since you've bonded with the stone, you are effectively bonded to the entire castle. The ward stone can sense your touch anywhere as long as your skin is directly touching the surface. Harry looked at the mirror for a few moments before deciding to start with the ancient wards. Lady Hogwarts, tell me what the ancient wards can do once fully activated. What's the status of the activation anyway? Asked Harry as he created a couch to sit on as he faced the mirror, might as well work in comfort than standing around the whole time. The ancient wards are already activated, my lord. Your commune with me and sorting through the information provided by the castle are part of the schematics of the wards designed by Rowena Ravenclaw. Wow! Said Harry in awe. Potter Manor might have a state-of-the-art wards with Godric's essence guarding the place but this capability seems to be only unique to Hogwarts itself. Wait, you mean that I'm already done sending my magical energy into the stone? Yes, my lord. Due to the activation of the wards, the castle is already siphoning energy from the ley lines to amass into the reservoir. It would take 2 months before it is at full capacity. I suggest that you only do minor changes to the castle until such time that the reservoir is at its maximum. This way, it would lessen the drain on your reserves. Harry pondered this new information for a moment before realizing something. Let me see if I get this straight, if the reservoir is not yet full then whatever changes I do in Hogwarts will drain me. But if it is at full capacity then we will be working in tandem to make sure that I'm not drained dry for whatever it is you are going to do. Is that correct? Yes, my lord. Rowena Ravenclaw was indeed intelligent. Her mastery over runes and magic allowed for the creation of the enchantment that birthed me. This enchantment also ensures that the air is not harmed by protecting the castle, making Hogwarts truly the only safe place for them if there is need. To answer your question, my lord, the ancient ward's capability allows you to create your own ward schematics using my accumulated knowledge to let it come to pass. This is unique to Hogwarts and nowhere else. Harry wanted to deny that claim since Potter Manor also offers the same but it was irrelevant. Not wanting to have a heated debate with a 1,000-year-old entity, the young Potter Lord let it pass unopposed. He simply nodded at the information as he cycled through the different parts of the castle via the Hogwarts mirror as he started to call it. Before we go into the creation of the wards, let's check the castle of anything that might threaten the inhabitants within. Harry shifted his thoughts to command the ward stone to show him what it believed to be a threat to the castle and its students. The mirror flickered before separating into different locations in the castle: the Forbidden Forest, the Whomping Willow and its passageway underneath, a hidden passageway behind a statue, a room in the third-floor corridor in the west wing of the castle with a large 3-headed dog, an image of the Dada classroom, a sleeping Professor Quirrell in his apartment, and lastly, the image of Ron Weasley and his pet rat sleeping snugly on the boy's pillow. Bloody hell! Harry exclaimed as he saw the images Hogwarts was showing him. Why in the world did the headmaster allow a Cerberus in the castle? Harry knew that the headmaster was eccentric, but it seems that the headmaster's quirks were too extreme for his taste. Really, bringing a 3-headed guard dog inside a school full of children with only a warning? He was about to go into another rant when Hogwarts interrupted him. A suggestion, my lord. The voice of Hogwarts echoed around his mindscape. What is it? Grouched Harry as he stared disbelievingly at the image of the Cerberus on the mirror. I have picked up your thoughts and I suggest that we bring the headmaster into this. It seems that he had a hand in bringing the creature into the school. Due to my inactivity at that time, I could not determine its purpose. He might also shed some much-needed insights as to the other threats that Hogwarts sees inside its premise. Harry pondered Hogwarts' suggestion and weighed the advantages and disadvantages of getting the headmaster involved with this knowledge. For starters, it seems that the school had a complete trust of the headmaster and the presence of a phoenix under his banner was proof enough that the aged wizard, though misguided, was of good intention. Besides, the eccentric wizard was the headmaster after all, so it's only a good idea to have him on board. Also, he was curious as why there was a Cerberus inside a school full of children. The grounds were extensive after all, and he was sure that the dog would feel at home in the forbidden forest, so why keep it in a small room? Is there a way for him to communicate with me? I'm not that keen on letting anyone into my mind, no matter how much you trust them, my lady. Harry asked warily. Don't worry, my lord. I will use my limited link with the headmaster to bring him here as a spirit. He can see the mindscape, but he can't touch you or any of the memories sorted within. Hogwarts assured him. All right, my lady, please do what you must, but make sure to explain it to him before bringing him here. I don't want to have to explain everything all over again, said Harry before going back to the mirror when he felt Hogwarts leave his mindscape. He checked the images of places that Hogwarts thinks that needs his attention. His eyes strayed over to a particular image that he found odd. Weird. Why is a sleeping rat beside Ron Weasley a threat, and why is that rat familiar for some reason? Harry thought out loud as he eyed the grey rodent with a raised eyebrow. Albus Dumbledore was woken from his slumber by a tug on both his mind and magical. He immediately traced the source and found it to be in his link with the school. He was about to stand up from his bed to find out what the problem was, but was unprepared when he was yanked into his mind. The aged wizard appeared in his mindscape, but what he found odd was a presence that he couldn't feel but definitely hear. Hello, headmaster, said the voice. We have much to discuss, you and I. Albus could only nod and made himself comfortable, preparing for a revelation with a potential to rival any experience in his 100 years of life. Harry snickered as he watched some of the students roaming the halls after curfew. He found out that Hogwarts was the ultimate spy game using his connection with the castle. He could literally see and hear anywhere in the castle, though he couldn't see all of them at once. The young Potter Lord was currently watching a pair of students, a Slytherin and a Gryffindor, running away from Filch. The Hogwarts caretaker found them in one of the broom closets on the 4th floor and immediately gave chase. Harry wondered if Filch could catch them, though his bet was on Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. Harry was brought out of his amusement when he felt Hogwarts' presence enter his mind with a passenger. Oh my, where in the world are we? Asked Headmaster Dumbledore as he appeared in Harry's mindscape like a spectre, since he was somewhat transparent. Harry stood from his chair and surprised the headmaster with his presence. Good evening, headmaster, or is it morning already? Welcome to my mind, greeted Harry as he faced the aged wizard. Indeed it is, Apprentice Potter, said Dumbledore as he looked around the library in amazement. He knew that the boy was talented, but he didn't know the extent of such talent. The organization of the boy's mind was quite uncanny for someone his age, and the boy could only grow from there. Hogwarts informed me of what happened, and I can only say that I'm quite surprised. Nothing is ever normal with you, is it, my boy? Harry just shook his head and conjured a chair beside his own before beckoning the headmaster to sit. Despite being somewhat transparent, the headmaster was also solid at the same time, since he sat without any problems. It put him on the edge, but he trusted Hogwarts to act just in case the aged wizard decided to tinker around, though he could protect himself if needed. Nothing is ever normal in my life, headmaster, Harry said as he smiled sadly to the aged wizard, which caused the same wizard to do the same anyway. Did Hogwarts explain to you what happened? She did, Mr. Potter. Please, Professor. I already offered before to call me Harry when we're not in public company. Thank you, Harry, said Albus with a smile. Now, Hogwarts told me that the ancient wards are now alive to protect the school, and you are currently in the process of rooting some problems out. Is this true? Yes, Professor, but there are a few that eludes me as to why it is considered a threat, said Harry before indicating the mirror showing various images both in and out of the school. As you can see, Professor, this mirror here is connected to the wards and shows me those that Hogwarts deems a threat. Indeed, murmured the headmaster as he checked out the various locations in the school depicted on the mirror. He recognized most of them being unused areas of the castle, though he was slightly curious as to where the room that holds a lot of junk was located. However, he paled slightly when he saw the Cerberus shown on the mirror. I am quite confused as to some of these images as well, but maybe we can discuss that later. Show me those that confused you, my boy, maybe we can shed some answers together. Harry nodded and made a mental command to focus on images that he wanted to discuss with the headmaster, mainly the Cerberus, which caused the headmaster to pale slightly since the aged wizard didn't want to explain to Harry as to why a potentially dangerous creature was inside the castle, though the headmaster was resigned to the fact that the young Potter Lord would pick on that first than everything else. Of course, Harry saw the headmaster's reaction when the image was magnified on mirror. Headmaster, would you enlighten me as to why a Cerberus is inside my ancestors' school within easy access by the students? Harry asked coldly towards the headmaster. Albus sighed. It seems that all he was doing with Harry James Potter was explaining his actions. He couldn't erase the boy's memories of this or lie to him with the abilities he possessed. Again, it was time to explain his side of the equation. The Sorting Hat's warning regarding Harry's trust issues came to the forefront of his mind, which made the headmaster concede that it would be more forthcoming to be honest with the boy. He already made a mistake twice, the Disley and the letter last summer, so wasn't too keen to make any more. Before we get into that, Harry, let me explain to you what happened this summer. Of course, headmaster, we have all the time in the world right now. Please continue. Asked Harry in a deceptively calm voice which made the headmaster wince. Albus knew of Harry's connection with the founders, which made the boy the owner of the school by technicality. He just didn't know the extent of such ownership and what it entailed, though he could see some of the extent of it with the current situation he found himself in with the boy. This summer, a friend of mine by the name of Nicholas Flamel approached me for help. Started Albus but was interrupted by a curious Harry. The alchemist? Asked Harry curiously. You know of him, my boy? Asked Albus in surprise. It seems that nothing escapes Harry James Potter, which made Albus mentally smile at the child's mental capabilities. Of course, headmaster, Nicholas Flamel is quite a famous name in wizarding history. If I recall, his name and achievements are also noted in the chocolate frog cards, namely the Philosopher's Stone and your work with him to determine the 12 uses of a dragon's blood. Harry explained, showing to the headmaster his knowledge of wizarding facts. Indeed. You surprise me yet again with your knowledge, Harry, but I digress. Nicholas approached me this summer to ask me to protect his most prized possession. This made Harry's eyebrows rise in surprise. Considering this was Nicholas Flamel they were talking about, it could only mean. Don't tell me this is about the Philosopher's Stone, headmaster? Harry asked incredulously. Albus nodded with a grave look on his face. Yes, Harry. Albus confirmed Harry's suspicion with a nod. Nicholas asked me to safeguard his prized achievement to make sure that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. For 2 years now, Nicholas and his wife, Pernell, informed me that some shady characters had been keeping a lookout over their actions, as well as their home. Considering that the bulk of their possessions are in Gringotts for safekeeping, it only stands to reason that these characters are after one particular item that holds so much value to our world. Harry nodded in understanding. No thief would ever pass up the opportunity to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Not only was its creation an absolute secret, its capability of turning lead to gold, as well as prolonging one's lifespan through the creation of the elixir of life, was a trap for anyone who wanted to have that much power at their disposal. I immediately agreed to accept Nicholas' request and took the stone under my protection. At first, I placed the stone in one of my old vaults in Gringotts, but news came to me that someone was planning to steal it from under the noses of the goblins, so I took the next logical step. Wait, stealing from a goblin, especially for a high-security building such as Gringotts, is tantamount to suicide. The goblins would never allow it, said Harry in conviction. His foray into the Potter family vault cemented Harry's trust in the goblin race's method in safekeeping the riches under their building. Aside from the protective enchantments on the vaults, there were also goblin guards and dragons guarding the catacombs. A thief who manages to enter Gringotts and down into the vaults would either get hacked to pieces or become lunch for the waiting dragons. Albus nodded at Harry's description of the goblin bank. Correct, of course, but I didn't want to take that chance. Keep in mind, Harry, that a resourceful witch or wizard can do anything if they put their mind to it. I don't want to take that risk, so I immediately dispatched Hagrid to take the stone from Gringotts and bring it to me here in Hogwarts, the only place I know that would be safe from anyone attempting to steal it. Harry nodded in understanding. Hogwarts was well known for being one of the safest places in all of Wizarding Britain. Aside from the protective enchantments of the castle, the professional witches and wizards residing in the place would surely provide ample protection for anyone, or anything, in it. I understand where you're coming from, headmaster. So I take it that the Cerberus is guarding the entrance to the chamber holding the stone? Asked Harry as he eyed the trapdoor the dog was sitting on. It is one of the protections, yes. Agreed the headmaster. Harry's eyebrow rose at the admittance. Harry saw the slip that the stone was guarded by something else other than the Cerberus. He mentally pushed that aside to be asked later. So you let a potentially lethal creature inside the school to protect the chamber leading to the stone? A creature, I might add, located in a room within easy access to the student? Asked Harry, disbelief marring his voice. Albus looked at Harry in exasperation, a look that Harry found refreshing and amusing. Harry, I think you have me in the wrong light. Even I'm not that desperate to guard the stone at the expense of the student's safety. The room where the Cerberus is housed is heavily enchanted, so the dog couldn't get out without my express permission. It is relatively safe, I assure you. Harry immediately saw a weakness in that statement. Really? But what if a student enters the room where the Cerberus is keeping guard? Harry saw the dawning of a realization on the headmaster's face. Let me guess, there is no enchantment whatsoever keeping the students out of the room if they wanted to go in. Albus paled at the slight oversight which Harry saw. Sighing, Harry turned to the mirror before speaking to the headmaster. Headmaster, I think you're getting too old at this planning thing. Chided Harry with a slight twitch on his lips. Albus didn't say anything but leveled Harry a mock glare. Harry raised both his hands in surrender. Fine. You're not that old even if you really are. Joked Harry, which made the headmaster's eye twitch in annoyance. It was amusing for Harry to see the famous wizard showing human emotions for a change. Joking aside, what do you think is necessary to make sure that the students won't make their way to the room? Albus scratched at his almost transparent beard, deep in thought. As far as I know, there is only one way going into that corridor, and that is through the grand staircase. Of course, it is always moving, so the stairs would have to move to that specific area in order for any student to reach the place," said Albus, eyeing the mirror while deep in thought. Harry rolled his eyes and decided to make sure that there was no other way in that wing of the castle. "Hogwarts, could you please show us all the possible entrances to the third-floor corridor on the west wing?" asked Harry. "As you wish, my lord," was all Hogwarts' reply as the image of the third-floor corridor minimized while 3 more images appeared. "You recognized these places, Headmaster?" asked Harry, trying to determine where the other 2 areas were in the castle. He recognized the one as the grand staircase of Hogwarts that was perpetually on the move. Yes, I do recognize them. This one over here is the portrait on the 2nd floor, practically below the same portrait on the 3rd floor a few room away from the Cerberus chamber. The second one seems to be a secret corridor behind a tapestry similar to a hidden alcove located in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. Lastly, the grand staircase," explained the headmaster as he pointed to each one. A frown marred his face. "I didn't know that these passages exist. I wonder if there is a way to remedy this oversight. Let's ask Hogwarts, headmaster, since I'm sure that she could do something about them," suggested Harry before addressing the school. "Hogwarts, is there a way to block these entrances to the 3rd floor?" "There is, my lord, but it would take some of your magic to power these changes since the reservoir for the ancient wards are currently unavailable to you while they are being recharged." "How much of a drain it would take to make these changes? And what would these changes be?" asked Harry, since he wanted to protect the stone as well, since it was within his power to do so. The Philosopher's Stone was a prize he didn't want anyone other than its creator to have. "At your current level, my lord, I would say 1/3 of it to make these changes come to pass to ensure the safety of the Cerberus chamber. The grand staircase needs to be reprogrammed, specifically to change the enchantment of the staircase itself to divert one to a tapestry and temporarily stay there unless the change is lifted. The 2 hidden passageways can be easily blocked. I can command the castle's structure to place a wall inside these passages to block any entrance to and from the 3rd floor." Harry looked at the headmaster, who was looking at Harry in amazement. "Are these measures to your liking, headmaster? Considering what Hogwarts told us, the drain on my core isn't much and would only take a night's rest to recuperate," asked Harry, raising one of his eyebrows as a silent question if the headmaster wanted to go through with it or not. "If you think that it is safe for you to do so, then you may proceed, Harry," Albus said in happiness. He was right, working along with the young Potter was much better than keeping him in the dark, but there were some secrets too early to tell and he vowed to only discuss them if Harry confronted him with them. Harry nodded before addressing Hogwarts. "Hogwarts, please enact these changes you suggested." Harry commanded the castle's manifestation. Immediately he could feel the drain on his magical core through his connection with the ward stone. He saw in the mirror that the changes were being put into effect. The staircase leading to the 3rd floor corridor moved until it stopped, leading to a wall with a portrait of a young woman picking flowers on a summer day. A solid wall of grey stone was being erected brick by brick in the middle of the 2 passageways, which glowed a bit before going back to normal. "Why did the walls glow?" asked Harry in curiosity while he was examining his magical core. He could see in his mind's eye the amount drained from him to the stone, but he could see that it was slowly being recharged. He might not need a full night's sleep after all. "I placed an enchantment on the walls to make sure that they are indestructible to most spells, my lord," replied the school's manifestation. Harry nodded before looking at the headmaster, who was looking at the immediate change in the school in awe. "Outstanding, my boy. It seems that you have complete control over Hogwarts' physical structure. I think it would be safe to say that the school would be quite safe with you around, safeguarding the defenses," Albus exclaimed with excitement in his voice. "Thank you, headmaster," Harry said with a nod. "Now that's over and done with, the next agenda on the list is to ask you what other defenses you have for the stone." Albus nodded before launching into an explanation. The faculty decided to lend a hand in providing the ultimate protection for the stone while it is residing in Hogwarts. As you can see, the Cerberus was provided by Hagrid since that is his pet. The next defense is a tangible mess of devil snare provided by Professor Sprout, followed by flying keys, one of which is needed to open a heavily locked door to gain entrance to the next set of protection, Professor McGonagall's animated chess set. You need to beat it in order to pass unmolested. Professor Snape provided the next protection, a logic puzzle involving potions, one of which holds the correct formula to bypass the intense flames guarding the chamber housing the Philosopher's Stone. I am still undecided as to what protection to add as a final deterrent to any thief who may want to steal it. While Albus was listing down the various defenses protecting the Philosopher's Stone, Harry instructed Hogwarts to show these protections to the mirror. Harry studied them intently as the headmaster continued his explanation. He found one single flaw in them. "Headmaster, I can see a single flaw to these protections. From the looks of it, you made the protection possible to bypass if they know how it is done. Does this mean that you are aiming to lay a trap for the thief?" asked Harry. Albus nodded, caught red-handed with his plan. You're correct, Harry. Protecting the stone forever in the school is not a good idea since the location would be revealed to the public once the thief is discovered, prompting others to give it a try. So I intend to trap the thief and avoid having it leaked to the public to keep it a secret. Once the threat to the stone is neutralized, Nicholas and I can devise another method to safeguard it, but if that is impossible then the only recourse is to destroy the stone. Harry frowned at hearing the last part since destroying an alchemical treasure trove was a slight to his aim to acquire knowledge to further expand his growing abilities. Such is the case, he needed to make sure that such a thing doesn't happen. He could help in the future once the thief is caught, but he needed to concentrate in coming up with a way to trap the thief and make sure that there is no way out. An idea popped into his head that made him grin. Headmaster, would it be alright with you if I use my connection with Hogwarts to create my own set of protections for the stone? I will leave the current defenses in place. I am just going to add something to them to make sure that the thief is properly detained before or after the stone is acquired. Asked Harry, plans already formulating in his head to make sure there were no loopholes that the thief could exploit. Albus was momentarily shocked at the offer and couldn't help but smile at the willingness Harry would go through to help those in need. It seems that the boy was the perfect combination of his parents' James' stubbornness and Lily's kindness, partner that with the boy's prodigious mind. Albus pitied the thief if he or she ever came in contact with the young Potter's protection towards the Philosopher's Stone. Be my guests, my boy. Albus gave his blessing, causing Harry to release a mischievous grin on his face. The grin made the headmaster give a silent prayer to the survival of the thief, whoever they may be. Would it be safe to say that you already have an idea on what to do? Harry nodded, grin not leaving his face. I have a rough idea in mind, headmaster, and it will take a few days of proper planning to make sure that it's foolproof. I'll keep it secret for now as a surprise. Albus gave off a merry chuckle. Indeed. I'm looking forward to it, my boy. Now, why don't we go over the rest of the threats that Hogwarts showed you, since it's getting a bit late for the both us, though I dare say you don't need it since you only have flying lessons and potions tomorrow. Yes, headmaster. We can discuss the others at a later time since we can't do anything about it with the lack of power from the wards, but there are only 3 that I need your help with since I am of a loss as to what they may be. Said Harry while willing the mirror to show him the 3 images that he wanted to discuss with the headmaster. As you can see, headmaster, we have here the Dada classroom, Professor Quirrell, and finally, we have Ron Weasley and his pet rat. Harry then proceeded to explain his observation when he scanned the Dada classroom and Professor Quirrell during his class with the man. Dumbledore had a thoughtful look on his face when Harry finished his explanation of his first Dada class. He even told the headmaster that he found the rat familiar but couldn't place it at the moment. Did you know, Harry, that there is a curse on the defense against the dark arts position? Asked the headmaster finally after spending a few seconds of silence gathering his thoughts. A curse, Professor? Asked Harry in surprise. Albus nodded. If that is the case, then that would explain the tendrils I sensed from the classroom reaching out to the professor. The question is, who created the curse and why the Dada classroom? Albus gave Harry a proud smile which made the young Potter Lord blush a bit. You asked the right questions, my boy, but I digress. The curse was created by Voldemort when I rejected his application as a teacher for defense against the dark arts. His retaliation was in the form of a curse. The curse seems to target the teacher themselves, making sure they don't last a year under the position. They mostly suffer accidents that force them to resign. Albus said tiredly. The Dada position was a constant source of headache for Albus. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of the curse. He tried changing classrooms in theory that the curse was centered in the Dada classroom, but it didn't work when Professor Whitmore was physically attacked by a boggart, and boggarts don't attack physically, only mentally and emotionally. If that is the case, then do you think that there is a connection between the Voldemort and Quirrell, since the curse on the Dada classroom and the latter seems to have the same magical signature? Asked Harry while narrowing his eyes at the sleeping professor on the mirror. Even now, he could feel the curse from both subjects through his connection with the ward stone. I'm not quite sure, Harry, but there is something different about Professor Quirrell when he returned from his sabbatical in Albania. Before, he was an astounding Dada professor. Now, he is a stuttering man afraid of his own shadow. I can only surmise that Quirrell encountered something in that forest that caused him to be what he is now. Explained Albus, also eyeing the sleeping man on the mirror. He did mention in class that he met a vampire in Albania. Harry told the headmaster the stories from the man during his class with him. Albus shook his head. I doubt it if that is the case. I know Quirrell when he was a student here in Hogwarts. He was a talented student back then, exception in transfiguration, charms, and defense. I'm sure that an altercation with a vampire would not result to such a change in a person. I believe it is something else. I have my suspicions though. Suspicions? It was during the war with Voldemort that I heard a rumor. The Dark Lord left Wizarding Britain and went on a journey to learn the magics of the world. I heard from a reliable source that Voldemort holed himself in the Albanian forest for 2 years. He went in as a human and came out as what people saw him as, a Dark Lord. Albus said sadly. So it is quite possible for Professor Quirrell to be in contact with Voldemort? I thought he is dead, Headmaster. Does this mean that he's still alive? Asked Harry with a desperate tone in his voice as if urging Dumbledore to tell him otherwise. I have my theories on what happened that night back in 1981 when you defeated him. However, I need more proof in the matter. I will try to do a little research and get in touch with the old crowd if they hear anything out of the ordinary that might hint of Voldemort coming back. However, let's focus on the now instead of the future. If Professor Quirrell is really in league with Voldemort, then it is necessary to take action, since I don't want such a threat looming above the students when they consider the castle as a safe haven," said Dumbledore in a determined voice. Harry nodded. His respect for the headmaster went up few notches with that statement. However, something snapped in place at the back of his mind. "Professor, is it possible that Voldemort is trying to get his hands on the stone?" asked Harry immediately. This question caught Albus in surprise before a frown marred his face. "I hope that is not the case, Harry, since that would mean that Voldemort is actively manipulating the events, which simply points to the direction that he is still alive and roaming the world as it is. If such is the case, then it is necessary that you enact the necessary defense to safeguard the students, as well as the stone from him if he ever shows his face," Albus said grimly. If Voldemort was after the stone, then it would only mean that the Dark Lord doesn't have a body and required something to bring him back to full power. The Philosopher's Stone could easily do that and more. The aged wizard visibly shuddered at the possibility of the Dark Lord getting his hands on such a powerful artifact. Harry agreed with the headmaster's assessment, a grim look on his face similar to the aged wizard was sporting at the possibility of Voldemort coming back to full power using the stone. "The reservoir powering the wards is still not at full power. I can command the wards to purge the curse, but without a full reservoir then my own magical energy will be drained. A mere change to the staircase and the passageways drained a third of my core. If I enact the defenses required to safeguard the student from him, then I'm sure I'll end up in a coma," explained Harry, shoulders drooping. He really wanted to put up the defenses now, but he wasn't foolhardy to do so with the limited amount of magical power he had in his body. He left his suicidal instinct buried deep down into his psyche after the Wardstone debacle in Potter Manor. So he needed to wait. No matter how much he wanted to protect the school, he wouldn't do so at the risk of his own life. He learned Godric's lesson well. He would not put his parents' sacrifice in vain just because he wants to be a hero and save the day. Albus nodded. There was nothing they could do about it now but wait. Hopefully, their assumption regarding Voldemort and Quirrell was wrong. But if they were right, Albus hoped that the current defenses safeguarding the stone were enough to deter him until something permanent could be panned out. "I see. Then it is imperative that we avoid such scenario. When will the reservoir be filled to maximum capacity?" asked Dumbledore. No matter how much he would like to get rid of the curse and ensure the protection of the school, Albus couldn't let a child be harmed because of it. He already made a mistake in placing Harry with the Dursleys. He will not make another mistake now that would put the boy's life in danger. He would keep him safe, but he would allow the boy to make his own decisions. It was the boy's right to do so. 2 months, Professor," said Harry after a brief mental communication with Hogwarts. "Good, then we will meet again in 2 months to make sure that the castle is secure," said Albus as he stood up from his chair. He was about to leave, but he paused and turned to Harry with a proud look in his eyes. "I would like to apologize to you again, Harry. I know it was personal of me to send you a letter last summer regarding your actions, but it seems that this old man is wrong yet again. You are far mature than I thought you would be, and I promise you that I will never make the same mistake again. In my eyes, you are now an adult, though still young in years, but an adult in mind. Though I know that you can make your own decision, my door is always open to you if you need my help," offered the headmaster, extending his hand for Harry to shake. Harry gave the headmaster a long look before a smile crossed his face. He took the hand and gave it a good shake. "Thank you, headmaster. I am happy to hear that you trust me in regards to my decision." Albus didn't say anything but simply nodded before disappearing from Harry's mind back to his own body. End of chapter 16. Edited by Corruptmonk. Original story by Rachel, Sorceress of Stories. May 27, 2012. My brother wanted to post Harry's schedule for the year to make sure that some plot holes are covered and questions avoided. Monday/Wednesday. 6 to 8 o'clock breakfast. 8 to 10 o'clock transfiguration, Gryffindor/Slytherin. 10 to 12 o'clock herbology, Gryffindor/Slytherin. 12 to 1 o'clock lunch. 1 to 3 o'clock charms, Ravenclaw/Hufflepuff. 3 to 5 o'clock free block. 5 to 7 o'clock dinner. 8 o'clock, curfew. Tuesday/Thursday. 6 to 8 o'clock breakfast. 8 to 10 o'clock history of magic, Gryffindor/Slytherin. 10 to 12 o'clock defense against the dark arts, Gryffindor/Slytherin. 12 to 1 o'clock lunch. 1 to 3 o'clock free block. 3 to 5 o'clock free block. 5 to 7 o'clock dinner. 8 o'clock, curfew. Friday, free day for self-study or arrangements with other professors. 6 to 8 o'clock breakfast. 8 to 10 o'clock free block. 10 to 12 o'clock flying lessons with Gryffindor/Slytherin, first week only. 12 to 1 o'clock lunch. 1 to 3 o'clock potions, Gryffindor/Slytherin. 3 to 5 o'clock free block. 5 to 7 o'clock dinner. 9 to 11 p.m. astronomy, Gryffindor/Slytherin/Ravenclaw/Hufflepuff. Saturday and Sunday, free block or arrangement with other professors. Hello. Here's chapter 17. Also, please read my note at the end of this chapter for the next update. It will be delayed for a bit since me and my brother are having problems with the plot. Disclaimer, I don't own Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 17, Confrontation and Realization. September 5, 1991, Friday, morning. It was past 9 in the morning that Harry James Potter exited the apprentice dorm dragging his feet towards the Great Hall, aiming to get a bite to eat or maybe have a cup or two of coffee hoping that it would wake him up for his flying lessons with the Gryffindor and Slytherins. He was halfway there when he realized something. Breakfast was already over and the Great Hall would either be empty or filled with students using the large hall as a place to socialize or study for their next lesson. Sighing, he turned around and made his way to the Quidditch pitch. Fortunately, Harry arrived at his destination without seeing any of the students around since he wasn't in any mood to socialize or hold a conversation with anyone in his current state. He clambered to the bleachers and mentally called out to Flippy for something light to eat to tide him over until lunch, as well as a large mug of coffee to wake him up. He didn't really like the stuff, not liking the bitter taste of the beverage. Flippy appeared with a plate containing 2 large servings of tuna sandwich and a large mug of coffee. Harry thanked the elf for the quick delivery before demolishing the sandwich without pause. Thankfully, it was enough to get rid of his hunger before sipping the beverage with a slight grimace to the taste. It was 5 minutes later that the coffee did its job in waking him up. It was a good thing too since Daphne, Tracy, and Theo was walking towards him. Good morning guys and gals. Harry tiredly greeted the trio. Daphne noticed her friend's tired state. Didn't get enough sleep, Harry? Asked Daphne in concern while taking the seat next to him. Tracy followed by squatting down on the grass in front of Harry with Theo flopping down beside her. Yes. Harry answered with a nod. I was reading this interesting book on charms that I totally forgot the time. I slept around 4 in the morning and I just woke up just in time or I would have been late. Tracy rolled her eyes. You take this apprentice thing too seriously, Harry. If you keep this up then you're going to be a living breathing inferi soon enough. Teased the hyperactive Slytherin. Harry scowled at her before taking another sip of coffee. What's an inferi? Asked Theo, looking at Tracy with a curious look on his face. An animated corpse. She answered with a shudder. Theo mimicked her before giving Harry an appraising look. She right, Harry, you're not there yet but give it a month or 2 then you'll definitely look like one. Theo commented with a grin. Harry gave the 2 a mock glare which was not so convincing considering his tired state. Har har har. Very funny. Really, I just forgot the time, that's all. I'll ask my house elf to buy me a watch with an alarm spell to make sure I can keep track of the time while I'm in my dorm. Said Harry before taking another sip of his coffee. Coffee? Asked Daphne. She never knew that her friend was a coffee drinker. It was quite rare in Wizarding Britain but not unheard of since most in the Isle prefer tea over the bitter beverage. Yes, though I don't really like it much, admitted Harry with a grimace before taking another sip. But I need it to wake me up. Why didn't you go to Madame Pomfrey? I'm sure she could have given you something to wake you up. Daphne suggested with a smile. Harry just shook his head before shuddering at the thought of being under the tender mercies of the school nurse. He never really liked hospitals and infirmaries due to the memories it inspired. He ended up in those places too often because of Dudley and his gang. Finally found you, Potter. A voice interrupted the group. Harry looked up from his coffee to see Draco Malfoy staring down at him with a sneer. Mr. Malfoy, a pleasant morning to you. Harry greeted cordially before closing his eyes and taking another sip. I've been looking for you in the train, where were you? Asked Malfoy, not liking the fact that Harry wasn't even looking at him. I was there. You just didn't find me. Why were you looking for me anyway? He asked the Malfoy heir. I wanted to introduce myself to you and making sure that you associate yourself with the right sort. Malfoy said haughtily while giving Tracy, Daphne, and Theo a disdainful look. From the looks of your current company, I can say that you definitely need my advice there. Harry looked up from his coffee to look at Malfoy straight in the eye, a stoic expression on his face. What do you mean by the right sort? Asked Harry with a little hint of curiosity in his voice. Someone that is worthy of your station of course. Draco answered immediately. If you want to succeed in the wizarding world then you need to make friends with the right people. I can help you there. I see. So does this group of people I should associate with include you, correct? Asked Harry, tilting his head to the side. Harry could see Daphne and Tracy stiffening when he added the last part. Draco nodded with a smile, thinking that Harry finally realized what he meant in terms of association. He was, however, disapproved of that notion when Harry spoke. I think you had it all wrong, Mr. Malfoy. According to your words, I should associate myself with the right sort, which I think you meant someone that is worthy of my station. Let me ask you, Mr. Malfoy, do you know who I am? Asked Harry in a cold voice, not liking the idea of being controlled as to who he was supposed to befriend in school. Of course I know who you are. You are Harry Potter, the Potter heir, and the boy who lived. Harry nodded at the answer, taking another calm sip of his morning coffee. He idly noticed that it was running low, trying to decide whether to gulp it all down or just throw it away since he was already wide awake. I think you got your facts mixed up, Mr. Malfoy. True, I am Harry Potter, but it seems that you missed a few things. I am Lord Harry James Potter, Lord of the Houses Potter, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Alder. From your words alone, then I should not be associating myself with you since you are beneath my noticed being of a minor house. Harry said coldly, making the boy shiver at his tone. Draco's face burned in embarrassment. How dare Potter mock his noble house? How dare you call Malfoy a minor house? The blonde screamed, causing a lot of Gryffindors and Slytherins to pay attention to their conversation. Harry didn't say anything but snapped his fingers, causing a book to float in the air in front of him. He grabbed the book and leafed through its pages. If you don't know, this book is a compilation of all the wizarding families and their respective ranks since the creation of Wizarding Britain. It is a self-updating copy given to the Potter family roughly 900 years ago while magical Britain was still in its infancy. Harry finally found the page he was looking for. According to this book, the Malfoy family came to Wizarding Britain during the 1800s from France. This means that your family barely reached 200 years of being under the laws of Wizarding Britain. Magical Britain was founded by 10 wizarding families, namely the Potters, Bones, Longbottom, Greengrass, Black, Weasley, Crouch, Lestrange, Knott, and Alder. All of these families are automatically given the title Most Ancient and Noble Houses due to their contribution. Of course, this doesn't include the 4 founders of Hogwarts, which were considered as royalty due to their contribution to our educational system. Such is the case, Mr. Malfoy, please enlighten as to how your family should be within my notice. Draco was currently blushing to the roots of his hair at the embarrassment Potter subjected him into with only a simple explanation of public facts. Unfortunate, or fortunately in this case, someone decided to rub some salt into the wound. Ha! Weasleys are better than Malfoy. Harry said so. Exulted Ron while giving Malfoy a shit-eating grin. Shut up, Weasley. Your family is so dirt poor that it can never be considered an ancient and noble house. Potter is lying with his facts. That's all there is to it. Growled Malfoy, trying to salvage what was left of his dignity by defending his family. Thankfully for the both of them, Harry decided to interrupt their impromptu verbal match. He clapped his hands, causing everyone to look at his cold face, devoid of any emotion. The book floating beside him made for an imposing sight. You know, Mr. Malfoy, I don't really care about rank. What's important to me is to make friends. I don't care about politics or fame. I'm an 11-year-old boy learning all I could about magic. We could have been friends, but I don't like it when people dictate what I can do. I don't rub my family's position on others, but you pushed me into it. Now, if you would be so kind, please leave me alone and don't bother me again until you change your view of the world. Harry said coldly. Everyone could practically feel the temperature drop a few degrees. Malfoy was scared of the emotionless look that the Potter Lord was leveling him. He decided that a strategic retreat was in order, but he couldn't help but leave a few parting words which further embarrassed him. You'll regret spurning my offer, Potter. Draco spat, calling up whatever courage he had left in his body. My father will hear about how you humiliated our family. Harry nodded, releasing a bit of his magic into the air to drive his point home. Please do inform your father, Mr. Malfoy. It seems that I need to talk to him regarding your attitude. I know your father, Lucius, would be quite proud as to how you approached a lord. Was all Harry's reply before waving his hand, causing the book to vanish, and walked at a sedate pace towards the middle of the pitch where Madame Hooch was waiting for the class to gather to begin her lessons. Daphne, Tracy, and Theo immediately caught up with the young Potter Lord. My, Harry, I think you overdid it a bit, said Theo, quite impressed in how Potter handled Malfoy without going into a useless argument with the blonde ponce. Harry simply shook his head and looked at him with a smile, telling the boy and the 2 girls that he was back to his normal jolly self. I don't think so, Theo. What I did back there was to make a point. I have always relied in myself since I learned how to walk, and I don't really like it when people dictate what I need to do, especially when there's no point in doing it. Malfoy back there was trying to get me under his wing to flaunt his association with me, thus, increasing his stature in the unofficial hierarchy of Hogwarts. I don't like it when people use me as part of their games. Explained Harry to Theo with a smile, who simply nodded in understanding. Well, whatever you did back there was good in my book. Malfoy had been lording over Slytherin ever since he got sorted into the house. He didn't know that his action caused quite a lot of the older students to look at him in disdain. That wasn't how Slytherin's supposed to work in gathering power and prestige. The House of Snakes is supposed to be cunning, and Malfoy doesn't have an ounce of cunning in his body to even quality for the leadership of the house," said Daphne with a sniff. "That is what you call politics, Daphne. That is simply how the world works," said Harry before turning to Tracy. "You see, Tracy, what I did back there was similar to what you should have done with Pansy while she was sprouting off her betrothal to Malfoy. If you don't stand up to what you believe in, then you are just playing to their tune. True, you might not be on their level when it comes to rank, but you should be proud of who you are and what you can do. If they don't change, then simply ignore them. Nothing good will come out of it if you fight over their beliefs." Tracy simply nodded and was about to say something when someone butted into their conversation. "What are you doing with those slimy snakes, Harry?" came the voice of one Ronald Weasley. Unfortunately for him, Harry wasn't in the mood to do the same thing he did with Malfoy all over again. "Come again, Mr. Weasley?" asked Harry in a deceptively calm voice. Daphne, Tracy, and Theo immediately sensed the storm that was Harry James Potter, so they backed away to avoid being part of the collateral damage. "I mean, Harry, you should hanging out with us Gryffindors. I mean, your parents wouldn't want you to make friends with Slytherins. They'll just stab you in the back," said Ron while being totally unaware of the storm brewing in Harry's eyes upon the mention of his parents. Everyone immediately felt the presence of palpable magic in the air as Harry's temper escalated. "Mr. Weasley, I suggest that you close your mouth before something bad happens," Harry warned the redhead. "Come on, Harry. We're friends. I'm just telling you the truth, you know," said Ron with a laugh, totally oblivious to the ire building inside Harry waiting to erupt. "Now come over here and join you." What Ron was about to say was cut off when Harry stretched out his hand to envelop the boy in a silencing spell. Using his telekinetic powers, Harry levitated Ron a few feet above the ground and pulled the boy towards him, stopping the just a few inches away from him. "Don't you dare talk about my parents, Weasley," Harry snarled at Ron's face, who was eyeing him in fear. "I was trying to be polite, but you forced my hand. You don't know what my parents want, and you don't even know what I want. As I told Malfoy, I don't like it when people tell me what I should and should not do. I am my own man, Weasley, and don't you forget it, or I will be forced to permanently shut your mouth. Propriety be damned." With that, Harry clenched his control over his powers and threw Ron away from him, causing the boy to land on the dirt with a thud, skidding back a few feet, dazed. Fuming, Harry turned and continued his trek towards Madame Hooch, who was also walking towards them with a curious look on her face. Harry didn't know that his confrontation with both Weasley and Malfoy cemented the first-year students' view of him right there and then. The first-year Gryffindors saw Harry as an alpha of the pack, someone that should never be crossed or angered. Their brief stint with him during Transfiguration cemented the fact that Potter was leagues above them, but never rubbed his superiority over his peers. He treated them as equals and helped them using his own skills and knowledge. He was generous to a fault, but in a right way. True, Harry might have put Ron Weasley in his place, but what they heard when the redhead tried to get Harry away from those he treated as friends was an idiotic move for someone who spouted talk of being a perfect Gryffindor. Everyone learned a good lesson that day. It was never a good idea to speak to Harry's parents in a negative way, since the boy had the power to throw you away without even raising a wand. The first-year Slytherins, however, had a much different view of Harry after the confrontation. They clearly admired and respected him for defending his friends who belonged in their house. At first, they thought of Potter as someone who followed Gryffindor ideals and would automatically hate everything that was Slytherin. It came to a shock when they discovered that Potter made friends with 3 people in their house. He respected them and treated them as equals. The idea that Malfoy made him an enemy made them wince, though they inwardly hoped that it was just the blonde Ponce and not Slytherin itself. Harry might now know it, but his reputation would be further improved as the students who saw the altercation gave their own testimony to the rumor mill that was Hogwarts. The flying lesson with Madame Hooch went off without a hitch, since the students were somewhat subdued after they saw the power that Harry Potter displayed when confronted by Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy. Madame Hooch immediately asked the Hogwarts apprentice on what happened. The Potter Lord simply told the teacher that some disagreements came up between him and the 2 boys, but was already solved. Of course, since Madame Hooch already knew about Harry's maturity, just gave him a nod before ushering towards the brooms lying on the grass to start the lesson. Harry realized that flying was quite fun. According to Madame Hooch, he inherited his father's skill in flying, that it was a waste that he wouldn't be part of the Quidditch team. Harry blushed at the praise, with his trio of friends snickering at him for showing a moment of weakness, much to the young Potter's consternation. Nothing interesting happened as the lesson progressed, except for the fact that Harry was able to save Neville before he was thrown off his broom. The Longbottom heir thanked him profusely, but Harry just waved it off before giving the chubby boy a smile. However, Neville told Harry that he wanted to meet with him later, since he had something to discuss with him regarding his new wand. Harry immediately agreed to meet during the weekends, mostly Sundays, since he had plenty to do on Saturday. With that business done, Harry just leisurely flew around the pitch while escorting a stiff Daphne, a giggling Tracy, and an amused Theo. Neville joined them later, though he was quite shaky with his flying despite the encouragements Harry threw at him to keep his confidence up. They didn't even bat an eyelash when they heard Ron challenging Draco to a brooms race as they flew around. Thankfully, Madame Hooch was there to stop it from further escalating and ordered everyone to land and return to the castle, but not before deducting 5 points each from both Ron and Draco for not following her instructions. It was around lunchtime when Harry entered the Great Hall. Students were at their own respective tables enjoying the scrumptious Hogwarts food while chatting with their friends. Deciding to forego Slytherin this time, Harry made a beeline to the Hufflepuff table. Harry spotted Amelia Bones' niece in a vacant seat beside her. Making up his mind, Harry approached the brown-haired girl. "Hi, can I join you?" said Harry while pointing at the vacant seat beside the girl. Susan Bones, who was busy talking to her friend, Hannah Abbott, was surprised that the Harry Potter was asking to take the seat beside her. Thankfully, she had been briefed by her aunt regarding her meeting with the boy who lived back at the ministry, so she had an idea what she was dealing with. "Sure, Mr. Potter, please take a seat," said Susan with a smile, fighting down the urge to blush. That smile of his should be banned. "Thank you," Harry said with a smile before sitting down. "Please, call me Harry. You're Amelia Bones' niece, right?" Susan was surprised that Harry knew her. "Thank you, Harry. Yes, Amelia Bones is my aunt. I'm surprised that you know me. I believe that this is the first time we've met," said Susan in surprise while giving Harry a curious look. "I saw you with Madame Bones in the platform getting on the train. I was in the last compartment and I believe you were 3 compartments before mine," replied Harry before placing some potatoes and roast beef on his plate. It wasn't his usual fare for lunch, but he was quite hungry. That would explain it, I guess," Susan said with a nod. She then felt her friend elbowing her on the ribs. "Oh, I would like to introduce you to my best friend, Hannah Abbott." Hannah blushed immediately when Harry switched his gaze from Susan to her. Of course, Harry saw the blush and smiled at the shy girl, trying to put her at ease to no avail. "Hello, Mr. Potter," Hannah said while offering her hand out to him to shake. Harry had a different plan. He took her hand, but instead of shaking it, he turned it palms down and kissing her knuckle, causing the poor girl to blush like a ripe tomato. "A pleasure to meet you as well, Hannah, please call me Harry." "Everyone does," said Harry with a cheeky smile before letting go of her hand. "So, how have you girls been? Enjoying Hogwarts?" "Oh yes, it is a wonderful experience. I'm happy that I ended up in Hufflepuff." "Bones had always been Puffs," exclaimed Susan with a happy smile on her face. "Same with the Abbotts too." "Interesting. I didn't know that. I guess if the Sorting Hat sorted me normally, then I would have ended up in Gryffindor," said Harry, shuddering at the last part. He really couldn't picture himself in the House of Lions. Seeing the curious look in both Susan and Hannah's face at his declaration, he decided to elaborate. "The Sorting Hat told me that I have qualities of all 4 houses, so he was having a hard time sorting me to a specific house. So instead of a house, the Hat placed me in Hogwarts as an apprentice." Both girls nodded at the explanation. It was quite rare for a person to have qualities of all 4 houses possible, yes, but rare. However, Susan saw something in Harry's reaction that piqued her curiosity. "Why the shudder, Harry? You don't like Gryffindors?" Susan asked curiously, though everyone within hearing distance of the two was curious as well. "It's not that I don't like Gryffindors, but I don't like the idea of being put on a pedestal. One of the reasons that I like Hufflepuff so much is because they treat me as me. Sure, some of them might have seen me as the boy who lived and all the crap, but I still get treated like a normal wizard, no expectations but a fellow student. If I ended up in the Lion's Den, I'm sure that a lot of students there will have high expectations of me. I don't want that. I'm here in Hogwarts to study, not to conform to the desires of the masses," explained Harry. "How about the Ravenclaws then? I saw you shudder when you checked out their table," asked Hannah. Harry grinned at her, causing her to blush. "Observant, aren't you?" Harry teased. "Well, the Ravenclaws aren't all that bad. I just don't like the questions they are bound to ask me about my life, my capabilities, knowledge of magic, or even being an apprentice. I can handle attention just fine, I just don't like it when people start to get invasive of my privacy." "Oh. I guess that's reasonable. I'm happy that you get to relax with us here in the Hufflepuff table, Harry, and know that you are always welcome here in our group," said Susan with complete honesty on her face. The rest of the Puffs who were listening in nodded at the invitation. "Thank you, Susan," said Harry with a smile before digging into his food since he was quite hungry. The tuna sandwich Flippy gave him before flying lesson was forgotten history. Harry had fun making friends with the Hufflepuffs, especially Susan and Hannah. Conversation went wild as they enjoyed a delectable lunch. It was 5 minutes before the bell was about to ring that Harry excused himself from the table before heading towards the dungeons for his potions class with the Gryffindors and Slytherins. Severus Snape was making his way to the dungeons for the start of his potions class with the Gryffindors and Slytherins. He grimaced at having the rowdy lions in his precious classroom, but he could not disallow them entrance since it was their right to learn from him. He would do it, but doesn't mean that he had to like it. As he neared the classroom, he realized that this class would host the apprentice of Hogwarts, Harry James Potter. A small twitch on his lips was visible when he remembered the meeting after the interview with the boy up in the headmaster's office. A simple meeting became a heated debate on what to teach the boy. According to Phileas, the boy was a diamond in the rough, who requires thorough polishing if he was going to shine. Severus scoffed at that. The boy was already shining like the damned sun. To be honest, Severus was quite impressed with the boy. He saw nothing of James Potter in his persona, but he could never deny the fact that there was a lot of Lily in him. In fact, Severus could safely say that Potter was a blend of both his parents' good qualities and possibly none of the bad. As he ran through his mind his opening speech for the class, he realized that he needed to change his approach towards the lessons if he wanted to properly teach the boy. He could even make use of the boy's knowledge in elementary potion safety and preparation. After all, if the Potter boy's dedication towards knowledge was to be used as a base, then the next 7 years would be an eye-opening experience, especially for him. Besides, the boy needed to prove himself to be his apprentice, and the best way to do that was for the boy to showcase his knowledge to the class. He grinned, and anyone who saw the bat of the dungeon grinning would have run for the hills, screaming. Harry was sitting at the front of the potions classroom with some of his Slytherin peers when Professor Severus Snape entered the door with a bang, causing a lot of students to drop whatever they were doing and focus their attention on the snarky professor. Harry couldn't help but admire the casual, yet intimidating way the potions professors walked, robes billowing behind him. He wondered if it was natural or under a spell. He was cut off from his musings when Professor Snape addressed the class. "Welcome, to your first potions class here in Hogwarts," drawled Professor Snape in his no-nonsense voice. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. There will be no wand waving in this class, as you would be concentrating on the actual process of brewing potions, starting from the tools used, ingredients, and of course, the brewing process itself." Snape looked around and was quite happy, though he didn't show it, that he had the collective attention of the class. Even Potter was focusing on him with an intensity that could rival a potion master. "Perfect. Before we begin with practical potion making, I will entreat the services of Apprentice Potter to teach you the rudiments of potion making preparation and safety." He turned to a surprised Potter who was looking at him incredulously. Severus mentally patted himself on the back for catching a Potter by surprise. "Apprentice Potter, please take the floor and get started. You have the entire hour to teach the class everything you know on brewing preparation and safety. Begin," he barked before walking to his desk and taking a seat. Harry sighed at being cornered yet again to teach the class. Thankfully, Professor Snape instructed him to teach only preparation and safety, something that he thoroughly studied during his summer stint back in Potter Manor. Sighing again before squaring his shoulders, Harry stood up from his desk and moved to the front of the class. Seeing the lack of visual aids, he waved his hands to conjure a slanted table and conjured the different tools used in brewing potions: athame, chopping board, cauldron, weighing scale, vials, and so on. These were merely imitation of the original, but it would serve as a visual aid to properly teach the class. He started his lesson exactly how the book taught him. He first described the various tools commonly used in potions making. He demonstrated the different methods and how to properly prepare the ingredients and the methods that came with it, as well as some safety measures, like making sure that all the ingredients are properly arranged in order of being added to the potion, checking the intensity of the fire, double-checking the instructions on the book to avoid accidents, and of course, the 2 important spells used in potion making. But before he could do latter, he needed to ask permission since the professor clearly stated the lack of wand use in the class. "Professor, I would like to ask your permission to let the student use their wands so I could teach them 2 important spells that a brewer should know," asked Harry, turning towards the professor who was observing him intensely with his onyx eyes. "Interesting. What spells will you be teaching them, Apprentice Potter?" asked an intrigued Snape. "The stasis charm and a localized shield spell, Professor," Harry replied with a smile. Professor Snape was inwardly shocked that Potter knew about these 2 spells. It seems that the boy's claim of studying the basics of safety and preparation was truth. He nodded at the boy who turned to the class for the final part of the lesson. "Before I end this lesson on potion making safety and preparation, I would like everyone to take out their wands so I could teach you 2 useful spells commonly used in brewing," said Harry before conjuring an imitation wand so he could demonstrate the wand movements. He didn't need it, but the students in front of him didn't have his control over magic. "Now, the first spell I will teach you is a localized shield spell that will protect your cauldron from outside forces. This is mainly used to make sure that no outside items end up in your potion that could ruin everything. The incantation of the spell is Scutum Lebitum. There is no wand movement. All you need to do is to slide the tip of your wand on the rim of your cauldron starting from the south in a clockwise motion. Once you complete the circle, tap the rim of the cauldron 3 times before saying the incantation. Observe." Harry conjured a cauldron in front of him with a wave of his free hand. Following his own instruction, he pointing the tip of his wand and slid it across the rim in a clockwise manner. He then tapped the rim 3 times before saying the spell. Scutum lebitum. Harry incanted in a clear voice that could be heard by everyone in the classroom. An almost transparent dome of magic appeared over the cauldron. Harry nodded at the successful spell before addressing the class. As you can see, the cauldron is now protected by a shield keyed to your magical signature. Only the caster can enter the shield. Can I ask for a volunteer to throw something into the cauldron to prove the validity of the spell? Asked Harry while looking at the students waiting for one of them to volunteer. Malfoy saw his chance in humiliating Potter, so he took out a parchment and balled it in his hands. He chucked it at the cauldron but was shocked when it simply bounced off the shield. Harry saw this and gave Malfoy a winning smile. Thank you for volunteering, Mr. Malfoy, said Harry with a nod towards a fuming blonde before address the whole class again. As you can see, solid objects will not be allowed through the shield unless it is from the caster's hands. Harry saw the students taking down notes while others were practicing the spell on their own cauldron. He must have taught them well since all of them succeeded on the first try. The next spell I will teach you is called the Stasis Charm. There are times that you will be interrupted in your brewing that pausing from a step would ruin the entire potion. This is the case when you are working against the clock. This spell is useful for such a situation. The charm will put the entire cauldron in a form of stasis, making it immune to the flow of time. Keep in mind that this only works in potions and using it on a human being wouldn't work. The incantation is Habitus Perpetua. The wand movement is a diagonal slash followed by an upward flick towards your target. Cancelling the spell requires a simple finite dot. Harry performed the spell in front of the class, causing the cauldron to glow a bright yellow before dying down. He also performed the counter to show his peers how it's done. Since he was done with the lesson, Harry gave Professor Snape a bow before going back to his seat. Everyone in class, except for a few, was giving Harry an impressed look. Thank you, Apprentice Potter, that was properly delivered and you didn't miss anything important, said Snape with a nod towards Harry, who returned it with a smile. For the next hour, you will find a partner. That person will be your partner for the year, so choose well. Apprentice Potter, you will be brewing your potion on the counter beside my table. Snape waved his wand over to the board, revealing the instructions for the boil-reducing potion. You will be brewing a boil-reducing potion. The instruction is both on the board and on your books. You have an hour. Begin. Snape beckoned for Harry towards the counter where he would be working on his potion. Nodding, Harry went to the cupboard with the rest of the students to get the needed ingredients so he could get started with his first stint at brewing. Harry looked down at the blue mixture in his cauldron with approval. He already finished with the brewing of the boil-reducing potion and the last step was to bottle it. He turned off the fire underneath the cauldron and took a ladle while an empty vial floated to him from the other end of the table. Harry grabbed the vial without looking at it and carefully tipped the full ladle over to the rim, slowly pouring the finished potion in until it was full. Studying the potion carefully in front of his eyes, Harry nodded before putting on the stopper to make sure that it stayed fresh until it was used. He even charmed the vial unbreakable just in case. Harry mused that he should have taught that to his peers but shrugged it off since he could do so next time if the professor gave him a chance to do so. Harry placed the full vial of boil-reducing potion in a stand that looked similar to a test tube rack before cleaning the surface of his work table. He floated the cauldron over to the sink and started washing it thoroughly with soap and water. When that was done, he dried it with thought and had it float over to his counter ready for the next potion to be brewed. Nodding at a job well done both at the potion and the clean work table, Harry grabbed the vial and walked over to Professor Snape to present to him his finished assignment. I'm done, Professor, declared Harry while passing the vial to the potion's master. Snape took the vial and examined it. Seeing that it was the right color, he removed the stopper and smelled the aroma, as well as testing the thickness of the potion with his finger. Nodding in approval, he replaced the stopper and placed the vial on the desk before marking it with an outstanding. Great work, Apprentice Potter, as expected from someone of your caliber. Now I want you to wait on your table since we will be having a meeting after the class. Do you have any appointments after this? Asked Snape. Harry shook his head in negative. No, Professor. I'm free until curfew, said Harry. Besides, I also wanted to discuss something with you outside of potions if you would allow it. Agreed, said Snape with a nod. Please wait by your station and we will talk after class. Seeing it as a dismissal, Harry walked over to his work table and took a seat. Since he still had 10 minutes before class ends, he decided to pull out his potions text to read in advance the next potion they would be brewing. He was so immersed in his reading that he didn't notice 4 sets of eyes looking at him, dark onyx studying him, brown looking at him in sorrow, blue eyes in jealousy, and grey eyes in anger.